Family, on The Archipelago, the celestial dragon Charlos made a grand appearance, commanding the guards to shoot at the protagonist, but all the bullets were deflected. This protagonist has crossed over as Fahai, bound to a system, playing the role of Fahai to eliminate pirates and absorb devil fruits. Now he has offended the celestial dragons and encountered Admiral Kizaru, with a major battle imminent. Let me tell you where this gets explosive. Just now, on The Archipelago, in broad daylight, a group of people surrounded a pig-like guy riding on a slave, swaggering through the streets while shouting, "Celestial dragon is out, kneel down." Several guards raised their guns and shot at my face. How arrogant. I stood there without moving. I thought, kneel? In my life, I've knelt to heaven, earth, and my Buddha. Who are you? The bullets hit me and were all deflected. That pig-headed celestial dragon, named Charlos, went crazy and pointed at me, screaming, "Lowly commoner. You dare to live? Guards, kill him." Family, who understands? A scum like this living is simply polluting the air. But if you ask how all this happened, I have to start from the moment I just opened my eyes. When I opened my eyes, my head hurt like it was going to split open, feeling like my brain was about to be stirred into sesame paste. Once I recovered, I found myself lying on a beach with an endless sea in front of me. I was dumbfounded. Who is this? Kidnapping me? I'm a Thrino youth. My pockets are cleaner than my face. What do they want from me? My high game rank? Just as I was puzzled, a chime sounded in my head, and an ethereal voice said, "Congratulations, host. You have bound the Multiverse Role-Playing System." Wow. I jumped up in excitement. A system. Transmigration. This is the pinnacle of my more than 20 years of hard life. I was so excited, I almost performed a backflip on the spot and hurried to communicate with the system. System, hurry, I want to draw a lottery. Where's the newbie gift pack? Ding. Newbie gift pack is being distributed. Host receives one random character draw. Draw. Must draw. I was silently praying, come on, give me a strong character. Please don't give me a weakling. In the next second, countless figures flashed through my mind, finally stopping on a shiny bald head. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the role of Fahai. Due to the first draw, the role-playing progress is increased by 40 and abilities are enhanced fivefold. I looked at the figure in my mind with a Zen staff in one hand, a string of prayer beads in the other, and a righteous expression. My hand started to shake. Fahai, the infamous monk who walks horizontally with the great Buddha, and it's the version with 5 times the ability enhancement. At that moment, I had one thought. Emball, but I've become stronger. Without hesitation, I chose inner role-playing. In that instant, my body began to change, and soon, a high monk in a red robe, radiating light, appeared on the beach. The great Buddha's tattoos on my body marked me as a member of society. To fully immerse myself, I started brainwashing myself. Stanislavski once said that acting requires full commitment. At this moment, I am Fahai, and Fahai is me. You wouldn't believe it, but at work my role-playing progress increased by another one. Just as I got into the zone, I saw a pirate ship drifting on the sea in the distance, with a blood-colored skull flag flapping arrogantly. Time to eliminate evil. I soared into the air and flew towards that ship. The guys on the ship were popping champagne, and a guy named Captain Mark pulled out a strange-looking fruit from his pocket, bragging about how he would promote his brothers once he became one of the 4 emperors. I focused and thought, isn't that a devil fruit? Just as they were about to eat it, a lookout ran over, rolling and crawling. Captain, someone's coming." Mark was annoyed upon hearing someone was approaching. He thought it was a rival. Without a second thought, he pulled out a firearm and turned around, wildly shooting at the door where I was hiding. Bang, bang, bang. The entire crew opened fire, and the wooden door was instantly turned into a sieve. When they finished shooting, the smoke cleared, and I stood there completely unscathed. Mark and his crew were wide-eyed, utterly panicked. He stammered, "Who are you?" I pressed my palms together, looking dignified. "I am a monk from Jinshan Temple. My Dharma name is Fahai." Mark still wanted to struggle, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a symbol of the Don Quixote family, threatening me that his boss was Don Quixote, Doflamingo. I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the world of One Piece? Doflamingo? Who is that? I don't know him. My eyes turned cold. You dare threaten me? Great Buddha. Boom. With a single move, everyone on the ship, including the ship itself, was sent flying by my slap, crashing onto a distant island, their fates unknown. Just as I finished dealing with these scum, the system chimed again. Detected energy source from another world. Absorbing it is expected to increase role-playing progress by 3. Energy source? I quickly asked the system what it was, and it said it was the devil fruit from Mark. I immediately flew over and took that fruit out of his pocket. The system said I didn't need to eat it, I could absorb it directly. As soon as I touched it, the fruit visibly shriveled up and turned to ash. Checking the panel, my role-playing progress skyrocketed from 41 to 44. What the hell? I spent a long time acting to increase by 1, and a single fruit gave me 3? What's there to hesitate about? I must get more fruits. Where are the most fruits in the One Piece world? The Marine headquarters? Mary Geos? Too risky. That leaves only one place, the Sabeti Archipelago, the underground auction house of a lawless area. It is said that there, as long as you have money, you can buy devil fruits. I made my decision and headed there. I could also promote Buddhist teachings, focusing on saving all beings. Just as I was about to leave, that guy Mark, surprisingly not dead, pulled out a mini transponder snail from his pocket, crying and reporting to Doflamingo that a monk named Fahai had taken care of him and stolen the fruit. On the other end, Doflamingo laughed, saying he would remember me. Laugh all you want, well, see if you can still laugh later. I donned my monk robes and sped off like a red, convertible supercar, quickly arriving at Sabeti Archipelago. This place is chaotic. As soon as I landed in my monk outfit, I felt several groups of people eyeing me with bad intentions. Just as I was looking for the auction house, the most explosive scene occurred, the one I mentioned at the beginning. That stupid pig, Celestial Dragon Charlos, riding on a slave, saw that I didn't kneel and immediately commanded the guards to shoot. The guards rushed up, and with a wave of my robe, I sent them all flying, blood spilling everywhere. That pig-headed Celestial Dragon completely lost it, pointing at me and screaming, "You dare fight back? Guards, notify the Marine Admiral. I want this lowly commoner executed." One of the guards actually pulled out a pure white transponder snail, preparing to call for help. I felt murderous. Should we keep such scum alive for the new year? I lifted my Zen staff, coldly looking at him. "Trash, you don't deserve the mercy of my Buddha. Go to hell for your sins." With a gentle wave of my Zen staff in his direction, boom, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the entire Sabeti Archipelago. I cleaned up that pig, and just looking at it made me feel disgusted, so I turned and left. But what I didn't know was that a guy from CP organization had risked his life to save that pig, and this incident quickly reached the Navy headquarters. Marshal Sengoku was so furious that his head was buzzing, and he directly sent the Navy's top combat Power Admiral Kizaru to deal with me. I was still wandering around when I found out that taking down evildoers could raise my progress in playing, jumping from 45 to 47. Feeling quite pleased, a lazy, smug voice floated over from a distance. "Yo, monk, did you take action against the Celestial Dragons?" I turned around, and sure enough, a lewd-looking uncle in a yellow and white striped suit, wearing sunglasses and looking like a monkey, had appeared in front of me. Admiral Kazu Borisolino from the Navy headquarters. He asked me why I made a move, and I replied nonchalantly, "Trash should stay in the trash heap." This left Kizaru dumbfounded. He complained, "You caused me a big problem," and in the next second, he whooshed and flashed behind me, a voice drifting over. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" A flying kick infused with light came straight for the back of my head. What happened? With a crisp clang, he jumped away, clutching his foot in pain, gritting his teeth in shock, and asking me, Hey, is your head made of sea prism stone?" I thought to myself, you could understand it that way. Now he was really annoyed. His lazy expression vanished in an instant, and he transformed into a beam of light, flying into the air, starting with his ultimate move, Yada no Kagami. In that moment, countless light projectiles rained down on me like a storm. Who am I afraid of? I simply threw my Kasaya into the sky, and it instantly enlarged. To my surprise, it blocked all the light projectiles perfectly, not even harming a single hair on me. Kizaru in the sky was dumbfounded, and for the first time he asked me in a serious tone, "Who are you?" "Jinshan Temple, Fahai." As soon as I finished speaking, I swung my staff, aiming at Kizaru in the sky. One end of the staff enlarged infinitely, radiating Buddha light, scaring Kizaru's face pale. That old fellow wanted to evade with elementalization, thinking that I couldn't hit him without hockey? Too naive. My staff comes with a magic-breaking effect, specifically designed to deal with all flashy tricks. Bang! With a muffled sound, the elementalized Kizaru was. I struck down with my Zen staff from the sky, and I was bruised all over, my face filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why he could hit a nature-type ability user without using his imposing power. Let me tell you, the way he looked at me changed. He probably thought my ability was too outrageous, leaving him dumbfounded. He was calculating to retreat first and then call someone to gang up on me. He wanted to leave? I certainly didn't agree. I stand with the Zen staff before me, forming a hand seal with one hand, as I chant the mesmerizing incantations one by one. Great might heavenly dragon, world honored earth store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamahong. As soon as I finished reciting my incantation, that yellow monkey on the opposite side got furious right away, gritting his teeth and pulling out his lightsaber. "Hey, are you really pushing me to get serious here?" I have to tell you, The way he came at me was full of aggression, charging straight at me. But I just laughed. It was a trivial skill, like showing off a big axe in front of Luban. I had already used my ultimate move, and he just charged in? Who does he look down on? I formed a hand seal with one hand and said 2 words, Great Might Tianlong. My staff, prayer beads, and robe instantly detached, and the robe expanded to cover the entire sky, blocking out the sun. Huang Yuan was immediately trapped inside, unable to find a way out even if he wanted to. He was dumbfounded. His family must be wondering, how has he never seen such a display? He muttered, what kind of ability is this? Of course, it's Buddhist power. What do you know? Before he could react, my string of prayer beads split into countless small beads, scattering like flowers from a heavenly maiden, bombarding him with a flurry of shots. Each bead had power comparable to his lasers. What's worse is that my beads had tracking and rapid-fire capabilities. Huang Yuan clanged his little broken sword to block, nearly getting numb from the effort. I could hear his little thoughts from afar. He must have been thinking, what kind of place is this Golden Mountain Temple? How can one monk be this fierce? If a whole group came, would the Navy headquarters even survive? Let me tell you, the way he looked at me back then was no longer as if he was looking at an enemy, but rather at a walking natural disaster. He must have cursed the celestial dragons 1,000 times in his heart, saying, why do you have to provoke me instead of someone else? Well, now look where we are. He's about to clash with Whitebeard, and at this critical moment, they send me to deliver results. I could tell at a glance that this old guy didn't want to fight at all. His mind was full of thoughts on how to escape and report back to warring states. Is that it? Just good defense? My offensive was even stronger. So I unleashed the King Ming's Great Hand Seal, a gigantic golden hand with the power to move mountains and fill seas, slammed down. Kizaru's eyes nearly popped out. His body was covered in goosebumps, and his survival instincts kicked in. He frantically shot a bunch of lasers at my giant hand seal to buy time, then gathered all his strength for an ultimate move aimed at his robes. True 8-span Yada mirror. Countless light bullets rained down, all hitting a single point, forcibly tearing a small hole in my precious robe. He seized the opportunity and, with a whoosh, transformed into a beam of light and made a quick escape. He ran so fast, it was incredible. I received a spell, shook my head, bored, a scum of pseudo-justice. I originally thought the Marine admirals were impressive, but now that I see it, they're just okay. Their escape speed is top-notch. And then there's Kizaru, who runs faster than a rabbit, directly teleporting back to the Marine headquarters in Sabaody. As soon as he landed, he ran into his subordinate, the axe-wielding War Peach. War Peach was shocked to see him in such a disheveled state. Old man, what happened to you? Kizaru was in a terrible mood, ignoring him completely, and pulled out a din mushy to call Admiral Sengoku. When the call connected, Sengoku sounded quite relaxed. Hey Kizaru, is the job done? Kizaru's voice was so heavy it could drip water. No. There was a clear pause on the other end, and the entire atmosphere fell silent. Sengoku probably felt a jolt in his heart. One admiral can't handle it? Did one of the Yonko come personally? Kizaru didn't waste words and briefly recounted the fight with me. I tell you, as Sengoku listened, his face grew darker, especially when he heard that I could ignore elementalization. He must have felt half of his heart chill. After a long pause, Sengoku finally squeezed out a sentence, even changing how he addressed Kizaru. Borsellino, what you said. Is it all true? I report honestly, Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku fell silent, then sighed. You did the right thing. Let's pin this on the supernovas. We can't create more enemies before fighting Whitebeard. He thought that once the battle with Whitebeard was over, he would have to thoroughly investigate me, the monk, and the Golden Temple. I tell you, he must have been intrigued by my ability to ignore elementalization. If the Marines could master that, what would happen? Kizaru asked what to do next, and Sengoku told him to capture a few supernovas and calm down the celestial dragons, those big babies. After hanging up, Kizaru ordered the bewildered War Peach, gather all the pacifists, target supernovas. After saying that, he transformed into light and vanished, leaving War Peach alone, confused in the wind. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be fighting the celestial dragons? Why are we capturing supernovas? But he had no choice but to take his axe and lead the robot army to carry out the orders. On the other side, after driving Kizaru away, I continued to wander, looking for a real underground black market. This place definitely exists in the original story, just not sure where exactly. Just as I was worried, I walked into the lawless zone, and lo and behold, I saw Kizaru venting his anger there. Have you ever been kicked by light? It's still that old glitch. With one kick, he sent that big monk named Urki flying. Little guys, I'm in a terrible mood today. Kizaru was taking out all the frustration he felt from me on the supernovas. Apo was so scared on the rooftop that his legs went weak. Drake, the smartest, immediately transformed into a dinosaur to try to escape. Kizaru wouldn't let him run. With a flash, he caught up and kicked. Fallen Marine Rear Admiral. Why are you running? Drake felt bitter in his heart. I'm an undercover agent. Can you kick someone else first, big brother? With a bang. Drake was also knocked out. After dealing with Drake, Kizaru charged towards Apu on the rooftop. Apu was almost crying. Hey, hit him first. He pointed to Hawkins, who was still fortune-telling beside them, implying why he should be hit first. Unfortunately, Kizaru didn't listen. He delivered a kick to Apu's head, and he also fainted. Finally, only Hawkins was left, still calmly divining. When Kizaru saw his pretentious look, he immediately thought of me, and his face darkened. Hey, little guy, ignoring me has serious consequences. Hawkins finally looked up, and without saying a word, transformed into a giant scarecrow and slashed at him. Oh, how scary. Kizaru casually remarked, raising a finger, and shot several lasers that directly pierced through Hawkins. Hawkins' little substitute dolls were not even enough. In just a few shots, he was shot to pieces, collapsing on the spot. Just as Kizaru was enjoying the fight, a voice suddenly came from beside him. You almost hit me, Kizaru. I came to ask for directions. But as soon as I spoke, a laser hit my face and went right through. Who can stand that? Kizaru stiffened. He recognized that voice. When he turned around and saw me, his face turned pale. Fahai, how did you follow me here? Do you really want to compete with me? I gave him a glance and said, Chase you? You think too much. I'm just passing by. He clearly didn't believe me and was still holding on to his laser. I couldn't be bothered with him and was about to leave. The devil fruit was much more important than wasting time with him. Just as I took a couple of steps, I suddenly stopped and turned back to ask him, do you know where the underground trading market is? Kizaru was stunned at that moment, and his expression seemed to say, Brother, is it appropriate for you to ask me this? I'm a Marine Admiral. Seeing his silly face, I directly said, don't know. What a waste. After saying that, I turned around to leave. At that moment, the half-dead Hawkins on the ground spoke up. Senior, the underground trading market is below site number 9. As soon as I heard that, I stopped in my tracks and nodded to Hawkins. Thank you, benefactor. Please lead the way. Hawkins looked at me, then at the yellow ape, and was almost in tears. He had used up all his cursed dolls, and the yellow ape could take him out with just a flick of his finger. As soon as I saw his cowardly appearance, I flicked my hand, and an invisible force directly lifted him to my side. Without even looking at the direction of Kizaru, I gestured for Hawkins to come forward. Hawkins was stunned, completely taken aback by my ability to summon him from a distance, and he walked forward in a daze. However, his speed was like that of a snail. I had to urge him, there's no need to panic, just move at a normal pace. Upon hearing this, he forced himself to ignore his injuries, and, as if he had oil on his feet, he took off like a flash and disappeared. I smiled, caught up, and before leaving, I turned back and said to Kizaru, you're really useless. I can almost feel that Kizaru's molars are about to be crushed. He probably already considers me alongside Akainu and Akiji as one of the 3 admirals to capture. Meanwhile, at the number 9 venue, the plot has already gone haywire because of my appearance. Luffy and the others didn't fight the celestial dragons and took advantage of the chaos to rescue the mermaid Kami, along with saving an old man with white hair. That old man is none other than the Dark King Rayleigh. When Shachi saw him, he was extremely excited. Rayleigh laughed heartily, saying he sold himself because he didn't have money for alcohol, but his eyes were always fixed on the straw hat on Luffy's head. He thought of Shanks and Roger. Luffy was quite protective. Hey, old man, why do you keep looking at me? This hat can't be given to you. Rayleigh smiled and said, that hat suits you very well. Then he suggested taking them to get coated. Just after walking a few steps, however, Bartolomeo and the pacifista blocked their way. Rayleigh sighed and said that his identity was sensitive and he couldn't make a move, so he pulled Kami and Shachi away first, telling them to go find Shaki. Luffy and the others didn't understand and foolishly said goodbye to Rayleigh, then started fighting with Bartolomeo and the fake Kuma. Rayleigh, who had run far away, was actually quite worried. He let Shachi and the others go ahead and prepare to turn back to take a look. He wanted to see for himself what kind of abilities the man who made Shanks gamble an arm had. Just as he turned around, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, startling him. "Excuse me, do you know how to get to the underground exchange?" Rayleigh was taken aback. There were very few people in this world who could approach him silently. He quickly turned around and saw me. I was quite surprised at the time. I was originally following Hawkins to find the way, but that guy didn't know the exact location at all. He just wanted to use me to escape. After I let him go, I randomly asked someone for directions and unexpectedly ran into Pluto Laeli. Laeli looked at me with a wary expression, his gaze deep and unfathomable. I was straightforward. "Rayleigh?" This time, it was his turn to be shocked. "You know me?" He instantly became wary, probably thinking I was from CP0 or some mysterious organization. "Don't be nervous, Mr. Rayleigh," I quickly explained. "I'm Fahai, just looking for the underground exchange to get a few devil fruits." When Rayleigh heard I was after devil fruits, he relaxed, as long as I wasn't there to cause him trouble. He told me that the underground exchange was located beneath the Navy base, operating in the shadows. I thanked him and turned to leave. "Wait," Rayleigh called out to me again. He told me that the devil fruit in the underground exchange had already been reserved by a big shot, and that person was Kaido. He sincerely advised me that Kaido of the Beast is not someone to be trifled with, and urged me not to go to my death. I thanked him and had an understanding in my heart. Indeed, it is still a bit early to cause trouble for the four emperors now. While we were talking, Luffy and the others had already taken down PX0 and were beating up Momonosuke. Just then, a beam of light shot down from the sky, and Kizaru appeared. The game was over, kids. As soon as Kizaru arrived, Luffy and the others instantly felt despair. Luffy decisively shouted, "Kids, we can't win, run." I looked at Rayleigh next to me and thought it was time for him to take action. But to my surprise, the old man was quite mischievous, saying he wanted to see the limits of these little guys first. I shook my head, deciding not to join in on the excitement. Since there were no fruits here, I should be leaving. Before I left, Rayleigh asked me my name. "I am the monk Fahai," I replied, then threw my robe into the air and, with the tip of my toes, sat cross-legged on it, as if sitting on a flying carpet. This move left Rayleigh dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out, probably wondering, a floating fruit? Didn't the golden lion die? Who exactly is this Fahai? I didn't care what he was thinking. I rode my cloud of Kasaya and flew away from Shambody. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh, I found an island not far from the Navy headquarters to settle down. I was pondering that the war on top was about to start, and the Navy's logistics would definitely be stretched thin. Maybe I could get my hands on something good. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the system, after a long absence, suddenly rang. A warning: do not act contrary to the character you are portraying. Wow. The system directly gave me a warning. I was taken aback. I just realized that I was obsessed before, thinking about the devil fruit every day, like hitting an electronic wooden fish. I didn't accumulate any merit, but I ended up with a bunch of obsessions. Fahai is a sage who has attained enlightenment and emphasizes going with the flow. Umitba. I calmed my mind, let go of those obsessions, and in an instant, my thoughts became clear. When I opened the panel again, the progress in the game shot up to 50%. I have understood. To play a role, one must not only have their abilities, but also their mindset. Buddha said that all living beings are equal. Looking towards a Marine headquarters, I have a new plan in mind. I still want to go to the Marine Forward War, but not to steal anything, rather to stop this war. Of course, if negotiation doesn't work, then it will be a hard approach. Fahai shows compassion to ordinary people, but for disobedient demons, he will unleash great wrath. I have it all planned out. I'll wait for Little Oz to make his entrance, and then strike when both sides are in the heat of battle. Otherwise, facing the entire Navy headquarters with the 3 admirals plus Garp and Sengoku right from the start, I won't be able to handle it. In the following days, I will focus on doing good deeds and cultivating myself on the island. Meanwhile, over at Navy headquarters, Sengoku is almost driven mad. What? Impel Down has been breached? He slammed his hand on the table, turning it into dust. I have to say, this is really my fault. Because of my appearance, the plot was expedited. Luffy wasn't knocked away by Kuma, but was directly imprisoned and impelled down, causing chaos. Sengoku was already overwhelmed, and Garp wanted to use an excuse to go to impel down to avoid Ace's execution. But Sengoku shouted him down. Garp, war is imminent. As a hero of the Navy, you must appear. That's my bottom line. Garp was at a loss and could only slump on the sofa, frantically stuffing sunbae into his mouth. While Garp and Sengoku were in a tug-of-war, I had quietly infiltrated the Navy headquarters. Tomorrow is the Marineford War. I found an empty house in the family area to settle in. The most dangerous place is often the safest. In the attic, I watched the patrols passing by every 5 minutes and couldn't help but marvel at how much the Navy was investing this time. As the sun set and the moon rose on the Grand Line, Whitebeard's Moby Dick was sailing through the waves. The strongest man in the world stood at the bow, gazing at the sea, his eyes filled with memories. Roger, your bloodline will not be cut off. Meanwhile, in Impelled Down, Luffy and the others had failed their escape and were all taken down by Magellan's poison, currently recuperating in the Okama paradise. The Okama, King Ivankov, with a flamboyant gesture, said to Luffy, Straw Hat Boy, your brother is about to be executed. As your father, Dragon might come, right? It's been so many years. I wonder if Dragon will recognize the beautiful me. I told you I just twisted my waist and struck a pose that I thought was charming. And then I heard that kid, Luffy, mumbling, saying Ace's dad isn't Dragon, it's Roger. Goodness, my head just buzzed. And I almost exploded back to my original form from my beautiful appearance. The people around were also dumbfounded. The bloodline of the Pirate King? Who wrote this script? Luffy, with his big mouth, calmly added, Hey, don't spread this around. Ace doesn't like it. Big brother, you've already said it. The whole ship knows now. Family, who understands? Encountering teammates like this makes me feel like my CPU is about to burn out. Forget it, forget them. The scene shifted, and let me tell you, over at Marineford, it was like a storm was brewing. The atmosphere was loud and bustling, with fireworks going off, 100,000 elite Marines standing in perfect formation. And the tension in the air felt like just lighting a cigarette could set the whole place off. On the execution platform, Ace was brought up, and who was standing on either side? Admiral Sengoku, who was sitting below. The three admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, Akiji, each with a poker face, standing there like 3 traffic lights. There was also a row of warlords of the sea, all there to watch the show and stir up trouble. This arrangement was clearly set up to take on the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. That old man Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi and started causing trouble, insisting that Ace announce his father's name in front of the whole world. Ace was tough, and without hesitation, he said, Whitebeard. But then Sengoku waved his hand. Wrong. And then he started his lengthy speech, revealing the fact that Ace is Roger's son, and finally raised his arm and shouted, The evil bloodline of the Pirate King must be eradicated. Let me tell you, those young Marines were fired up at that moment, shouting that justice must prevail, like they were on a high from adrenaline. I was standing at a high place, thinking to myself, Whitebeard should be coming soon. Just as that thought crossed my mind, suddenly, it was as if the inner bay had boiled over, and a giant white ship, like a massive whale, burst up from the seabed with a loud bang. The Moby Dick. Whitebeard stood at the bow like a giant, radiating an aura of 8 meters. He looked at Ace on stage with such affection. Son, just wait a bit longer. Dad is coming to save you. Ace immediately burst into tears, cry like a child. Without saying a word, Whitebeard slammed his hands into the air, and with a crack, the air shattered like glass. Immediately after, the sea on both sides was lifted, creating 2 towering waves 100 meters high, like 2 giant hands, ready to swallow the entire Marine headquarters. I was stunned when I was upstairs watching. This was no human. It was simply a humanoid disaster. That kid Akiji quickly took action, freezing 2 tsunamis into icebergs with an ice age. As a result, Whitebeard threw a punch from a distance, shattering the ice and creating a path for his brothers to launch an attack. The war started with a bang. The whole scene was chaotic, with flashes of swords and cannon fire everywhere. Hawkeye was the first to lose his cool, drawing his massive black sword, which looked like a door, and aimed a devastating slash at Whitebeard. Guess what happened? Whitebeard didn't even move, and the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jozu, instantly blocked it. He was shining like a disco ball. The Navy was left dumbfounded. Then, that old fox, Kizaru, flashed in front of Whitebeard, his fingers firing like a Gatling gun, and unleashed a barrage with the 8-Shaku JG. But then, a blue flash appeared, and the 1st Division captain, the Phoenix Marco, absorbed all the light bullets without a scratch. I realized this wasn't going to work. If we continued like this, Ace would really be sacrificed. Focusing on efficiently solving the problem, I decided to step in myself. Just when Sengoku sensed something was off and was about to execute the sentence early, Whitebeard took it a step further by having Marco transform into the Phoenix and carry him up to the execution platform. Wow, is that the latest flying mount from 2025? Sengoku was turning green, having simulated 1,000 possibilities, but he never expected Whitebeard would use a flying cheat. Akainu, with his violent temper, couldn't stand it and transformed into a mass of magma, rushing up, only to be suppressed and beaten by Whitebeard in the air. I seized the opportunity, and while everyone's attention was on Whitebeard, I blinked and appeared on the execution platform. Sengoku was furious, instantly transforming into a giant golden Buddha, shining all over. He was still babbling at me. "Who are you? Do you want to be an enemy of the Navy?" I couldn't be bothered to respond. I teleported behind Ace, pulled out my ancestral purple gold bowl, and with a swoosh, I took him away. When Sengoku saw that Ace was gone, he completely lost it and unleashed a Buddha's impact, collapsing the entire execution platform. I flew out from the ruins with Ace hovering in midair and laughed at the golden Buddha below. "Mr. Sengoku, is this what you call Buddha's wrath? Let me show you what true professionalism looks like." I immediately formed a seal, focusing my energy. "Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bahamaham." I tell you, when I shouted this, Kizaru, who was fighting Marco, trembled in fear, his eyes nearly popping out as he screamed. How could he be here? As soon as I chanted the Buddhist mantra, that golden body from the Warring States period seemed to deflate, directly causing it to kneel on one knee, with power flowing toward me like a torrent, feeling incredibly good. Now I've really poked a hornet's nest. Carp, the yellow monkey, and Akainu, the 3 top-tier powers of the Navy, are all charging at me. I'm not panicking. I quickly throw my cassock into the sky, and red light instantly envelopes the whole scene, preparing to unleash a big move to take them all out at once. But then Akainu really lost it, howling like a hellhound, charging at me with magma right in my face. I reflexively threw a string of prayer beads at him. But guess what? This guy is incredibly strong. He actually blew up all my prayer beads with magma blasts and charged right at me under heavy fire. At that moment, I had only one thought. This guy is really not someone to mess with. I'm telling you, this guy is really on edge. As the magma was about to hit his face, I thought I couldn't go head-to-head with him, so I quickly countered with a huge swastika handprint that came crashing down and smacked him to the ground. Let me tell you, the scene was explosive, with magma splattering everywhere, and it knocked him back from his elemental form to human form. But this old guy is really tough. If it were Kizaru, he would have been dazed by now. Instead, he instantly covered himself with Busashoka Haki and stubbornly drilled his way out under my massive handprint, shouting to break free. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. I was done for. He discovered my weakness. This move of mine specifically targets flashy fruit users. But encountering a brute like him who relies solely on Busashoka Haki, the effect was like breaking bones. No wonder that old man Carp could send my Zen staff flying with just one punch. It turns out there's a reason for that. I had to make a run for it. If I didn't leave now, I was afraid of being surrounded once they all reacted, and I'd really be a sitting duck. I made a snap decision, smashing my staff into his shoulder, and while he was sent flying, I hurriedly summoned my precious Kasaya, stepped on it, and prepared to take off. But that old dog Akainu is also tough. Before hitting the ground, he shouted at me. "Busashoka works on him." Good grief. When he shouted that, everyone's attention instantly focused on me, especially Kizaru, with a look in his eyes as if he wanted to eat me alive. I hadn't even taken off yet when a lazy yet murderous voice floated over. "Fahai, thinking of running now? Isn't it a bit late?" Right after that, let me tell you, it was outrageous. A rain of lasers came pouring down on me, each shot wrapped in dark Busashoku. This old guy really knows how to apply what he learns, huh? I was so amused by him that I quickly used my staff to dance around like a windmill to block the bullets. As a result, he got even more excited, flashed to my side, and wielded a light sword with armed color, swinging it at me while shouting, "Let's see you block this time." I was really fired up at that moment, thinking, "You really think you're something?" I activated my diamond body and ignored his pathetic sword, throwing a punch at him instead. With a crack, his armed color sword shattered like glass on the spot. The yellow ape was stunned, probably thinking the script was wrong. I didn't care if he was dazed or not. My fist kept coming, smashing right into his face. One punch sent him crashing from the sky into the ground, creating a huge pit, and he couldn't get up for a long time. The whole place fell silent. Both the Navy and the pirates were dumbfounded. The peak combat power of the Navy, 2 admirals taken down one after another by me. Who could handle that? Then, a more terrifying figure appeared before me. Carp. That old man finally couldn't sit still anymore, radiating killing intent, staring daggers at me. I felt my scalp tingle. This old man's arm color was not something the yellow ape could compare to. He immediately pointed out, "Kid, you're strong, but your weakness is too obvious." Just as he finished speaking, his entire body radiated a pitch-black armed color, looking like a demon, and he charged at me with a punch. The speed, the power. I didn't even have time to react, and could only summon my Kingming body to brace myself. When we collided, the shockwave blew everyone around us, making it hard to open their eyes. Then, his fingers began to poke at me like a machine gun, and I could only dodge frantically. Let me tell you, those finger jabs brushed past me, and the Navy fortress behind me was turned into a sieve. It was outrageous. The intensity was simply overwhelming. How was I supposed to fight back? I quickly threw out my Zen staff to buy some time, and jumped onto my robe to try to escape. But that old man kicked off the air, dodging my staff as if it were zero gravity, hanging upside down in midair, and unleashed a flurry of kicks at me. The sky was filled with slashes infused with armed color, like a rain of blades. I instantly broke my defense, damn. Who could withstand that? I could only quickly position my robe in front of me, activating an immovable stance to take the hit. I barely managed to block it, but my robe was almost torn to shreds. Just when I sighed in relief, Carp's ghostly voice came from behind me. "Kid, you can't get distracted in a battle." I turned around, and a fist was already crashing into my face, too fast to dodge. Just when I thought I was done for, I heard a ding in my head. The immersive role-playing state activated, and the progress jumped directly to 60%. Let me tell you, in that moment my power surged, and I felt like I could punch through the earth. The Kingming body behind me solidified like a real person, and with a backhand I blocked Carp's fist, while my other hand sent him flying. Carp crashed to the ground, and instead of getting angry, he excitedly tore off his shirt, revealing scars all over. Grinning as he said, he wanted to fight me to his heart's content. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. This old man is definitely a battle maniac. We immediately tangled together, and no one within 100 meters dared to come close. Just as we were fighting fiercely and my stamina was running low, a military ship fell from the sky with a thud. Luffy, along with a large group of people, came crashing down like dumplings. I saw my chance and immediately said to Carp, "Look, your grandson is here. If we keep fighting, it won't be good if innocent people get hurt." I deliberately emphasized the word innocent. Sure enough, Carp was distracted by Luffy and froze for a moment. I seized the opportunity, flew into the air, and shouted with a Buddhist tone to the entire scene. "Ace is in my hands. This battle is meaningless. Everyone disperse." I was just about to leave gracefully with the fruits of victory when suddenly a gigantic hand came down from the sky and knocked me straight down. I looked up and saw, wow, Blackbeard and his crew actually brought out a giant bigger than a mountain to pick the fruit. Who understands this, folks? My bus had already arrived, and he just stopped me. I was furious at that moment. Everything, Buddhist beads, Zen staff, Kasaya, Dharma forms, everything I had, I threw at Blackbeard's crew. Blackbeard was stunned. His dark fruit ability under my Buddha light was as useless as ice cream in the sun, completely suppressed. His crew was in chaos, barely managing to block my attacks, and everyone was injured. Blackbeard even tried to reason with me and asked me to leave. I laughed in anger. Where was he before? Too late. Just as I was about to unleash a powerful attack on him, one of his muscular henchmen, using haki, managed to save him from my grasp. That son of a gun Teach quickly figured it out. He realized that hockey could counter me, just as he thought he was capable of facing me. Whitebeard appeared behind him like a ghost, grabbing his head as if he were a little chick. Dad was really angry. To avenge Ace, without saying a word, he directly slammed the Shock Fruit's power onto Teach's head. I heard a crack, and it hurt just listening to it, just as Teach was left with only a breath. Whitebeard was about to deliver the final blow, when suddenly Akainu, that old bastard, came charging in like an indestructible cockroach, roaring and spewing fire, magma rushing over. Let me tell you, at that moment, Akainu looked like he was welded to the battlefield, completely disregarding martial ethics and playing dirty. He charged towards Whitebeard, sticking close to the ground. I just shouted a warning, "Watch out below," but it was too late. That bastard Akainu turned into magma, with a clear target, Whitebeard. Damn it. This was his strongest move, aiming to take advantage of Whitebeard's illness and end his life. He was thinking it would be great to take down one of the 4 emperors. The Navy would gain so much face from this. I heard a loud thud, and Akainu's magma fist pierced right through Whitebeard's chest. I couldn't believe it. That sizzling sound could be heard from far away. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, but it wasn't over yet. Akainu extended his arm and unleashed another move, Dogbite Red Lotus, creating another massive hole in Whitebeard's chest. At this point, Whitebeard dropped to one knee, looking like he was done for. Marco and the others went crazy, their eyes bloodshot, wanting to rush over to save him, but they were all tightly held back by Kizaru and his crew, unable to get through. Does anyone understand how disgusting this is? It's Teach. That bastard saw Whitebeard was about to die, and he actually got up unsteadily, walked over to the old man, and laughed maniacally by his ear. Old man, just go in peace. Your powers, your territory, I'll take them all. At that moment, I thought the old man was really going to pass away. But guess what happened? A huge hand engulfed in flames suddenly reached out from the smoke and slammed down, tightly gripping Diki's neck. Diki's face instantly turned pale, terrified as if he had seen a ghost. "Oh, old man, you're still alive." The old man completely ignored him, lifting his head with a gaze that seemed to want him dead. Only you cannot be spared, Diki." Diki was so scared he nearly wet himself, pulling out a gun and firing several shots at the white-bearded man's head. What happened? It was utterly useless. The strength in the old man's hand didn't lessen at all. Diki realized things were going south and quickly shouted to his teammates, who had just been pulled from prison. Everyone attack together. Take him down, just as a few of them were about to move. Lin Feng's voice rang out. Great might heavenly dragon. Boom! A beam of golden light flashed, and those few minor characters were directly blown away. Let me tell you, Lin Feng, this monk, is all about physical exorcism. But trouble also came. Just after Lin Feng finished this show-off move, the system notification sounded, indicating that his performance progress had increased by 5 and his strength had grown. But before he could even celebrate, Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu, the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy, suddenly surrounded him. Everyone was dumbfounded, thinking this lineup would make even Roger kneel. But Lin Feng? He remained calm, even tried to deliberately provoke Akainu. Wanted to take him out first, but the old fox Sengoku saw through it and directly restrained Akainu. The scene shifted back to Whitebeard, and this was true destruction. The old man was gripping Diki while awakening the power of the Tremor fruit. With a loud rumble, the entire marine fort began to crack wildly, the sky and the sea shattering like broken glass. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. Was this old man going to take the whole island down with him? In the next moment, all the power from the cracks was instantly compressed into a tiny, almost invisible bead in Whitebeard's hand, called the epicenter. He pressed this thing down onto Diki's head, intending to erase him at the molecular level. Diki's crew frantically attacked Whitebeard, but the old man didn't budge an inch. And just as Diki was about to be finished off, the old man's body ultimately couldn't withstand it anymore. With a jolt, he coughed up blood, loosening his grip, and Diki fell out like a dead dog, dragged away by his crew. Now the old man was truly at his limit, all his previously accumulated injuries erupting. Marco and the others finally rushed over, using the flames of the phoenix to keep the last bit of life in him. The old man looked at Marco and, barely able to speak, said, Ace. Must be rescued. Marco was thrown into confusion. Should he save his father or Ace? It was a dilemma. At a crucial moment, Lin Feng spoke up. Leave Ace to me. You take Whitebeard and retreat. Marco gritted his teeth, choosing to trust Lin Feng, hoisting Whitebeard and ordering everyone to retreat. Could Akainu, that mad dog, let them go? He howled and chased after them. But unexpectedly, crocodiles suddenly charged out, and a sandstorm directly blocked Akainu. Marco seized the opportunity to lead his people away. But Akainu was truly fierce. In no time, he broke through the sandstorm. And just as he was about to catch up, Sengoku suddenly shouted, "Watch out behind you, Sakazuki!" Akainu turned around, nearly losing his soul. Lin Feng had appeared behind him as if teleporting, the golden shining staff just inches from his forehead. "Hello, Akainu." Lin Feng smiled with a compassion that was almost mocking. Akainu reacted quickly, countering with a dark dog attack. But it was too late. Lin Feng shouted, "Great might heavenly dragon," and with a thud, he smashed Akainu right into the ground. Let me tell you, this was simply a dimension-reducing strike. Marco and the others were stunned. This was a fight against a Marine Admiral, but it looked like he was beating a child. Lin Feng's move was called Great Sumeru Step, crossing 3,000 worlds in a single step, incredibly fast but draining on stamina. Just as he finished, Sengoku and Akiji arrived, standing in a row with the freshly dug-up Akainu. Akainu was furious and immediately ordered the 7 warlords and Kizaru to pursue Whitebeard's remaining crew with full force. Just when the Navy thought they could turn the tide with their numerical advantage, a domineering voice echoed throughout the battlefield. This war should come to an end. Damn, red-haired. Another emperor has arrived. Shanks and his crew directly blocked Kizaru, Mihawk, and the others. Seeing this situation, Sengoku realized that they couldn't continue fighting. If they kept going, the Navy headquarters would really be wiped out. But Akainu, being stubborn, refused to back down and insisted on killing Whitebeard. He burrowed into the ground again and emerged from beneath, punching towards Whitebeard on Marco's back. Shanks couldn't even save him in time. At this critical moment, Lin Feng teleported again. "Hey, Akainu, did you forget about me?" Lin Feng appeared directly behind Akainu. Akainu went crazy, disregarding everything, extending his arm, aiming to kill Whitebeard. Lin Feng activated his ultimate move, a massive king of light arm blocking in front of Whitebeard. Akainu attacked like a mad dog, with Jinbei even stepping in to take the hit. In the end, it was still Lin Feng who flashed and appeared right in front of Akainu, radiating a powerful Buddhist light, forcefully pushing back Akainu's overwhelming magma. Akainu realized that with his demon monk around, he wouldn't succeed today, so he could only threaten. "Demon monk, one day I will eliminate you." After showing off, "Do you still want to run?" Lin Feng countered with another mighty Tathagata palm, sending Akainu flying. Akainu managed to endure and didn't fight back, getting up to stand beside Sengoku. At this moment, Carp stepped forward, not allowing Lin Feng to continue attacking. Just then, Red-Haired spoke up again, activating the face fruit. "Everyone present, please do me a favor and end this war." Sengoku sighed, taking the opportunity to announce the war's end. The Navy looked at Lin Feng's back as if they were sending off a play god. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with them, stepping onto his robe, preparing to find Marco and the others to return Ace and see if he could save Whitebeard. As he flew in the air pondering where to grind for experience after this war, thinking maybe he could become a bounty hunter and reform those villains, at that moment, a chime sounded in his head, and the system's voice suddenly rang out. I tell you, that voice was simply heavenly music. Just to let you know, out of compassion, I prevented this great war, and my progress in playing Fahai shot up by 10 points. It's now at 75%. What's even better is that I was granted a summoning skill. They said it could summon a character from my hometown dimension. Goodness, I was stunned at that moment. In Fahai's world, there are only a few who can fight. What if I summon a mortal? Wouldn't that just be a burden? I quickly asked the system, "Bro, is there a minimum combat power for the summon character?" And guess what? The system just threw me 4 words. No comment. I was speechless. This skill is like opening a blind box. The risk is too high, and I can't use it recklessly. While I was pondering this, my cassock suddenly swooshed and had already caught up with Marco and their ship. I landed on the deck, put my hands together, and smiled slightly. There is no need to panic. Esteemed patrons, I am the monk Fahai. I tell you, the people on the ship saw me, and their eyes nearly popped out, each one looking like they had seen a ghost, not daring to breathe. How could they not know who I am? I alone turned the Navy upside down, and they were all watching. Fortunately, Marco was sensible and quickly came out to smooth things over. Everyone, don't be nervous, this esteemed monk is here to bring Ace back. I smiled benevolently, waved my hand, and with a flash of light from the golden bowl, Ace was released. Ace, Captain. A crowd immediately surrounded him, only to find that Ace was unconscious. Luffy couldn't hold back and jumped up on the spot, pointing at my nose and shouting, "You monk, what'd you do to Ace? You really are the enemy, aren't you?" He was about to go into gear second. Family, who understands his thought process? It's just pure stupidity. I smiled faintly and said, "Ace is just unconscious. He's fine." Guess what? Luffy instantly relaxed his stance, grinned widely, and smiled at me. Really? That's great. Thank you. Then, he suddenly bowed his head and bumped it against me. I was completely taken aback. I quickly helped him up, my gaze falling on the giant lying in the cabin, Whitebeard. Goodness, in that state, he was basically 1 foot in the grave, covered in wounds, looking like he was about to pass away. Whitebeard seemed to sense me, forcefully opened his eyes, looked at me, then at the rescued Ace, and finally let out a sigh of relief, using all his strength to say, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, blood started gushing from his chest wound like a fountain. Old man, Marco, and the others broke down on the spot, crying uncontrollably. As soon as I saw the situation, I couldn't wait any longer and spoke up directly. "Don't be in a hurry to meet your end, benefactor. I have a way to ease your injuries, but your battle power may decrease a bit." Really? Hope instantly ignited in Marco's eyes. Whitebeard, however, was carefree, coughing up blood while laughing. Then, "Thank you, master. As for battle power, cough, cough, cough. No matter how strong one is, it can't compare to the importance of family. I tell you, just for this sentence, I'm definitely saving this person." I had Marco quickly find a clean room, pushed Whitebeard inside, and then locked everyone out. No one is allowed in without my permission. Once the door was closed, I activated the small causality technique. I tell you, it was like a Buddha's light illuminating everything. The wounds on Whitebeard's body visibly started to heal. Even the big hole burned through by a kainu began to scab over. Whitebeard was stunned himself. This was not just healing, it was a miracle. But the cost was that the power of the tremor fruit within him began to drill into my body along with the Buddha's light. And there was no way to stop it. However, Whitebeard didn't care at all, being able to spend more time with his family. Losing a bit of strength was nothing. His injuries were too severe. I used the small causality technique twice in a row, and the Buddha's light lit up the entire room, finally bringing him back from the brink of death. When I came out, I intentionally put on a stern face, exhausted, sighed, and shook my head at the group of people waiting outside the door. Ba, it didn't achieve the expected effect. I, a poor monk, have broken my promise. Just this one sentence, I tell you, the entire Whitebeard crew felt like the sky had fallen. Marco choked up on the spot, unable to speak. That guy, Diamond Jaws, was the first to explode, his eyes bloodshot, shouting, "Demon Monk, I knew you were lying to us, Die," turning his whole body into diamond and charging at me. The speed was such that the air exploded. I stood there motionless, not even raising my eyelids. Just as the fist was about to hit my face, a giant hand suddenly reached out from inside the door and grabbed Jaws' arm. Then, a powerful voice with a white beard rang out, "You foolish son, how dare you lay a hand on the master? He is my benefactor, father." Everyone, including Jaws, was stunned on the spot, then erupted into wild joy, each one crying like a 200-pound child. Jaws came to his senses, suddenly knelt before me, and banged his diamond head against the deck. "Master, I was wrong. Do as you please, whether to kill or to cut." I smiled and said, "Get up." He still wouldn't get up, insisting that I punish him. "Fine," I raised my hand, and since that's the case, Great King Tianlong. With a loud bang, Jaws was knocked away by my slap and fell into the sea. I turned to Marco and said, "Go, fish him out." Marco was taken aback for a moment before realizing that he was also a devil fruit user, and quickly called for Vista to jump into the sea and drag Jaws back up. The ship erupted in laughter, and the tense atmosphere from before vanished completely. I just explained to Whitebeard, Your physical injuries have healed, but I have absorbed most of your fruit abilities, and I'm really sorry about that." Whitebeard didn't care about this at all. He clenched his fists and felt like he was 20 years younger, repeatedly thanking me. Once the matter was settled, I was about to leave. However, Whitebeard and the others insisted on holding me back, saying they had to properly thank me for my great kindness. I thought for a moment, and it seemed fine, so I asked them, "How do you plan to thank me?" This stumped them. Jaws scratched his head and said, "Master, whatever you need, just say the word. We will go through fire and water to get it for you. Even if it's a celestial dragon, we can bring one over for you. What do I need that for?" I laughed at them, but felt warm inside. Suddenly, I had an idea and said, "Since you put it that way, I do need something, but might be a bit precious. Just say it, master." So I said, clearing my throat and looking serious, "What I need is a devil fruit." Upon hearing this, their expressions became quite strange. Marco cautiously asked, "Master, the precious thing you mentioned, is it really a devil fruit? I thought it wasn't right. Isn't this thing worthless?" I added, "The amount I want is quite large, at least several dozen." Well, they fell silent, their faces turned green. One piece isn't much, but dozens of them could form an army of capable individuals. In the end, it was Marco who made the decision. "Master, we currently only have 3 at our base, but don't worry, we will definitely help you find the rest." "All right, then I'll go with you." I nodded. "You guys." Whitebeard waved his big hand, his voice booming, "To thank the master. Let's hold a banquet." "Great." The Whitebeard pirates were overjoyed, but over at the Navy headquarters, let me tell you, it was a gloomy scene. The atmosphere so oppressive you could wring water out of it. In the Marineford Conference Hall, Fleet Admiral Kong had a dark expression as he summoned Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals, the top combat forces, for a meeting. "In this battle, our Navy suffered a complete defeat." Kong's voice was as cold as ice. Sengoku was the first to stand up. "I'll take the blame for this." He slammed the marshal's insignia on the table. "I am prepared to resign from the rank of marshal and retire to the second line." Before he could sit down, Garp also stood up. "I feel the same way." I tell you, the group of rear admirals below all turned pale, feeling like the sky was about to fall. Kong let out a sigh and slammed my wanted order on the table. "Stop talking nonsense. The root cause is just one, and that is this demon monk Fahai. Highest decision." Kong's voice was indisputable, and we must investigate his background in the shortest time possible. Once there's an opportunity, the Navy will launch a full-scale attack and eliminate him on the spot. Akainu, this hot-headed guy, asked, "Mr. Kong, what if our forces are insufficient and we can't kill him?" As a result, Kong stood up directly, and the aura he emanated made the entire conference room explode. "If it really comes to that, I will take action." "Wow." Sengoku and Garp turned pale with fright and quickly advised, "Lord Kong, you can't act rashly." Kong didn't listen at all. "There are no buts. The decision has been made, and what you need to do is execute it." After saying that, he waved his hand and left. In the conference room, Akiji was the first to think about slipping away to slack off, but was stopped by Akainu. With one cold and one hot, the temperature was sizzling, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Akiji dropped a harsh remark. "As long as it's not you, I'm fine with whoever takes the position of admiral." Then he turned and left. Goodness, Akainu's face looked like a volcano about to erupt, gritting his teeth and saying, "Very well, Kazan, then let us compete for it." Kizaru nearby was almost ready to take out his phone to scroll through short videos, probably thinking, "As long as the salary is paid, I don't care who takes it. This is really troublesome." On the other side, in the New World, our ship was filled with laughter and joy. Marco insisted on stuffing roasted meat into my mouth. "But as a monk, can I eat that?" I ignored him and walked to the corner, where I saw Ace sulking by himself. I went over to enlighten him a bit and said, "Why are you crying? Living ISNT just for yourself is to protect those you want to protect. What you need to do now, ISNT, to wallow in self-pity, but to become stronger. Strong enough to protect everything." Hey, guess what? The system chimed, saying I had enlightened him, and my progress increased by 1. Ace was awakened by my words and ran over to join everyone for a drink, raising the atmosphere on the ship to its peak. Luffy also popped out from who knows where, put his arm around Ace, and refused an invitation to join the Whitebeard pirates, shouting that he wanted to be the Pirate King, making everyone burst into laughter. Just then, A seagull delivering newspapers flew in like it had seen a ghost, dropped a bundle of newspapers without wanting any money, and flew away. One of the captains picked it up, startled awake, and stumbled over to Whitebeard. "Dad, this is bad." Whitebeard took the newspaper, and his expression instantly darkened. The headlines were all about the Navy boasting, claiming he was gravely injured by a kainu and in critical condition. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was the back of the newspaper, a whole page. It had my handsome face on it. Boldly printed was a huge bounty notice. Demon Monk Fahai, bounty of 1,784, 390, 000 berries. Capture alive, double the reward. I told you, this bounty notice almost has golden letters saying foolish people with lots of money. Come quickly. That old man with the white beard was holding a newspaper, and his expression was so conflicted. I thought the Navy was writing another little essay to blacken their white group again, but instead, he quietly handed it to me and said, "Master, take a look at the headline." I took a look and thought, oh no, it's just the same old stuff from the Marine-Ford War, typical Navy behavior, turning black into white. I was about to comfort Whitebeard and tell him not to take it to heart. But the old man pointed at the newspaper with an even stranger expression. "Master, you're looking at it upside down." Goodness, my face was a bit embarrassed at that moment. I quickly flipped it over, and let me tell you, my eyes nearly popped out. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Oh my gosh, over 10 billion. Has the Navy gone mad? They even gave me a precise number. What do they think I am? A walking financial product? This has become a serious problem. Let me tell you, money is a small matter. The key is how am I going to fulfill my KPI of saving all souls? With a 10 billion bounty on my head, if I go to save someone, won't they think I'm some new type of telecom scam? I have to give the Navy credit for this move, really pulling the rug out from under me. The high cow disguise is temporarily out of commission. And guess what? My bounty notice spread like a virus overnight throughout the New World. The four emperors' side exploded. And Charlotte Linlin, let me tell you, this old lady saw my photo and started drooling, shouting that she wanted me to be her next husband. Family, do you want this kind of luck? Anyway, I thank you. Over on Kaido's side, he was drunk, trying to maintain his composure, almost sent away the messenger with a kanabo. Whitebeard and the others even advised me to join their crew, saying that using his name would be effective. I thought, no way. You just want to adopt me as your son. After politely declining, I followed Marco to get those 3 devil fruits. Goodness, I didn't know until I saw it, and I was shocked. Their treasure location was so conspicuous, afraid that others wouldn't find it. At the entrance of a cave, there was a huge Whitebeard pirate flag waving brightly. I was stunned and asked Marco, "Are you guys that bold? Aren't you afraid of being stolen?" Guess what he said? He said, "Who would dare to touch it when they see our flag? If it really gets stolen, it must be the work of the other 4 emperors, and we can just go to each one to ask for it back." I suddenly understood this Whitebeard pirates are really bold in their claims. After getting the fruits, I quickly said goodbye to them and found a remote little island to absorb those 3 fruits. Ding! The progress bar is full. The system prompts me to draw a new character. I was so nervous at that moment, hands together, muttering that the believer wishes for a balanced diet for life. Begging for a strong person. Then whoosh, the screen froze. Oh my! Yoruichi Shihuin, the King of Kings from Bleach. The system even gave me a newbie gift pack. Initial combat power directly increased by 8 times. What are you waiting for? Fusion. In an instant, my robe disappeared, and I changed into a death god outfit, exuding a perfect aura. I tried shouting scatter, Senbin Zakura, and the blade transformed into a sky full of cherry blossoms. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a fragrant spectacle. However, I hadn't even finished showing off for 5 minutes when I felt an incredibly strong sword aura hit me in the face. I looked up, and there he was, Hawkeye. He came over on his little coffin-like boat. This guy is also straightforward. Without saying a word, he wanted to fight me. I thought, my new disguise just went live, and the excitement hasn't even worn off yet. And you want to fight? What if I get exposed? I directly said boring, turned around, and used Shunpa to fly away. Guess what happened next? This guy was like a stubborn adhesive, sticking to me. I was flying in the sky. He was chasing me on the sea, using his sword strikes as paddles, propelling that little boat at rocket speed. I was really out of patience with him chasing me, so I had to stop. I said, "Big brother, let's not fight. I'll take you to a good place to spar." "Where to?" "To your house." Then I directly snatched the only seat on his boat and left him hanging on the side. You wouldn't believe it. Hawkeye actually went along with it. And just like that, he took me back to his hometown. And this scene was captured by the news birds in the sky. The next day, the newspaper headline was ready. Shocking. The world's greatest swordsman teams up with a mysterious powerhouse. What are their intentions? I was there enjoying the sea view when newspaper suddenly slapped me in the face. I picked it up and took a look, and good heavens. The headline was truly thrilling. The might of ice and fire. The battle for the position of admiral has begun. Oh wow. Akainu and Akiji are finally going to fight for the admiral position? I thought to myself that the wheels of history are still quite steady, not swayed by my flapping like a butterfly. Just as I was about to throw the newspaper away, I flipped it over and nearly had my eyes pop out. On the back of the newspaper, there was a huge photo with a striking line beneath it. Hawkeye teams up. Where will the world's greatest swordsman point his sword for treasure? In the photo, that guy Hawkeye was standing at the bow of a ship like a show-off, exuding quite a presence, like a sword drawn from its sheath. But that's not the focus. The highlight is on the other side of the photo, a uniquely styled, laid-back handsome guy leaning back in a chair. Wasn't that just me in a different outfit? Damn it. Who the hell took this? Which newspaper published it? Don't let me catch you. I was furious. My blood pressure shot up. I put in so much effort to change my image, and what happened? I evaded the Navy. I evaded the world government. But I couldn't escape these unscrupulous paparazzi. Does anyone understand? I hadn't even had enough of this vibe, and I was already thrown back into fire. This is it. My face is completely exposed now. If I keep hanging out with Hawkeye, something big is bound to happen. I glanced at Hawkeye next to me, who looked like a wooden post, and thought about how to sneak away quickly. But the problem is, I want to leave, and this guy won't let me. He acts like a sticky plaster, always wanting to fight me. Now, if I leave, all the world's eyes are on this newspaper. And if this mysterious powerhouse suddenly disappears, wouldn't that raise even more speculation? No, I can't leave now. I at least have to wait until we reach his desolate hideout before I can sneak away unnoticed. Right, that's the plan. I was just pondering when Hawkeye suddenly spoke up, his voice laced with concern. Strange strong man, why is your face alternating between blue and white? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to find a doctor for you? I don't believe you. You're just afraid that if I get sick, it will delay our fight. I wave my hand. It's fine. By the way, let me introduce myself, so he doesn't keep calling me a strong man, which is quite annoying. My name is Kuchiki Byakuya, not some unfamiliar strongman. Kuchiki Byakuya? When Hawkeye heard this name, his expression changed, probably searching through his meager database of strongmen and finding nothing. The way he looked at me instantly changed from pure battle intent to a hint of admiration. Wow, what is he imagining? Indeed, a hidden swordsman, with such strength yet not seeking fame or fortune. This spirit is worth emulating for all swordsmen. His admiring gaze fell on me, and it felt completely different. I got goosebumps all over, and my heart sank. This guy's gaze toward me is off. Could he be that one? It's quite possible. I suddenly realized that in the original story, he had been living with beauties like Perona for so long without any sparks flying. Yet he would often go find Shanks. Thinking about it carefully is quite terrifying. I looked into his eyes, and in an instant, they went from indifference to high alert. No, I must leave this man immediately. He is too dangerous. As a result, my vigilant gaze was translated into another meaning in his eyes. He became even more excited. Oh, are we going to simulate a battle in our minds right now? Not letting go of any opportunity to improve oneself. This is what a true swordsman is. His gaze towards me became more passionate, with a hint of admiration even tinged with envy. Damn it, my heart was racing. Does this guy really have feelings for me? I can't wait any longer. I need to get out of here now. I suddenly stood up from my seat, my spiritual pressure bursting forth in an instant. Exuding en overwhelming aura. Hawkeye was taken aback. Has it already been simulated to this extent? He thought my mental confrontation had reached a boiling point. But little did he know, I just wanted to run away and ended up chickening out. I stood frozen in place, unable to move forward or backward. On one side was the dangerous pressure from Hawkeye, and on the other was the pressure of exposing my whereabouts and attracting public scrutiny. I found myself in a dilemma. Never mind. I'll just wait until I get to the place before moving. Compared to the trouble with the public, I can endure the pressure from Hawkeye. I sat back down and found that Hawkeye had actually crossed his legs and closed his eyes, entering what was supposed to be a waiting state. All right, since he's not causing any trouble, I'll just take a look at the scenery for now. I looked at the sea, and suddenly a bold idea popped into my head. According to the timeline, the world government is about to start a world conscription. Although my face has appeared in the news, I'm still a newcomer. How about I go to the Navy and apply for a position? Becoming a general and lounging around like Kizaru, clocking in and out every day, doesn't sound bad, right? Feasible. It's decided. Meanwhile, in the lair of Hawkeye, on Kuchiki Island, our green-haired swordsman Zoro was frantically running around in a gloomy castle, holding his sword. Damn it, which way is the exit? He had been stuck here thanks to Bartholomew Kuma for quite a while, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After returning to the same spot for the 29th time, Zoro finally broke down. He drew his sword him.What and prepared to hack his way through the wall. One sword style, OG, Lion's Song. At that moment, a cute yet disdainful voice rang out. Hey, what are you straw hat idiots doing? This is my home. Negative ghost. A few white ghosts puffed through Zoro's body. The next second, Zoro knelt down with a thud, banging his fists on the ground. I'm so useless. I really want to turn into a mushroom. A few seconds later, he snapped back to reality and glared fiercely at the pink figure in the distance. What did you do, you ghost bastard? With that, he charged forward with his sword. Hey, is this how you treat your savior? Perona screamed and dodged. I want to leave here, you jerk. Negative ghost. I'd rather be seaweed. Just let me die. Damn it. Ghost bastard. Negative ghost. Being human. I'm sorry. In the castle, the bickering of these two lively characters added a touch of life to this desolate island. On the other side, my small boat with Hawkeye finally stopped at the edge of a windless zone. Hawkeye pointed ahead and said, cross this windless zone and you'll reach my place. As soon as I heard it, I was stunned. The doldrums? Brother, with this boat that looks like a small dinghy, you want to cross the doldrums? That's a nest for sea kings. Are you crazy? Is there no other way? I tentatively asked. Hawkeye didn't say a word, just pointed to the towering red earth continent nearby. The meaning was obvious. If you have the ability, go over it. Hey, you said it. I was overjoyed and, with a serious face, said to him, then you go through the doldrums, and I'll wait for you on the other side. Before the words were out of my mouth, without waiting for his reaction, I gathered my spiritual energy under my feet, and a road in the air instantly unfolded. I stepped onto it and ran towards the red earth continent without looking back. Goodbye. It would be foolish not to take such a good opportunity. Hawkeye stood on the ship, watching my rapidly disappearing figure, his eyes squinting into a slit. He understood that this guy was determined to shake him off. Mr. Decayed Wood, you can't escape. His eyes flashed, and he actually turned the ship around, heading towards the nearest naval base. Goodness, to catch me back for a fight. He's even willing to use the Navy, which he dislikes the most. I certainly don't know his sneaky moves right now. I'm happily sprinting on the hillside of the red earth continent. Looking back, I can't even see the shadow of Hawkeye's ship on the sea. I let out a long breath. Finally, I've gotten rid of you. Ticking time bomb, my hawk. Next, I need to find a place to settle down and study how to improve my progress in playing as Yukitake Shiro. Based on my experience, the more accurately I play the role, the faster the progress increases. But Shiro's character is too perfect, devoid of desires, with the only obsession being his memories of his deceased wife and his concern for Rukia. Where am I supposed to perform that? No choice. I can only ask the system. System, how can I increase my progress in playing Yukitake Shiro? The system coldly replied, do things that align with the character's personality. Nonsense. I wouldn't be asking you if I knew his personality. I had to press further, be more specific. The system fell silent for a moment and emphasized Yukitake Shiro, captain of the 6th Division of the Godai 13. His personality is calm, with a strong sense of family duty. A sense of family duty. I get it. But right now I'm all alone. Where am I supposed to find a family? I can't just randomly find someone to marry and have kids, can I? Wait, family. In a sense, isn't that just friends and loved ones? Thinking about it this way, forming a pirate crew would be equivalent to having a family, right? No. Too troublesome. I just teamed up with Hawkeye and made headlines. If I start my own crew now, the Navy would go crazy, right? Got it. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I'll directly join an existing pirate crew, taking advantage of their fame to hide myself. I definitely can't go to the Yonko. As for the supernovas, Kid's group looks a bit dim-witted, and that guy Law is too calculating. After thinking it over, the most suitable option seems to be the Warlords of the Sea. Am I going to have to go back and find Hawkeye? No way. I shook my head like a rattle drum. I barely escaped. The Warlords, the Warlords. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind, and I had a candidate. I immediately changed direction and flew to the other side of the Red Earth continent. Destination, Amazon Lily, the Isle of Women. At this moment in the palace, the Empress Hancock was having a heated argument with Granny Jia. Hancock, I absolutely will not allow you to be so willful any longer, Granny Jia said angrily, stamping her feet. Granny Jia, please don't be angry. My sister is also thinking about the country. The two younger sisters quickly mediated. Thinking about the country? At this critical moment, to give up the position of Warlord of the Sea is to provoke the Navy. Granny Jia was frustrated. It turns out that there were rumors from the Navy headquarters about abolishing the Warlords of the Sea, and the Empress, in a fit of anger, decided to take the initiative and resign. The position of Warlord of the Sea is something I don't covet, since they want to take it back. I will welcome them at any time. Hancock, with her stunningly beautiful face, said coldly. Seeing her stubborn temper, Granny Jia sighed and was supported away by her two granddaughters. Before leaving, the second sister Marigold turned back and advised, Sister, you really should consider Granny Jia's suggestion carefully. Even my sister said so. A ripple of doubt rose in Hancock's heart. Could it be? Am I really wrong? Just then, a cool voice echoed behind her. You did not do wrong. Who? Hancock was startled. Someone actually managed to sneak into her palace without a sound. I slowly walked out of the shadows. That's right, after some consideration. I chose a 9 snake. No other reason, just because this group of women doesn't have so many chaotic ambitions. Hancock saw this strange man, and without saying a word, she formed a heart shape with her hands, and a crimson beam shot straight at me. Sweet, sweet wind. The light passed through my body, but nothing happened. What? Hancock's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. A man could actually resist her beauty. Don't waste your efforts, Empress. I casually sat down on a stool. Your ability is useless against me. Let's continue with the topic we were just discussing. Hancock watched me warily, not making any further moves. I said to myself, You're not wrong. It's because the Navy and the 7 warlords will eventually clash. But you're wrong in that the timing is off. Timing is off? This successfully piqued her curiosity. Yes, I continued to analyze. The Navy has just finished the Marineford War, and they are severely weakened. Now they are eager to restore their reputation. If you resign at this moment, isn't it like slapping them in the face in front of the whole world? If you were in the Navy's position, what would you do? Hancock instinctively murmured, Eliminate, the bird that sticks its head out. Exactly. I nodded heavily. She fell silent. After a moment, she regained her proud demeanor and tossed her hair. So what? No matter what I do, I will be forgiven. Because I am just too beautiful. I was speechless at the time. How does this girl think? Can beauty be used as food or money? Seeing that I wasn't speaking, she pressed on. Am I wrong? I finally couldn't hold back any longer and said coldly, as the Emperor, shouldn't you first consider what will happen to your people in 9 Snake after you resign from the 7 warlords? How did you become Emperor? Idiot. Hancock was instantly stunned. In 9 Snake, she had always been supreme, and no one dared to speak to her like that. I was the first. When she came to her senses, her face was instantly filled with frost. What do you think you are, daring to contradict me? Before she finished speaking, she kicked toward me with a fragrant foot. With a loud bang, wood chips flew everywhere, and the spot where I was sitting was directly smashed to pieces. Seeing this, Hancock thought I had turned to stone and was shattered by her kick. She snorted coldly and picked up the transponder snail. Mary, I want to take a bath. Then, with a haughty stride, she passed by the pile of rubble and kicked it a few more times in satisfaction before walking toward the bath. As she walked, she undressed, and by the time she reached the edge of the water, she was almost naked. She reached out her jade hand to test the water temperature, revealing a satisfied smile on her face. Just as she was about to enter the water, my cold voice rang out behind her again. You should go outside and get a little tan. That way, no one will call you an idiot. Hancock suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with murderous intent. And without caring about her exposed figure, She asked slowly. You saw it, didn't you? The mark of a celestial dragon slave? I replied. It's just the mark of a celestial dragon slave. Nothing to hide. Those guys won't be able to enjoy themselves for long. Their extinction is only a matter of time. Her impending attack froze instantly as she looked at me in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? What? I repeated, it's just a slave mark. Those celestial dragon guys will eventually be exterminated. You actually... Hancock could hardly believe her ears. There was someone in this world who dared to say such a thing about exterminating the celestial dragons. They were the world nobles. For a moment, she even thought I had a mental problem. Under her gaze that seemed to see a madman, I felt a bit uncomfortable. Don't look at me like that. I'm just speaking the truth. Those guys will definitely be exterminated. My words, like a thunderclap, lingered in her ears. Do you really think the celestial dragons will perish? She stared at me intently, afraid this was just a dream. Didn't I tell you? Destruction is only a matter of time. Why can't you understand human speech? I was getting a bit impatient. She stood frozen in place, and, after a while, she finally opened her delicate lips. You can leave. Let today's events be as if we never met, and the offense you caused me will be wiped clean. God of Nine Snake. After saying that, she plunged into the water. Hey, are you really kicking me out like this? I was speechless. I had been chatting for a long time, and I hadn't even gotten to the point. She resurfaced, looking at me coldly. Letting you go is already a mercy. What more do you want? Cooperation, sister. Am I here to chat with you? I shrugged my shoulders. Cooperation? Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she asked, how do you propose we cooperate? Very simple. I join your Nine Snake. I said it matter-of-factly. Just that? She retorted. What happens after you join? What do you bring to us, Nine Snake? Or rather, how will you prove your worth? I smiled slightly. Then my expression turned serious as I said, I will help you take revenge. Revenge. The two words excited her, and she stood up from the water, not caring at all about her exposed figure, staring intently at me. What do you mean by revenge? You've already guessed it, so why ask? I chuckled lightly and tilted my head to the side. She was moved. If this were true, the nightmare that had troubled her for years would finally come to an end. She took a deep breath and asked, how can I trust you? I stretched out 3 fingers. 3 months. With a period of 3 months, if I can't take revenge, you can do whatever you want with me. I was calculating in my heart. 3 months is enough for me to level up my acting progress. By then, not to mention revenge, even taking down the celestial dragon's home wouldn't be impossible. Good. She was moved. Not to mention 3 months, she would be willing to wait even 3 years. I'll give you 3 months. If you can't do it by then, you will experience all the extreme punishments of my Nine Snake. It's a deal. I nodded and smoothly brought the topic back. So, during the time you help me take revenge, everything in Nine Snake must listen to me, including you. Okay, I allow it. She actually agreed. Very good. I smiled and said, then my first order is that you cannot resign from the position of warlord. This is the most important part of helping you take revenge. At least you can't resign now. I agree to you. She thought for a moment and nodded. Then, I'm now a member of Nine Snake. Please allow me to introduce myself. Saying this, my demeanor changed, and my voice became cold. I am Kuchiki Byakuya, captain of the 6th Division of the Godai 13. Godai 13? She looked confused but didn't think much of it and simply said, Welcome, Byakuya. After thinking for a moment, she added, Your identity as a man is not convenient for activities in Nine Snake. So, you should disguise yourself a bit. From now on, you are my bodyguard. Bodyguard? All right, I guess it's a return to my old profession. I walked to the side, tore down a curtain, and draped it over myself, disguised well. Hancock's eyes twitched, looking at my even more eye-catching outfit in silence. But she didn't say anything, just casually remarked, Not a bad disguise. After saying that, she began to wash her body in the pool as if no one was around. Goodness, the atmosphere was so awkward that I almost broke down. I could only mentally self-hypnotize. Calm down. I am Kuchiki Byakuya, a married man. After waiting a long time for her to finish washing, she suddenly said, Bodyguard, help me get my clothes. I rolled my eyes at that moment, thinking, what do you take me for? Just a personal male servant, right? I directly refused. No, you get yourself. She snorted coldly. Humph, men are all the same. Then she ordered her snake to fetch the clothes. After getting dressed, She walked past me and coldly tossed a line. "Come with me to meet the people of the Nine Serpents." I followed the sound. As the palace doors opened, Marigold came up to me. "Sister, how was the bath?" Halfway through her sentence, she saw me and her eyes widened in shock. "Who are you?" Without hesitation, she unleashed her powers, and a snake tail, covered in haki, lunged towards me. Just as the tail was about to strike me, Hancock spoke up. "Not an enemy, Marigold." Whoosh! The massive tail abruptly halted in front of me, and I hadn't moved an inch the entire time. Marigold retracted her attack, looking at her sister in confusion. Hancock ignored her and directly took me to the conference room, instructing Marigold to call Sonia and Granny Za. Once everyone arrived, Granny Za eagerly asked, "Snake Princess, have you come to a decision?" Hancock completely disregarded her and announced to her two sisters, "Today, I would like to introduce a newcomer. From today on, this person will be my bodyguard with the same status as you." Upon hearing this, the three of them erupted. "Sister, you can't be serious. Why should a bodyguard have that kind of status?" Hancock was too lazy to explain and simply said, "No need for further discussion. My words take effect immediately." Before they could say anything else, I cleared my throat, feeling the need to clarify this matter. I stepped forward and, addressing the shocked trio, stated clearly, "I joined the Kuja by the price of killing all celestial dragons." As soon as I finished speaking, I tell you, the three people opposite me immediately exploded with anger. That old lady was the first to jump up, pointing her finger at my nose and cursing, saying I wanted to lead the Nine Serpents into an irretrievable abyss. Goodness, those two younger sisters were even fiercer, without saying a word. One of them had flames bursting from her hair, while the other's hair turned into a bunch of snake heads, screeching as they lunged at me, claiming they would kill me. The conspirator. Family, who understands? How did I become a conspirator just for speaking the truth? I was too lazy to move, and just as they were about to hit my face, I disappeared on the spot. By the time they reacted, I had already bound them tightly with 6 light pillars. Binding technique number 61, 6-staff light prison. Those who understand will understand. I casually pulled off the black cloth on my face, revealing my true identity. The old lady's eyes nearly popped out as she pointed at me and shouted, "Man." She took a quick step towards the Empress, looking as nervous as could be, and asked if the Empress had any feelings towards me. I was speechless at that moment, wondering what was going on in her head. The Empress also looked disdainful and said that she was a traitor to the country and couldn't be bothered with her. The old lady sighed in relief when she saw the Empress wasn't affected, but still pointed her cane at me, telling me to get lost. I sighed and said to her, "Elder, don't worry about it. I'll handle this dragon people matter all by myself. It won't involve your 9 snakes." She didn't believe me and insisted on knowing what I was after, saying I wasn't after beauty or power. I thought for a moment and solemnly told her, "For Demacia." Goodness, the old lady's CPU seemed to overheat, her face filled with confusion. On the contrary, the Empress seemed to have conjured up a grand story in her mind, thinking that I must have a powerful, mysterious organization behind me. As soon as I saw the atmosphere was right, I made a move to retreat while advancing, pretending to be disheartened, and turned to walk out. Sure enough, I counted to 3 in my mind, and the Empress got anxious, quickly calling me back. I, on the other hand, feigned ignorance, saying that the atmosphere was too intimidating and that this collaboration couldn't go on. This put the Empress in a dead end. Let me tell you, she was really determined to take revenge. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, she actually bowed deeply to me, a man, and apologized on behalf of the entire 9 serpents. Who understands this? The face saving was off the charts. All right, since the Empress was like this, it would be pointless for me to keep my stance. I nodded and said, "Since you were so sincere, I accept your apology. Let this be a welcome gift for my joining. You can pick any celestial dragon, and I'll go take care of them to liven things up." As soon as I said that, the whole place fell silent. The Empress raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief, and after struggling for a while, she squeezed out a name through gritted teeth. Trux, the eldest son of the 8th family of the celestial dragons. Got it. I'll wait for your news. After I finished speaking, I directly unleashed my spiritual pressure, stepping up to leave. To be honest, I was a bit carried away just now. mainly because my mind was ringing with the system saying that my cold exterior and hot interior operation had pushed my progress from 30 to 40, and my strength had increased ninefold. Otherwise, do you think I would be so reckless? Just kidding, killing a celestial dragon was just a test of my newly acquired strength. I flashed my way quickly to the bottom of the Red Earth continent. But let me tell you, when I just arrived at the outskirts of Mariewa, the scene was simply unbearable. The ground was covered with the corpses of slaves, piled up like a mountain. I personally saw a scumbag in armor, holding a remote control. Pressing it like a calculator, and bang, 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 he blew up the collars on the necks of a group of still living slaves. The screams of those slaves before they died, and that piece of trash guard was actually laughing maniacally. My anger suddenly flared up, in a moment of thought. That scoundrel's soul shattered instantly, turning him into a vegetable right on the spot, with white foam spilling from his mouth. I immediately unleashed my power, and cherry blossoms flew everywhere, disarming all the bombs on the necks of the remaining slaves. A little girl cried and asked me if I was sent by the gods to save them. I didn't say anything, but used my spiritual energy to create a path for them to escape quickly. I originally wanted to finish off someone, but now I've changed my mind. I put on that scumbag's armor and walked into Mary Geos. Today, this matter can't end well. At the entrance, I ran into that scumbag's accomplice, called Number 7. This guy was quite sharp and sensed that something was off with me. I casually made up an excuse about choking on smoke, and then I dug up some information from that scumbag's memory fragments, mimicking his cowardly demeanor, and managed to fool him. Then, let me tell you, the next scene almost made me lose my dinner from 2025. We entered a ridiculously luxurious palace and met a fat celestial dragon named Saint Jacos. And then, that Number 7, he started taking off his clothes right in front of me. At that moment, I realized, this fat scumbag is a dead gay. He really likes this stuff? That fat scumbag even came over all flirtatiously, saying something like little baby Rena, reaching out to take off my helmet. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I really couldn't hold it in for a second. With a flash of my knife, his hand was gone. He was still in shock. And with another flash of my knife, good heavens, the world turned upside down, and he saw his headless corpse. Number 7 went crazy, screaming and charging at me, saying I'd ruined everything for him. I turned around and sent him down to reunite with his beloved big shot. I cleaned up the body and swaggered out. The idiots at the door still asked about Number 7, and I told them he was inside playing with the adults. Those scumbags just leered at me, eager for me to leave so they could get a bigger share of the benefits. Just as I walked a short distance, I bumped into a female celestial dragon, who seemed to be the true owner of this poor guy I had replaced. This woman was sharp. She quickly picked up on my off voice and insisted that I take off my helmet. No matter how I tried to reason with her, she wouldn't listen, and the guards around me had their guns pointed at me. Fine, no more pretending. I laid my cards on the table. I released my spiritual pressure all at once, and that female celestial dragon fainted on the spot. But that captain of her guards was something else. He actually charged at me despite my spiritual pressure, at least at the level of a colonel from the headquarters. I countered with a spell, the 33rd of the breaking path, Sanwa Zue, and sent him flying. But before he died, he still shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack! Protect Lilith's palace!" Good grief, that shout caused the entire Holy Land to erupt, and the piercing alarm sounded through the skies. Instantly, guards from all directions rushed at me like madmen, and one guy even pulled out a large horn and started blowing it. The noise was louder than my mom calling me home for dinner. It was basically the Holy Land's version of the whole village is having dinner. At that moment, I had one thought. It's over. There's no way to escape now. All right, no more pretending. Let's lay it all out. I drew my sword and muttered, "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." I tell you, that scene instantly turned into a pink ocean. But it was no romantic cherry blossom rain. It was a rain of blades, folks. With a wave of my hand, those guards fell down in clusters like wheat being harvested, blood flowing like a river. The few remaining ones were so scared that they were shouting about how strong the enemy was, urging to quickly notify CP0. The division of labor was quite clear. Some came up to die, while others ran off to call for help. I really don't want to confront the general head-on. If 2 of them really come, my small frame can't handle it. So I used a Shunpa to dash away, leaving a group of people behind in the dust. Just as I caught my breath, a dark shadow appeared right in front of me. I focused my eyes and realized it was none other than Hawkeye Mihawk. His gaze looked like he wanted to eat me alive, and his fighting spirit was almost spilling out of the screen. I was completely stunned at that moment. Bro, are you mistaken? This is a sacred place. But without saying a word, he raised that big black knife and came at me. I quickly activated my 1,000 cherry blossoms to block him and said, Brother Eagle Eye, can we reschedule for another day? I have an urgent matter here. But guess what? He didn't listen at all and thought I was just trying to fool him again. Family, who understands? My reputation is completely ruined. We fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds, making so much noise that the group of guards from earlier came running back. I took a deep breath and thought, fine, you want to see my full strength? I'll give it to you. I directly threw the sword to the ground, and it sank in as if it were melting. Then, let me tell you, the scene was incredible with countless swords rising from the ground, almost like a weapon exhibition. I casually shouted those 4 words. That guy, Hawkeye, had his eyes light up. Not only was he not afraid, but he also looked excited. Instantly, the black sword in his hand was wrapped in Conqueror's haki, shining black, as if it could a person's soul. He came at me with a move called Black Sword Absolute Slash, and the momentum was so immense it seemed like it could split the sky. I didn't hold back either, directly countering him with Jinji, and the two forces crackled against each other, creating a vacuum in between. He wasn't done yet, and came at me with another slash. I thought to myself, this guy is really fired up, so I used New Jersey-ing, turning billions of blades into a ball and charging forward. Then with a snap, it transformed into a large net, trying to cover him. Guess what happened? He shouted Black Sword Extreme Slash, and with that strike, I felt the entire world turn black and white. And he didn't forget to add some flair. Catch my strongest strike. The strongest swordsman is you. As soon as I saw it, I thought, well, it's time to bring out the hidden treasures. The final scene, White Emperor Sword. In that instant, all the cherry blossom blades returned to my hand, a pure white sword. And a pair of light wings sprouted from my back. I was so cool that I even want to take a picture of myself. It was simply the modern-day version of the wings of light. Those who understand will understand. The strongest strike from both of us collided, causing the entire Holy Land to shake 3 times. The 5 old men on the mountaintop were directly awakened, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Probably wondering who was so bold to party on our territory. Hawkeye's move was indeed fierce, but I'm a top-tier fighter. I combined the 3 techniques of annihilation, echo, and finality into a singular move, the ultimate White Emperor destruction. With that simple yet unadorned sword strike, I shattered his dark slashing attack. Hawkeye was momentarily stunned, likely having his worldview collapsed. I took a breath and looked around. Good heavens, it had been flattened to the ground. Then I sensed 2 powerful auras rapidly approaching, 1 red and 1 yellow. Akainu and Kizaru were coming. I dared not stay any longer and quickly used the Shunpa to escape, silently lighting a candle for Hawkeye in my heart. Brother, good luck to you. Impel Down welcomes you. As soon as I left, they arrived right behind me. Kizaru still looked lazy and said, Oh, Mihawk, are you causing trouble here? Hawkeye was still savoring my sword strike and completely ignored him. Akainu wasn't so easygoing. He directly ordered with a dark face, arrest him and strip him of his warlord title. Kizaru, being the clever one, noticed right away that there was another person. Akainu reacted and was startled, immediately ordering a citywide lockdown, determined to find me even if they had to dig 3 feet underground. I randomly found a luxurious palace to hide in, planning to gather some information. Guess what? These celestial dragons really know how to have fun. Even with all the chaos outside, they were in their rooms applauding for love, the sounds rising and falling like a wave. It was unbelievable. Then I heard some noise from one of the rooms, so I moved closer to take a look. An old celestial dragon was whipping a little kid, cursing at him for sympathizing with the commoners. I was shocked. The kid was taking a beating, but didn't utter a single word, and his eyes were incredibly stubborn as he said, Aren't we all lives? Wow, who would have thought there could be such a budding consciousness among the celestial dragons? After the old man left, I revealed myself and praised the kid. He reacted quickly and immediately assumed a defensive posture. I introduced myself as Shiomu by Zai, and he recognized I was an outsider right away, quite clever. I teased him, Aren't you afraid of me? He surprisingly responded with a bit of pride. This is my home. Why should I be afraid? As soon as I saw that this kid had potential, I threw out the bait and said I would take him to see the outside world. His eyes lit up, but guess what? He actually asked me in return, "There's nothing free in this world. What do I need to pay?" I was stunned at that moment. This kid is truly talented, thinking so clearly that he doesn't seem like a child at all. He's simply extraordinarily perceptive. I won't beat around the bush. I'll just say I'm looking for trunks. As a result, that kid looked at me with a strange expression and then said something that left me stunned. He said, "Trunks is one of the highest decision makers of the celestial dragons, also known as the Five Elders." What the hell? My mind went blank at that moment. The target I want to take down is one of the Five Elders? This is a huge deal. I quickly asked if the other Five Elders were the same, and he said that the others were like living fossils and hadn't changed. Only this Trunks was newly appointed 14 years ago. When I heard this, the timeline matched up. It was around that time that Snake Princess was captured. At that moment, I was caught in a dilemma. If I took down one of the Five Elders, I'd be hunted by the entire world, but the reward for the mission would definitely be huge. If I backed out and walked away, it would be safe, but all my previous efforts would be in vain. After thinking for a long time, I gritted my teeth and decided to go for it. It's a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. If this account gets ruined, I can just change my identity and start over. I asked the kid where the Five Elders live. His name is Florager, and he has quite a temper. He said even if he told me, I couldn't get in because it's heavily guarded. When I heard that, I understood. This is a clue. The place with the most soldiers is the lair. I thanked him and reminded him to hurry and bandage himself before leaving, or he might really bleed too much and pass out. Then I jumped out of the window and disappeared in an instant. What a liar. You promised to take me to see the outside world. Florager's small face was puffy with anger, and with all the blood loss, his complexion was pale, resembling a white hamster. Then he snorted softly, looking at the blue sky outside, and murmured, "One day, I will definitely go out and experience the outside world." After saying that, he felt a heaviness in his head, realizing that if he didn't get treated soon, he might really pass out. So he hurried out to find a doctor. I weave through the crowd, hidden in the shadows, gazing at the tallest building in the Holy Land, murmuring to myself, this is where the Five Elders are located. Sneaking in here is no easy task. CP members are scattered all around, surrounded by countless heavy soldiers. Coupled with the earlier battle with Hawkeye, the defenses here have become even tighter. Almost everyone within a radius of several meters has been driven away, leaving only a clear line of guards. It's a tough situation. I'm telling you, it's really difficult to handle. This place is guarded like a fortress, comparable to the highest level of alert at the naval headquarters. I feel it's even more exaggerated than the headquarters. I blended into the crowd and wandered around for half a day, but I couldn't find a single dog hole to sneak into. There's only one big gate in front, and the lowest window is 10 meters off the ground. During the day, there's no way to get in without being noticed. Just when I was considering whether to wait until nightfall to become a night wanderer again, my radar started beeping. Someone powerful is approaching. The next second, a flash of golden light appeared, and wow, that old rascal Kizaru directly teleported to the entrance. His lecherous eyes were darting around, clearly trying to spot me among the crowd. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart, realizing it was all over. It was already a hellish challenge, and now they've added a big boss as a guard. What the heck am I supposed to do? Forget about sneaking in at night with this guy around. Is there even a difference between day and night? I have to find a way to blend in, and fast. Just as I was brainstorming, I felt a gaze lock onto me in an instant. Oh no, I was about to slip away, but it was too late. In a flash of golden light, the lecherous face of Kizaru was already right in front of me. Hey there, you look unfamiliar. You're not a guard, are you? Could you be a celestial dragon? I have a million thoughts racing through my mind, but my face remains calm. I lowered my voice, looked up at him, and said just 2 words, guess. I'll tell you, before I came here, I slightly altered my appearance, hid that noble headdress, and tied up my hair. I looked completely different from the wanted poster. But the problem is the noble aura inherited from my family. That's engraved in my DNA. I can't hide it. Kizaru couldn't quite make a judgment for the moment, so he didn't dare to act directly. He squinted at me, looking conflicted. He thought I looked like a soldier, but it didn't fit. He thought I looked like a noble, but that aura had a certain vibe to it. However, among the celestial dragons he knew, there was no one like me. Kid, state your family name. Kizaru, that old fox, started to test me. He knew that ordinary people generally had no idea about the true names of the 20 families of the celestial dragons. This move was a killer tactic to verify my identity. Family name? I sneered coldly, raising my chin and telling him, listen well, my name is Sibber Tom Cruise. Sibba? Kizaru was instantly stunned. He knew that the elder who had just risen to power over a decade ago was from this family. This name was something that ordinary people could never know. In an instant, his suspicion was reduced by more than half. Tom? He hesitated to repeat. Call me Cruz, I said with righteous indignation, feeling incredibly proud, while inwardly I was frantically apologizing to Tom. Sorry, Tom. I truly couldn't think of another name. Kizaru coughed. His expression was quite strange, and he quickly apologized to me. Apologies, St. Cruz. I was in the process of apprehending suspicious individuals. Pardon my offense. Offense? I seized the opportunity to perform, my voice as cold as ice, reminding him that even if he was an admiral, he must be mindful of his manners. The dignity of the celestial dragons cannot be provoked. That proud expression, that arrogant tone, who among my family understands? I almost believed it myself. Kizaru's expression darkened, but his doubts were reduced a bit more. After all, there was no one else who dared to speak to an admiral like that, except for the celestial dragons. I let out a cold snort and turned to leave. But suddenly, this old guy flashed in front of me, his eyes behind the sunglasses narrowed to a slit, revealing a chilling glare. What do you want? That ominous premonition came creeping back. Little bro, you almost got away with it. The yellow ape said with a teasing expression, like a cat playing with a mouse. Do you know who you're talking to? I still try to act tough, but my heart was already pounding. I'm a celestial dragon. Celestial dragon? The yellow ape suddenly burst out laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. Little bro, I have to say, your acting skills are impressive. I would watch the Oscars without you. Even at this point, you're still acting? I really don't know where I slipped up. Oh, you're really into the role. He saw that I was still holding on and laughed again. Don't you know that when a celestial dragon appears, there will always be CP members following them? My heart sank, so that's it. But I can still perform. I'm not in a good mood today, so I didn't let them come with me. Is that not okay? Huh, still trying to act tough. Kizaru's face gradually turned cold. Kid, the celestial dragons do have CP by their side, but that's only when they go out. In the Holy Land, the celestial dragons have no CP accompanying them. I was just tricking you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kizaru moved. That classic line exploded in my ears. Kid, have you ever been kicked by a light? Damn, I never expected this slacker to be so dedicated today. There was no time to think, so I stepped forward quickly, instantly creating some distance. That lightning-fast kick almost grazed my scalp and directly smashed a big pit into the ground. My brain was racing, and this place was too disadvantageous. I could be surrounded and beaten at any moment, and there was also a stronger opponent, a Kainu, nearby. Should I fight or not? Kizaru walked out of the smoke, lazily shouting to the surrounding area, urging the celestial dragons to quickly get to the safe zone. Those pampered young masters ran faster than anyone else. Once the area was cleared, he smiled at me. Little brother, are you going to counterattack? You guess. I returned his words exactly as they were. I don't like playing word games. He crossed his hands, and countless arm-colored light bullets came pouring down toward me. The real Yada no Kagami. Damn, this guy really knows how to adapt. This is a new move he learned after fighting me in my Fahai form. There's no time to hesitate. Since I can't dodge, I'll go for a quick resolution. I draw my sword and shout. Scatter, Senbenzakura, Kagyoshi. Bunky. I start with a powerful move. The sky fills with cherry blossom blades that explode, colliding with that black and yellow energy blast, turning the sky into a fireworks display, both dazzling and deadly. Kanju, Senbenzakura, Kagyoshi. Countless physical long blades rise from the ground, forming a cage of blades. The yellow monkey squints, thinking I'm a nature type. But he's mistaken. Kanju, one sword. Billions of cherry blossom blades gather before me, condensing into a massive cherry blossom sword. That sly old man, the yellow monkey, actually thought this was a fruit awakening and planned to ambush me when my skill was forming and I was in a weakened state. He seized the opportunity and dashed over like a flash of light. I was stunned at the time. Dude, where have you been all this time? Did you have to wait for me to charge up my ultimate before you attacked? You seem to have a serious problem. Little brother, take a break. Huang Yuan's voice was filled with pride, thinking he had the upper hand. But in the end, my condensed cherry blossom greatsword was faster than him, arriving first and landing a direct hit on his face. He couldn't understand until his death why I didn't have the stiffness after awakening. I gripped the hilt of his sword and pressed down hard, adding, "You seem to have that serious illness." Boom! With a loud noise, the entire sacred land shook. The building of the 5 elders was almost collapsing. On the rooftop, an old man looked down, completely stunned by the sight of cherry blossoms filling the sky. Then he saw a figure being knocked out from the cherry blossoms, crashing heavily to the ground. It was the yellow ape. How is that possible? The old man was dumbfounded. The admiral was beaten so badly? I flew out from the cherry blossoms, wielding a big knife and chasing after him. I was a bit puzzled. How could this yellow ape be so fragile? I broke his defense with just one move. The yellow ape on the ground got up, his clothes tattered and his glasses broken. He stared at me intently and said, "Kid, what's your relationship with Fahai?" I slammed to a halt in midair, my expression quite strange. "Why do you ask that? I have nothing to do with that bald guy." "Nonsense." Kizaru was so angry that he started cursing. "What? You can ignore my elemental powers." "Oh, I see. I understand now. It seems that the characters given to me by this system are all natural enemies of elemental powers. You should have mentioned it earlier. Then what am I afraid of? Let's just do it." I put on the hair ornament on my head again, and in an instant, the cold and proud aura belonging to Tokisaki Kurumi returned. Senbin Sakura Kagyuki. SH Hakatiken. I directly enter my final form, wings of spiritual power sprouting from my back, looking incredibly cool. In the distance, Kizaru looked stunned. Can he awaken again? Just as I was preparing to send him off with a single sword strike, a stream of scorching magma shot over from afar. Akainu, that mad dog, he finally arrived. What a mess, Borsellino. Akainu was covered in magma, leaving a trail of scorched earth, and the whole place felt like a sauna. It was too hot. I didn't like it. I glanced at him, completely ignoring him, and swung my white emperor sword down at Kizaru. Want a 2-on-1. Dream on. First, I'll take out one of you. You dare. Akainu roared as he charged in. Kizaru also maximized his haki, ready to take it head on. The white emperor sword struck Kizaru fiercely, but couldn't send him flying. As expected of an admiral, that turtle shell of his was really tough. But he was still left with wounds all over from the sword energy. One strike failed. Let's go for another. Just as I was about to deliver the finishing blow, Akainu's hellhound was already upon us. Scalding magma surged towards me. I can only retreat in an instant to create distance. This is really difficult. The white emperor sword has consumed most of my stamina, and facing 2 generals at the same time is quite overwhelming. Just as I was pondering whether to summon Fahai, I suddenly remembered that I still have a treasure I haven't used. I quickly brought up the system panel. How dare you let a guard down? Akainu seized the opportunity and lunged at me with a move called Dogbite Red Lotus. I threw the white emperor sword forward, transforming it into a sky full of cherry blossoms to hold them back. At the same time, Akainu burst out from the ground beneath my feet, launching a hellhound attack straight at my forehead. Just when he thought he had me, I smiled. A cold light descended from the sky, and a jagged, giant blade sliced his magma arm in half. The edge aimed directly at his face. "Who?" Akainu exclaimed in shock. A mad voice responded, "Your father." Akainu awkwardly dodged, leaving a deep wound on his arm that exposed bone. He looked up and saw a one-eyed dragon with an eye patch, emanating a bloodthirsty battle intent. Laughing maniacally, Jinba, tone it down a bit." "Okay, master." Kenpachi Zaraki instantly became obedient, but his gaze was still locked onto the 2 admirals, like a predator watching its prey. "Master, can I cut these 2 guys down?" Akainu's face darkened. It had been years since someone dared to speak to him like that. Kizaru, however, was more concerned about something else. He noticed that both of us had numbers behind us. Mine was 6, and Kenpachi's was 11. A grand play was already unfolding in his mind. Could there be more than a dozen strong like us? The world is about to change. I ignored him and glanced at Kenpachi. "Be careful." "All right." Kenpachi grinned, and in an instant he transformed into a blur and charged at Akainu, ready to fight. They engaged in an intense battle that shook the heavens and the earth. I looked at Kenpachi's attributes. Wow, he was in a full-powered state with a tenfold boost. This guy wasn't even using his full strength. He was just enjoying the fight. A pure battle maniac. The more Kenpachi fought, the crazier he became, tearing off his eye patch and unleashing his full power, even taking the time to slash at Kizaru beside him, trying to drag him into the fight as well. "Let's team up," Akainu shouted. Kizaru had no choice but to join the fray. In an instant, the scene turned into a 2-on-1, but Kenpachi's reckless ferocity somehow kept both admirals at bay. The opportunity had come, taking advantage of the chaos among the three of them. I quickly dashed toward the top floor of the Gorosei Eyes building. "You dare!" Akainu and Kizaru tried to stop me, but they were completely entangled by Kenpachi. "The fight isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" "I all the way to the rooftop." An old man in a suit with blonde hair was standing there, looking at me with a face full of murderous intent. "You actually dared to come here. Are you ready to seek death?" I stared at him. "Trooks." He obviously froze for a moment and instinctively glanced behind him. I followed his gaze and saw an old bald man with glasses, leisurely polishing a long knife. So he is Trooks. Just when I thought a fierce battle was inevitable, the other elder spoke up, young and strong. "Are you interested in serving us?" "Seize the opportunity, young man." I was completely stunned. "What's going on?" "No fighting. Just recruitment?" Before I could react, that bald guy Trooks actually spoke up. "Come over and have a seat." I tell you, I didn't move at all back then. Just kidding. These 5 old men are clearly not good people. After I fought with Akainu like that, they act like nothing happened and invite me for tea? "If there's no poison in this tea, I'll twist my head off." Sure enough, I hadn't moved yet when the old man, wearing a flat hat, spoke up, saying something about young people being unstable. I thought to myself, I'm very stable. I'm just afraid you old guys are setting a trap for me. I exchanged glances with him, and wow, that gaze was deeper than the Mariana Trench, completely unreadable. But I instantly got a message. This old man is definitely not weaker than Akainu. Then, another old man with 3 strands of white beard leisurely asked me what I was doing here. I hadn't even opened my mouth when that golden-haired old man suddenly stood up and stomped his foot on the ground, shaking the entire house. "Today you must die." Damn. Family, who understands? This power is simply comparable to that of the giants. How can such a small body contain such terrifying, explosive power? The suit on the golden-haired old man's arm ripped apart, his muscles swelling up like they were inflated, shouting at me. "Your fate is already decided, death or death." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up. My heart was ringing with alarms. Indeed, none of them are easy to deal with. The next second, I felt a chill at the back of my neck, and the old man's voice floated up, as if from the underworld. "Die." A heavy punch, carrying the kind of destructive power that could annihilate the world, came crashing down. My hair stood on end. Without thinking, I used Shunpa to dodge just in time. Boom! A huge explosion. The spot where I had just stood was directly punched through. The entire Holy Land shook. My goodness, if I had taken that hit, I would have turned into molecular state by now, right? The golden-haired old man pulled his fist out of the pit, looking at me with a regretful expression, as if he was lamenting not being able to turn me into mush with one punch. Damn, I was completely stunned. What kind of monsters are these 5 old men? Just this one golden-haired guy has power and speed that are off the charts. How am I supposed to fight? If all 5 of them come at me together, I would have to reincarnate on the spot. I quickly calculated in my mind, do I really have to bring in reinforcements now and swap out that bald Fahai? But that's my last trump card. At that moment of distraction, that golden-haired old man charged at me again, barreling in like a humanoid armored vehicle. "Kid, still daring to be distracted? Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." I instantly reacted, and my sword transformed into countless cherry blossoms. The old man paused for a moment when he saw the rain of petals, but he didn't take it seriously, probably thinking, "Is this little trick all you've got? Watch me smash you to pieces." He shockingly didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he charged straight into my blade formation with his armed hockey. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Scene of annihilation. I immediately changed my attack, countless blades converging instantly, spiraling toward him for a lethal strike. The old man started off confident, but as soon as he made contact, his face turned green. He was wrong, terribly wrong. Those cherry blossom blades were much harder than he imagined, instantly slicing through his proud defense. And some blades even penetrated his body, starting to destroy his internal organs from the inside. He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at me in disbelief. I smirked coldly. Confidence is good, but overconfidence leads to death. I seized upon his arrogance. Scatter, I shouted, and all the cherry blossom blades instantly enveloped him into a pink sphere, crazily cutting him from all angles. Chop him to bits. I want you dead. His furious roar came from within the sphere. I said I'd talk once he came out, but inside I was incredibly nervous. To control him, I had exhausted most of my energy, and my stamina was dropping rapidly. And this was only one of them. The other 4 old men were watching like it was a show, showing no intention of intervening. At that moment, the old man in the flat hat stood up with his cane and said to me slowly, "Young man, to push Zijwen to this point, you are quite strong." Zijwen? Good grief, this was my first time learning the name of one of the 5 elders. He continued, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gordon." "Young man, remember this name." "Why?" I asked cautiously, my instincts telling me this old man was 100 times more dangerous than the golden-haired one. He spoke the most ruthless words in the most mundane tone, "Because you will die at the hands of the owner of this name." The moment his words fell, he moved. His speed was more than a notch above the golden-haired one. I only saw a shadow, my body instinctively twisted. Swoosh! An excruciating pain shot through my arm as his cane stabbed straight through my right arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He even calmly praised me. "Young man, good reflexes." Damn, he was aiming for my artery. If I had been even a 1/10 of a second slower, I would have been done for. This old man was incredibly strong. Next time, there won't be a chance. He looked at me coldly. I didn't say anything, because I knew he was telling the truth. To the left. The moment his voice sounded, he vanished again. Not good. I desperately tried to track his movements, but could only see a fleeting trace. That cane was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, heading straight for my heart. Way of Destruction, 31, red fire cannon. I couldn't sit back and wait for death. Seizing that fleeting moment, my right hand flashed with red light, and I blasted at the cane. I was still a step too late. The cane struck my body first, fortunately hitting my ribcage instead of my heart. "Oh, you can still react." Gordon raised an eyebrow, attempting to pull the cane out. I grabbed the cane tightly, staring at him with icy eyes. "Old man, this cane is nice. Get it to me." "Want it? Let's see if you have the ability." He changed his grip, transitioning from pulling to stabbing, trying to pierce me through. Could I let him succeed? My other hand instantly gathered a menacing black light. Way of Destruction, 92, Black Coffin of the Undead. As soon as my words fell, a massive black coffin appeared behind him out of thin air. "Get in." I suddenly sidestepped, knocking him off balance as he fell straight toward the black coffin. Just as he was about to go in, a furious roar erupted from behind me. "Scum, I'm going to kill you." It was the golden-haired Zijwen. He actually broke free from my cherry blossom sphere. Covered in blood, he looked like a blood-soaked gourd, utterly disheveled. My heart sank, oh no. I had focused all my attention on Gordon, weakening my control over 1,000 cherry blossoms, and allowing him to escape. Zijwen lunged at me with bloodshot eyes. This was it. 2 against 1. I was definitely going to be done for today. What to do? In a split second, I gritted my teeth and decided to take us both down. I charged headfirst into Gordon, knocking him down completely. "Young man, you're seeking death." Gordon was furious, not expecting me to still dare to fight back despite being in this state. He decisively dropped his cane and tried to flee, but I was waiting for this moment. The instant his grip loosened, I executed a moonwalk to its extreme, flashing behind him, wrapping my arms around him tightly, using all my strength to slam him toward the black coffin. I roared, "Let's go in together. You dare chop me to bits." Gordon was completely panicking. It had been years since someone had gotten this close to him. He wildly elbowed my back, trying to break free. Cough. I spat out a mouthful of blood, my back in excruciating pain, almost making me faint, but I held on tightly, my eyes filled with madness. "Come on, let's die together," I shouted. and we both fell into the black coffin. At that moment, Zijwen's fist also arrived. Die for me. Just as the fist was about to hit me, Gordon the Black Coffin yelled urgently, "Don't hit me. Save me." Zijwen hesitated. He wanted to kill me more. Gordon noticed and shouted sternly, "Don't forget the task that our Lord gave us." Zijwen's face darkened. His assault slowed as one punch landed on my arm while the other hand grabbed Gordon, trying to pull him out. "None of you are getting away. All of you come in here." My cold voice rang out. I took Zijwen's punch head on, feeling like my arm was about to break. But my legs wrapped tightly around Gordon, while my spiritual energy erupted and the countless cherry blossoms instantly gathered into a massive sword the size of the coffin's opening. Stabbing towards Zijwen was terrified, having just suffered from the cherry blossom blades. If he took this hit, he would be dead or severely injured. In a critical moment, he chose to save himself, releasing Gordon's hand and trying to escape. Gordon was in despair. I seized the opportunity, punching Gordon unconscious and throwing him deep into the black coffin. Then I suddenly grabbed Zijwen by the collar, desperately pulling him in. "I told you, none of you are getting away. Scum, let go." Zijwen swung his fist to smash, but it was too late. The cherry blossom giant sword had already reached his back. He found himself in a dilemma. He panicked, shouting outside in a loss of dignity, "Quick, support!" The other 3 old men had already moved, instantly dispersing my cherry blossom longsword. Zijwen sighed in relief, looking at me with a sinister smile. "Kid, you're dead." Too late." I sneered, taking advantage of his moment of relaxation, my left hand flashing with red light. "Red fire cannon." A shot of the red fire cannon accurately struck his ankle. Zijwen cried out in pain, instantly losing his balance and falling backward. "Get in." I used the momentum to forcefully pull him into the black coffin of the undead. At that moment, the attacks from the other 3 old men also arrived. "Young man, you're being a bit too reckless." My sword hasn't tasted blood in a long time. Today it will feast on you." 3 catastrophic attacks fell simultaneously. But just as the attacks were about to reach, the entrance of the black coffin of the undead slammed shut with a bang, vanishing from the spot in an instant. And all the attacks missed completely. The room was left with only my cold echo. "Wait for me. You'll be next." The 3 old men outside turned green with anger. They were too careless, never expecting that I would be so decisive and directly execute a 1-for-2 exchange. They hurried to report to someone called Lord Him, and also planned to capture my helper, Kenpachi, to use as bait. At that moment, Kenpachi was in a heated battle with Akainu and Kizaru, enjoying himself immensely. The 3 old men descended from the sky and joined the fray without saying a word. Upon hearing that I had escaped, Kenpachi was not angry but rather delighted, thinking that now there was no one to hold him back. He let out a loud shout, "Bankai!" The battle escalated, and the Holy Land was utterly devastated. In the end, no one knew the result. Only that Akainu announced a delay in taking over as Fleet Admiral. Kizaru was severely injured, and the Gorosei also announced they would be recuperating. This news couldn't be kept under wraps, and the entire world was in an uproar. On Daughter Island, Snake Princess looked at the newspaper, her body slumped, murmuring to herself, "What an idiot, you can't die." Meanwhile, Shanks also saw the newspaper and immediately set sail with his crew. As for me, the protagonist of this incident, I was in endless darkness. Time flowed quickly inside the soul black coffin, putting a great burden on my body. But I was a Shinigami, much tougher than those 2 old men. Ziggy was curled up in the corner, still threatening. "You scum, I will kill you." I just smiled. They were struggling to save themselves and still wanted to kill me. At that moment, the previously silent Gordon suddenly spoke up, starting to analyze that I was a part of the Revolutionary Army, saying that Dragon was very ambitious and even wanted to join forces with me to escape. I couldn't help but laugh. These 2 old fools were really naively cute. After going in circles, wasn't it just about wanting to survive? I rolled my eyes and shot back. "I think you got it wrong. I went to great lengths to get you in here and never intended to let you out alive. You still want to talk about cooperation? After being in power for a few years, have you both become stupid, old men?" They were left speechless. I shook my finger. "Now you are my prisoners. Don't act all high and mighty with me. You don't deserve it. Arrogant." They threatened me in anger, saying that once Lord Him found us, I would be in for it. I scoffed, This was the sole black coffin. Did they think it was a public restroom? But they could come and go as they pleased? I ignored them and walked deeper into the coffin, looking for a way out. Just then, the system actually assigned me a mission to form the 6th Division, along with a reward. I was stunned at this critical moment, but having something was better than nothing. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly saw a glimmer of white light in the darkness. I was ecstatic. That was definitely the convergence point of the array in the black coffin. The exit was there. Ultimate scene, White Emperor Sword. I unleashed my power and slashed towards the white light. With a pop, the entire black coffin world lit up. The space in front of me shattered like glass, revealing a gap leading to the outside. It worked. Just as I was about to exit, 2 figures suddenly attacked me from both sides. It was Gordon and Ziggy. Scum. Stay here forever. Young man, you're still too naive. These 2 old men have been hiding their strength, waiting to ambush me at this moment. I sneered. I had been prepared for you. Just when they thought they had succeeded, a grand bell suddenly rang out, and a vast light of Buddha instantly illuminated the entire black coffin. My voice changed, becoming majestic and cold. Evil beings, how do you wish to die? What? How could it be? You are that demon monk Fahai. Ziggy and Gordon turned pale, looking at me in disbelief. That's right. I had already switched to the Fahai form. This immense fortune finally belonged to me. Fahai. My expression was icy, holding the Zen staff. I suddenly struck down at them. Evil beings, hurry up and submit to the law. Great might heavenly dragon. World-honored earth store. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Bamaham. The Zen staff instantly enlarged, and the Mingshur Dharma form behind me swung its giant arms, crashing down with the staff. Boom! The staff, infused with destructive power, sent the 2 old men flying, blood spraying through the air. Scum, you actually have this identity. Ziggy coughed up blood, stunned. I didn't give them a chance to catch their breath. The Mingshur Great Hand seal instantly enveloped them. Evil beings, go to the pure land of bliss. Just then, Gordon noticed that the crack behind me was about to close, shouted to run, and tried to escape. Want to leave? I swung my robe. The Buddha light surged, directly blocking his path. Damn, did you ask this monk? I roared, throwing out the Buddha beads around my neck. Starry array. Swish, swish, swish. Countless Buddha beads transformed into a sea of light, instantly trapping Gordon and Ziggy inside. At this point, those 2 old men were completely out of spells. I tell you, that old man Gurdon just got scared on the spot and started sweet-talking me. He said that as long as I let those 2 go, he would immediately cancel my bounty and even give me a position as one of the 7 warlords. Oh my, it made me laugh. He was rambling on, and that guy named Zigman next to him, guess what? He was sneaking around like a mouse, trying to ambush me from behind. Family, who understands? What time is it? And he's still playing these kindergarten tricks on me? I just laughed and said, you're wasting your breath here just to let your pig teammate sneak up on me, right? That old man turned pale. I couldn't be bothered to waste more words with them. So I shouted, Great King of Heaven, while that Kasaya, prayer beads, and Zen staff. The 3-piece set activated, just like a hack in a game. The Kasaya directly enveloped them, turning into a cage, making it impossible for them to escape. Countless prayer beads, empowered by the King of Light, bombarded them like a machine gun. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, my Zen staff whoosh grew longer in the wind, and with one strike down, I heard a crack, and Zigwin's chest was smashed to pieces, blood gushing out. It was a tragedy. Gurdon wasn't any better. One of his arms was hanging limply. But that wasn't the end. I quickly pulled out my golden alms bowl, and as soon as the sealing magic bowl opened, the suction power whoosh. It was like a Dyson vacuum cleaner, trying to suck them in. Guess what happened? Those 2 actually stopped resisting, reminiscing about the old days, talking about Old 3 and Lord M, and then they just gave up and got sucked in. However, at the last second, Gurdon crushed a phone bug. I don't know who he was trying to tip off. I just captured them here, so the spatial rift is about to close. I didn't think much about it, and quickly stepped out. I stepped out and saw, good heavens, an uninhabited, deserted island. I thought to myself that I needed to quickly find a newspaper to see how my dear friend Kenpachi was doing. I felt quite guilty for leaving him alone in the Holy Land. Then let me tell you, when I arrived at Sabaody and found that Intel Chief Shaki, she stunned me with one sentence. 2 years ago. Who understands my family? I had been in that black coffin for a few days, and 2 whole years passed outside. My mind was buzzing at that moment. Shaki told me that after the battle in the Holy Land 2 years ago, my Kenpachi was captured. They even built an underground level 7 in Impel Down just for him. And that is not all. In these 2 years, the world government went completely insane trying to find me. Half a year ago, they launched a global manhunt, mobilizing all the warlords and marine admirals, crossing the 4 seas and the New World, almost coming to blows with the 4 emperors. The scale was enormous. As soon as I heard this, I got furious. My people, how dare they touch them? I heard that guy was still quite arrogant in prison, completely shackled with sea prism stone. Even his peepa bones were hooked. Yet he was still arguing with Warden Magellan every day. The world government bastards are even worse. They actually announced publicly that they would execute Kenpachi, clearly trying to lure me out. Can I tolerate this? I immediately asked Shaki for the location of Impel Down. Just when I was worried about where to get the 500 million berries for the intel fee, the Dark King really showed up. This old man was quite direct, asking me to grant him a favor to extend his life. I thought that was fine, so I gave him a little causality technique. Good heavens, it made him feel great, and he instantly became decades younger, even saying that from now on, I would be his big brother and the intel fee was waived. Before leaving, this old man pulled me aside and mysteriously told me that the world government was about to make a big move. And he repeatedly warned me not to go to Mariehua, saying there was great terror there. I noted this in my mind, but the most important thing right now was to rescue Kenpachi. I directly flew towards the advancing city in my cassock. From a distance, I could see that the defenses were layered, with ships coming in like dumplings, all familiar faces, including General Mole. The strength of this defense was such that even the 4 emperors would lose a couple of teeth trying to break through. Charging in head first was definitely not an option. It would be pure suicide. I scanned the area and found a stretch of sea behind them, the currents swirling like a blender, making it hard for the ships to stay steady. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is, you know? This is it. I tucked away my cassock, avoided those surveillance bugs, and dove right into the sea with a splash. As the icy water wrapped around me, let me tell you, it was exhilarating. Just as I dove down, before I even had a chance to catch my breath, everything went dark. A massive, bloodthirsty mouth the size of a small mountain came rushing towards me. It was the gatekeeper, the Great Sea King. I instinctively wanted to give him a big move, but as soon as I raised my hand, I stopped. No way, man, it's too loud. If the Navy comes, it would be for nothing, right? Just as I hesitated with a snap, I was swallowed. Who understands, family? Sliding down the esophagus was like a slide. The sensation was incredible. There were skeletons of rotten ships everywhere, and stomach acid was bubbling. The sour stench nearly sent me away. No way, I, the great Fahai, can't end up being treated like some food waste. I crossed my legs, put my hands together, and recited a section of the heart mantra of the Bodhi. I wasn't going to play with physical exorcism today. I was going for a spiritual communication. The sea creature was quite comfortable, warm inside me. But when it heard my thoughts, it immediately got agitated. Me, big brother, open the door and let me out. Sea King, roar. Get lost. You think you can run away from food that's right in front of you? Hey, are you giving me face? Me, incorrigible. I directly thrust my staff into its stomach wall. Ouch, that guy was in pain, rolling around crazily on the seabed like it was electrocuted. My voice echoed in its head again. Evil creature. Last chance? Are you going to let me out or not? It finally settled down, cowering like a 200-pound fathead fish, and immediately prepared to spit me out. Wait, I called to it, swimming towards the building on the right. That was the very bottom level of the underwater prison. As a result, the guy started to roar again, meaning that Magellan, that poisonous man, was guarding there, and it didn't dare to go. Fine, I won't force you. I let it spit me out onto a rock wall, and it splashed me out like trash, along with a bunch of indescribable things. I quickly activated a protective light, so I didn't get splashed. The Sea King looked at me like I was a ghost, and when I waved my hand for it to leave, it ran away faster than anyone else, probably traumatized for life. Next came the serious business. I found a connection between the 6th and 7th levels, took out my staff, and started poking fiercely at the stone crevice. I was going to blow it up from the inside. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed, and water rushed in, and I slipped in amidst the chaos. The entire 6th level instantly turned into a mess, with alarms ringing like it was New Year's. The newly appointed director Hannibal was in his office, anxiously pulling his hair, quickly dispatching his former superior Magellan to handle the situation. Meanwhile, he himself was clutching a phone bug, trying to summon help. I appeared behind him like a ghost. "Ba, I greet you." Well, it scared him so much that he jumped. This guy was quite cunning. After recognizing me, he threw the phone bug to distract me and ran away. Dream on. I instantly teleported in front of him, the light shining brightly, and directly brainwashed him. You wouldn't believe it, this guy had strong willpower. Managing to hold out for several seconds under my 2025 model Buddha Light Pro Max. Unfortunately, in the end, he still knelt down and called me master. I'll get straight to the point. "Where is Kenpachi's 8? He honestly replied. "On the 7th floor, watched over personally by Sengoku and the previous warden." Sengoku. My heart skipped a beat. That old guy's Buddha fruit clashes a bit with me. But fortunately, he probably still doesn't know that I am by Zai. I asked him to find me a prison guard's outfit and take me over there. But what happened? This guy actually broke free from my control with his strong will. Goodness, what an actor. On the surface, he was respectful, but behind my back, his little hand was already reaching for the emergency phone bug. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I must say, your sense of conviction is impressive. As soon as he realized he was exposed, he turned and ran. But I knocked him down with a Zen stick and posed him like the thinker, letting him calm down properly. I rummaged through his office and finally found the blueprint for the advancing city. Just as I got my hands on it, Magellan came back. I hid behind the door and mimicked Hannibal's voice, saying, "Ahem, good work, it's nothing, just my old problem, I've been poisoned, you could go down first." To my surprise, I actually managed to trick him. I let out a sigh. I couldn't stay here any longer. I had to make a quick escape. I found a corner and spread out the blueprints. My head started to hurt. There was only one passage from the 6th floor to the 7th, and it required a pass from someone at the deputy director level or above to get through, heavily guarded. There was no way to force my way in. I thought, why not sneak in with the food delivery team? But when I got to the cafeteria, it was all those giant prison guard beasts, totally impossible to blend in. Just then, these big guys started fighting amongst themselves. Opportunity knocked. I immediately set my sights on a small bull-headed creature that looked smarter than the others. I directly used the mind connection spell to remotely link with it, instantly making it my little brother. Let me tell you, this little bull head could really fight. In no time, it took down all the prison guard beasts and became the new boss on the spot. Then, the craziest part came. It made me hide in a large iron barrel, and to disguise it, it filled it with some kind of soup made from unknown creature entrails. The smell was overwhelming. I quickly activated a Buddhist light shield. Otherwise, my merit body would be pickled by the smell. The little bull head pushed me and led a group of little brothers to set off. When we reached the checkpoint on the 7th floor, a more formidable lion-headed monster was guarding it, its strength comparable to a quasi-general. My little bull-headed brother, in order to keep his promise, actually didn't fight back and close his eyes, preparing to take the hit. Folks, I was really broken down. This had to be my brother from another mother. I immediately took action, casting a Buddhist light to immobilize the lion-headed monster and urged them to hurry past. Once in the passage, I jumped out of that stinky barrel, overwhelmed with emotion, and directly promised the little bull head that I would take him out once I was done. After sending him off, I looked at the huge stone door leading to the 7th floor, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. Inside was empty, not a soul in sight, eerily quiet. Something wasn't right. This was definitely a trap. According to Hannibal, the warring states and that former warden should be waiting here. I quietly crept near the giant cell where Kenpachi was held, hiding in the shadows to observe. After a long wait, with a creak, the cell door opened, and two figures walked out. I have to tell you, when those two figures got closer, my pupils went into shock. The one leading was an old man, covered in blood, with a gaze that seemed to be in purification mode, wanting to eradicate all the evils of the world. The sword at his waist was still dripping blood. Standing behind him was none other than Sengoku. Good heavens! I instantly understood the identity of this old man. The former warden, relative of Shiryu of the Rain, Pikamamushi Shiryu, the top figure of the Shiryu family. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, nicknamed the Justice Butcher, his strength definitely surpasses that of a top commander. I realized that he had gone easy in the battle at Impel Down because of family ties. And now, he was invited out of retirement by Sengoku. I could hear Sengoku nervously saying to him, "Old Pei, weren't you a bit too carried away just now?" As soon as I heard it, I knew they had just finished interacting with Kenpachi. That wasn't interaction at all. It was like primitive people fighting each other. The two of them were swinging their swords at each other, neither dodging, just seeing who would collapse first, covered in blood like a blood gourd before being pulled apart. In the end, the old man pikeman calmly said, "It's fine, I have fruit abilities." Sengoku sighed, meaning that even if your recovery ability is strong, you can't play like this. What if Kenpachi gets killed? How are we supposed to continue the show? Just as he was about to persuade him again, Pikeman shot him down with one sentence. "Don't worry, he won't die. That kid's life is tougher than mine." Sengoku was left speechless and could only shake his head. I hid in the shadows and reassessed Pikeman's strength in my mind. Strong, not just ordinarily strong. And the way he talked to Sengoku showed he didn't regard him as a leader at all. They were definitely on buddy-buddy terms. This is troublesome. Facing these two directly makes me a bit uneasy. Sengoku is manageable since I have an advantage over him, but this old man is definitely a tough nut to crack. No, I need to get myself in top condition first. I sat cross-legged, rapidly adjusted my breathing, and elevated my mental state to its peak. By the time I opened my eyes again, my gaze had turned cold. "Let's do this." With a great stride, I instantly flashed to the side of Warring States, and my staff came down hard on his head. "Be careful." Warring States was still in a daze, and beside him, Peakman had already shouted out. That reaction speed was simply inhuman. The long sword at his waist was drawn out with a whoosh, directly slashing towards my staff. He let out a low growl, and the sword in his hand seemed to come alive, actually slithering like a snake around the staff, with the tip aimed straight at my wrist. I felt a jolt in my heart. Such a quick reaction. Such a tricky swordsmanship. My ambush speed is already maxed out, yet he's able to instantly react and counterattack. This battle instinct deserved a thumbs up from Carp. I suddenly twisted my wrist, changing the movement of the Zen staff, and swung it horizontally towards the tip of his sword. There was a dull thud, like two large hammers colliding. With that one strike, I realized the old man's strength was definitely not inferior to that of the 5 old stars. The demon monk Fahai? It was only at this moment that Zhangguo reacted. Seeing it was me, his face turned pale. He probably couldn't understand how the 2 prison guard beasts at the entrance, who were at the level of quasi-generals, had let me in. I completely ignored him. All my attention is now on Peckman. That old man is the real threat. As for Sengoku, under my Buddha's light, he could barely unleash half of his power with his Buddha fruit, which is already an extraordinary performance, and he is simply not to be feared. But just as I was ready to unleash my full firepower to deal with that old man first, an outrageous scene unfolded. Peckman actually sat down on the ground, leaving the battlefield to Sengoku. "Fahai, it's good to see you again." Sengoku's fighting spirit soared, his voice echoing throughout the 7th layer. I'm a bit confused and couldn't help but remind him, "Zhangguo, you can't beat me. Why not let your buddy next to you join in?" "No need. I won't lose to you again." Zhangguo's voice was low, filled with resentment from losing during the Marineford War. "Who understands this, family? This operation feels like it's AI generated, right? Knowing full well that I counter him, yet he insists on a one-on-one? What kind of trick does he have up his sleeve?" Just as I was thinking this, a bell rang, and a golden light erupted from Zhangguo, transforming him into a Buddha form. Since he's using his ultimate move, should I really hold back? I swung my Zen staff and charged in. Great might heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Brahma void. I chanted incantations with my mouth while my hands didn't stop, striking harder with each blow. By the time I finished the last line, the enormous golden statue of the Warring States had been completely smashed into the ground, causing the entire city to shake 3 times. Outside, the guard Kizaru squinted his eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. He knew I was coming. I looked at the big pit in the ground, chanted a Buddhist mantra, and then turned to Peckman. "My expression's serious. It's your turn." "Not necessarily." Peckman shook his head, his eyes indicating the pit where Zhangguo was. He wasn't going to lose that easily. "Oh." I raised an eyebrow. "He's already lost." "No." Peckman said sharply, "I made a deal with him. As long as he doesn't admit defeat himself, it doesn't count as a loss." No sooner had he finished speaking than there was movement in the pit. Zhangguo suddenly jumped out of the ground, but this time, it wasn't the light of Buddhism emanating from him. It was a chilling, sinister energy. The originally kind and gentle face of the Buddha had transformed into that of a fierce, blue-faced demon. I was shocked. Wow, this fruit ability can be developed like this? The other side of Buddha is demon, isn't it? Yin and Yang coexist, right? Are we playing character awakening here? Fahai, the warring states turned into a Rakshasa, is staring at me, and the voice seems to be floating out of hell. I think I've figured it out. This guy is no longer in the warring states period. He has been possessed by a heart demon. The time I took him down during the Marineford War probably left him with a psychological scar, and his obsession is so deep that he has directly fallen into darkness. I bowed to him from a distance, expressing my admiration. The duality of Buddha and demon, I respect it. Enough with the nonsense. Face your death. The Rakshasa of the warring states showed no appreciation, roaring loudly as two more arms sprouted from his body, transforming into a four-armed form, with hellish purple flames swirling around his body. The four arms entwined with evil spirits unleashed. The Rakshasa impact. For shockwave sealed off all my escape routes, trying to crush me into a meat pie. Oof. My expression turned cold, and golden light surged throughout my body. The Buddhist beads around my neck instantly scattered, turning into a stream of light that collided with those four arms. At the same time, I flung my cassock out, which billowed in the wind and transformed into a massive red cloth, enveloping him. I chant the Sanskrit mantra, trying to shake his mind in the warring states. It's easy to fall into demonic ways from Buddhism, but hard to return to Buddhism from demonic ways. Turning back is the shore. As long as I can defeat you, what does it matter if I fall into the demonic realm? He is now possessed, completely unable to listen, his four arms wildly flailing, smashing my Buddha beads one by one, then pushing against the purple, demonic flames, trying to break through my robe. Powerful, indeed much stronger. I contemplate in my heart. There's only one way now, to infuse my Buddhist essence into his body, triggering the original Buddha fruit ability within him, forcing him to fight against himself, causing his Rakshasa form to collapse without attack. That's it. I let out a low shout and withdrew my robe. The warring states fell from the sky, a twisted, evil smile on his face. Fahai, your ability is useless against me. You will surely lose. Is that so? I smiled calmly, not waiting for him to move. I rushed to him first. The Great Wheel King Buddha form, immovable Wisdom King, a massive phantom of the Mingxi King suddenly appeared behind me, and I punched towards Warring States. This is great. Warring States' expression became even crazier as all four of his arms came forward to meet me. With a thud, our attacks collided, and the air around us was sucked away. Warring States roared, "Come on." The old me couldn't withstand this move. Ah, he's completely lost it. I sighed, and the legal form behind me swelled again, instantly transforming into 8 arms. In the legal form, the 8-armed demon-subduing Arhut. The 8-armed Arhut uttered a true word, and each of the 8 arms held a phantom of a demon-subduing pestle, a demon-slaying staff, and other magical tools. Why waste words with him? I directly activated my big form, the 8-armed Arhut legal form, 8 hands wielding 8 types of magical tools, and when the Buddha light shone, it illuminated him and caused white smoke to rise, like barbecued meat. Ah! Warring States let out a painful howl. Arhut's demon-subduing force. My 8 arms turned into a storm, delivering a series of heavy blows that cracked his skin and sent demonic flames swirling. Lassie, I want you dead. He could only passively take the hits, completely unable to fight back. There was no chance left. As I stopped my attack, the 8 phantoms of magical tools instantly flew out, swirling together in front of me to form an energy sphere. Warring States looked at that sphere and instantly felt a chill all over his body. My voice rang out. Zhangguo, return to your true self. The demonic form does not suit you. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a brilliant beam of light shot out, illuminating the entire 7th layer like daylight. Zhangguo let out a heart-wrenching scream as the demonic flames on his body were gradually dissolved, and the extra heads and arms turned into black smoke. Fahai! He howled in pain, his face alternating between the Buddha and the Rakshasa. Is there still an obsession, even in this state? I sighed, the Zen staff appearing in my hand, and I struck down toward the top of his head, ready to knock that demonic nature out of him completely. Heavenly evil. Break for me. The Zen staff came crashing down with a sound of breaking air, but when it landed on Zhangguo's head, it felt light as a feather, passing right through, and then with a puff, a wisp of black gas was drawn out from his head. Ah, 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 ah. The black gas emitted a scream identical to Zhangguo's. Evil thoughts. I snorted coldly. It turned out this thing was up to no good, but it shouldn't even exist in this world. Absurd. The black gas condensed into Zhangguo's form and roared at me. Fahai, I will not spare you. When I am stronger, you will surely die. Hee, you won't have the chance. I formed a purification seal in my hand and pressed it towards the black gas. What are you going to do? The black gas sensed danger and fled frantically. Useless. A flash of white light directly enveloped the black gas. No. After a scream, it completely dissipated. Looking back at Zhangguo, as soon as the black gas left his body, his eyes instantly regained clarity, and then he looked around the ruins with a confused expression. What happened to me? He turned his head and saw me, startled, then noticed Peckman not far away and was even more shocked. Peckman? Peckman, unaware that he had been possessed, asked, What happened to you, Zhangguo? Me? I don't know, it feels like I had a dream. I could see, but I couldn't control my body, Zhangguo said dazedly, then changed the subject. Forget about me. Why are you out of the mountains? Peckman's face darkened. Didn't you ask me to come? Zhangguo ignored him and looked at me. Fahai, what are you doing here? Did Peckman capture you? After saying that, he gave Peckman a thumbs up. As expected of you, impressive. Peckman was speechless. No one is paying attention to you. Go find a place to rest. Oh. Zhangguo actually listened and found a corner to sit down and watch the show. Only then did Peckman come to me, slowly drawing his long sword, and coldly said, I have kept my promise. I recited a Buddhist chant. Good. Thank you, benefactor. I knew in my heart that if he hadn't stood by and watched just now, I definitely wouldn't have gotten off so easily. Hey, don't thank me. Remember this face. It will be the one to lock you in the underwater prison. Peckman sneered, his eyes filled with conviction. All evil must face justice. Night Spirit slash. Before the words fell, a strike as dark as ink had already cleaved through. The momentum was no less than that of Hawkeye. Immovable king body. I let out a low roar, channeling the power of the immovable king, and swung my staff down hard against the strike. With a loud bang, the strike shattered. But my palm went numb from the shock, and there was actually a dent in the staff. This was the first time. Very strong. Peckman commented, but he had already shot forward like a cannonball, with his long sword aimed straight at me, trying to pierce me through. I directly threw the Zen staff like a javelin, and under the blessing of the Buddha's light, the tip of the staff became enormous. It was useless. Peckman whispered softly, and his long sword actually drilled hard into the Zen staff. With a sudden burst of strength in the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal friction, my Zen staff was actually pierced by him. My heart was in turmoil. This was a magical weapon. What a joke. Where did you wholesale this sword from? It's so sharp. After piercing through the Zen staff, he didn't pause, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at my brow. This was a bit bullying. I shot him a fierce look, and a rare killing intent surged within me. Fahai. Peckman growled lowly. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch me, I suddenly closed my eyes, pressed my palms together, and assumed a posture of giving up resistance. Giving up? Though Peckman was puzzled, he didn't stop. But at the moment the sword tip touched my skin, an unexpected change occurred. I suddenly opened my eyes, glaring fiercely, and my clasped hands moved like lightning, directly empty-handed against the blade, firmly gripping his sword. A crisp clang echoed. Not good. Peckman instantly felt an extreme danger and wanted to withdraw the sword, but it was too late. My hands were like pincers made of high-loose stone. He simply couldn't pull it out. Who on earth are you? For the first time, he felt a chill of fear. I raised my head, and golden light radiated from my eyes. I am your Buddha, playing tricks and pretending. He was wrong. I directly used the secret techniques of Buddhism, compressing all my power and covering it on the surface of my body, forming the golden body of an arhat. Now, I'm no different from a true Arhut. King Ming's great hand seal. I casually slapped him with my palm, and with a bang, Peckman was directly blasted away, hitting the ground and spitting out blood, his face filled with disbelief. Who the hell are you? He roared, not understanding how I had suddenly become so strong. I told you, I am your Buddha, I said calmly, retracting my damaged Zen staff, and flames of true Buddha fire ignited in my palm. In his shocked gaze, I began to refine the weapon on the spot. In no time, the staff was restored to its original state, even stronger than before. Fahai, you are strong, but you will still be defeated by me. Just as I was distracted, Peckman stood up again, and to my surprise, he conjured a long sword entirely made of wild grass in his hand. Oh, I see, it's a fruit ability. No wonder he's so tough. Heavenly Slash. Peckman charged at me with the grass sword, and wherever he passed, green grass wildly sprouted from the ground, its vitality strangely vigorous. I strode forward with my newly refined Zen staff. Great might, heavenly dragon. The staff radiated Buddhist light, and wherever it went, the wild grass instantly turned to ashes. How could this be? Peckman was taken aback, but his hands didn't stop moving as his grass sword clashed hard against my staff. Boom! The entire advancing city shook violently, and the navy outside was rushing over like mad. I knew in my heart that I had to settle this quickly. This old man's recovery ability was too abnormal. If I dragged this out, I wouldn't be able to leave once the main forces arrived. I focused my gaze, pouring all the remaining power of the Arhut's golden body into the Zen staff, preparing to strike him hard. Peckman's attack was becoming increasingly fierce. He seemed to be in a hurry, but cut the heavens. He roared as the grass sword swept toward me, accompanied by a sea of wild grass. I didn't move, continuing to gather my strength. Fahai, I admit you're strong, but when it comes to endurance, you can't outlast me. Peckman spoke harshly, but inside he was on high alert. I knew his infinite recovery must have a limit. He was also betting. Fahai, die for me. He roared, his grass sword already at my throat. Want me dead? Impossible. I performed a large Sumeru step and dodged out of the battle circle. Peckman's sword missed, and he conjured another grass sword in his left hand. Pointing both swords at me, his momentum reaching its peak, he was also ready to fight to the death. Two swords. I looked at him, my expression darkening. Hee. I laughed, realizing he was thinking the same thing. The Buddhist light of the Zen staff in my hand had completely retracted, my magical power fully charged. And the Arhut golden body was also. I tightly gripped my staff, staring at him, and said, "It seems you think the same as I do." Oomph. Peckman let out a cold snort, his hands moving as he activated his armed color hockey. Two grass swords instantly transformed into a bizarre black-purple color. Black Blade. This guy's swordsmanship is truly on par with Hawkeye. Fahai. The next move will determine victory or defeat, and life or death. Peckman glared at me and growled, with ominous black energy swirling around his twin swords. This is exactly what I wanted. My Zen staff has long been craving for it. Let me tell you, the atmosphere at that moment was incredible. I was staring eye to eye with that guy named Peckman, both of us locked in showdown, neither willing to make the first move. The guy next to us, Zhanghua, was slumped there like a mascot, probably praying for me in his mind. Then, just at this most tense moment, the door creaked open, and that old rascal Huang Yuan showed up. Well, that was like the starting gun going off, and we immediately jumped into action. Peckman shouted like he was about to eat someone. Die. Fahai. His two swords were really impressive, but unfortunately for him, he ran into me. My Zen staff, let me tell you, it's not the same old firewood stick anymore. It's been reforged and upgraded. A pseudo-Buddhist artifact. I whispered some incantations, activated its performance mode, and bam. A burst of golden light erupted, complete with a built-in BGM. The chanting sounded like a concert. Its intimidation level skyrocketed. Peckman's two broken swords immediately made a whimpering sound, and the next second, crack. They shattered like dumpling filling, flying everywhere. Then my Zen staff didn't hold back and swung right at his forehead. How could this be? His eyes went wide, and in his view, the whole world seemed to revolve around my increasingly larger stick. In a moment of crisis, his survival instinct kicked in, and he dodged just in time. So instead of hitting his head, it struck his shoulder. Boom! With a loud crash, half of that guy's body was gone, flying out like a broken sandbag, splatting against the wall, unable to peel off. To be honest, if I hadn't held back at the last moment, the entire 7th floor would have collapsed. Even so, that guy was done for. I clasped my hands in prayer and muttered, my apologies, and considered the matter closed. I was still thinking, oh, maybe I went a bit too far. After all, we have different stances. But then I turned around and rushed straight to Kenpachi's cell, kicked the door open. And seeing Kenpachi tortured like that, all my guilt vanished in an instant. I had to finish him off. When dealing with enemies, there can be no softness. Kenpachi is a tough guy too, covered in wounds, his eyes full of excitement. As soon as I unlocked his chains, he sized me up for a while and tentatively called out, Master, it's me. I nodded. Goodness, he burst into wild laughter. Master, I thought you were dead. When are we going to fight? Who understand, my friends? At a time like this, he's still thinking about fighting. It's as if he's eaten too many electronic pickled vegetables and has nothing left in his head but battle. While I used a minor causal technique to heal him, I quickly changed the subject. Now's not the time. Once we get out, we can fight all we want. All right, he replied with absolute enthusiasm. I specifically told him that it's definitely like a dumpling drop outside, full of Navy personnel, and when we rush out later, don't get caught up in a fight. Escaping is the priority. This guy has a unique way of thinking and actually understood it as, got it. Once we recover, we'll come back for revenge and take them down. All right, your understanding is also valid. As soon as we stepped out of the cell, wow, what a scene. Kizaru, Magellan, and Hannibal stood in the front row with a line of rear admirals behind them and countless Navy personnel and prison guard behind that, blocking the entire 7th floor completely. Magellan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as he said to Kizaru, wait for me to go first. Kizaru still looked lazy, nodded, but I could tell he was sweating in the palms of his hands. This old guy was scared to death. He probably had already called for reinforcements. He knew full well that with just these people in front of him, they were at most cannon fodder to delay time. Here they come, Magellan shouted, and everyone tensed up. Without saying a word, he unleashed his ultimate move, Poison Dragon. 3 purple poison dragons charged toward the cell we had just come out of, crashing down and blocking the entrance completely. When he saw nothing happening, he thought he had succeeded, and just as he was about to move forward, Kizaru stopped him. Wait a bit. If he was that easy to deal with, he wouldn't be Fahai. Upon hearing this, Magellan agreed. So he got even more excited and directly summoned a poison giant, Judgment of Hell. He hammered down on the cell, and in the end, he did an ultimate move by pumping all the poison inside, turning it into a gas chamber. At that moment, the people below were like they were at a celebration, all shouting, no wonder he's the deputy chief. Fahai is definitely finished this time. And the result? I was already sitting on the beam above them with Kenpachi. Huh, I just want to ask if you're mad. Thanks to the map I swiped from Hannibal earlier, which had a vent, we pulled off a little pipe adventure and quietly slipped out. By the time Kizaru and the others below reacted and sent people into the ruins to check, hey, where are the people? Not a trace. Just when they were all confused, a furious roar from Kenpachi came from the exit on the 7th floor. Everyone get the hell out of my way. This caused a huge commotion. Hannibal had a sad face saying the map was stolen by me, and Kizaru was so angry he almost dealt with him on the spot. Magellan was the first to react, yelling as he chased after Kenpachi. Kizaru, that old fox, didn't move. He guessed I must still be on the 7th floor and immediately ordered a thorough search. But little did he know, I simply cast a spell and used a small Sukuna technique, zooming down to the size of a figurine and slipping into Kenpachi's pocket. Hey, going for a cyber stealth move, while Kizaru and the others were digging 3 feet into the ground on the 7th floor. They had no idea I was already taken to the 6th floor in someone's pocket. Once I reached the 6th floor, I jumped out of Kenpachi's arms and pointed in a direction. You charge that way, I'll go the other way, split up. Be careful, master. Kenpachi rarely got serious for once, then charged out without looking back. I had just hidden when Magellan lost track of me. Furious, he took out a black telephone bug and directly ordered, send a message down, seal off all the passages to the advanced city. Not a single fly is to escape. This guy wants to catch us in a trap. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't know that I separated from Kenpachi because I have another appointment. Following the Buddha light mark I left earlier, I made my way to the restaurant. There, I saw my little bull head sitting foolishly in the usual spot, looking eagerly for me. I quietly jumped onto its shoulder and shouted, "Hey, I'm here to pick you up. Moo." As soon as the little bull heard my voice, it got so excited that it looked left and right but couldn't find me. Where to look? I'm right here. I waved my hand. When it turned its head and saw me, its eyes lit up and it happily mooed. I smiled and said, "I told you I'd come for you, and I will definitely do it." I asked it about the other beast guards, and it angrily gestured for a long time, meaning that they were all summoned to the 7th level to be cannon fodder, and it was the only one left behind. All right, they would have a hard time too. I comforted it, told it to get ready, and said, "Let's go." So the two of us, one person and one bull, set off toward the exit of the city. On the other side, Kenpachi had already cut through the 6th level and reached the 5th level. Those rookie Navy soldiers were so scared that they dropped their weapons and ran away, creating a very awkward scene. Kenpachi was confused. Huh? Why aren't they fighting? Magellan was chasing closely behind, yelling angrily. I was rushing forward with the little bull head when suddenly a cold shout stopped us. 17, where do you think you're going? The little bull head froze, scared like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to breathe. I peeked out from its collar and saw a guy in a white robe, his face full of flesh, looking like a bad person. "I'm asking you a question. Turn around." The guy's tone was icy. The little bull head trembled and turned around. Its head lowered. The guy got even more excited, waving the long whip in his hand and cursing. "A defective product is just a defective product. Scum like you shouldn't even be alive." Crack, crack, crack. The whip struck the little bull head again and again, the barbs on it instantly tearing its skin. The little bull head shivered in pain, even signaling me not to come out, fearing for my safety. I tell you, at that moment, my anger flared up in an instant. How could I endure it? I couldn't. I tell you, I directly shot out from the collar of that little bull, returned to my normal size, and with a swift motion, I slapped that guy named George Kess solidly across the face. Wow, that sound was so crisp. I watched as his teeth flew out like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden, and he went flying like a cannonball, crashing headfirst into the concrete floor, unable to pull himself out. At that moment, my face was so pale it looked like it could crumble. Turning my head, I saw little bull's eyes were filled with tears, touched to the point of mooing. I patted him and said with great authority, "Remember, you are my person. If anyone dares to touch you, this will be their fate." Little bull immediately burst into tears, nodding his head vigorously. Seeing this, I thought, enough of this melodrama. Let's hurry and get out of here. With little bull, we weaved through the 6th level and soon reached the entrance to the 5th level. Just as I was about to go out, guess who I saw? That old Huang Yuan, blocking the way like a gatekeeper, accompanied by a group of moles. My heart sank. This wasn't right. According to my script, they shouldn't have been digging for me on the 7th level yet. Now it was a dilemma. Should I confront them head-on or try to sneak away? To be honest, my stamina had recovered quite a bit, and taking Huang Yuan by surprise shouldn't be too difficult, but I was dragging along little bull, which made things a bit tricky. I took a look at the little bull head and suddenly came up with a bold idea. I asked him, "Hey bull, you're not a fruit ability user, are you?" The little bull head shook his head like a tambourine. "That makes things easier." I chuckled, and my laughter made the little bull head's first stand on end. I directly pulled him and dodged several surveillance cameras, then circled back to the junction of the 6th and 7th floors, which is where I first entered. I took out my Zen staff, closed my eyes, and channeled all my magical power into it with a buzz. Then I suddenly opened my eyes and smashed it fiercely against the rock wall. Great Dragon of Might! With a loud boom, the wall was instantly reduced to rubble, and a huge hole appeared, with seawater rushing in. The yellow ape on the other side probably heard it and shouted not good, in his heart, flying desperately towards me. But could he make it in time? Too late. I pulled little bull's head and directly crawled out of the hole, swimming into the vast sea outside. Let me tell you, little bull was also amazing. The big hammer he held seemed to be made of sea tower stone. Those sea creatures, bigger than buildings, didn't even notice us and automatically made way. Once we reached the surface, I simply tossed my robe down, and hey, wouldn't you know it, it turned into a flying carpet, floating steadily on the sea. Little bull was so stunned at that moment. His little eyes looked as if he had never seen the world before, hesitating for a long time and not daring to come up. Afraid that he would sink me with one step. I laughed. It's okay, come up, it's sturdy. Only then did he jump up, realizing there really was no problem. And he was so happy that he kept mooing. I told him that I had to take him to a safe place first, as I had a brother waiting for me inside to rescue. As soon as Xiao Nyoto heard this, he panicked and waved his hammer, meaning he wanted to go back and join me. I said, you can forget it. It was hard enough to get you out. You still want to go back for a second round? Without waiting for his reaction, I hit the gas and drove him away, and I could still hear his reluctant wails from a distance. All right, having settled Xiao Nyoto, I need to hurry back to find Kenpachi. Let me tell you, my brother is really fierce. He single-handedly fought his way from the bottom to the 3rd level, covered in blood, like a demon crawling out of hell. The Navy and guards were so scared of him that they would take a detour upon seeing him. But at the exit of the 3rd level, he ran into a tough opponent, Magellan, the warden who is as poisonous as they come. As soon as they locked eyes, the battle intent erupted. Family, who understands? Our Kenpachi is a battle maniac. He gets excited at the sight of a fight. He immediately released his Zanpakuto, which transformed into what looked like a giant axe. And without saying a word, he swung it at Magellan. Magellan wasn't a pushover either. He quickly countered with a blade made of poison, clashing with Kenpachi. But to be honest, he was getting beaten up. Kenpachi's pure strength and swordsmanship made every slash feel like it was going to split mountains. Magellan, as he fought, started to feel anxious, thinking, how is this guy still so fierce after being poisoned for so long? Little did he know, I had already given Kenpachi a boost, restoring his combat power to 80. Realizing he was losing, Magellan actually started calling for reinforcements, pulling out a snail phone to shout for help. Kenpachi found this amusing and thought, oh, you're calling for people? Fine, I'll chop you up before your backup arrives. Instantly, Kenpachi's attacks became even more ferocious. With one swing, he broke through Magellan's poison defense, leaving a huge gash on him. Magellan was genuinely scared now, wrapping himself in poison to create a purple shell. Refusing to come out, Kenpachi was outside, chopping away and shouting, "Coward, come out and fight me." Meanwhile, I had quietly snuck back into Impel Down. This time I was smart. I changed into a guard's uniform, blending in with the enemy's base full of my own people. Just as I mixed into the 1st level, I heard a naval admiral shouting, "Admiral Kizaru has issued orders. All hands to the 3rd level for support." Perfect. I was headed that way anyway. I lowered my hat and mingled with the large group heading to the 3rd level. Honestly, I had a bad feeling in my gut. Something about the Navy's formation felt off, too weak, not at all like they were trying to encircle me. When I reached the 3rd level, wow, what a chaotic scene. Kenpachi was like a whirlwind, chasing after Magellan's poison shell and hacking away. As our support troops arrived, the leading admiral immediately ordered, "Put on gas masks. Tech team, prepare laser cannons. Fire." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless lasers shot towards Kenpachi. Seeing this, Kenpachi got even more excited, laughing loudly. Good timing. I'm tired of this turtle shell already. Then he turned and charged into the tech team, tearing them apart like a wolf among sheep. Just then, a yellow laser shot from a distance, heading straight for Kenpachi's head. He tilted his head and deflected the laser with a slash. Looking up, he saw Kizaru standing there nonchalantly. Kenpachi swaggered over, looking provocative. "Hey, yellow-clad guy, still want to fight?" Kizaru shrugged. "Can't help it, it's my mission." Kenpachi stepped between them, pointing his blade at Kizaru and then at Magellan's poison ball, brimming with arrogance. "In that case, you two, come at me together." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword. The slash, infused with scorching spiritual energy, made the air sizzle. Kizaru was startled and instantly turned into light to dodge, shouting at Magellan, "Get out of the way!" But Magellan's turtle shell was a moment too slow. And with a loud boom, the slash evaporated a large portion of his poison defense and struck him directly. Magellan was sent flying by the immense force, revealing his true form. "Ha! The shell is broken." Kenpachi saw his chance and charged at Magellan, ready to take him out first. Magellan struggled to stand up, gritting his teeth and howling, "Doomsday! Final judgment." "Judgment me? You're not worthy." Kenpachi's blade moved so fast it left only an afterimage. Suddenly, Kizaru's voice came from the side, and the aim no Murakumo sword gleamed as it lunged forward. Kenpachi sneered, abruptly changing his attack mid-air, swinging his sword back at Kizaru. Kizaru was scared and quickly transformed into light particles to escape. "Try to run," Kenpachi shouted, sword pressure. The spiritual pressure on the blade surged, and he slashed towards where Kizaru's light particles were gathering. He roared, "Die for me." But just then, Magellan transformed, becoming enormous, wrapped in poison, like a judge from hell, and swung a fist at him. "I almost forgot about you." Kenpachi didn't even look, flicking his wrist, and his Zanpakuto flew out like a boomerang, not aimed at Kizaru, but at Magellan. Kizaru, just solidifying, saw this and turned pale, shouting, "Get away, Magellan." Too late. My target has always been him. Kenpachi grinned like a demon. The flying Zanpakuto suddenly exploded in midair, turning into countless tiny blade lights that rained down on the giant Magellan. His massive body couldn't dodge. He could only take it, just as Magellan was about to defend. Kenpachi used a Shuinpa to appear right in front of him, grabbing the Zanpakuto mid-air and slashing down at his shoulder. "Die for me." With a splat, a deep wound ripped from Magellan's shoulder down to his abdomen. He screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his massive body shrank rapidly, collapsing to the ground. Deputy Warden, the surrounding Navy were in shock. Kizaru's face turned completely dark. In front of him, a high-level fighter was taken out, and he was left with no face. He exploded on the spot, clapping his hands. "Yada no Kagami." Countless light bullets rained down on Kenpachi. The remaining Navy admirals, receiving orders to rescue Magellan, were all weak-kneed. Who dared to step up? Just as everyone was pushing each other, I, an ordinary Navy private, charged out from the crowd, shouting for justice. The admiral leading the charge looked at me with tears in his eyes, shouting, "Soldier, you are the pride of our Navy." I gave him a thumbs up, feeling overjoyed inside. What a good person. Then I pushed off the ground with force, and my speed quickly matched his, even surpassing him. He looked stunned. Just as I reached within a few meters of Kizaru, my speed suddenly surged, and I swung my knife down at his back. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Scene of the serious. I unleashed my Bankai. Countless pink sakura blades instantly wrapped around Kizaru like dumplings. Kizaru was stunned on the spot. He never dreamed that a comrade in a Navy uniform would hit him like this. The entire Navy was petrified, and that vice admiral who moved me even rolled his eyes and fainted from shock. I tore off my disguise and shouted to Kenpachi, "Keep an eye on Kizaru. I'm going to finish off Magellan." Kenpachi, seeing me, laughed and swung his sword to beat down the drowning dog. As for me, I rushed in front of Magellan. I didn't intend to kill him. Instead, I manipulated the blade to enter through his wound, giving him an immersive internal organ scraping that knocked him out from the pain. All set, I picked up the unconscious Magellan as a hostage and shouted to Kenpachi, "Stop playing around. Let's retreat." Kenpachi, still eager, slashed at Kizaru to push him back and followed me. We rushed toward the main gate of Impel Down, facing no obstacles at all. However, the uneasy feeling in my heart grew stronger. Sure enough, just as we were nearing the entrance, the elevator above dinged and slowly descended. When the elevator doors opened, there stood Akainu with that grim face. I felt a sinking feeling in my heart. The thing I was most worried about had happened. I made a quick decision and shouted at Kenpachi, "Charge out." "All right." Kenpachi's eyes ignited with battle intent as he grabbed his sword and was the first to rush toward Akainu, roaring, "You in the red coat, die for me." Let me tell you, Akainu is as slippery as an eel. He never intended to confront Kenpachi head-on. His target has always been me. In an instant, his body melted into magma and bypassed Kenpachi's lethal strike, transforming in mid-air into a gigantic magma hound that lunged at me with its mouth wide open. "Kenpachi, stop him." My scalp felt like it was exploding, and I hurriedly shouted at Kenpachi. Of course, do I even need to say that? Kenpachi, realizing he had missed, immediately got angry. With a flash step, he moved faster than a magma dog and appeared right in front of it, swinging his sword again. "Die for me," he roared, shaking the entire Impel Down. If that strike landed, even if Akainu didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. But man, this guy's combat instincts are something else. Just as the blade was about to strike his neck, his magma body twisted into an unimaginable angle in mid-air, and he opened his mouth wide to bite down on Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. At the same time, from magma claws swiped at Kenpachi, and the temperature was so intense that I felt the air might catch fire. Move. I watched with my heart in my throat, casually throwing the Magellan on the ground, sending a storm of cherry blossom blades flying. Let me tell you, that scene, with the pink cherry blossom storm clashing against the crimson magma hound, was simply a song of ice and fire. No, it was a death waltz. Akainu, that sly old fox, was completely unfazed by our joint attack, showing no intention of retracting his claws, clearly wanting to trade injuries with us. None of you are leaving today. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible, but he had miscalculated. This move ignited the battle-crazy gene deep within Kenpachi. Kenpachi suddenly burst out laughing. Awesome. Now, this is what fighting is all about. Not only did he not dodge, but his other hand also clenched into a fist and smashed down at the blazing magma claw. How audacious. Akainu was enraged too, instantly covering his claws with a layer of pitch-black hockey, looking like a ghostly hand reaching out from hell. Fist against claw, with a tremendous bang, like the sound of a bell ringing. The shockwave shattered the surrounding walls. Akainu transformed back into human form, one hand gripping Kenpachi's sword tightly, while the other engaged him in a struggle, roaring, "Kenpachi Zaraki, this is your grave." Just then, my eerie voice echoed behind him. "Red Dog, did you forget about me?" Swish! Millions of cherry blossom blades erupted from behind him, wrapping him up like a pink dumpling. The next second, bloodlight flashed. His back was directly cut to ribbons by my blades. If it weren't for his red clothing, he would now look like a blood gourd. Cough. Fahai. Akainu coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that my blades had penetrated his body and injured his internal organs. My heart sank. Damn it. My identity has been exposed. It seems that after going out with Kenpachi, I must immediately change my disguise and lay low for a while. Akainu looked at my silence and surprisingly showed a playful expression, as if to say, "Are you surprised, Fahai? That person has already taken action, and every day you have left will be spent in fear." That person? My mind raced. Who could be called that person by a hawk like Akainu? Who doesn't even care about the five elders? A black figure suddenly appeared in my mind. No way. Could it be I'm sitting on that empty throne in Mariewa? No need to guess. Akainu seemed to see through my thoughts. You can't imagine the identity of that person. Huh, I sneered. The more he said this, the more certain I felt. It's useless to laugh. You all have to die. As soon as Akainu finished speaking, magma erupted from his body, and he actually managed to recover some injuries while talking to me, breaking free from Kenpachi's restraint and jumping far away. This old fox. I just realized that he had been stalling to heal. If I had pushed a bit harder earlier, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Kenpachi, kill him. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. Since we had already torn our masks off, we might as well take down one of the highest military powers of the Navy first. Yes, Kenpachi replied, tearing off the eye patch from his right eye. With a buzz, I felt the spiritual pressure in the entire space change. That terrifying power, suppressed for who knows how long, surged out of his body like a flood. The kid in red, Kenpachi licked the corner of his mouth, radiating an excitement that made one's heart race. He originally wanted to play with you a bit longer, but since the master has spoken, you can only die. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Akainu's eyes widened like copper bells, and before he could see Kenpachi's movement, the Zanpakuto had already slashed across his shoulder. A piercing scream. Akainu clutched his right arm, blood gushing out like a fountain, instantly staining the ground red. He was about to grind his teeth to pieces, roaring, "Kurosaki, Kenpachi." He was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why Kenpachi now was so much stronger than 2 years ago in the Holy Land. Back then, he could still fight back against Kenpachi using elementalization. But now he was cut down in one exchange. Little did he know that Kenpachi had spent the last 2 years in prison replaying the battle in the Holy Land in his mind, thoroughly studying the fighting styles of several of you. As a result, Kenpachi himself was quite dissatisfied, looking at the blade in his hand with disbelief. I cut it wrong. Damn it, brother, you really deserve a perfect score for this act. But suddenly, I had a bad premonition, growing stronger by the moment. I couldn't delay any longer and shouted, "Kenpachi, let's finish this quickly and send him on his way." "All right, Kenpachi, also got into the spirit, and the two of us charged at Akainu from both sides. Damn it! Akainu's face turned ashen, enduring the excruciating pain as we fought fiercely. In an instant, the whole arena was filled with cherry blossoms, sword lights, and lava flying everywhere, like a scene from a blockbuster movie. In just a few moves, the already injured Akainu was caught off guard by Kenpachi, unable to activate his elemental transformation in time, and received a heavy slash on his shoulder, exposing his bones. Now's the time. Kenpachi and I exchanged glances, and all our attacks poured toward Akainu. You want to kill me? Come and try. Akainu went completely berserk, his fruit ability awakening instantly, and lava spread out from beneath his feet, turning this place into a hell on earth in the blink of an eye. Hellhound. His fists transformed into two magma hounds, stubbornly blocking our attacks. Boom! With a loud bang, he actually managed to block it. Of course, he wasn't unscathed. The additional damage from my cherry blossoms hit his main body directly, twisting his face in pain, and Kenpachi's slash nearly dislocated his arm. Kenpachi, one more time. He can't take it anymore. I squinted my eyes, preparing to unleash the final blow. Just then, Akainu suddenly roared into the darkness behind him. If you don't come out now, I might really end up here. My heart sank. There were indeed others. Suddenly, a sigh echoed, and several shadows flashed out from the darkness. One of them, with a fist covered in armed color, came at me without saying a word. The wind from the punch howled, sounding like a ghost wail. I was forced to change my offensive. The Sakura blade instantly condensed into a long sword, and I slashed upwards toward the fist. Clang! With a crisp sound, I felt as if I had struck a block of steel. Upon closer inspection, I saw a distinctive scar under the person's eye and a head of short hair. It's the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. My heart sank to the bottom. But what shocked me even more was what came next. I turned my head and saw the person who stopped Kenpachi. A black sword, a floral shirt, and eagle-like eyes. Dracule Mihawk. I could hardly believe my eyes. Does anyone understand? How did the world's greatest swordsman end up working as a security guard for the Navy? Mihawk even smiled at me and said, "Long time no see. I can't believe this. I'm completely stunned. What is going on?" Just at the moment I was dazed, Karp's other fist came crashing down. The force so strong that I almost lost my grip on the knife. Then he kicked off the ground and appeared beside me like a ghost, delivering a powerful iron fist right down on my head. "Oh no!" I shouted in my heart, and with a quick move, I fired a red fire cannon at him, barely managing to push him back half a step. Taking advantage of this gap, I quickly rushed towards Kenpachi and shouted, "Kenpachi, hurry up!" Hearing my voice, Kenpachi swung his sword at Hawkeye, trying to force him back to create an opportunity. However, Hawkeye simply said with indifference, "Sorry, you can't get away." And with a casual wave of his hand, a black slash effortlessly neutralized Kenpachi's attack. I'm feeling numb. Hawkeye is way stronger than the last time I encountered him. He can easily block even Kenpachi's strikes after taking off his eye patch. Who the hell do you think I am? I really want to curse out loud, but my character doesn't allow it. Hawkeye said to himself, "Fahai, for the sake of our past friendship, I advise you to surrender. I don't want my blade stained with your blood." Surrender? I laughed and looked at Kenpachi. "Kenpachi, you want me to surrender? What do you think?" Kenpachi grinned widely, looked around, and said fiercely, "I have an immature suggestion. Just kill all these guys." Well, that suggestion is indeed not very mature. As soon as Karp heard this, he instantly vanished and appeared in front of me, his dark fist heading straight for my face. I almost died of anger. "No, Kenpachi is the one attracting hatred. Why are you hitting me?" Kenpachi wanted to come help, but was tightly entangled by Hawkeye. What's worse, Akainu has also regained his strength, about 50 to 60%, and launched a powerful attack at me with his dogbite Red Lotus. It's over, I'm finished. I'm being beaten up by Karp and Akainu. Losing is just a matter of time. What should I do? While awkwardly defending myself, I frantically thought of a countermeasure. Suddenly, my gaze fell on the unconscious Magellan in the distance. Right? How could I forget about him? I instantly stepped forward and dashed towards Magellan. Block him. Akainu instantly understood my intention and shouted at Karp. Without saying a word, Karp punched me in the back. At this critical moment, Kenpachi, who was fighting Hawkeye, roared and took a slash from Hawkeye, then retaliated with several astonishing strikes towards Karp. "Stop! But Carp didn't even glance at him, his fist still coming at me. Just then, a golden light flashed, and Kizaru appeared. He blocked Kenpachi's strike and lazily said, "Kenpachi, don't disturb Mr. Carp." With the front and back flanking, Kenpachi was also trapped. On my side, facing Carp's lethal blow, I gritted my teeth, not backing down, but instead accelerating towards Magellan. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, final scene, White Emperor Sword. I turned around and struck. The dazzling white light forced Carp to momentarily avoid the edge. Now's my chance. I quickly grabbed the unconscious Magellan and dashed to a distance. "Carp, let us go." I held the White Emperor's sword against Magellan's throat, coldly glaring at him. Carp looked at Magellan in my hand and surprisingly sighed, agreeing to my demand. Akainu was immediately unhappy. "Mr. Carp, we can't let him go. That person has given orders." "Sakazuki." Carp's expression darkened. "Magellan cannot die. He represents the justice of Impel Down." Although Akainu was reluctant, he still fell silent. I carefully retreated towards the exit with Magellan and Kenpachi. Just as we were about to reach the door, Carp suddenly spoke up. "Fahai, wait a moment." My heart tightened, and I pushed the sword forward again. "Don't be nervous." Carp said, "You can leave, but how can you guarantee Magellan's safety? I give you two choices. First, bring over Sword 8 in exchange. Second, you can sever one of your own arms." I was furious at that moment. Is this what you call fairness? But what terrified me even more was that this Carp was too off. The Carp from the original story would never say something like this. "Who exactly are you?" I couldn't help but shout. I see it now. The Carp on the opposite side revealed an extremely bizarre smile, then spread his hands and said, "Choose." One of two, very fair. I was still hesitating when Kenpachi whispered in my ear, "Master, agree to his first condition." What? I couldn't believe it. How could I possibly throw you to them again? "Master," Kenpachi smiled broadly, "don't worry. With these few people, they can't kill me, I swear." Seeing him so insistent, my heart ached, but I still agreed. Kenpachi strode out confidently and sat cross-legged just a meter away from Carp, arrogantly declaring, "I'm here to be the hostage." Everyone present was stunned. Kizaru brought out the sea prism stone chains, intending to disarm him. Kenpachi was even more outrageous, directly throwing his sword over, saying, "Here, take it." Kizaru. The main act is confusion. Watching Kenpachi being tightly bound, my anger was about to reach the sky. "Marine headquarters, just wait for me." We retreated all the way to the outside of Impel Down, the sky dark and ominous. I held Magellan, while they had Zoro under guard, confronting each other from a distance. "Fahai, let it go first," the strange Carp said. "Huh, are you kidding me?" I sneered, dragging the tip of my sword, Senbenzakura, across Magellan's neck. "Either you let him go or he dies. You're looking for death." Akainu roared. "You can try." I added a bit more pressure, the blade already piercing in. At that moment, Carp waved his hand, and the yellow monkey's sword, him.What, lunged straight for the bound Zoro's heart. No! I was terrified and about to pull back. But in the next second, I stood frozen in place. I saw the tip of the yellow monkey's light sword pressed against Zoro's chest, making a crisp sound as if it were hitting an indestructible metal. Unable to penetrate it all, it was as if an invisible barrier was blocking it. Zoro grinned widely, looking at the yellow monkey with a mocking expression. "You in the yellow clothes, do you really think you can make me bleed? Save it. How is that possible?" The yellow monkey was taken aback, gathering all his strength, using his vice admiral power to stab again. As a result, an even more embarrassing situation unfolded. Despite using all his might, that supposedly indestructible him.What still couldn't pierce through. I tell you, Huang Yuan's old face couldn't hold up at that moment. It was as fiery as a monkey's, but he's a naval admiral, holding a divine weapon, trying to cut a bound person, yet he couldn't even break through their defense. How is he supposed to mix in after this gets out? Next to him, Akainu, with his explosive temper, couldn't stand it. Thinking Huang Yuan was just putting on a show, he picked up a magma fist and charged in, cursing, "Borsellino, what the hell are you doing?" And what happened? With a muffled thud, his magma, which can melt anything, also stopped outside of Kenpachi's skin, unable to penetrate even a bit. Well, now it was Akainu's turn to be dumbfounded. Kenpachi just looked at him sideways, grinning and mocking. "Oh, the guy in the red clothes, you're not so great either." Not as powerful as that guy in yellow earlier, all noise but no rain. Let me tell you, Akainu's face went from red to purplish brown, with veins popping out everywhere. And he was about to unleash his ultimate move, even yelling dog bite Red Lotus. But then, Carp stopped him with a single sentence, all right? Don't let them see the joke. I suddenly felt a jolt. Something was off, very off. What did Akainu start listening to Garp like this? That old man was radiating an eerie vibe today. Moreover, I noticed that Kenpachi was wrapped in a thick layer of spiritual energy, a new move he had developed, purely for taking hits, which consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, earlier at the entrance of Impel Down, the system had pinged me, boosting my performance from 40% to 60%, and my combat power skyrocketed to 11 times. Otherwise, this situation today would have been really difficult to handle. Guess what Garp said? He looked at me with a smile, and let me tell you, that gaze was chilling, full of killing intent. I replied, "Old man, stop pretending. I can smell your intentions to take me out here." After hearing that, he burst into laughter and then threw Kenpachi at me. I was dumbfounded by his move. Was he not afraid of me tearing up Magellan? While I was still analyzing the situation, he urged me, "Fahai, it's your turn." All right. A thought flashed through my mind. This old man was definitely not right. He must have been possessed. But I still caught Kenpachi and then tossed Magellan back. Just as I threw Magellan, he laughed. That laugh made my hair stand on end. He vanished in an instant. I shouted inwardly that it was bad and used a Shuanpa, desperately running towards the sea. The moment we left, the spot we had just stood on exploded with a loud bang, creating a massive pit. A figure clad in black emerged from the pit, still with Garp's face. But the brutal and cruel aura was something I had only seen on the Gorosei Yai. He grinned, his teeth gleaming white, and looked at me. "Fahai, you really run fast." I stepped on the steps made of spiritual energy, suspended in midair, and stared at him intently. "You are not Carp." He smiled even more happily. I never said I was. As soon as he finished speaking, his body twisted like a twisted dough, and he lifted one foot above his head and kicked fiercely at me. A rain of black slashes shot towards me. I directly unleashed the ultimate move of Senbenzakura. The ultimate technique, 1 bite 1,000 blades flower. A sea of enormous blades surged forward, instantly swallowing his slash. I just wanted to see how strong this imposter really is. And guess what? That Carp, looking like a humanoid Gundam, charged straight into my blade formation, and with his fists, he smashed all my blades to pieces. One punch after another. The scene was unbelievable. Kenpachi's battle-hungry temperament flared up instantly, and he let out a roar, wanting to rush in and fight him. I quickly grabbed him, thinking, my ancestors, are you kidding? In this state, Carp could easily handle both of us together. We need to get out of here fast. I dragged Yamamoto and ran without looking back. That Carp didn't chase us, but ordered Kizaru and the others to spread the word that I was seriously injured during the prison break. Then, the most bizarre scene occurred. Carp's body shook violently. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Kizaru and the others just stood there as if they didn't see anything, not moving at all. I finally found the deserted island we had previously agreed upon, with Kenpachi by my side. From a distance, I saw my mount, the little bull, digging a hole. As I got closer, I was shocked. Who understands this? The bull had even prepared a grave for me. There were 2 pits, one in front of the other, and in front of my little one, there was a wooden board set up as a tombstone, with a crooked drawing of a monk on it, holding a popsicle stick. Kenpachi was nearby, giving a thumbs up, saying the drawing looked just like me. Like a big-headed ghost, I transformed back into the form of Fahai, and the little Nyo too recognized me, excitedly rushing over to nuzzle against me. I pointed at the 2 pits and asked it, who was the big one left for? After gesturing for a long time, it meant that the big one was its own, prepared to accompany me in death. At that time, I felt quite uncomfortable. After settling down, I discussed with Kenpachi that we were currently too popular and needed to lie low for a while. As a result, Kenpachi, with a frown on his face, looked like a CPU overheating, and after a long pause, he said something that woke me up. He said, "Master, I think it's not a good idea. Lying low is nonsense. Let's go straight to the Navy headquarters and make them fear us, make them wet their pants, and make sure no one in the world dares to call themselves our enemy." I was stunned at that moment, and then my whole body trembled. That's right. How could I have forgotten? In this world, what good is kindness? The only truth is to completely subdue and scare the enemy. What Kenpachi said is simply my internet voice substitute. The confusion in my eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a soaring, killing intent. Kenpachi, you are right. Target, Marine Headquarters. Let's go. We stepped onto the cassock and transformed into a streak of light, rushing out. However, halfway through, to our surprise, Shanks the red-haired ship, the Red Force, directly blocked our path. Red-haired stood at the bow of the ship and shouted at me. Fahai, I want to talk to you. I sneered at him and thought, talk? The last time you contacted me through Rayleigh, you lured me into that giant pit and impelled down. I haven't settled that score with you yet. I ignored him and prepared to walk around. When he saw I was about to leave, he panicked and drew his famous sword, Griffin, pointing it at me. Fahai, please give me some face, let's talk. Drawing a sword to invite someone, what kind of new social etiquette is this? Without saying another word, I unleashed my power as the great king of heaven, and my Zen staff instantly grew as large as a mountain, smashing down towards a ship. Red-haired's expression changed, and his conqueror-esque haki wrapped around his sword, forcefully stopping my Zen staff. I abandoned the staff and executed a great sumi step to flash in front of him, delivering a golden punch. With a loud bang, I sent red-haired flying, making him spit blood. That sniper on his ship, what was his name again? Jesus Burgess, right? He tried to ambush me, but I caught the bullet with my bare hands as soon as it left the chamber. I crushed the bullet's head and looked at him with disdain. Is that all you've got? Seeing his brother humiliated, red-haired exploded with rage. The terrifying conqueror-esque haki surging from within him, tearing a huge gap in the dark clouds above. He charged at me with his darkened sword, shouting that classic line, "Do whatever you want of me, but anyone who insults my companions will pay a painful price." I'm telling you, red-haired is really going all out. But the problem is, he's facing Fahai, Conqueror's haki. It might work on others, but for Fahai, it's like turning on a humidifier. Fahai waved his hand, and that big Zen staff flew back into his grip without any hesitation, directly confronting red-haired's black blade. What a scene. The shockwave from that impact sent the minions around them foaming at the mouth, collapsing in rows. Beckman and the other officers wanted to jump in, but they couldn't get a word in edgewise. Moreover, let me tell you, there was a master squatting on Fahai's robe, and that Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes were like searchlights, locking onto them, implying, anyone who moves, try it. Seeing the commotion below, Kenpachi couldn't sit still anymore and shouted to the little bull-headed one beside him, "You brat, let's go get down and rally the troops." When the little bull heard this title, he immediately got unhappy, mooing in anger. Kenpachi, a pure battle maniac, didn't care at all, jumping straight down from the robe and landing steadily on red-haired's ship. The little bull couldn't take it anymore and jumped down too, swinging his big hammer, wanting to land a blow on Kenpachi from behind. But Kenpachi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning around, he said, "Brat, if you want to fight, wait a bit. There's plenty of time for you to enjoy later, but we have to handle business first." Who understands, right? The little bull was so scared his face turned pale, almost dropping his hammer. Then he remembered who he was dealing with, a true ultimate warrior. Now he was probably going to be used as a punching bag. Kenpachi ignored him and turned his gaze, scanning Beckman and the others like a scanner. Finally locking onto Jesus Boo, licking his lips, and said in a voice that sounded like it crawled out of hell, "Just now, it was you who ambushed my master." Jesus Boo's heart skipped a beat, but being a cadre of the four emperors, he forced himself to say, "It was me, what about it? What about it?" Kenpachi smiled, a smile more terrifying than crying, and in a flash, he drew his Zanpakuto, pointing it at Jesus Boo, saying, "Hee, I hope when I chop you dead later, you'll still be so tough." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly activated his Shurkai, releasing an immense spiritual pressure in an instant, and in the next second, he appeared beside Jesus Boo like a ghost, swinging his sword down with a force that seemed to slice him in half. Jesus Boo was so scared he was frozen. He was about to die on the spot, when suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him. It was Beckman, with a loud bang. Beckman used his spear to block Kenpachi's sword. Kenpachi grinned like a madman and asked, "I'm curious, how did you see my movement?" "Let me tell you." Kenpachi's speed was like a cheat, yet Beckman replied calmly, "I just said, your killing intent is too heavy, like a 300-watt light bulb. It's hard not to see. TCH, Kenpachi looked displeased and shifted his blade, attacking again from a different angle. Beckman was also a master, sliding back as if he had oil on his feet, trying to create distance. But Kenpachi was like a piece of chewing gum, sticking to him tightly, advancing as Beckman retreated. Just when they were in a deadlock, Beckman suddenly stopped dodging, standing straight. The people on Red-Haired ship panicked, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Kenpachi was puzzled. Was he giving up? But he didn't care, thrusting his blade towards Beckman's vital points. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Beckman's body suddenly twisted into an entirely new position. I tell you, that flexibility was inhumane. He narrowly dodged the tip of the blade and floated several meters away, shooting at Kenpachi with his gun. Kenpachi swung his sword to block all the bullets, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right arm, and a cut appeared. He was stunned. He clearly blocked everything. In fact, that sly Beckman had secretly hidden a bullet on the ground when he twisted his body earlier. The barrage just now was a distraction, and one bullet hit the hidden one, bouncing off like playing billiards, shooting towards Kenpachi from a dead angle. If Kenpachi hadn't reacted quickly and dodged slightly, that shot would have hit him right in the head. Looking at the injured Kenpachi, Beckman also thought, what a monster. Meanwhile, Kenpachi, far from being frightened by the pain in his arm, was even more exhilarated, every cell in his body shouting to fight. Hit me harder. Just as he was about to charge at Beckman, suddenly, a more terrifying commotion came from Fahai and Red-Haired's side. Everyone stopped their actions and looked over in unison. Fahai held his Zen staff with one hand, his aura fully unleashed, coldly staring at Red-Haired. There's nothing to explain. Out of respect for Rayleigh, I'll give you one last chance. Leave or die, your choice. Red-Haired still wanted to explain. Fahai, this is really a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Fahai interrupted with a cold laugh, not giving him a chance to speak, as a massive phantom image of a Buddha appeared behind him, stepping out from the illusion, entirely blue, with a fierce face, swinging a giant sword towards Red-Haired. In that moment, the entire sky resonated with the sound of Buddha, and the pressure was so immense that Red-Haired immediately felt the threat of death. He knew Fahai could really kill him. Just at this critical moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared between the two, arms crossed, and the surrounding air began to crack like glass. That shockwave forcefully sent Fahai's and Red-Haired's attacks flying. The sea immediately erupted into towering waves, and then that figure swung a punch back at the tsunami, and with a crack, the atmosphere shattered. The 100-meter-high tsunami was directly obliterated by his punch. I focused and looked closely. Good heavens, I SNT that Whitebeard. The man who claims to be the strongest in the world. What is he doing here? Whitebeard first respectfully bowed to Fahai. Master, hope you are well. Then he said he was here to mediate. Fahai's face darkened at once. Mediation? I've been set up by someone, and now I seek revenge. Is this called a meaningless battle? Whitebeard, tell me, what is meaningful? Seeing that Fahai was genuinely angry, Whitebeard quickly waved his hands. Master, I didn't mean it that way. How could I dare to fight you? I'm here to help. It turns out Whitebeard had received news that the Navy was targeting Fahai, but on the way, he was ambushed by Kaido and Big Mom. He fought against two to break through the siege and arrived, only to be late. After hearing this, Fahai still looked a bit skeptical. After all, Carp had been controlled before. Who knows if this Whitebeard is an AI replacement? He suddenly asked, Whitebeard, would I last see you? What do we talk about? Whitebeard was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. I tell you, his CPU was almost overheating. After a long pause, his face turned red as he stammered. I'm getting old and my memory isn't good. Could you give me a hint, Master? Fahai's gaze turned cold, and he said two words, small island, cave. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard suddenly slapped his thigh. I remember. It was on the deserted island, discovered by Marco. I even gave you something, Master, and you rejected our party invitation, flying away in your robe. Oh, it's been over 2 years since then. As he spoke, the old man's eyes turned red. Seeing this, Fahai finally felt relieved. Thankfully, it was the real person. He sighed in relief and formally apologized. Then he looked at Whitebeard and asked seriously, Do you really want to mediate? Whitebeard nodded, but added that if Fahai insisted on fighting, he wouldn't stop him. After all, Fahai was a lifesaver. So, guess what happened next? Fahai pondered for a moment and said, "All right, Whitebeard, I'll give you this face. However, I have one condition." Whitebeard cautiously asked, "Master, you're not planning to beat up red-haired, are you?" Fahai shook his head and pulled him aside, whispering a few words in his ear. I tell you, after Whitebeard heard it, his eyes were about to pop out in disbelief, and he walked toward Red-Haired with a strange expression. Red-Haired was already stunned. He thought Whitebeard came to help him, but judging by that stance, Whitebeard was practically a die-hard fan of Fahai. His heart sank halfway. Whitebeard approached him, looking at him with the eyes of a warrior, and repeated Fahai's conditions. After hearing it, Red-Haired's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a sea king, and he was completely petrified. After a long pause, he incredulously asked, Is that it?" "Yes, that's it." After Whitebeard finished speaking, he directly sat down cross-legged to watch the show. At this time, Fahai took out an incense stick from somewhere, lit it with a Buddhist light, and suspended it in mid-air, saying to Red-Haired, "You have the time of one incense stick to think it over." Folks, what kind of condition could leave two emperors at a loss? I tell you, Fahai's condition was simply outrageous. He said, "Stop fighting. Let us form an Avengers alliance, taking only elite personnel, and directly go to blow up the Navy headquarters at Marineford." This was simply insane. As the incense burned shorter, Red-Haired was still hesitating. When the time was up, Fahai's eyes suddenly changed, without saying a word. A more ferocious Dharma form emerged behind him, with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding various divine artifacts, clearly ready to kill. When Red-Haired saw this, he knew that if he didn't agree, he would be finished today, so he broke down and shouted, "I agree." But Fahai coldly replied, "Too late." The 3-headed, 6-armed Demon King formed a colorful halo in his hands and threw it at Red-Haired. That thing clearly wasn't anything good. Red-Haired was so scared that his soul almost flew away. "I've agreed. What more do you want?" Just then, Whitebeard spoke up, "Master, give him a break. The kid has agreed. Let it go." As he spoke, he flattered Fahai. "Master, you are compassionate, and we are eternal friends, right?" After hearing this, Fahai smiled, waved his hand, and retracted the Dharma form. "All right, Whitebeard, I'll give you one more face." Red-Haired finally saved his life, completely soaked with sweat. Fahai didn't care about him anymore, jumping directly next to Whitebeard, patting his arm, and said without context, "Protecting the bloodline of the former captain is quite hard. Isn't it?" Whitebeard unconsciously hummed in agreement, but then realized and shook his head like a rattle drum, looking at Fahai as if he had seen a ghost. Unable to speak coherently, Fahai smiled and didn't say much, finding a place to sit and rest. Kenpachi and Little Bullhead immediately stood guard on either side of him. Kenpachi casually sat down, while Little Bullhead remained standing, looking proudly as if he had done a great job protecting him, even casting a disdainful glance at Kenpachi. Kenpachi immediately exploded. "Oh, you're not convinced, Little Bullhead? Come on, let us have a spar." As he said this, he reached to grab Little Bullhead. Little Bullhead stubbornly refused, and the two stood locked in a standoff. Fahai was annoyed by their bickering and said, "Enough." The two instantly fell silent. Kenpachi complained that it was all Little Bullhead's fault for starting trouble first. Little Bullhead, furious, mooed loudly, rubbing his big head against Fahai, as if to say he was being good. Kenpachi looked at him with disdain. Such a big cow, still acting cute. Isn't that disgusting? You're so melodramatic. You must be a female cow. Moo! That shout directly broke Little Bullhead's defense. He swung his hammer, which was even bigger than himself, and with a whoosh, it came crashing toward Kenpachi's face. Let me tell you, Kenpachi is really something. When there's something going on, he truly gets involved. He dodged to the side with a flash and didn't hold back, continuing to stir the pot. "Oh, this strength is so weak. It must be a mother cow, right?" After saying that, he jumped to a nearby deserted island in a flash. That Little Bullhead couldn't take this insult. Its eyes turned red, and with a loud moo, it charged after Kenpachi like a mad bull, disappearing in a puff of smoke. I looked at their backs and nearly laughed out loud. Kenpachi, that rascal, is a bit mischievous, but he knows what he's doing. He's intentionally giving the Little Bullhead some pre-battle training, trying to help it have some self-defense skills for the tough fight ahead. Just as I was thinking about this, Whitebeard, that old man, came over with his unrecognizable steps. plopped down beside me, and just stared blankly without saying a word. As soon as I saw his expression, I knew what was going on. I casually asked, "Is something wrong?" Goodness, he had just uttered one word when he seemed to choke up as if someone were squeezing his throat. Does anyone understand? My family? The strongest man in the world was as nervous as if he were about to meet his father-in-law. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going well, I gave him a reassurance. "Don't worry, old man. If there's anything you want to ask, just go ahead. I'm all about being open and honest with you." My gentle tone seems to have had some effect. He took a breath, finally made up his mind, and lowered his voice to ask me, "Master, how did you figure it out?" "Figured out what?" I played dumb and acted like I didn't know anything. I knew he was referring to my earlier comment about how hard it was to protect the captain's bloodline, which really hit him hard. The old man with the white beard looked helpless and said, "Master, let us stop pretending. It's pointless. Just tell me, how did you know?" "I guessed," I replied honestly, but my eyes darted to the red-haired figure in the distance. "You guessed." The expression on the white-bearded man's face was as if he had just heard a fantastical tale. "Master, you really can guess. What is the difference between that and saying nothing?" I was amused by his appearance, laughing and saying, "Old man, you've kept this from me for over 40 years. That must have been tough for you." He didn't respond, just sighed, his gaze drifting toward the red-haired man. His eyes filled with the shadow of the man who once dared to poke a hole in the sky. "All right, enough sighing. I promised to keep a secret." I comforted him and then started laying out the logic. "To be honest, I hadn't thought in that direction at first, but your actions have completely sold you out. Think about it. You and the red-haired guy are both emperors, theoretically sworn enemies. Yet, for him, you didn't hesitate to offend me and came out to be a mediator. Who would believe there's no trickery involved?" The old man's face changed like a palette, shifting colors. "At first, I thought you were doing it for Roger's sake. But then, when I lined up the timelines, something felt off. Master, how did you?" He stared at me intensely, and for the first time, I felt a sense of fear. Not fear of his fighting power, but the fear of being intellectually crushed. I chuckled and slowly uttered two words, "Time." As far as I know, it has been exactly 38 years since the fall of that one in God's Valley. And the age of the red-haired one is precisely around 38 or 39. Plus, with the way you protect him beyond a hostile relationship, I immediately concluded that the red-haired one is most likely the biological son of that gentleman. Even if he isn't, there is definitely an inseparable connection. Otherwise, what reason do you, as the overlord of the seas, have to protect him so fiercely? Every time I spoke, Whitebeard's heart sank a little more. By the time I finished, he was completely frozen, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "Are you so sure?" "Not sure." I shook my head and smiled. I said from the beginning, it's all just my guesses. I deliberately paused, watching his expression as he suddenly understood, and delivered the final blow. "But based on your reaction, I must have guessed right, haven't I?" "You." Whitebeard was left speechless, his face turning red. Indeed, I had tricked him. If he hadn't pressed me for answers, I wouldn't have been able to confirm my guess 100. All right, old man. I promise this will stay between us. I'm just curious why you're protecting him, nothing else." I stood up and stretched. This wasn't a lie. The psychological shadow that old man Carp left on me was too big. Now I have to be cautious with everyone. I can't sleep well without understanding their motives. "Thank you." Whitebeard was stunned for a long time before seriously saying these two words. I helped him up with a smile. I should be the one saying thank you. After all, I did pry a bit. Finally, Whitebeard smiled, a hearty laugh that felt like a weight lifted off his chest. He was also scared. If this matter got out, those two lunatics, Lingling and Kaido, would definitely be the first to jump out and attack Shanks. "All right, it's about time. Go ask Shanks if he's ready," I said, glancing at the sky. Whitebeard nodded and got up to walk toward Shanks. As his massive figure approached, Beckman and the others instantly tensed up. "Relax, I mean no harm." Whitebeard waved his hand and said to Shanks, "Fahai sent me to ask how your recovery is going." Before Shanks could respond, Jesus Burgess chimed in sarcastically, sending the four emperors to relay messages. This Fahai really has some clout. "Did I ask you?" Whitebeard glared, and the aura of the world's strongest man burst forth. Good heavens, in front of me, he looked like a submissive little wife, but in front of others, he was still a lion. Jesus Burgess was immediately frightened into silence. "Jesus Burgess, stand down," Shanks scolded, then turned to Whitebeard and said, "Sorry, Whitebeard. My partner hasn't fully recovered yet." So he spoke with some resentment. "Please don't take it to heart." Then he said loudly, "Please inform Fahai that the red-haired pirates are fully prepared and ready to move at any time." Whitebeard nodded, but just as he was about to leave, Shanks called out, "Wait!" Shanks's gaze was sharp like an eagle, making Whitebeard's heart skip a beat as he thought, could this kid have seen through something? After staring at him for a while, Shanks finally shook his head. "It's nothing. Just wanted to formally thank you for speaking up for me earlier." "No need to thank me. I did it for Roger's sake." Whitebeard quickly used Roger as a shield, then turned and left, not giving Shanks a chance to ask further. Once Whitebeard was gone, Shanks immediately whispered to Beckman, "Beckman, how much of what Whitebeard said is true?" Beckman pondered for a long time and shook his head. "I can't see through it, but I can be sure he means us no harm. As for Fahai, he is too strong, ridiculously strong, and could very well become the next king, stirring up storms on the seas." "The next 4 emperors?" Shanks stared at my retreating figure, then shook his head. "No, it's not an exaggeration to say he could be the next pirate king." As soon as he said this, everyone on his ship erupted. "That's quite a high evaluation." Beckman chimed in. "In terms of combat power, he can indeed be called a king. But being the pirate king isn't just about combat power." "That's true," Shanks added. "But Fahai's strength has reached an unfathomable level. I estimate that even during Captain's prime, he would have a hard time matching him." This left not only Jesus Burgess, but even Beckman looking incredulous. "Is he really that strong?" Even Mr. Roger. Shanks remained silent, only slowly nodding his head. At this, his crew could no longer sit still. A guy with a monkey around his neck stood up and urged Shanks, "Captain, now that you're almost recovered, why don't we?" The implication was clear. Either we fight to the death now, or run away quickly. "No need," Shanks waved his hand. "I have my own plans. Instead of leaving, I want to see how those guys and Mary Joa will respond." Just then, my voice rang out loud and clear, without a hint of concealment. "Set sail, destination, New Marine Headquarters." After saying this, I prepared to take out my flying robe. "Wait, Master!" Whitebeard suddenly interrupted me. I thought, is this old man having second thoughts? Instead, he pulled out a din mushy and muttered something. The next moment, a gigantic pirate ship suddenly emerged from the sea. It was the Moby Dick. "Master, your robe is too big a target. Come, board my ship," Whitebeard invited me with a smile. Okay." I was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. For some reason, I felt like he was looking at me as if he wanted to adopt me as his son, which made me feel awkward. As the ship approached, Marco was the first to spot me and immediately transformed into his phoenix form, flying over. "Master, long time no see." His signature pineapple head was indeed recognizable. "Marco," I smiled in response. Once he landed, he greeted his father and then started bombarding me with questions like a chatterbox. "Where have you been these past 2 years? Do you still want a devil fruit? I've gathered a lot for you." Seeing his enthusiasm, Whitebeard quickly stopped him. "Marco, not now. We'll talk when we're back on the ship." After we all boarded the Moby Dick, the massive ship slowly set sail, with Shanks's ship following closely behind. The 2 giant ships sailed towards the New Marine Headquarters. But no one noticed a sneaky seagull peeking out from where we had left, carrying communication equipment, flapping its wings, and flying off into the distance. At the same time, at the New Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, a high-level meeting presided over by Admiral Akainu and attended by Fleet Admiral Sengoku had just concluded. No one knew the contents of the meeting, but afterward, the Navy issued 3 secret orders regarding me, causing a stir within the entire military. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku kept all the Vice Admirals behind. "Everyone, the threat level of Fahai doesn't need me to elaborate," Sengoku said, surveying the crowd as he pulled out a bomb-like device from behind him. "This is Vegapunk's new research, powerful enough to rival any top-tier combat strength in full force." At this, everyone was shocked. Kizaru lazily asked, "Admiral, doesn't this thing have any drawbacks?" "Indeed," Sengoku replied, then threw the device forcefully into the sky. After a long time, just when everyone thought it was a dud, a deafening explosion echoed, shattering all the glass in the office. In the distant sky, a mushroom cloud was rising slowly. All the generals were stunned, realizing the power of this device. It could cause devastation if detonated at close range. "Admiral, with this..." Wiping out the pirates is just around the corner. A vice admiral named Volcanic shouted excitedly. Vice Admiral Kizaru coldly uttered 2 words, time. Volcanic instantly understood. The detonation time was too long. That's right. Sengoku scanned everyone and said something that sent chills down their spines. My additional secret order is that every vice admiral must have one. In battle with Fahai, it must be detonated. Vice Admiral Mongoose's expression turned grave. Admiral, what do you mean? What I mean is, if necessary, you can perish together with Fahai. Sengoku's voice was icy cold, and this order was codenamed Salvation. No one could defy it. Yes, faced with such a resolute order, the vice admirals could only grit their teeth and agree. In the meeting room, only Volcanic remained, watching his colleagues leave. He sighed deeply. If justice is already decayed, then is it still the justice we uphold? On the other side, aboard the Moby Dick, I share my plan with the Whitebeard pirates. They first froze in surprise, then all turned to look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, filled with fighting spirit, roared, "Kids, are you afraid?" "Not afraid. Where old man goes is also where we die." Marco and the others roared in unison, their momentum scattering the clouds in the sky. "Kula-la-la-la. Good. Let's go cause another ruckus in Marineford." Looking at this group of battle-hungry men, I felt a surge of gratitude in my heart. But at the same time, I was worried about red-haired Shanks. His unclear relationship with the 5 elders was always a thorn in my heart. Just as I was lost in thought, Marco approached me mysteriously, carrying a large sack. "Master." The bag in his hand was bulging, and I couldn't tell what was inside. "What is going on?" I asked curiously. "Guess." His pineapple head paired with a mysterious expression was really annoying. Where was I supposed to guess from? It wouldn't be a bento for me, right? How vulgar. Marco looked disgusted. "This contains a big treasure, a power that can change the world." A power that can change the world? I was intrigued, and recalling what he had said about gathering a lot of things before, I suddenly thought of a possibility. I looked at him with great interest and uttered 4 words, "Devil fruit." "Ah!" Marco was stunned. "Master, you guessed too accurately." He tossed the bag to me, and I opened it eagerly. Family, who understands? There were exactly 7 oddly shaped devil fruits lay quietly inside. I was so excited that I couldn't say anything. This is simply a timely help. I was worried about the character progression being stuck, and now I have these 7 fruits. Should I use them to unlock the new character for Fahai at 80%, or to supplement Baizai to 60%? I was suddenly at a loss. "Little Ma, thank you." I collected myself and solemnly bowed to Marco. He quickly waved his hand. "Master, you are being too humble. You are the benefactor of our entire team." I patted him on the shoulder, and a bold idea popped into my mind. I said to him, "You go ahead and get busy, and while you're at it, can you call over Kenpachi and the little bullhead for me?" Soon enough, the drunken Kenpachi and the little bullhead stumbled over. I didn't scold them. I simply lined up the 7 devil fruits from the bag in front of them. "Here are 7 devil fruits, the greatest treasure in this world." Kenpachi looked disdainful, believing that external power is always a crooked path. However, the gluttonous little bullhead wasted no time and directly grabbed a natural-type fruit to shove into its mouth. Moo! The next second, its face twisted as if it had eaten something terrible, its tongue stretched out long, clearly indicating it was incredibly unpalatable. "Very good," I said with a smile. "Give it a try. What ability does it have?" "Moo!" The little bullhead responded and summoned all its strength. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted on the deck, blowing so hard that we could barely open our eyes. I tell you, this wind is something else. I squinted my eyes and looked ahead, and, good heavens, the eye of the storm turned out to be a little bull's head. It was crackling with little electric arcs all over its body, and there was a small tornado swirling on top of its head, getting bigger and bigger. My first reaction was, "What the heck, the thunderfruit? Didn't it die?" No way. Before I could finish that thought, the little bull's head suddenly lifted up and let out a huge roar, and the small storm above its head exploded. In an instant, it transformed into a giant tornado capable of swallowing an entire ship, with lightning mixed in. I was dumbfounded, thinking, what the heck? This thing is a natural type? Which natural type has both wind and thunder? This is cheating. Then came an even crazier move. The little bull's head actually sucked in that world-destroying storm in one go. After that, It turned to the side where Kenpachi was still chugging down drinks and mooed a couple of times. That little look in its eyes, that disdainful snort. Translated to, "What are you looking at? Not convinced? Want to try?" Kenpachi, with his violent temper, couldn't take that, and the alcohol kicked in, waking him up instantly. He charged forward with his sword, delivering a powerful strike. But he held back a bit since they were on the same side. What made him nearly pop his eyes out was that the little bull didn't dodge at all. It simply conjured a small storm with one hand and tossed it back, actually swallowing Kenpachi's slash. Can you believe it? Then that storm kept going, straight towards Kenpachi's face. Kenpachi was stunned, cursing, "You little bull, you really have the guts," and instantly activated his Bankai. He swung his Zanpakuto, which looked like an axe, at the storm with a powerful blow, finally dispersing it. But the little bull's head charged forward with its big hammer, which was swirling with several storms, its power astounding. Kenpachi, being stubborn, insisted on a head-on clash, not believing that a bull calf that just got beaten could turn the tables after eating a fruit. Bring it on. Boom! The clash of blade and hammer created sparks. Even the air was shaken. The two actually held their ground. Neither could overpower the other. Kenpachi was truly furious now, roaring, and instantly maxed out his strength. With a screech of painful friction, the little bull's big hammer was actually split in half by Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. Moo! A heart-wrenching bull cry echoed through the skies. The little bull dropped to its knees, looking at the two pieces of scrap metal in its hands, tears almost falling. Does anyone understand? That was my precious companion throughout my whole life. Kenpachi was also dumbfounded, standing there a loss. This guy, with an emotional intelligence comparable to a brick, after a long pause said, "Bull calf, I didn't mean it, how about? I pay you back with my sword?" This line completely set the little bull off. It suddenly lifted its head, eyes bloodshot, and let out an angry roar, causing the air around the Moby Dick to start boiling. An even bigger, scarier storm, filled with lightning and thunder, rapidly formed above its head. The people on the ship were stunned. Even Jozu, who was chewing on a big chicken leg, forgot to chew and mumbled, Hey, if the master keeps this up, our ship is going to get wrecked." Old Whitebeard remained calm as a dog, without saying a word, but he didn't stop it. Why? Because he was watching me the whole time, and his gaze was clear. "Your people, you deal with it. Fine, looks like I have to clean up after you troublemakers." With a big step, I instantly appeared in front of the rampaging little bull, placing one hand directly on its forehead, chanting the Buddhist calming mantra, "Activate." The little bull, which had just acted like a world-ending demon, instantly calmed down, blinking its big eyes at me, letting out a pitiful moo. I patted it and said, all right. It's just a hammer. I'll get you a better one later. I promise it'll be stronger than the old one." Upon hearing this, the little bull's mood immediately brightened, and it kept rubbing its big head against me like a spoiled puppy. Just as I finished calming it down, Kenpachi came over, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. "Master, can I have one too?" He was stimulated by the little bull's combat power. I pointed to the remaining fruits on the ground and said, "Here, pick one." Kenpachi wasn't polite at all, casually picked one up, glanced at it, and took a big bite. Let me tell you, that expression was something else, as if he had swallowed the entire periodic table. The little bull was dumbfounded, thinking, this guy is really brave. Even dogs won't eat that stuff. I asked him, "How are you? Any changes?" Jianba frowned and spat out 2 words. "Tastes bad." "Nonsense. I was asking about your body." He closed his eyes to feel for a moment, and the next second, his entire aura changed. A burst of overwhelming killing intent erupted, and the temperature around us dropped suddenly, causing our breath to turn into white smoke. I saw him grow spines all over his body, and a layer of a sinister mask appeared on his face, looking just like a human Shura. He exhaled and felt that his whole body was filled with strength, smiling at me with satisfaction. Wow, this guy must have drawn an SSR. I guess it was either the evil spirit fruit or the Shura fruit. As soon as he gained power, the first thing he wanted was to take a shot at me and insisted on sparring with me. I shot him a glare. "Hold it back. Save your strength to take down Kizaru at headquarters." He was at a loss and went to provoke the little bull head again, but I stopped him again. I let both of them rest and conserve their energy, as the big battle was imminent, and I didn't want them to waste their strength. Once they left, I looked at the 5 remaining fruits on the ground and directly asked the system, How much can these things increase the acting degree of Fahai? The system quickly responded, saying that absorbing them with the identity of Fahai could increase it by 7. 3. But if I switch to the identity of Byakuya, Kuchiki, it could increase by a full 21. With Byakuya already having a 60 progress, this would push it over 80 and unlock a new character. To be honest, I was tempted. One was a steady approach to becoming stronger directly. The other was like opening a blind box, gambling for something big. But at this critical moment, I wasn't in the mood for any risky games. What if I ended up drawing a weak character? Who would I complain to? System, no more gambling. Absorb them all and enhance Fahai. As soon as I finished speaking, the devil fruits on the ground instantly transformed into streams of light and entered my body. The acting degree skyrocketed, reaching 87. 3. In that moment, I felt a loud bang in my head, as if I had opened a spiritual mountain. Thousands of gods and Buddhas began chanting scriptures in surround sound in my mind, and a mysterious yet powerful force started calling me, conveying just one message. Benefactor, your worldly ties are over. It's time to ascend to the West. I was furious at that moment. Damn it to the Western paradise. I am Fahai, but I am also Lin Feng. I let out a roar, and a brilliant light erupted from my body, forcefully pushing the countless Buddhist sounds back to the deepest part of my being. It was incredibly strenuous, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down like a valve had been opened. In the distance, Marco and the others were stunned, wanting to come over to help, but were stopped by Whitebeard. Kenpachi and Little Bullhead were anxiously pacing, but I used my mental energy to tell them, "Don't move. I can handle it." After a long while, I finally suppressed that summoning power completely. I let out a breath. That was close. I almost went to the Western Paradise to take the exam. Feeling the tumultuous power within me, I gained confidence. Now, not to mention Carp. Even if there were some demons or monsters hiding behind him, I could handle it. Just as I was thinking, Whitebeard and the others gathered around, all looking concerned. The old man told me that we were less than an hour away from the new naval headquarters, and he had already sent someone to remove the Navy's hidden sentries. Just as I was about to say thank you for your hard work, my gaze suddenly froze, and I looked sharply toward the bow of the ship. Whitebeard immediately became alert. "What's wrong, master?" I smirked and walked towards the bow of the ship. A familiar face had arrived. When we reached the bow, good heavens, there it was, a small dilapidated boat floating not far away, with 2 green candle flames flickering at the bow, looking like a ghost ship in the dark night. Sitting on the boat was a person who made even the white-bearded man gasp. The 7 warlords, Dracule Mihawk. What is he doing here? Just then, the red-haired ship followed closely behind, and Shanks stood at the bow, looking at Mihawk with an expression that said, "I knew you would come." Upon seeing Shanks, Mihawk wasted no time and leaped towards the red-haired ship. Suddenly, a figure moved even faster than him, blocking his path in a monk's robe. That's right, it was me. Mihawk's pupils constricted, instantly recognizing me, and the black sword behind him unsheathed with a whoosh. He could feel that I was now several levels stronger than when we were in Impel Down. "What a coincidence, Mihawk," I said lightly, suspended in midair. Without a word, Mihawk struck with all his might. A black slash capable of splitting the sky roared towards me. He knew I wouldn't let him go, so he aimed to strike first. I watched that slash and thought to myself, it has indeed become stronger, but that's all there is to it. As the slash approached me, I waved my hand casually. Great might heavenly dragon. This time it wasn't a mere illusion. Folks, it was the genuine article. A high-definition, remastered, physical golden dragon. A massive dragon composed entirely of pure Buddha light roared out, and then everyone present witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. The golden dragon bit down on Hawkeye's slash, and then, guess what? It started to chew. Like munching on sugarcane, it was crunching. The entire sea was dead silent. On Whitebeard's ship, on Shank's ship, jaws dropped to the deck. Hawkeye himself turned pale, feeling true fear for the first time, subconsciously murmuring, "Am I going to die here?" His voice was very soft, but I heard it clearly. I slowly spoke, "Hawkeye, give up resistance. I won't let you die." Saying this, I flashed and appeared right in front of him, staring into his eyes. "You just came from a Navy headquarters, right? Tell me, who is currently at the headquarters?" Hawkeye was so frightened that he took several steps back. He looked at me, then glanced at Whitebeard and Shanks below, and a shocking thought flashed through his mind, his voice trembling. Are you asking this? Do you want to attack the Navy headquarters? He didn't dare to say the last few words, because that would be too insane. I looked at his terrified expression and coldly shattered his fantasy. No need to guess. It's just as you thought. The end of this route is not to the world of Annie, so there's south only one place left. Marine headquarters. Hawkeye's eternally unchanging iceberg face. Let me tell you, at that moment it collapsed. He stared at me intensely, his mouth open for a long time, unable to squeeze out a word, and finally that gaze shot over to Red-Haired. The meaning was too obvious. Are you crazy? Following this guy to Marine headquarters? And Red-Haired, playing dead, silence is golden. He knew clearly in his heart that this matter couldn't be stopped. Want to stop me? Unless you could take me out on the spot. But looking around the world, there are only a handful of people who can do that, and no one can rush over. The world is about to change. Red-Haired let out a long sigh, resigning himself completely. I didn't have time to indulge in his melancholy, and directly turned my attention back to Hawkeye. I asked once more, don't force me to take action. I spoke very calmly, but the pressure, those who understand, understand. How many masters are still breathing at Marine headquarters? Hawkeye remained silent, looking back at Red-Haired. Red-Haired slightly nodded at him, as if saying, just surrender. Only then did Hawkeye deflate, sheathing his black sword, and finally looking at me properly. Fahai, I can't give you a complete answer. What do you mean? I raised an eyebrow. When I left, Carp and the yellow monkey were still there, he said slowly. So I can't give you an accurate list. But I can assure you, Carp, Sengoku, Akainu, and all the admirals, none are missing, all staying at home. My heart sank. Carp, Sengoku, Akainu. Good grief, this lineup is simply a hellish start. Not to mention, I also know that within the Navy there's Vice Admiral Crane, and that mysterious Chief of Staff, Steelbone Kong. That old guy's strength is definitely at the peak level of the admirals. Just as I was pondering, Hawkeye spoke again, looking as if he was ready to face death. That's all I know. Fahai, are you going to kill me, or? He glanced at Red-Haired. That little look was like a life-and-death farewell. I was directly amused. I said I wouldn't kill you. Do you think I'm joking? Then let me go. His eyes brightened. Dream on. I shook my head, my gaze turning to Red-Haired. You're here because of him, right? Hawkeye stiffened and stopped talking. All right. No need to act anymore. I waved my hand, my eyes full of amusement. I didn't say I would do anything to you. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, his fingers trembling unconsciously. Hey, that little movement didn't escape my eyes. I squinted at that moment. The relationship between these two was definitely not just good buddies. If they were really close friends, Red-Haired would have rushed up when I first made a move. There is something going on here. I pondered for a moment, too lazy to delve deeper, and directly issued the order. You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. You don't go anywhere. Stay on Red-Haired's ship. After saying that, I couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention, turning around and flying towards Whitebeard's big ship. Behind me came Hawkeye's voice filled with apprehension. Fahai, what exactly do you want to do? As soon as I landed on the Moby Dick, I found a deck and sat cross-legged, completely indifferent to whether Hawkeye stayed or ran away. I mean, if he dared to run, I could catch him in no time and crush him to pieces. Besides, that red-haired guy definitely wouldn't let him escape. Helping Hawkeye at this juncture would offend both me and Whitebeard, and he wasn't that stupid. Sure enough, before long, Hawkeye obediently boarded red-haired Shank's ship. The two of them whispered to each other for a bit before disappearing into a small cabin. I didn't care what they talked about, as long as they didn't cause any trouble during the big battle. Master, Whitebeard approached, looking like he wanted to praise me, but didn't know how, his expression awkward. Your strength, has it improved again? Just a small breakthrough, nothing to mention. I casually changed the topic and asked the main question. Have the Navy's spies been dealt with? Almost. Whitebeard was also perceptive and didn't press further. There are a few tough ones that need Marco to handle personally. Marco has to step in? I was taken aback. What kind of sneaky spies were so tough that the captain had to take action himself? Seeing my surprise, Whitebeard smiled and explained they're government intelligence agents. Sending Marco is safer. All right, where is he then? I glanced around but didn't see that pineapple head. He already left when you were fighting Hawkeye. Oh, I nodded. How long until he gets to Navy HQ? About 5 hours. Okay, I took a deep breath, looked at Whitebeard, and said very seriously, Newgate, although it's a bit glitch, I still have to say thank you. Whitebeard laughed heartily, clapping his hand on my shoulder. Master, who are we to each other? If you want to make a scene, I'll help you punch a hole in the sky. This old man's boldness was truly admirable. After giving orders for the crew to take turns resting, he went back to conserve his energy. I watched his back, feeling quite warm inside. Just then, that kid Bista approached with a respectful expression, starting with, Master. Bista, what's up? I asked casually, but what he said next caught me completely off guard. Ace, he went to Wano country. My mind went blank for a moment. Wano country? Ace. It suddenly dawned on me that I hadn't seen that kid since boarding. I thought he was just having another sleep episode somewhere. Now it seemed things were getting serious. What was he going to Wano for? To take revenge on Odin? Or was it for that promise to Yamato? Regardless of the reason, him going to Wano at this time meant he was bound to run into Luffy. Wow. If those two brothers teamed up to fight Kaido, the scene would be incredible. I was itching to run over and see the excitement. But after thinking it through, I held back. I needed to resolve the Navy issues first. Does Whitebeard know about this? I asked. Old man doesn't know, Bista answered honestly. My heart sank, and my expression instantly turned cold, a pressure directly pressing down. Such a big deal, and Whitebeard doesn't know. How do you know? Bista trembled at my tone, stumbling over his words. Master, don't misunderstand. Ace strictly instructed me not to tell the old man. Really? I feigned disbelief, but scanned his mind directly. Heartbeat and breathing are normal. He wasn't lying. I finally eased my pressure. Bista was already sweating profusely, his back soaked. Sorry, I felt a bit embarrassed. I've been too tense lately. I was too sensitive. I looked at him and instantly understood his little scheme. He wanted me to tell Whitebeard? Bista nodded vigorously. He knew Whitebeard's temper. If he wanted to tell him, the old man would definitely blow up. Having me, a guest, say it would have a different effect. All right, I got it, I replied and walked directly toward Whitebeard's room. Having made up my mind that if Whitebeard reacted too strongly, I would just pause the plan and prioritize Ace's safety. Ace went to Wano. In the room, Whitebeard's face instantly darkened. On one side was his precious son, and on the other was the impending battle. Even he was thrown into disarray. I looked at his conflicted expression and directly said, Whitebeard, why not send Marco and the others to support Ace first? Ensure his safety before anything else. Master, this. Whitebeard was anxious. He certainly cared about Ace, but fleeing at such a critical moment and leaving me here alone, what kind of situation was that? Newgate, you don't have to worry about me, I interrupted him. Just ensure Ace's safety first. But Master, attacking Navy HQ is no joke. If we leave you, it's fine. I wave my hand confidently. If I want to leave, those Navy scoundrels won't be able to keep me here. Whitebeard fell silent. He had seen my strength and knew I wasn't bragging. But he was still conflicted. A son and an ally. Both were precious to him. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke with an embarrassed expression. Master, how about we pause the plan for a day? Once I find Ace, we can go together? The moment he said it, he regretted it. Opportunities are fleeting. But I didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly. All right. I looked at him, speaking calmly. Just as you said, delay for a day. I knew what Ace meant to him. He was nurturing the next generation of the Pirate King. For his son, he would be willing to wait not just a day, but even 10 days. Master, Whitebeard was so touched he couldn't find words. Don't be like that. I laughed and patted him. You guys go ahead. I'll wait for good news on Red-Haired's ship. With that, I turned and left the room, calling over Zoro and Chopper, and the three of us jumped straight onto Red-Haired's ship. As soon as the crew of the red-haired pirates saw the three of us drop onto their ship like dumplings, their faces turned green. What is going on? How did Law come to our ship? I don't know. Hurry up and notify the captain. The red-haired crew looked at me as if I were a plague. As soon as I landed, I shouted to Shank from a distance. Rest here for the night. Wait for Whitebeard to come back. That tone sounded like I was ordering them. The faces of the red-haired crew turned dark. They probably cursed me 1,000 times in their hearts. But no one dared to speak up. After I finished speaking, I sat down on the spot and ignored them. Before long, Shanks emerged from the cabin, gave me a meaningful glance, and then turned back inside. No one knew what he was thinking. At night, the sea was quiet. But in Shanks' captain's cabin, it was a different story. His officers, along with Hawkeye, were all gathered together. Captain, are we really going to follow him to our deaths? Jesus Burgess was the first to object. Shanks, this is no joke. If we make a mistake, our crew is done for. Beckman also advised. Almost everyone opposed it. In their view, fighting the Navy was death. Right now, facing us was at least a slim chance of survival. Shanks kept his eyes closed, saying nothing. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes, the light in them fierce. Fight, we must fight. My decision will not change. Captain, Shanks, are you crazy? Everyone became anxious, with Beckman shouting. Shanks, according to Hawkeye's assessment, if we go, we're just delivering ourselves as food. It's better to fight law now. While they were arguing heatedly, none of them knew I was right outside, hearing everything clearly. I sneered in my heart, Shanks, don't be foolish. However, if you really dare to betray, I'll have no choice but to dismantle your ship. After listening for a while, I found it uninteresting and turned to leave. Just as I was leaving, Shanks in the room shifted his gaze and glanced in the direction I disappeared. He noticed me. Inside, Jesus Burgess was still shouting, "My Hawk, you should persuade Shanks." Hawkeye shook his head and remained silent. Jesus Burgess was completely hopeless, slumping in his chair. The meeting ended just like that, with the result that Red-Haired insisted on helping me fight the Navy. The crew members were left with a lot of questions. With everyone gone, only Shanks and Hawkeye remained in the room. Red-Haired, your decision will turn the world upside down. Hawkeye stared at him. I knew. Shanks sighed and retorted, if I don't help him, won't that mean the world won't turn? Hawkeye was left speechless. Yes, even without Red-Haired, I would still fight. My Hawk, Shanks said slowly. Since this is a foregone conclusion, why not give it a push? Hawkeye fell silent, then reminded him, don't forget your covenant with that adult. Mentioning that adult made Shanks' face instantly darken. After a long while, he finally raised his head, his tone resolute. Forget about it. If Fahai wins this battle, I'll break the covenant. Are you crazy? Hawkeye stood up directly. Have you thought about the consequences of betraying that adult? I know. Shanks shot back. I see something in Fahai that doesn't belong to this world. His strength could definitely defeat that adult. Hawkeye was completely shocked, without waiting for him to react. Shanks continued. Will you help me with this plan? Hawkeye's mind was buzzing. The terror of that adult was beyond this dimension. Shanks actually wanted to use me to fight that monster? This idea was too crazy. After a long time, Hawkeye finally came back to his senses and looked at Shanks. Have you thought it through? What do you think? Shanks smiled. Hawkeye understood his meaning and nodded heavily, saying irritably, Shanks, you really are a downright madman. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed heartily, knowing that Hawkeye had agreed. The two of them walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. In the shadows behind them, my figure slowly emerged. Hee hee. You want to use me as a gun? My eyes flashed with brilliance. Red-haired, if you want to use me as a gun, you better be prepared for it to go off at any moment and blow yourself up. The next morning, I opened my eyes for meditation. I had been pondering that adult all night. The first thought that came to mind was but Hawkeye's terrified reaction made me feel otherwise. Someone who could scare him like that. Wasn't enough. I focused my mind and directly sank into the golden bowl. Those two unlucky souls, Gordon and Ziggy, were each huddled in a corner, staring blankly. I transformed into a cyber judge and opened court in Gordon's mind. Gordon, Fahai. Gordon instantly exploded, his spirit returning. Let me out. You can set any conditions. The secrets of the D family, the secrets of the world government, anything. I can betray them. His reaction was too abnormal, and I grew wary. How can I trust you? I can swear in the name of the ancestor of the celestial dragons. I laughed directly. That means nothing to me. Spare me this nonsense. I will ask you a question, answer correctly, and I will let you out within 10 years. 10 years. Gordon's heart sank. 1 year. Hee hee, I sneered. Old man, get a grip. You have no right to negotiate with me. Gordon was choked into silence and finally had to concede. You go ahead and ask your question. This old fox still want to play tricks with me. I couldn't be bothered to waste time, so I pulled the other prisoner, Ziggy, into the group chat to balance them against each other. Sure enough, the two of them had already colluded. Their responses were identical. Gordon, you're quite clever, I said with a smile, exposing him. What do you mean? He was still pretending. Nothing. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush, so I threw the question at him. Apart from him, Is there anyone else above the 5 elders? As soon as the words fell, I could feel the 2 souls in the golden bowl freezing instantly. Gordon's voice, filled with uncontrollable shock, screamed in my mind. Where did you hear the name him? But he quickly figured it out himself. However, he was even more shocked by my question. Answer me. I emphasized, my voice cold and piercing. Besides him, is there anyone else above you? That old man Gordon immediately got stuck, stammering and unable to produce a word. As a result, when he didn't speak, the young man named Ziggy suddenly erupted. I'm telling you, that guy was like he had been injected with adrenaline, shouting Fahai. I will never tell you the secrets of the celestial dragons. And then he slapped his own forehead. Good heavens, is he about to sacrifice himself for his faith? Gordon turned pale, screaming no. After all, there were only the 2 of them in that golden bowl. If one died, wouldn't the other be left alone? Just at that critical moment, I descended directly. I'm telling you, in this golden bowl, I'm the GM, I am the rule. With a thought, time had to pause for me. Il floated over. Removed Ziggy's disobedient hand from his forehead, and then pointed at Gordon, causing that old man to float toward me like a balloon, uncontrollably. Both of them were stunned, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. Of course, showing off in my world is like flaunting one's skills in front of an expert. I looked at Gordon's pale face and smiled, still thinking about how to come up with a lie to trick me. His eyes were spinning like a top, but unfortunately, his mouth was sealed by me, unable to say anything. I waved my hand in disdain and released his confinement. All right, stop spinning. It's making me dizzy. As for Zigwin, I still had him sealed. This tough guy, not afraid of death, regular methods wouldn't work on him. But Gordon was different. Look at his outfit. Even while locked up, he still kept himself presentable. A guy who cherishes his image to such an extent. How could he really want to die? Sure enough, as soon as the confinement was lifted, Gordon immediately knelt down, crying and snotting, shouting, Master Fahai, I'll tell everything. I let out a cold laugh, and the Buddha light in my hand shone like a searchlight, the killing intent suddenly rising. Do you think I would still believe a word you say now? Gordon was completely stunned. He realized that his little schemes had been seen through by me. For the first time, a pleading expression appeared on his old face. His voice trembling, give me another chance. A chance? I scoffed. Chances are reserved for honest people, not for someone like you, an old trickster. Prepare to sleep forever. Dying in my hands is not a loss. Saying this, I raised my hand, and the Buddha light was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. Just as my palm was about to come down, this old guy's survival instinct erupted, and he shouted with all his strength, There are higher-ups above Lord M. Oh, my hand stopped, and I looked at him with great interest, saying go on. Gordon, as if just pulled out of water, nervously swallowed his saliva and spilled everything like bamboo shoots falling from tube. He said that the outside world knows that the highest power is the 5 old stars, but within their inner circle, people like him and Zigwin are called divine guardians. And the one who leads them, M, is referred to as the divine messenger. Who understands this, family? This second-rate naming, divine guardian, divine messenger? Are they playing role-playing here? Then the question arises, which deity are they serving? Seeing that I didn't speak, Gordon hurriedly continued. You guessed it right, the one we serve is a true God. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. God? What a joke. How could a god possibly emerge in this pirate world? Even if I crossed over and caused a bit of butterfly effect, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? I squinted my eyes, and the Buddha light in my hand began to flicker again. The threat was evident. Gordon was so scared that he seemed to have lost his soul. His face mournful as he said, At this point, I have no reason to lie to you. Fahai, you should be grateful that that god cannot leave Mary Geos for certain reasons. Otherwise, there would be no pirates left in this world, only the Navy, because that Lord possesses the power to sweep away everything. The power to sweep away everything. I retracted the Buddha light and fell into deep thought. Gordon's words, I scanned with my divine sense, turned out to be true. This was a bit frightening. A god capable of sweeping away everything, yet trapped in the Holy Land? Who on earth has such great power to confine him? Seeing that I had been silent for a long time, Gordon trembled and begged me for mercy. I glanced at him and said, I won't kill you. You and your good brother Zigwin can live here forever. After saying that, my figure disappeared, leaving behind 2 guys in a golden bowl who looked at each other. Just as Gordon breathed a sigh of relief, the restraints on Zygwin were released, and that kid immediately pointed at Gordon's nose and scolded, "Gordon, you actually betrayed that lord to save your own life. What happened to your honor as a celestial dragon?" Gordon just slumped on the ground, softly uttering 2 words, "Sorry." I came out of the Golden Bowl, and I was pondering what the power to sweep the world really was. Just then, Kenpachi rushed over with a face that looked like he had just lost his wife. "Master, it's not good." I frowned. "What's the matter?" "Whitebeard. Seriously injured." I exploded on the spot. "What the hell? Whitebeard seriously injured? Are you kidding me?" Even if Lin and Kaido teamed up, they couldn't do anything to him. Kenpachi quickly relayed everything he heard from the transponder snail. It turned out that after Whitebeard found Ace, everything was going smoothly. He fought Kaido a few times and pushed back the 3 disasters. But just as they were about to head home, that crazy Big Mom suddenly charged out. But that wasn't a big deal. Whitebeard could hold off 2 emperors, and although it was tough, escaping wasn't a problem. The bad part was that Fujitora and Kizaru from the Navy headquarters, who had somehow snuck close to Wano without saying a word, just started attacking. Good grief. 2 emperors plus 2 admirals. This was clearly a trap. The Whitebeard pirates were instantly scattered. And old man Whitebeard fought alone against the 4 top fighters to cover the children's retreat, his life and death now unknown. Fujitora? Kizaru? My head buzzed. How did they appear in Wano? This place isn't under the world government's control. The Navy teaming up with the 4 emperors? Who wrote this script? Just then, Shanks appeared like a ghost, grinning and asking, "I heard something happened with Whitebeard, so are we still attacking the Navy headquarters?" Boom! My staff was instantly pressed against his chin, my gaze cold enough to freeze. "How do you know about this?" Shanks turned pale and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Calm down. Isn't it normal to have a spy on someone else's ship?" I looked at him suspiciously. Given Whitebeard's character, it was impossible for there to be a traitor on the ship without him knowing, unless it was intentional. I slowly withdrew my staff. Shanks let out a sigh of relief and asked again, "What about the Navy headquarters?" "Forget it," I replied decisively. Compared to attacking the Navy headquarters, I didn't want to lose a friend like Whitebeard even more. Suddenly, Kenpachi spoke up beside me. "Master, I think just the opposite. Now is the best time to attack the headquarters." He said that 2 of the Navy's admirals were away, giving us a great chance of victory. Moreover, he grinned and added, "Besides, with my and the kids' current combat power, they can't stop us without 4 admirals." What he said was indeed true. On one side was a friend's crisis, and on the other was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I found myself in a dilemma. After a long while, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in my eyes as I looked at Kenpachi and suddenly came up with a crazy idea. What if I let you take the kid and the red-haired crew? Do you have the confidence to take down the Navy headquarters? Before Kenpachi could respond, Shanks beside us objected, his face turning pale. "No way, Fahai. I came for you. And you want me to go die with him?" But Kenpachi completely ignored him and excitedly slapped his thigh. "Isn't that simple? My big sword has been itching for action." I looked at Shanks' face, which was darker than the bottom of a pot, and smiled playfully. "What do you think?" The meaning was obvious. I dared him to say no. Shanks' face darkened even more, and after holding back for a while, he said, "I'll go get ready," and walked away dejectedly. Watching his back, my expression instantly turned serious, and I whispered to Kenpachi, "Remember, when we attack the headquarters, if Shanks makes any unusual moves, don't hold back." Kenpachi nodded heavily. "Master, rest assured." He handed me the phone bug for the Whitebeard pirates, and after I took it, I summoned my cloak and flew at full speed toward Wano country. Along the way, various rumors and gossip were flying everywhere. There was all sorts of talk, even claims that Whitebeard and Big Mom had fallen in love and then turned against each other. Absurd. But I still caught the key information. The Marines had set up an ambush a day in advance. The timing was too precise, coincidentally, so that it frightened me. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. There was definitely a huge web behind this. Soon, I passed through the waters of Whole Cake Island. This was Big Mom's territory and one of the culprits behind the attack on Whitebeard. I could have taken a detour, but I chose not to. I had too many questions to ask that crazy woman face to face. At this moment, Whole Cake Island was heavily guarded, clearly also on alert for Whitebeard's retaliation. Unfortunately, they didn't wait for Whitebeard, but instead awaited me. the harbinger of doom. I hovered directly above Cake Island, my voice thunderous. Charlotte Lingling, get out here. On the city wall, the big-tongued Parasparrow poked his head out, just about to curse, but upon seeing me, his expression became quite a sight, as if he had swallowed a fly, forcing out a smile. Mr. Fahai, what brings you here? I couldn't be bothered with him, and coldly said, there's nothing to talk about with you. Call that crazy woman out. As soon as I said this, his expression darkened, and the surrounding katakuri and other powerful figures all emerged, each exuding a murderous aura. I looked at Katakuri. This guy really had something. He was also looking at me, probably because his observation haki had sensed something, and his face was so grim it seemed like water could drip from it. I spoke directly. I don't want to waste time with you. Go call Big Mom out. I have something to discuss with her. Katakuri fell silent for a moment, sighed, turned around, and walked deep into the island, leaving behind a single sentence. Wait for me, Fozen. Before long, an earth-shattering roar echoed from the depths of Cake Island. The young people these days really don't know their limits. Thinking they can go toe-to-toe with an admiral and dare to invade my territory? Before the words finished, a massive figure charged out riding on a thundercloud. It was Big Mom. Without saying a word, she immediately unleashed a giant race's secret technique, Wegwo, swinging a slash the size of a small mountain straight towards my face. I let out a cold snort, and the Zen staff instantly grew larger, surrounded by thousands of Buddha lights, as I smashed it down against that slash. For the old monk, break! With a loud bang, the kingdom of Wei was shattered on the spot by my strike. The old lady was even angrier. Flames erupted from her hair, and thunderclouds gathered as Zeus unleashed flashes of lightning. She wrapped the lightning around the giant sword Napoleon and unleashed an enhanced version of the Emperor's sword. One slash of the kingdom of Wei. My face still showed little expression as a golden giant dragon emerged from my Zen staff and charged forward. Great might, heavenly dragon. The golden dragon seemed to come alive, opening its massive mouth and wildly biting at the lightning-covered slash, devouring it in just a few bites. The spectators below were nearly in shock, each one trying to comfort themselves by saying their mothers were letting water flow. Only Katakuri and the others knew that Big Mom was serious this time. Big Mom herself was stunned. She sensed an aura from me that was reminiscent of Rock from back in the day. Invincible. In that moment of distraction, my golden dragon had already lunged at her, ready to bite. At the critical moment, she used Napoleon to block, but Napoleon let out a chilling scream. Mama, save me! Big Mom had no choice but to use Flame Prometheus to push back the giant dragon, herself awkwardly drifting away. I retracted the golden dragon, and with a step of the great Sumeru beneath my feet, I instantly closed the distance to her face. Behind me, the figure of the great Wheel King manifested, with 6 arms wielding different Buddhist implements, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks on the old lady. The old lady screamed in madness as her seemingly indestructible skin was battered until it was drenched in blood. In the brief moment between the 6-armed attacks, she found an opportunity to forcibly merge the powers of Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon from the 3 homies for the first time, transforming them into a gigantic sword infused with flames and thunder, striking fiercely at me. Emperor's sword, heavenly fire, thunder. This strike was indeed earth-shattering, even tearing apart the clouds in the sky. Facing this devastating blow, I remained calm, and the 6 arms of the great Wheel King behind me instantly merged into one, transforming into a giant Buddha's hand, which countered the Emperor's sword infused with the powers of the 3 homies with a single punch. Boom! The collision of the 2 forces unleashed an unimaginable shockwave, sending everyone on Cake Island flying, except for a few star generals. In the sky, my Buddha's hand and her Emperor's sword were locked in a stalemate. Spyro and the others were dumbfounded. They never expected I could force Mom to this extent. Soon, the deadlock was broken. With a crack, a slight fracture appeared on the Emperor's sword under the immense power of the Great Wheel King. Napoleon's tragic scream echoed throughout the sky. Mom, I'm going to break. Mom. The old lady's face turned ashen. She knew that if this continued, Napoleon would be finished. But if she backed down now, she would have to face my earth-shattering punch. She didn't dare to take that risk. Thus, this madwoman gritted her teeth And not only did she not hold back, but she also poured even more violent flames, thunder, and conqueror's haki into the already near-shattering Napoleon. Then this old madwoman swung the nearly exploding sword at my great Will King's figure. Let me tell you, that move is called Emperor's Sword, breaking the nation. Wow. The Black Conqueror's haki is wrapping around that sword. It feels like the sky is about to be split open. It's incredible. With 3 homies plus her own haki all channeled into this move, the power is indeed something else. Can I spoil her? With a swift motion, I summoned a manifestation of the immovable king, the one who specializes in judging evil. As soon as this manifestation appeared, it solidified into reality, stepping out from behind me, towering over her by a significant height. That crazy woman really went all out. Seeing that Napoleon was about to shatter, she actually used it as a javelin, throwing it along with that sword energy directly at me. Even Napoleon was scared into an electronic voice, shouting, "No, mommy. Family, who understands? This is not a real mother. She wants her son to trade places with the opponent." With a single wave of my hand, the statue of Aklanath also moved, and the judgment sword in my hand charged towards that thing. Guess what happened? When my Aklanath sword struck down, her world-destroying move just went poof like a fart and disappeared right in midair. Really, there wasn't even a sound. It just vanished. Napoleon, who was following behind, was stunned by that sword and was so scared that he immediately defected. It forcibly changed direction, preferring to shatter itself with a clang and embed pieces into a distant house rather than strike me. This directly silenced the entire world. The pirates under her command, including many of her biological sons and daughters, were all terrified and ran away faster than anyone, disregarding family ties. Survival was the priority. In the end, only a few like Katakuri remained on Cake Island, showing some responsibility. Her son, Spiro, collapsed to the ground, staring blankly as he said his mother had lost. Katakuri, on the other hand, remained expressionless, probably having foreseen this outcome long ago. In midair, Big Mom was completely slumped, sitting weakly on Zeus, staring blankly at me and the 2 great Buddhas behind me. She knew she had lost miserably. After a long while, her voice hoarse, she asked me, "Fahai, are you going to kill me?" Before I could respond, she started playing the emotional card. "You can kill me, but please spare my children." Oh, now she remembers she is a mother? The sons and daughters below heard this and were all moved to tears. After so many years, they finally experienced a bit of maternal love, right? Spiro still wanted to struggle, shouting, "Mom, you won't die," but was stopped by Katakuri. Katakuri understood, calmly saying, "Mom won't die." I summarized their dialogue directly. Looking up at the old lady, I said, "I never said I was going to kill you." As soon as these words came out, not only was the old lady stunned, but everyone below was also baffled. Not going to kill her? I barged in fiercely and beat one of the 4 emperors into this state just to stretch my legs. The old lady also looked incredulous and cautiously asked, "You really aren't going to kill me?" I nodded, collected the 2 statues, flew in front of her, looked down at her, and asked word by word, "Tell me, where is Whitebeard? After you fought him, where did he go?" Goodness, the old lady instantly understood. The expression on her face was simply wonderful. She thought I had almost destroyed her home just to take revenge on that old man Whitebeard. She couldn't believe it and asked me, "Just for this?" I frowned, and the Buddha light on the Zen staff began to flicker. I coldly said, "Hurry up and speak." I said. The aunt immediately raised her hand, looking like a good little child. Just as she was about to speak, her train of thought suddenly took a turn, and she curiously asked me, "Fahai, what race are you?" I was so disgusted at that moment. "Are you checking household registration here?" I quickly unleashed a move called Great Might of the Heavenly Dragon, and 2 golden dragons directly knocked her off Zeus, creating a huge pit in the ground with a loud bang. Her sons quickly rushed over and, with all their might, pulled her out of the pit. I floated beside her, coldly watching. "Can we talk now?" I said. This time, the old lady was really honest and quickly confessed everything about the matter in Wano. To summarize, she originally went to Wano to catch Zeus, who was taken by Nami, but happened to run into the fight between Kaido and Whitebeard. She didn't want to get involved, but when she saw Luffy there with old grudges and new ones combined, she decided to join in. In the midst of the fight, Kizaru and Fujitora suddenly appeared with the Marines, claiming their target was only Whitebeard. So, it turned into a chaotic 3-on-1 beating up Whitebeard. After finishing her story, this old lady still wanted to shift the blame, saying, "By the way, Kaido left after me. He must know more." She was thinking that she shouldn't be the only one taking this beating. I could tell her little thoughts, couldn't I? But what she said was also the truth, and I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. I directly sat on my cassock and turned to fly towards Wano. As soon as I left, a huge joke happened right behind me. The aunt, facing her group of silly sons and daughters, said something shocking. "I want to marry Fahai." Everyone present was frozen in place. Katakuri, usually such a composed person, stammered, Mom, are you serious?" The aunt nodded heavily, grinning like a scene from a car crash, patting her battered chest, and boldly declared, "Such a powerful person. It's a pity to be a monk. He must have a bloodline to carry on, and I am the only one suitable for this heavy responsibility." Katakuri was completely stunned, silent for a long time, and finally sighed. Looking up 90 degrees to the sky, he managed to say, "Mom, we respect your choice." Goodness, isn't this the legendary respect for others' destinies? Letting go of the urge to help? The latest version of filial piety in 2025, right? As I was flying, I suddenly sneezed several times for no reason, not realizing that an old lady had taken a fancy to me. Soon, I arrived in Wano country. On Onigashima, it was brightly lit like a party was going on. Kaido was getting drunk with his 3 disasters, boasting about how he would divide Whitebeard's territory. I hovered directly in midair and shouted, "Kaido, come out and face me." The fat guy named Queen drunkenly told Kaido, "Boss, someone is looking for you." As a result, he was knocked away by Kaido's club. Kaido transformed into a giant dragon, soaring into the sky, reeking of alcohol, and burped while asking me who I was. I can't be bothered to say much more, just chanted a Buddhist invocation, him.Ba. The wine and meat passed through the intestines. Then I swung my Zen staff and directly struck with the great mighty heavenly dragon. The 2 golden dragons rushed over, and the drunken man thought he had encountered a fellow villager, mumbling there, "Have I met my kind?" I thought to myself, what the hell? The Zen staff struck him on the head first. With a loud bang, it smashed him from the sky down to the ground, shaking the entire ghost island 3 times. His subordinates were all startled awake, howling and rushing to come to his rescue. "Can I make them come over?" A big Sumeru step flashed in front of Kaido, grabbed his dragon horn, and directly lifted his huge dragon body. Then, like throwing a ball, he tossed him into the air, and with a magnified Zen staff, he hit him on the head with a home run. With this blow, Kaido was knocked back into his human form, half dead and slumped there, with a giant bump on his head and one of his dragon horns broken. The whole place fell silent. I floated down and walked in front of Kaido, who had a broken horn, and picked up the Zen staff to strike again. The fat guy named Quinn shouted bravely, "Show mercy." I tilted my head to look at him. "Do you want to join in?" He was so startled that he immediately waved his hand. "No, I don't need to. You go ahead. Let me tell you about the most outrageous move." I started smashing Kaido like crazy, boom, boom, boom. I hit him so hard that Onigashima was about to sink. Just when he was on the brink of death, a flash of Buddha light appeared in my hand. And with a little causality technique, I healed his injuries in an instant. As Kaido just woke up, still a bit dazed, I knocked him out again. And he instinctively said to me, "Thank you, thank you." "Thank you for what?" I swung my staff back at him. "Buddy, do we have some misunderstanding?" I ignored him, and once again gave him a beating. Knocked him out, healed him, then knocked him out again, and healed him again. It went on in cycles until I had vented enough of my anger for Whitebeard before stopping. The King of Beasts is still looking bewildered, not knowing how he offended me. I shook my still dazed head and coldly asked him, "Where is Whitebeard?" Only then did he realize that I was here for Whitebeard. But this guy still held his ground, stubbornly saying, "I don't know." I raised my Zen staff. It seems I still haven't subdued him. Wait. Kaido immediately backed down. The last time I saw Whitebeard was on Zou. I nodded and then gave him another tap on the head. He was about to cry. "I've already told you. Why are you still hitting me? You're wasting my time. And now this counts as interest." After I said that, the light of Buddha shone from my Zen staff, scaring him into quickly shutting his mouth. That fat guy named Quinn was still not giving up, leaning over to say, "Master, why not consider joining us? I'll give you 10 times the commission." I smiled and glanced at him, then struck him away with my staff. What is there to talk about with these people? I directly put on my robe, checked the direction, and flew towards Zhao Wu. I'm leaving, but the fun isn't over yet. Kaido is so furious he is practically smoking, and Big Mom's phone bug is ringing. As soon as she answers, she bursts into laughter on the other end. Kaido, how did it go getting beaten by Fahai? Kaido explodes in anger, shouting that he wants to go to war with her. But then Big Mom shifts her tone, saying the world is about to change, and they need to find a strong ally. That ally she has in mind is me. She wants to team up with Kaido, recruit me, and make me the new captain to recreate the terror of the Rocks pirates. Kaido is dumbfounded, saying I just beat him up. How could that be possible? Big Mom directly calls him an idiot. You fool. Did you hit your head when you tried to commit suicide? That little brat Shanks can't compare to Fahai. Finally, Big Mom earnestly tells him, Kaido, you big oaf, the focus now isn't on alliances, but on bringing Fahai over to our side. Bringing me over? Goodness. These two emperors of the sea are about to break my face with their plans. Let me tell you, that old fellow Kaido was stunned when he heard Big Mom's words, his mind racing with calculations. You want me to recruit Fukuoka? What a joke. I just got my butt kicked by him, and now I'm supposed to go over there and ask for cooperation with a straight face? What about my dignity as one of the 4 emperors? If this gets out, won't people laugh their heads off, saying I, Kaido, have turned into a fanboy of that monk after being beaten? No way, absolutely not. Suddenly, this fool had a light bulb moment and shouted into the snail phone. Oh, crazy lady, you're right. But you see, I'm in bad shape and can't move. How about you take a trip for us and negotiate on our behalf? I'll support you spiritually. Just listen to that. He saved face and passed the task on. And if the negotiation fell through, it would still be Big Mom's fault. This is the ultimate tactic of a seasoned professional. There was silence on the other end of the phone. I could imagine Big Mom rolling her eyes. After a few seconds, her sarcastic voice came through. Kaido, you little brat, you want to wash your hands of this, huh? Hee hee. Kaido instantly broke character, his eyes darting, and he stubbornly replied, I didn't I just need to recover. All right, stop with the nonsense. Big Mom shot back. How long have we known each other? I know exactly what you're up to. You wait, you must be there for this. With that, there was a beep, and the call ended. Kaido's face darkened, and in anger, he tossed the snail phone to his subordinate and limped back to his base to recover. As for me, I had no idea those two were scheming about me. I had just come down from the sky and landed on the back of the giant elephant on Zou, and I was stunned. Wow, this elephant. This must be the latest 2025 biological aircraft carrier, right? Incredible. I hit the gas and directly airdropped into the island's forest, ready to look for Whitebeard's people. I opened my spiritual sense and scanned the entire map. Soon, I locked onto a target. Goodness, a massive one-armed big cat was squatting on a rock, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking utterly emo. No need to ask, this must be one of the leaders of the mink tribe, Cat Viper. I was just about to go over and say hello, but the other person was exceedingly vigilant and let out a low growl. Who? Well, I was caught. Since I was already discovered, I didn't hide anymore and walked out directly. I was just about to introduce myself. I am a monk. That word C was still stuck in my throat when suddenly, wow, that claw came rushing at my face. I was completely speechless at that moment. Does anyone understand? I just came to ask for directions, but instead, I was met with a set of military boxing moves. I frowned, protected by the light of Buddha, and raised my hand to block. With a crisp sound, it was as if his claw was scratching against a diamond, making him tremble. That big cat suddenly dashed away, looking at me in fear, so strong. I thought I could finally speak properly, so I opened my mouth. I am Fahai, a monk, not an enemy. And guess what happened? He looked at me with a face full of questions. Fahai, well, this island is too remote, the signal is poor, and my name hasn't reached here. He didn't recognize me at all. I had no choice but to continue explaining. I came to find the white-bearded one. As soon as I said this, the big cat's expression instantly changed, as if he were looking at a sworn enemy. He must be thinking, here comes another one. Another despicable person trying to take advantage of the white-bearded old man's injury to collect a head and boost their achievements. Huh, you bunch of opportunistic guys only dare to show up at times like this, utterly shameless. He sneered at me coldly, then let out a long howl to the sky. The next second, A large group of furry orcs swarmed out from all directions, surrounding me completely. At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. The misunderstanding was too great. Just as I was about to explain, that group of fur tribesmen charged at me with loud howls. The cat viper took the lead, its one-armed claw dancing fiercely. Sigh. I let out a breath. Thinking these are all friends of the Whitebeard, I can't use heavy force. I flicked my robe, forming an absolute defense with a 360-degree coverage, blocking all attacks outside. As a result, in the eyes of that big cat, it looked like I was guilty and didn't dare to face him head-on. Seeing that he couldn't win, he immediately called for reinforcements. Quick, go get Duke Canine Gale. Let's take him down together. A little girl with deer antlers swiftly disappeared from sight. I shouted through the robe. Big cat, I'm really not your enemy. Is there an old man with a white beard around here? Just call him out, and we can clarify everything. Oomph. Despicable humans. He got even angrier, thinking I was trying to lure out the injured to take them all at once. I won't let you succeed. Yuchi in one-sword style. Cats laugh clash. Whoosh. A sharp gust of claws directly tore at my robe, leaving a small cut. Ah, my bad temper. You think you can push me around? I was just playing house here out of respect for the old man with the white beard. And you actually think I'm made of clay? I immediately put away the robe, summoned the Zen staff into my hand, and swung it in a 360-degree indiscriminate motion. Whoosh! A visible shockwave spread out, and except for the cat viper that barely stood its ground, all the other furry creatures were blown away like bowling pins. The cat viper was dumbfounded on the spot, its jaw almost dropping in shock. I stepped in front of him, my gaze turning cold. Big cat, I'll ask you one more time. Where's the man with the white beard? He shivered in fear, retreating on all fours, cold sweat dripping down his fur. He didn't even see how I got to his side. I infused my voice with a hint of the Buddhist lion's roar. I'll ask one last time. Old man with the white beard, where are they? The sound shot straight to his forehead, and his eyes instantly filled with confusion. He instinctively began to say, they're at. But this big cat was tough as well. Just as he was about to be transformed by me, he suddenly gritted his teeth and plunged another paw forcefully into his severed arm. With a splatter, blood gushed out. The excruciating pain brought him back to his senses, and he gasped, cursing at me. Demon monk, I almost fell for your trick. I looked at him and felt a bit of admiration. He was a man. I casually cast a beam of Buddhist light onto his wound. What are you doing? He exclaimed, startled, trying to shake off the Buddhist light, but he couldn't. In the next second, his eyes nearly bulged out. I saw his fresh wound heal instantly, and even the scar from his old severed arm began to sprout new flesh. What? What did you do, demon monk? He was completely bewildered. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I simply looked at him and said, I told you, I mean no harm. I'm a friend of Whitebeard's. If you don't trust me, just bring him out to confront me. At this point, the viper truly hesitated. He looked at his arm, then recalled my earlier earth-shattering power. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant, so there was no need to put on such a show for him. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he decided to ask, Monk, wait here. After saying that, he plunged into the forest and disappeared. I found a stone to sit on and didn't rush. Anyway, my spiritual sense had already locked onto him. He was indeed going to find someone and wasn't playing tricks. After a while, I felt someone returning. I got up to take a look, and to my surprise, a cold arrow suddenly shot out from the forest, heading straight for my forehead. I frowned, easily pinching it with 2 fingers and casually tossing it aside. Immediately after, the little deer who had gone to deliver the message bounced out and shouted behind her, Duke Inland, it's him. A large dog came out, patted the little deer's head, and then looked at me with sharp eyes. The little deer pointed at me and started, Outsider, surrender quickly. What have you done to Lord Cat Viper? Why can't I smell his scent? As soon as these words were spoken, the dog's expression darkened instantly. He had been puzzled about where Cat Viper had gone. But hearing this, he realized that this monk in front of him must have reduced him to ashes. Little deer, step back. Duke Inland took a stance. I will avenge Cat Viper. I just wanted to give each of them a slap on the head. What kind of brain circuit is this? Just as I was about to explain, Qianlong questioned me. Stranger, what did you do to that big cat? I sighed. You want to help me find the man with the white beard? What? As soon as the dog heard this, his face darkened even more. His thought process did a complete spin. This monk knows that the man with the white beard is here, and that cat is helping him look for it. Could it be that the stupid cat has betrayed him? To verify his thoughts, he decided to test me. Stranger, I'm giving you a chance to leave now. With a sweep of my consciousness, I could see through his little schemes clearly. Fine, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I nodded. All right, I'm leaving. Saying that, I turned to walk away, planning to find a quiet place to wait for the cat viper to return. However, after just a couple of steps, a member of the fur tribe behind Quanlan was unhappy, thinking that the boss was too cowardly for letting the murderer of the cat viper go. He picked up his bow, an arrow, and shot an arrow straight at my back. Quanlan didn't have time to stop him. Huh. My gaze turned completely cold. Do you really think I made a mud? I swung my Zen staff backhandedly, and the arrow was shattered into dust in midair by the Buddha's light. I suddenly turned around, my killing intent fully unleashed. Out of respect for the old man with the white beard, I've been patient. But you really think you can push me around? I walked towards him step by step, with each step my momentum increasing. That group of fur tribesmen was so pressured they could barely stand, and the one who shot the cold arrow was the first to collapse to the ground. Continuously provoking. Do you think this old monk is easy to bully? My last sentence was almost shouted out, and the entire Zao island buzzed with sound. At that moment, a voice that was incredibly ancient and desolate, a trumpet of an elephant, resonated through the heavens and the earth. Moo, it's the Elephant Lord. This giant beast, which had been asleep for 1,000 years, was actually stirred by my anger. Its voice carried a reprimand for the fur tribe, as if it were backing me up. Elephant Lord. Quanlan and the others were all stunned. How many years had it been since the Elephant Lord had made a sound? And it was helping an outsider. Who exactly are you? Quanlan murmured, then quickly reacted and bowed to me. I'm sorry. This must be a misunderstanding. I ignored him, because like the Lord's long cry, it directly conveyed a message in my mind, a message of extreme sorrow. Punished for millions of years, standing alone in the sea. I understood in an instant. I leaped up and landed directly on the head of the Elephant Lord. The deep sorrow that penetrated to the bone moved me to the core. I placed my hand on its enormous skull and gently asked, what kind of person has made you willing to endure such a heavy punishment? Moo. The Elephant Lord let out another long roar, as if in response to me. After so many years, finally someone could understand its pain. I can sense the unimaginable causal shackles on it. Don't worry, I will help you. I calmed my mind and summoned the Buddha light within me, preparing to use my causal power to break the curse on it. As the Buddha light surged into the elephant, I felt an extremely terrifying, cold force coming from a corner of the world, which directly reinforced the curse on the elephant. Huh. My heart trembled. The one who left this causality is still alive. At the same time, in the deepest part of Mary Geos, on that cold throne, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, whispering with great interest. Who is touching the legacy left by my ancestors? Interesting. The contract will not be broken. The promise remains. With his words, the elephant began to tremble violently, letting out a low roar filled with fear. It is afraid. Damn it. Just as I was about to ask, the voice of the cat viper rang out from afar. What's going on? He has finally returned. Followed by a limping pineapple head, the phoenix Marco. Dogstorm quickly explained what the elephant had just said for me, shocking both the cat viper and Marco. Marco walked up to me and respectfully bowed. Master. No need to be polite. Seeing him, I finally revealed a slight smile. Since I can't temporarily break the curse on the elephant, let's heal the person in front of me first. I raised my hand, and a beam of Buddha light struck Marco. With a buzzing sound, his injuries healed at a visible speed, the bandages falling off. And he was fully revived on the spot. The surrounding fur tribe members were stunned. This is simply a miracle. Master, thank you. Marco was extremely excited. I waved my hand and directly asked the point. Where's Whitebeard now? When I mentioned this, Marco's face instantly fell, his voice filled with unwillingness and anger. Dad. Dad is very likely already captured by Kizaru and the others and taken back to the Navy headquarters. What? I exploded at that moment, grabbing his collar and shouting, what did you say? Whitebeard was captured. Are you kidding me? With just Kizaru and Fujitora, they could hold him? When the snake and the others saw me getting aggressive, they immediately wanted to step in, but Marco stopped them. He began to recount the brutal battle. It turned out they were in a chaotic fight with Kaido, Big Mom, and the Supernovas, and in the end, the two admirals joined in, leaving the Whitebeard pirates in tatters. Old Man Whitebeard was severely injured while covering the retreat of everyone, and in the end, he was pursued by Kizaru and Fujitora and has gone missing. After hearing this, I fell silent. If he was in a severely injured state, then it was indeed possible. I took out the phone bug I had received earlier. It was Bista's. Marco picked it up, and surprisingly, it really connected. A weak voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Marco?" "It's me. Bista. Where's Dad?" "I don't know. I only remember the ground was covered with our brothers' bodies, Dad. Dad is missing." As soon as he said this, we all fell silent. "I'm in Dressrosa." Bista revealed his location. "Wait, Master, and I will be there right away." "Marcos Chautif." I answered the phone and said in a deep voice, "Bista, it's me." On the other end, Bista could no longer hold back and cried out, "Master, please, you must save my father." "Don't worry. I solemnly promise, I will." After hanging up, Marco suddenly dropped to his knees and said, "Master, I entrust everything to you regarding my father." I quickly supported him. "No need for that. Even if you don't say anything, I will go." "All right, let's stop with the emotions for now." I looked in the direction of the base. "Take me there. First, let's treat your injured teammates. Then we will set off for Dressrosa." Marco nodded firmly and led me towards the base. When we arrived, there were only a few dozen injured members of the white team. Without saying a word, I immediately cast a wide-range healing spell. A brilliant Buddha light formed a huge barrier that enveloped everyone. Within the barrier, all the wounds of the injured were healing rapidly, and even the severed arms of the nearby Cat Viper and Dog Storm began to regenerate, showing signs of regrowth. Soon, everyone was healed. Although it was a huge drain on my energy, seeing these men stand up again made it worth it. "Thank you, Master." Dozens of white team members knelt on one knee in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude and fervor. I told them not to kneel anymore and to get up. This is what I should do. With a wave of my hand, I lifted them all up. I turned to Marco and said, "Rest here for a bit. Our next stop is Dressrosa." Marco immediately nodded, "Yes, Master," and turned to announce the good news to the brothers. But on my side, I couldn't stop thinking about another matter. Where's Whitebeard? I've been pondering this every day. Logically speaking, if the Navy really caught such a big fish, the newspapers around the world would have been blowing it up by now. The lack of any news means that Dad is likely still not captured. He might be healing on some remote island, or he could be locked in a standoff with the Navy somewhere. Let me tell you, that old man Whitebeard is one of the few people I can trust in this hellish place. He absolutely cannot be in trouble. Just as I was thinking about this, a news bird swooped down like a delivery guy, landing a newspaper right at my feet. I picked it up, and who understands what I felt at that moment? My pupils trembled. The front page headline read, "The Four Emperors, Shanks, and the Demon Sword, Zoro, raid Marineford." Damn, these two went straight to the Navy's home turf. They fought with Akainu, Carp, and the others for a whole day and night, causing a massive upheaval. The newspaper even had pictures, and in one of them, Zoro looked insane, covered in blood, but laughing crazily, while that little bull next to him was surrounded by storms and lightning, with effects turned up to the max. But the small text beneath the photo instantly chilled my heart. "Commander Steelbone Sengoku has taken action. Demon Sword Zoro is severely injured and missing. For Emperor Shanks and Mihawk have been captured." My mind went blank, and I felt them all over. I wasn't most worried about Shanks and Mihawk being captured. The key issue was Zoro, severely injured, missing. I had thought that with Zoro, the Little Bull, and Shanks' crew, they could turn Marineford upside down. But I never expected that Steel Bone Sengoku, that relic from the last era, would personally step in. This was a huge blow to me. My face turned pale. This was my arrangement, and I had to bear the responsibility. After Marco settled everyone, he noticed my expression wasn't right, came over to look at the newspaper, and was completely stunned. "Master, didn't we agree to hit back together?" His voice trembled. What could I say? I took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil inside, and said in a deep voice, it was a mistake. "So what do we do next?" Marco didn't know what to say. "The schedule remains unchanged," I said firmly. "First, we go to Dressrosa." Marco looked confused, probably trying to figure out why I wasn't going to find my trusted subordinate Zoro first. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I know Zoro. He's like a cockroach that can't be killed. To take him down, you need at least 2 Admiral-level fighters to gang up on him." Only then did Marco relax a bit, nodding as he went to arrange the ships. Once I was alone, I looked at the news on the newspaper and started talking to myself. Shanks, someone like you could be captured? Deep down, I didn't believe it. That guy has strength. Even if he couldn't beat me, was still among the top tier. Plus, with Mihawk and Ben Beckman, their combat power was not inferior to Zoro's. If Zoro could escape, how could Shanks possibly be captured? Then I thought about his unclear relationship with the Gorosei, and I felt that this matter was abstract, too abstract. I hope you were simply captured. Otherwise, I'd feel dirty rescuing you. Meanwhile, on an unknown snowy island in the Grand Line, Zoro was leaning against a broken rock, gasping heavily, covered in injuries, looking pretty miserable. Next to him, that little bull was mooing nonstop, looking worried and guilty. "Damn it, can you stop mooing?" Zoro yelled, grinning through the pain. "I'm not dead. Go find me something to eat." The little bull let out a pitiful moo and dove into the snow. Watching it leave, Zoro sighed and looked down at his wounds. Let me tell you, the injuries were severe. Burns from lava, cuts from swords, and the scariest one was a big hole in his chest where his insides were almost visible. For anyone else, they would be 6 feet under by now. Only his spiritual energy was keeping him alive. "Master, wait for me," Zoro murmured and closed his eyes to begin healing. As for what the newspaper said about Shanks being captured, it was all nonsense. What is the truth? The truth is, they were initially doing well in the battle, but then 3 old geezers and a muscular man suddenly dropped down from the sky, directly breaking their lines. Then came the most outrageous move. Shanks, that guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually turned on them. Without warning, he backstabbed Zoro. In order to protect his little bull, Zoro unleashed his full power, enduring a barrage of top-tier attacks from Shanks and the Navy. And only then did he manage to break through the encirclement with the little bull and flee in a sorry state. As for us, we had already set sail. Before leaving, I chatted with the Elephant Master and promised to help it remove the causal ties within its body in the future. The ship was moving fast, and soon, the unique outline of Dressrosa's palace appeared before us. Interestingly, at this point in time, Dressrosa had not yet been liberated by Luffy. Doflamingo was still here acting like a local emperor. I asked Marco to contact Bista using a transponder snail, but guess what? It couldn't get through. My heart sank. Something wrong. "Stop calling," I told Marco. "Let us land directly." I couldn't be bothered to wait for the ship. So I tossed my robe under my feet and flew over, landing first on the highest point of this kingdom. I looked around, thinking I could just ask King Riku and the others. But as soon as I landed, I saw that the patrolling soldiers around me had the annoying jester emblem of the Don Quixote family on their uniforms. I frowned. "Doflamingo hasn't gone offline yet? Who are you?" The elite patrolling soldiers spotted me and instantly aimed dozens of guns at me. Before I could say anything, they actually opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down like crazy. I couldn't be bothered to move. I just raised my hand and gently pointed. The next second, all the bullets seemed to hit a pause button, freezing in midair, not moving at all. The soldiers were instantly stunned, their voices trembling. "Why you? Who are you?" "Me?" I chuckled softly. "You're not worthy to know. Go call Doflamingo out to see me." When they heard me directly calling their boss's name, they were even more terrified. One of the leading soldiers was about to run off to report when suddenly a figure swaggering like a big shot blocked him. "Rix, who scared you like this?" I looked closely. It was that Officer Mark I had seen before. Rix pointed at me, trembling. "And Master Mark, do you know him?" Mark swaggered over, took a look at me, and nearly fainted from fright. "You." He pointed at me, his eyelids twitching, going from cold feet to a cold sweat, and he froze on the spot. I glanced at his ghostly expression, slightly surprised. Just that one glance almost made Mark faint. In his mind, he was probably already looping through "I'm done for, I'm going to die," and wanted to run to the palace to warn his boss to save himself. But as soon as he took a step, my calm voice rang out behind him. "Haven T, I seen you somewhere before?" Mark was instantly petrified, cold sweat pouring down. Squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth. "Why, you must have mistaken me." "Really?" I smiled. "Dare to lie in front of me?" I retracted my smile and let out a cold snort. "How dare you be so tough in front of me? You really don't take this monk seriously." Great Buddha. As soon as I finished speaking, Mark rolled his eyes and fell straight down like a wooden stick, fainting. No. I just wanted to scare him a bit. His psychological quality is too poor, right? I sighed and was about to go inside when an extremely harsh voice came from beneath my feet. You dare to move our family members and still want to leave? Who gave you the courage? Courage? I laughed out loud. Those who dare to speak to me like that are already 6 feet under. I lifted my foot and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! 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 The entire palace courtyard instantly collapsed, and the surrounding buildings also crumbled, the ground splitting open into an unfathomable abyss. How outrageous! The voice from underground sounded again. Although it was still tough, anyone could hear the fear within. I chuckled again, and the Zen staff appeared in my hand. I couldn't even be bothered to look, just swung into the crack below. Whoosh! The Zen staff shot into the ground like a beam of light, followed by terrified screams and violent explosions. The entire Dressrosa shook, and the citizens speculated, thinking the king was testing some new weapon. I stood at the edge of the abyss, and the Zen staff flew back into my hand, still stained with blood. Is this all Pika can do? So weak. I shook my head. He couldn't even take one move, too pathetic. At that moment, a cold and flamboyant voice rang out from above my head. Demon Monk Fahai, what brings you here, and why did you injure my subordinate? Don Quixote Doflamingo, dressed in his pink feather coat, descended from the sky, staring at me warily. Clown, I said to him lightly, I mean no harm. I just came to ask you something. Oh, just asking something? Doflamingo's eyelids twitched. He was probably cursing in his heart. You incapacitated my top warrior just to ask a question? But he didn't dare to explode. He could only squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. Go ahead. What can I help you with? In your territory, help me find someone. Who? Whitebeard's captain, Vista. Vista? Doflamingo's pupils contracted. He clearly knew that the Navy was capturing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. He didn't expect that the person would actually come to his territory. His eyes turned, and he said, helping you is no problem, but I have a condition. Condition? I laughed. These days, there are still people who dare to negotiate terms with me. You speak. Alliance. Doflamingo's words were shocking. I was completely taken aback. Alliance? With me? I looked at him with a face full of question marks. Have you lost your mind? Forming an alliance with me is just waiting to be targeted by the Navy and the world government. You heard me wrong. Doflamingo said seriously, I see your strength. You fought against admirals in the Marineford War and smashed the 5 elders in the Holy Land. Forming an alliance with you brings only benefits, none of harm. Only you can help me achieve my goal. What goal? I narrowed my eyes. To unify the underworld. Doflamingo looked insane. I laughed. I could hear his calculations all the way in the East Tang dynasty. What benefits do I get from forming an alliance with you? I looked at him with amusement. Don't tell me it's just about finding Vista. If you don't help, I can find him too. Doflamingo was speechless. He really couldn't offer me anything. After a long pause, he finally threw out a heavy chip. I can help you infiltrate the Holy Land. If you want to deal with the celestial dragons, I will be a great help. Seeing that I didn't respond, he continued to raise the stakes, his expression becoming extremely mocking. Moreover, Fahai, recently your subordinates suffered a crushing defeat in Marineford. Do you really think it was because Red-Haired was captured? What did you say? Before he finished speaking, I instantly appeared in front of him, my golden, glowing hand gripping his throat. As a result, with a bang, he turned into countless threads in my hand. It was a thread clone. My gaze turned cold as I looked towards the depths of the palace. Doflamingo, if you don't come out now, the next one to explode will be your real body. Doflamingo's signature laugh came, and he walked out from the palace, his eyes full of shock. Stop talking nonsense. I pressed my Zen staff against his throat, killing intent overflowing, and said, why did Red-Haired turn against us? I'll tell you. Doflamingo hurriedly waved his hands in fear. In the Battle of Marineford, 3 of the 5 elders descended, and then Red-Haired, for some reason, suddenly turned his guns on your subordinate, Kenpachi, who was being besieged by Kainu and Garp at the time and was unable to dodge, getting seriously injured. After hearing his words, I fell silent, my inner rage nearly burning through the sky. I immediately calmed my mind, and my consciousness entered the Golden Bowl world, where I found the 2 captured 5 elders, Gordon and Ziggy. I didn't waste time talking to them and directly confronted them. You think I don't know the truth of the God Valley incident? Watching their faces change drastically, I continued. Back then, Rox didn't just kidnap celestial dragons. He defiled a female celestial dragon, which is far more serious than kidnapping, right? Gordon and Ziggy's pupils contracted violently, their fists clenched tight. I sensed their intense, emotional fluctuations, slowly leaned down, stared into their eyes, and threw out my final guess word by word. That woman later gave birth to a baby who was raised as a secret agent by your world government and sent to Roger's ship as an undercover. I shouldn't have to say what comes next, right? Gordon raised his head, his face ashen, completely breaking down. Fahai. Since you already know, why do you still come ask us? I sneered in my heart. Of course, I was bluffing you. But now it seems I guessed right. That child is red-haired Shanks. I tell you, I just exposed the old secret of the red-haired guy. So, I have to seize the moment. I directly threw the intel I heard from Whitebeard, along with my own deductions, right in their faces. I bet they know the inside story. Just look at Gordon's face. It turned pale in an instant. His eyes darting around, and I knew I had made the right bet. All right, after taking care of business, I focused my mind and directly withdrew from my Golden Bowl world. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, the yard was in chaos. Marco and his gang of cats and dogs had surrounded Ming-Gu and his subordinates, and the tension in the air felt like an all-out brawl was about to break out any second. I was puzzled at the time, wondering what was going on. It turned out that I had been so absorbed in my thoughts that I didn't pay attention to Marco. This guy thought that Ming had done something to me, so he directly brought people in to confront us. Family, who understands? What a misunderstanding this turned out to be. I hurried over to pull them apart. Ming-Gu was quite calm, grinning at me and saying, Fahai, have you thought about my proposal? I nodded and said, sure, I can cooperate with you. Just as he was about to be happy, I immediately interrupted him. Don't rush to open the champagne. I haven't finished my words yet. I looked at him and said word by word, I have a condition. Say it. Ming-Gu was straightforward. Help me investigate the 5 elders and the people behind them. Also, help me find the whereabouts of Whitebeard and Zoro. As soon as I finished speaking, Ming-Gu fell silent. His smile froze on his face. I tell you, this condition is indeed deadly. Investigating the 5 elders is like declaring war on the world government, isn't it? He stroked his chin, looking conflicted. I didn't rush him. I took a Buddhist bead from my neck and tossed it to him, saying, when you figure it out, crush it, and I will know. Then I took Marco and the others to find someone, adopting a casual attitude. Marco was still beside me, mumbling that Ming-Gu was from the Celestial Dragons, untrustworthy, and worried he might sell us out. I thought to myself, how could I not know? But I also knew this guy hated the Celestial Dragons with a passion. As long as he could bring those guys down from their pedestal, he would dare to do anything and definitely wouldn't stab us in the back. Sure enough, just as we were leaving, he brought his whole family after us. Ming-Gu caught up and said, Fahai, I agree to your condition. Just one request. If things go south, I need to protect my family. Just that? I agreed immediately, deal. Ming-Gu was also a man of action. He immediately gave me a bug-proof snail and turned to get to work. We smoothly found Bista, who was in a terrible state, covered in injuries. I casually used a beam of Buddhist light to heal him, instantly reviving him. He told us that the Navy now had a new toy, a black round ball, with power comparable to a full-strength attack from a vice admiral. I was taken aback. Isn't this just a homemade nuclear bomb? Fortunately, Bista said that this thing has a delay and is not a tracking device. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to fight. Just as we were talking, Ming Ji's snail rang. Beep beep. I picked it up, and Ming Ji's voice was so heavy it could drip water. Fahai. The joint execution operation of Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace will take place on the 10th in Lowtown. I told you, as soon as those words came out. Marco exploded on the spot, his eyes bloodshot, snatching the phone and shouting, Are you trying to trick us, Tian Yacha? Ming-Gu coldly replied, I have no reason to lie to you. The source of the information is a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, Fire Mountain. After saying that, he hung up, probably fearing he was being monitored. This was a big problem, but panicking was useless. I immediately made a plan. We would break into smaller groups and act separately. Marco, you go be the brightest one, spread the news, and gather the remaining members of the white group. He was worried about being targeted by the Navy, so I directly yanked the string of Buddha beads off my neck. What are you afraid of? I told him, just watch. I casually picked up a stone and threw it into the sea like tossing a pebble. Whoosh. The next second, boom, the entire surface of the ocean erupted. Towering waves surged up, and the resulting tsunami instantly wiped out a nearby, uninhabited island. My family, who understand this power. It's a classic case of dimensionality reduction strike. Marco and the others were all dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. I told them lightly that this bead can be used 3 times, and its power is roughly at the peak of the level. Then, with 108 beads, everyone who sees them gets a share, and they can divide them among themselves. The Viper guy even complained about getting too few, and I shot him down with one sentence, saying that with his unstable combat power, giving him more would be a waste. After arranging them, I needed to go find my big brother, Kenpachi. I had previously left a trace of Buddhist power on him and the little bull, and now I finally sensed their exact location, which is near the windless zone. I was rushing over in my Kasai's supercar, and guess what outrageous scene I sensed? Kenpachi was lying unconscious in a cave, and beside him, a little bull-headed creature was so hungry its stomach was growling. It glanced at the unconscious Kenpachi, then looked at the pit it had already dug, gritted its teeth, and directly dragged Kenpachi into the pit to bury him. Seriously, it left only his head above ground to breathe. Then it ran off to find something to eat. This move was truly a top-tier rehearsal for cyber-burying a father. But just as the little bull-headed creature left, several figures suddenly emerged from the snow. They were wearing thick fur coats and holding bows and arrows. They didn't seem like good company. I'm telling you, these people are not just bystanders, they're all women warriors. The leading lady, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted the hole where my Kenpachi was buried. Wow. She was so excited that she turned around and shouted, "Sisters, there's a KTV private room ahead." Oh no, a cave. Hurry up, let's hide from this snowstorm before we go out to recruit. As soon as everyone heard this, they quickly rushed in. Once inside the cave, they found a campfire left by a little bull-headed man, which made them even happier. The first woman to enter, named Margaret, specifically reminded everyone, be polite, okay? When the owner comes back, don't start a fight. We're here to warm up, not to cause trouble. Next to her, a sister who looked like a female Hulk replied in a deep voice, "Don't worry, boss." Margaret nodded, but her mind was still pondering the orders from their empress. Boa Hancock, which were to gather information about the white-bearded man. She didn't know why she was so invested in it. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden scream erupted from the back of the cave. And let me tell you, that voice was so shrill, it almost pierced my eardrums. "Oh, there's a ghost." In an instant, all the warriors of the 9 Snakes went on high alert, drawing their bows and looking towards the source of the sound. Margaret's heart tightened, and she asked in a low voice, "Gwilona, what happened?" The girl named Gwilona was trembling and pointing into the cave. There's a human head buried." Wow. Now it was Margaret's turn to take action. She took the big snake bow off her back, knocked 3 arrows, and cautiously moved forward. Let me tell you, her observation hockey kicked in, and suddenly all her hair stood on end. That dangerous aura was as thick as an inescapable fog, making her feel like a little rabbit being stared at by a prehistoric beast. When she got closer and saw clearly, she found that buried in the snow was Kenpachi's distinctive fierce face. Alarm bells went off in her head, and every cell in her body was screaming one word: run. Although he was asleep, that killing intent could scare the guts out of anyone. Margaret made a quick decision. This was definitely not someone they could mess with. If they woke him up, today would be their graduation ceremony for the 9 Snake Girls group, and everyone would end up as lunch. Retreat. Everyone, leave here immediately. Margaret whispered urgently. The people behind her looked confused. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Don't ask, just go." Margaret didn't have time to explain, dragging everyone out. Her expression like she had just come back from the gates of hell. Just as they reached the cave entrance, they ran straight into a wall. Looking closely, I was like, oh no, the little bull-headed man had returned from hunting, holding some unfortunate creature he planned to have for dinner. As soon as the bull-headed man saw a group of people blocking the entrance, his eyes flashed with thunder. Margaret and the others felt their hearts tighten. This bull-headed man looked just like the guard from Impel Down, with an absurdly strong aura, like a dragon in front of a phoenix, compared to the monster inside the cave. The two sides stared at each other at the cave entrance, neither daring to strike first. The tension in the air was so thick you could almost spark a fire. At that moment, a little sister's hand trembled, and with a whoosh, an arrow flew past Margaret's face. Let me tell you, having a clumsy teammate really is a burden. Although the arrow didn't hit the bull, it unfortunately pierced through the little bull-headed man's dinner. Now, they had poked the hornet's nest. The bull-headed man looked down at the pierced prey, then raised his head, and a small thunderstorm began to gather above him. Watch out. Prepare for battle, Margaret ordered, and the 9 snake warriors immediately scattered, forming a combat formation. In the next second, countless arrows wrapped in armed hockey rained down towards the bull-headed man. What happened next? The storm above the bull-headed man's head pushed forward, effortlessly shattering all the arrows. The storm's power didn't diminish, and it barreled straight toward Margaret and the others. Margaret was dumbfounded. She thought the opponent was a king-level fighter, but it turned out to be a glory king with a mark. Just as that thunderstorm was about to engulf them, she closed her eyes in despair, preparing for death. Suddenly, ding, your father is online. The expected shockwave didn't come. Margaret cautiously opened her eyes and saw a man who had appeared in front of the bull-headed man, effortlessly dispersing the storm with one hand. And the little bull-headed man, who had just looked fierce, was now kneeling in front of the man, crying like a 300-pound child, looking very wronged. This reversal completely fried the CPUs of the 9 snakes. They stared blankly at the man, gently patting the bull-headed man, soothing him, don't cry, don't cry. I'm here now, Margaret thought, this person. Why does he look so familiar? Then it hit her. He's that demon monk, Fahai. As soon as she said this, the entire place froze. Margaret's head buzzed. Fahai, the bull-headed man from Impel Down, and the evil Kenpachi who was trending in the newspapers. It all connected. It turned out that the mastermind behind the war was this monk. This revelation was too big. She felt like she knew something she shouldn't. And the next second, she was about to be silenced, cold sweat soaking through her jacket. But Lin Feng, just glanced at them and said, go back and tell Boa Hancock that I will visit in a while. After saying that, I followed the little bull-headed man into the cave. Once inside, I saw Kenpachi buried with only his head sticking out, and I couldn't hold back my laughter. I glanced sideways at the little bull-headed man. Did you do this? The little bull-headed man looked quite proud, mooing in a way that seemed to say, how about it? I buried him well, right? His head is sticking out, so he can breathe and won't freeze to death. Perfect. I sighed. Not bad. When Kenpachi wakes up, he will definitely have to praise you. I checked Kenpachi in the past, and when I probed with the Buddha's light, I immediately got furious. Let me tell you, the wounds on Kenpachi's body are simply a masterpiece by human anatomy artists. Calling it riddled with holes is an understatement. The most severe wound goes straight through his abdomen to his lung. If it were anyone else, they'd be 6 feet under by now. 5 old stars. Red-haired. You all must die. I shouted angrily, maximizing the small causality technique, and the cave was instantly filled with golden light, pouring into Kenpachi's body as if it were free. Come back to life, Kenpachi. I don't know how long it took, but Kenpachi finally coughed violently, and then I heard his signature voice. Weak yet strong. Why is it so warm? You brat. Do you want to cremate me directly? Kenpachi. As soon as I heard him wake up, I quickly increased the intensity and followed up with the great causality technique. Master, Kenpachi slowly opened his eyes. Don't talk, just lie still. I nearly drained all my Buddha power, but finally pulled him back from the brink of death. Once Kenpachi recovered, he was as lively as ever. The first thing he did after jumping out of the pit was to give the little bull head a good beating. You brat, I knew you had bad intentions. You could have just cremated me. It would have been better to feed my ashes to the fish in the sea. But this time, the little bull head didn't fight back. Instead, it hugged Kenpachi tightly, tears in its eyes, mooing continuously. It knew deep down that most of Kenpachi's injuries were to save it. Kenpachi stopped hitting and grinned. All right, stop crying. I'm back to life, RNTI. Just wait, I'll deal with those red-haired bastards one by one. After they finished their commotion, Kenpachi told me everything about Marin Van Door. Sure enough, red-haired turned traitor the moment the 5 old stars appeared. Master, now that you're here, let us go take down the Navy and those red-haired scum together. Kenpachi was extremely excited. I sighed and told him an even more explosive piece of news. Just when you were seriously injured, Whitebeard was captured and publicly executed in Rogue Town 4 days later. What the hell? Kenpachi's eyes were about to pop out. What are we waiting for, master? Let's take them down. This time, they must pay the price. I stopped him. This matter can't be rushed. I handed him 2 phone bugs, the black one to contact a partner of mine, and the white one to contact Marco. You and Little Bullhead, go find them first. We'll meet in Rogue Town. What about you, master? I'm going to prepare a big gift for the Navy. I smiled. It's a gift they definitely can't refuse. After saying that, I directly summoned my Kasaya and soared into the sky, heading straight for Amazon Lily. At this moment, in the Nine Snake Palace, Empress Hancock was listening to Margaret's report. When she heard that I want to pay a visit, her eternally icy expression visibly trembled. Once Margaret and the others left, Granny Zhao walked out from behind with a serious look. Snake Princess, Fahai is coming. He's a living king of hell. We must be careful. I know. The Empress's tone was still as cold as ever. Granny Zhao was anxious, almost stamping her feet, fearing that her bad temper would anger me. But just then, my voice echoed directly in the palace. Fahai have come to pay a visit. As soon as I finished speaking, I had already appeared in the center of the main hall, gazing at the Empress on her throne from a distance. Granny Zhao was so frightened she could barely hold her cane. However, the Empress and her 2 sisters, Sonia and Mary, looked at me with much more complex expressions, excitement, shock, and a hint of resentment. They had long known that I, Fahai, was the same person as the once stubborn girl, Bukabukagama. Fahai, what brings you to this humble abode? The Empress tried to suppress her emotions. In my eyes, her figure had already overlapped with that of the stubborn girl from back then. At that time, I still didn't know the vest had fallen off. And I smiled and said, I want to discuss a collaboration with you. Collaboration? As soon as she heard those 2 words, the Empress's face instantly turned cold. She must have been cursing in her heart. I wasted 2 years finding you, and you're still here pretending with me? Let's see if I don't play you to death today. She lazily leaned against the throne, her curves revealed, and lightly parted her red lips. Go ahead. How does the great demon monk Fahai plan to collaborate with me? I was a bit stunned by her sudden remark. I cleared my throat and was about to say, I have a grudge against the Navy, when she directly interrupted me. What does that have to do with me? I quickly realized that this girl definitely knows my identity. Otherwise, how could she have the guts to talk to me like this? All right, you're putting on a show, are you? A smile appeared on my face, and in the next second, I flashed directly in front of the Empress. Grandmother Zhao was so scared that her soul almost left her body. Just as she was about to start cursing, Sonia and Mary each grabbed an arm and carried her out. Grandmother Zhao was still struggling, but Sonia whispered something in her ear, and the old lady instantly quieted down, her eyes wide in shock. Before leaving, she mumbled softly, Can a monk get married? In the grand hall, it was just the Empress and me left. My hand was almost touching her as she shrank back like a frightened kitten, trying to hold her ground. Fahai, watch your identity. I am one of the 7 warlords. I laughed and looked at her playfully. 7 warlords? What? No longer in office. This sentence hit her Achilles heel directly. Her eyes instantly turned red. That's right, it's him. But this girl was still sulking, stubbornly saying, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand? Seeing her emotional fluctuations, I knew she was just putting on a brave face. All right, playing hard to get, huh? I took a step back and said solemnly, Maybe this poor monk remembered it wrong. Farewell. After saying that, I turned to leave. Now the Empress was completely flustered and hurriedly called out to me, Clarify your words. What do you mean by remembering it wrong? I turned around with a playful expression and said, The Buddha says it cannot be spoken. You. The Empress was furious, knowing that I was deliberately teasing her. Me? I feigned innocence, saying that I had always been good. Seeing my expression, the Empress completely lost her composure, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, Go on, leave. Never come to see me again. Goodness, with her looking like a weeping pear blossom. How could I withstand that? Watching her cry on the throne until she was almost exhausted made me feel uneasy as well. What are you standing there for? Go. She shouted at me, unleashing all the longing and grievances of the past 2 years. I sighed and walked towards her step by step, my form changing with each step. By the time I reached her, I had transformed back into the decayed Wadhakazai that she had been searching for 2 years. I'm sorry for making you worry. She looked at me, unable to hold back any longer, and suddenly threw herself into my arms, crying so hard that she could hardly catch her breath. "Where on earth have you been? I've searched so hard for you." "Boo-hoo." I gently patted her back and softly comforted her. "I'm back now, so please don't cry." When her emotions calmed down a bit, she raised her tear-streaked little face to look at me and asked, "You won't leave again, right?" I was about to subconsciously agree, but suddenly remembered that Whitebeard was still waiting for me in prison. So I had to force myself to change my words to, "No way." As soon as the Empress heard this, she immediately pouted her little lips and angrily said, "I knew you would do this. Men are really no good." Well, when that little mouth pouted, I couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, thinking who could resist this. As a result, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, and lo and behold, there was a little notebook that had fallen in the corner of the throne, with big letters on the cover reading, "Male Strategy." I instantly understood. No wonder the Empress suddenly seemed like a different person, throwing herself at me and acting cute. It turned out she was following a script. I couldn't help but laugh inside, while the Empress beside me was still holding on to me, probably puzzled in her mind. This isn't what the manual says. Why didn't he agree to me? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough? Or does he have someone else outside? Just as she was pondering, she cautiously looked up at me, and her gaze met my half-smiling eyes. "It's over. I've been exposed." Her expression at that moment was just like a student caught playing with their phone by the teacher. I raised an eyebrow and gestured towards the little notebook behind her. Following my gaze, she glanced over, and immediately her face turned bright red, all the way to her neck, wishing she could just dig a hole and hide in it. In a flash, she pushed me away, turned around, and tightly hugged that book titled Male Strategies, stammering as she began to explain, Don't misunderstand. This isn't mine. It's Mary's. Yes, it's Mary's." "Oh, she was looking for it a couple of days ago. Turns out it fell into my hands. I need to hurry and return it to her. I have to tell you." Her awkward laughter could be heard echoing throughout the entire palace. I just quietly watched her perform with the same expression on my face. As soon as she saw me like this, she knew how badly her disguise had failed, and her little face turned as red as a monkey's. But looking at her silly appearance, I couldn't help but find it amusing. Love really does seem to lower one's intelligence. I cleared my throat and spoke. "All right, I receive your feelings, but now is not the time to discuss this. What?" Upon hearing this, she froze on the spot, and her mind probably started looping through what to do if your confession fails. Her little eyes filled with panic. I watched her like this and didn't say much. I knew she was just love-struck, and if I let her brainstorm for a moment, she would be fine. Sure enough, after a few seconds, it seemed she remembered something from the strategy manual. She clenched her little fists, turned to me with a determined look, and said, "Are you saying you reject my feelings?" "No." I shook my head and pulled her close to me. She instantly panicked, her face turning beet red, and she stammered, What are you going to do? It's true that I like you, but isn't this moving too fast? This is the palace, and Mary and the others are still outside." Goodness, where did her mind go? I looked at her head, which seemed to be boiling with thoughts, and couldn't help but laugh. I reached out and pinched her nose, then pressed her down onto the throne. She went completely soft at that moment, her voice sounding like a mosquito buzzing. This inappropriate internally. She was probably thinking, "Is my first time going to be here?" In response, I said something that left her speechless. I covered her with a blanket and said in the gentlest tone, "It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold." Then I delivered the fatal blow. "Drink more hot water." "Drink more hot water? Who understands my family?" Her expression at that moment was as if she wanted to carve the words, "I'll drink your head on my face." She was completely stunned, so angry that her little mouth looked like it could hold an oil bottle. I didn't bother with her and went straight to the point. The Navy is going to execute Whitebeard in Lowtown. At that time, the 7 warlords will definitely be summoned. What does that have to do with me? She was still angry. Of course, it has something to do with you. I looked at her and said word by word, "I will go rescue Whitebeard." As soon as I said this, she instantly stopped being angry. Her heart skipped a beat. She wasn't foolish. She immediately understood why I hadn't responded to her earlier. Going to the Navy headquarters to save someone, what's the difference between that and a life-or-death situation? Back in the day, Pirate King Roger turned himself in. This time, The Navy is definitely laying a trap for us. Is it because you want to save Whitebeard that you didn't respond to me? Her eyes were filled with concern. I sighed, which was my tacit agreement. This matter was too dangerous, and I wasn't sure I could come back alive. Giving her a vague answer was better for everyone. Who knew? She suddenly smiled, and that smile lit up the entire palace. I understood. Since you didn't explicitly reject me, it meant I still had a chance. Once I rescue Whitebeard, I'll stick to you every day and see how you avoid me. Looking at her in domineering demeanor, I almost couldn't hold it together. Ahem, you're right. I quickly steered the conversation back, handing over my knife, the Sakura blade. When the Navy contacts you, just agree. Once we reach Log Town, find an opportunity to give this to Whitebeard. Are you crazy? She was shocked. She knew my lack of weapons would diminish my strength. I'm not crazy, I smiled. He will understand when he sees this. She took the knife, but hesitated a bit. All right. But such a big knife is too conspicuous. I stretched out my finger and gently tapped the blade. With a buzzing sound, the entire 1,000 cherry blossoms instantly transformed into a flurry of cherry blossom petals, quietly resting in her palm. What is this? Her eyes widened in surprise as she curiously poked at the petals, then looked at me with reluctance. Such a beautiful thing. It's a waste to give it away. Can you give it to me? Consider it a token of our love. No way. I was very firm this time. If I didn't give it to the old man with the white beard, the plan couldn't be carried out. Seeing me so resolute, she huffed and carefully tucked the petals away. Then, she suddenly leaned closer to me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Since I'm helping you, do I get a reward? A reward? I hadn't thought about that. After a moment of hesitation, I took off the hairpin from my head and handed it to her. It's the only thing I have on me right now, so if you don't mind. Before I could finish my sentence, she snatched it away with delight, cradling it in her hands and mumbling softly, "This counts as a token of our love, right?" Suddenly, she called out to me, "Bye-zai." Huh? I instinctively looked up and suddenly felt something warm and soft on my lips. Goodness, I completely froze. By the time I came to my senses, she had already curled back into her throne like a little cat, her face full of shyness. My mind went blank. Wait, was I just kissed? My first kiss. I don't know what got into me, but I inexplicably stuck out my tongue and licked my lips, and without thinking, I said, "It's a bit sweet." Boom! Her little face instantly turned as red as if it were about to explode, covering her face with her hands, her heart pounding wildly. Probably too afraid to look at me anymore. Damn, I realized what I had just said. Such reckless words. My old face turned red with embarrassment. The atmosphere in the entire palace was so awkward it could have dug a trench as deep as the Mariana. Ahem, I quickly broke the silence, saying, "Well, I'm off now. Don't forget about the old man with the white beard." Without waiting for her response, I used my instant movement to its maximum, nearly leaving sparks under my feet, and vanished from the spot. Watching me flee in a panic, the Empress laughed behind me, murmuring to herself, "So cute. No wonder I have my eye on this man. Mr. Baizai, you can't escape from my grasp." I was racing wildly on the sea, running far away, and only dared to stop when I couldn't see Nine Snake Island anymore. Phew, let me tell you, women are truly terrifying creatures. As an old from my previous life, I've never dealt with such situations before. I hope she can be reliable and hand that petal over to my old man. This is the most important part of my plan. All right, enough of that. Next, it's time to prepare the next big gift for the Navy. I adjusted my direction, and my immense spiritual power erupted once again as I raced towards the world government. At this moment in the world government, Big Mom was acting like a completely different person, playing family harmony with her children. Her son brought out an ugly cake, and she actually praised it, saying she could feel the love in it. As a result, her son was so moved that he was crying and said he would make her one every day. Big Mom's expression froze, and she awkwardly said, "It's not tasty." What a waste of emotions. Just then, Big Mom's expression changed, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from her as she flew out, stepping on Zeus. It turned out that I had used my spiritual power to send her a message, revealing her past as a member of the Rocks Pirates, and she had no choice but to come. On the edge of the world government, I watched the enormous shadow flying towards me and smiled. "Who are you?" Big Mom glared at me fiercely, holding Napoleon. "Me?" I pointed at myself and laughed. Really? How forgetful can she be? She just came by a few days ago, and now she has forgotten me? She was stunned. The only one who came a few days ago was Fahai. But looking at my aura and appearance, she couldn't match it at all. Tell me, who exactly are you? Sigh, this is the annoying part of changing roles. I have to reintroduce myself to everyone. I could only helplessly say, I am Fahai, the one who beat you up a few days ago and even broke off one of Kaido's horns. No one knows about this, right? That should prove my identity. As soon as I finished speaking, the robust figure of the ant lunged towards me with a howl, her eyes filled with hearts, shouting, Darling. Finally, I can see you again. In an instant, my hair stood on end. Who would want such overwhelming wealth and nobility? I instantly broke through my limits and fled crazily into the distance. What do you want? I stammered in fear. The ant, having missed her target, surprisingly wore a rare look of shyness on her face. A powerful man like you is only worthy of me. Since you're here today, we'll get married right away. Married? I was dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Why did she have her eyes on me? I trembled as I said, Well, monks can't get married. Monks? She laughed heartily. I don't see a single trait of a monk in you. Stop being coy and accept my love. With that, she lunged at me again. Get the hell away from me. I shouted, and the system began to beep, warning me that I was OOC. I really couldn't hold back anymore. If I didn't resist, I would end up being held by this 2-ton giant for the rest of my life. I still have the Empress. Compared to her, the Empress's little quirks are practically angelic. In an instant, I clasped my hands together and unleashed the maximum power of the Crimson Fire Cannon, finally staggering her. Fahai, are you really so unwilling to accept my love? She gazed at me with deep affection. I almost threw up. Sister, at your age, you could be my grandmother, and yet you still have the nerve to chase after younger men? To make her completely give up, I steeled my heart and said seriously, being friends is fine, but marriage? I'm sorry, we really aren't compatible, because I already have someone I love. Someone I love. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt the temperature of the air drop suddenly. The expression in the ant's eyes instantly changed, but I didn't notice. I still wanted her to give up completely. So I continued, Yes, I already have someone I love, and it won't be long before I marry her. Marry her. Those 4 words were like igniting a barrel of explosives. The ant's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the next second, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky, crashing down on me. I was terrified and quickly used binding magic to restrain her. As a result, this madwoman struggled while shouting crazily, Fahai, let me go. I want to marry you. A powerful man like you can't waste his bloodline. We'll have hundreds of children and spread our bloodline throughout the entire Grand Line. I was so shocked that it felt like my kidneys were hurting. 100 or 80. Even the old sows in the production team can't give birth that much. I was just about to unleash my ultimate move to completely seal her and then run away when the system chimed and gave me a reverse sky-high mission. I must either clearly refuse or agree to the ant's marriage proposal in the identity of Kuchiki Byakuya. Family, who understands this? This is simply a hell-level life-or-death question. I looked at the ant, who was about to break free from her restraints with increasingly crazy eyes, and thought to myself, do you think you're some kind of genius, going crazy like it's Thursday? 100 or 80? Do you think you're Blackfish laying eggs? I really want to stab you 100 or 80 times. My head is buzzing as I look at this ant. I take a deep breath, force a business smile, clear my throat, and loudly shout, Charlotte Lingling. Good Lord, upon hearing me call her. There is actually a hint of expectation in her crazy eyes. What's wrong, Fahai? Did you agree? I promised you, Grandma. I was already cursing in my heart, but I had to keep a straight face. Let me tell you, my expression at that moment was absolutely textbook-level serious. I said, Auntie, you are a good person. As soon as the words came out, I saw her freeze up completely. I quickly added, but, sorry, you are not my type. I hope you can find someone better. A smooth triple play of good person cards went out, and the Annie was instantly petrified, standing there like a statue, as if struck by lightning. I was wondering if this was the end of it. This girl couldn't possibly have any more tricks up her sleeve, could she? But the next second, my mind went crazy with a ringing sound, and the system directly burned out my CPU. Congratulations, host, you have completed the exclusive character task. Reward: role-playing degree increased to 80%. All other tasks cleared. unlock the next character slot, and receive one draw opportunity. Congratulations, host. You have achieved more than 2. Reward. Remove the limit on switching characters. I was completely confused. Does anyone understand? I just sent a good person card, and the system went crazy and gave me a year-end bonus? This reward, let me tell you, is simply way ahead. Is it too good to be true? A thought just popped in my mind, wanting to try transforming into Fahai, and the next second, a golden light burst out from me, and I really turned into Fahai. Wow, unlimited switching. This is amazing. Just imagine, I'm using the form of Kuchiki Byakuya, with Senbin Sakura flying everywhere, and suddenly the scene changes, and a demon-subduing staff comes crashing down from the sky. Who can handle that? System, you finally did something useful. Just as I was enjoying it, the system chimed in again, detected that Byakuya's weapon, Senbin Sakura, is not on the host. Would you like to keep it? I slapped my thigh. Oh no. My sword is still with Snake Princess, ready to be a talisman for Whitebeard. If I take it back, won't Dad be left in the dark? I was feeling anxious when the system asked again. Do you want to keep it? Keep it? I suddenly realized it wasn't confiscation. It was giving me a choice. Keep it. I must keep it. The system immediately responded. 1,000 cherry blossoms falls into slumber, to be automatically awakened when the host switches back to Byakuya. I hit the jackpot. I was so excited, I started jumping around like a 200-pound monkey. But then, in the midst of my joy, disaster struck. Just as I was still celebrating, a fierce wind rushed from behind, fast as lightning. My eyes narrowed. I was in Fahai form. What was there to be afraid of? I countered with a palm strike. Boom! With a loud bang, the sea was shaken into rippling circles. I focused my gaze and, to my surprise, it was the ant. She seemed dazed and her eyes lacked focus. Her whole body had slimmed down. But the aura she exuded was far more terrifying than when she was acting crazy earlier. Had this girl been so traumatized that she triggered some kind of berserk mode? The strength in her hands was absurd, completely different from the person I had faced before. With a flaming Napoleon in her hand, she swung it toward me, and I quickly raised my staff to block it. With a clang, my hand went numb from the impact. The power of this strike was even more fierce than her previous attack. In this state, the ant was simply a natural destroyer. After one failed strike, her other fist, covered in armed color, came smashing down again. I let out a cold snort and directly summoned help. The image of the King of Light appeared behind me in an instant, and a giant hand swiftly grabbed her fist, then lifted her whole body into the air like picking up a chick. Her robust figure looked like a doll in front of the image. She still wanted to struggle, but several other hands of the King of Light reached out and tightly bound her up. I looked at the ant hanging in the air, hands clasped together, and directly invoked Buddhist meditation mantra. In an instant, I felt the chanting of countless deities resounding within me. At that moment, the birds in the sky and the fish in the sea all stopped, gazing at me with reverence. Under this sacred sound, the ant who was bound slowly regained clarity in her eyes. She has awakened. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this trick worked. She looked at the spell that bound her, and then looked at me, confused. Fahai, what happened to me? She only remembered being rejected when she proposed, and everything that followed was a complete blank. I waved my hand with a mysterious expression and said, "It's nothing. When we get to the world, I'll tell you." As I spoke, I summoned my robe and flew with her towards the world. Soon, we arrived at Cake Island. Her eldest son, Perispero, along with Katakuri and a group of others, had been waiting and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Big Mom was okay. Katakuri, also known as Kat, quietly approached me and asked in a low voice, what happened to my mom? He noticed that Big Mom was not in her usual state and probably thought I had done something to her. His eyes filled with wariness. I just smiled faintly and didn't explain much. As a result, this guy got even more worked up and resolutely told me, "Don't do anything that could harm my mom, or I'll risk my life to make you pay the price." Oh, really? I found it amusing and looked at him intently. Are you sure? Just with that glance. I felt that his legs were starting to cramp under the pressure. He simply couldn't handle it. Seeing him nearly kneeling, I finally laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Relax. Buddy, don't worry. I'm here for cooperation. I won't do anything to your queen. After saying that, I walked straight inside, leaving him half kneeling there, questioning life. Once inside Cake Island, it was incredibly luxurious. The lady had also calmed down by this time, recalling the sequence of events, and she actually ran over to apologize to me with a face full of shame. Fahai, I'm sorry, I couldn't control my emotions. I tell you, as soon as she said that, Perospero's sons and daughters almost popped their eyes out. Mom is apologizing? The Emperor is apologizing? Is the end of the world coming? I was quite calm and waved my hand, saying, It's fine, no need to take it to heart. The aunt seemed pleased that I accepted the apology and then asked, You came to see me for what matter? Truly, as expected of the four emperors. Her intuition was sharp. I shrugged and got straight to the point, cooperation. Specifically, rescue Whitebeard. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. Asking one emperor to save another? What a ridiculous international joke. Her sons immediately exploded with anger, rushing up to persuade her. Mom, think twice. This matter is nothing but harmful to us. If we save the remnants of that era, we will completely fall out with the Navy. Perospero shouted until his voice nearly broke, cold sweat pouring down. I didn't say anything, just quietly watched. After a while, the aunt pondered, looked at me with a complicated expression, and said, Fahai, if I agree, what can you bring me? I asked her back, what do you want? An ally, not a collaborator. The big mom said word by word, not just me, but also that guy Kaido. You need to become our two most steadfast allies. When one side is in trouble, the other comes to the rescue. Just like Whitebeard now. Goodness, I didn't expect her to play so big. This isn't just a simple collaboration. This is about binding ourselves deeply. If I agree, then if she or Kaido gets into trouble in the future, I will have to save them just like I would save Whitebeard. That's a huge responsibility. Perospero was the first to react. He knew that with Whitebeard down, the Navy's next target would either be them or Kaido. Big Mom is looking for a way out for the whole family, finding the hardest thigh to cling to. He immediately expressed his support. I agree with Mama's decision. I was still pondering, so I just asked, Can you represent Kaido? Sure. Big Mom nodded, took out a snail phone, and directly called Kaido in front of me. Once the call connected, Kaido's rough voice came through. Hey, old lady, what do you want? Kaido, Fahai is with me. With that one sentence from Big Mom, there was instant silence on the other end. After a while, Kaido cautiously asked, What is he doing with you? Big Mom told him to come over quickly for a face-to-face talk. Kaido was so timid, touching the broken horn I had taken from him, stammering that can't we just talk over the phone? Big Mom was directly amused by his anger. If you're not afraid of the government listening in, as soon as we finish this call, 2 admirals will go block the entrance to your ghost island. Just say it like that. Kaido was completely silent. I looked at it and thought it was almost time. I took the phone bug and said with a smile, Kaido, I want to lay a hand on you, so feel free to come. He just breathed a sigh of relief on the other end, but I quickly changed my tone. But the premise is that you have to bring all your elite troops. Otherwise, shoot till you fix that other horn of yours to make it more symmetrical. After all, you're a dragon, right? I almost scared Kaido's soul out with what I said. That demon monk is still thinking about my other horn. On the other end of the phone, Kaido let out a roar and immediately declared, I'm coming to you right now. Instantly. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a snap. Over on Onigashima, his thunderous roar echoed. Everyone, all hands on deck. Target Wano. His 3 disasters looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what had gotten into their boss this time. Kaido's reaction left Big Mom stunned as she looked at me with a strange expression. I quickly waved my hands and said, Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything to him. The aunt didn't believe me at all and probably labeled me as a ruthless person capable of giving Kaido psychological trauma in her mind. At this moment, the whole world was in chaos. The 4 emperors, Kaido's entire crew, set off directly for Wano. At the Navy headquarters, Akainu's face turned dark, and he immediately dispatched Kizaru and Fujitora to keep an eye on things. On his desk, a document with my name, Demon Monk Fahai, was highlighted alongside Whitebeard and Ace's names. Meanwhile, Blackbeard couldn't sit still on Hakanosu Island either. Shiryu of the Rain and his crew, who were brought out from Impel Down, pressed him to fulfill his promise quickly, or else he wouldn't be captain anymore. Lafitte, the old schemer, quickly came out to smooth things over, saying that once Whitebeard was dead, they would go and seize the corpse, and when the captain obtained the Gura no Mi, everyone would benefit. Only then did Shiryu reluctantly agree, but he issued a stern warning that if they failed, everyone would disband. Once everyone left, Blackbeard told Lafitte, "Keep an eye on Fahai's movements. I have a feeling he will be our biggest obstacle." He was indeed perceptive. While he was alone in the room, filled with determination, a figure emerged from the shadows, wearing small glasses and exuding a chilling aura. "Oh my, it was Kazan. Ah la la, Kuzan lazily spoke. I see you haven't given up on acquiring Whitebeard's power." Blackbeard didn't even look at him and coldly replied, "Withdraw your power, or else it might accidentally become mine." Kazan, while saying it was quite scary, showed no sign of fear on his face. Seeing him act so nonchalantly, Blackbeard completely ignored him. With a big grin on his dark face, it felt as if he was scheming over your New Year's money, and he directly asked, "So, what is up, Admiral? You come here at this time to help me take Whitebeard's power?" I'll tell you, at that moment, Akiji's eyes were almost rolling up to the sky, his hands shaking like a rattle. "You can forget it. Don't involve me in your mess." Good heavens, when Blackbeard heard this, his face immediately turned sour, and he coldly sneered. "I said, Kazan, have you forgotten that the whole world knows you are with me, Blackbeard? If my plan goes south, do you think you can escape?" Upon hearing this, Akiji fell silent. Indeed, he couldn't clear his name now. Having boarded Blackbeard's pirate ship, getting off wasn't that easy. So guess what happened next? This guy thought for a long time, and then casually said, "What a hassle, then I might as well just leave the crew now." After saying that, he turned around and walked away, looking incredibly carefree. Blackbeard saw this and thought, damn, if he really leaves, he has probably done for. He quickly shouted, "Wait." Akiji turned around, and the atmosphere instantly changed. One of his hands was already covered in ice shards, coldly asking, "What? Do you want to keep me here by force?" Blackbeard immediately put on a smile, raised both hands as if surrendering, and said, "Oh, come on, relax. We're still partners here in this room. It's not good for a pirate to turn against a partner." I felt like throwing up when I heard that. Coming from his mouth, the one who killed his own comrade to grab the fruits, it was simply the best joke of the year. Akiji couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so he put away his powers and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Doflamingo chuckled, revealing his big, gap-toothed grin, and leaned in to say, "Help me with the task. Consider it payment for all the food and drink you've had while staying with me. Once this is done, we'll part ways, and I'll immediately announce your withdrawal from the Blackbeard Pirates. How about that?" Akiji raised an eyebrow. Surprised? "Oh, there's that benefit? What's the task?" Doflamingo beckoned him over mysteriously. "Come here, I'll tell you." Akiji, being bold, walked over confidently. Doflamingo then leaned close to his ear and whispered something. The words were as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but to Akiji, it was like a bolt from the blue. "Are you sure?" Akiji's eyes widened in shock, his expression like he had seen a ghost. Doflamingo maintained his eerie demeanor, saying, "Sure, only you can do this. Go ahead." Meanwhile, on the other side of the Grand Line, a disguised ship was making its way towards the world government. There were many people on board, but the two leading figures were enough to scare anyone. The highest combat power of the Navy, two admirals, Kizaru and Fujitora. Fujitora was slurping a bowl of noodles, savoring every bite, murmuring to himself, "We should be there soon." Kizaru's lazy voice drifted over. "Almost there. We're approaching that crazy woman's territory." However, Fujitora ignored him completely, focusing intently on his noodles, as if dropping a single strand would be an affront to the food. Kizaru was not pleased. "Hey, at least respond. Don't be so cold. Does anyone understand the awkwardness of going on a business trip with a socially anxious colleague?" I could feel the tension through the screen. They had teamed up for missions before, and the number of words exchanged could be counted on one hand. Sighing in defeat, Kizaru walked to the bow of the ship to enjoy the scenery and ease the awkwardness. At that moment, a young Navy officer ran over holding a transponder snail. "Mr. Kizaru, Admiral Akainu is calling." "Oh, Akainu?" Kizaru took the call, lazily saying hello. "This is Kizaru." There was a brief pause on the other end before Akainu's fiery voice came through. "Kizaru, it's Akainu. I know it's you, Admiral. What's the matter?" Akainu didn't waste words. Throwing out a bombshell. Akiji has made a move. Just that one sentence snapped Kizaru out of his laziness, and he became alert. "What did you say? That guy has acted?" "Yes." Akainu's voice was heavy. And we both know that the struggle for the position of admiral was just a pretext. 2 years ago, he was the one who proposed a contest for the admiral position and agreed that the loser would go undercover with Blackbeard. When I heard this, I immediately stood up on the spot. Wow, so it turns out to be an undercover operation. I thought, how could Akiji really team up with Blackbeard? This twist gets full marks from me. Kizaru also looked confused. He only knew that Akiji had gone undercover, but never expected he would end up with Blackbeard. Akainu then said, "This time, Akiji has taken on a mission for Blackbeard and is also going to the land of Wano. I'm telling you in advance to avoid a situation where you two run into each other and end up fighting each other." "I understand." Kizaru nodded, glancing at Fujitora in the distance, who was still slurping noodles, and asked in a low voice, "Should we tell Fujitora about this?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. Fujitora's sense of justice is completely different from Akainu's, so the higher-ups in the Navy haven't let him know about many dirty jobs. After a while, Akainu said, "Don't mention it for now. If he asks, just give him a vague answer." Kizaru rolled his eyes, thinking, "Are you kidding me? Lying in front of a monster with observation hockey. Do you think this is child's play? Isn't this putting me in a tough spot?" But he still agreed, understood. Akainu gave a few more instructions, saying that the situation is chaotic now, and they should figure out Kaido's intentions and absolutely not take action, and then hung up. Kizaru held the den mushi, feeling mixed emotions, looking out at the sea and murmuring, "It's been 2 years, Akiji, and we're actually meeting here." On the other side, Kaido's large fleet had already entered the waters of Wano. Dozens of ships were sailing grandly, and anyone who didn't know might think they were here to fight. But only Kaido knew in his heart that he was forced to come this time. One of the calamities, Queen, approached and said, "Boss, we'll reach Cake Island in 10 minutes. Kaido nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly he was quite anxious. He subconsciously touched the broken horn on his head, thinking, "That crazy monk, he wouldn't really want to break my other horn, would he? It can't be. I brought all my assets over, and with that crazy woman mediating in between, he has to give me some face, right?" Queen looked at Kaido's actions with a strange expression. Ever since leaving Onigashima, their boss seemed to have developed an obsession, touching that broken horn every few minutes. A ridiculous thought popped into Queen's mind. Is the boss trying to polish that broken horn? Kaido sensed Queen's strange gaze. His old face turned red, and he angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone mourning a broken horn before?" Queen almost couldn't hold back his laughter and managed to give a thumbs up. "No, I've never seen it. You're amazing, boss." Kaido cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and shouted, "Just know it. Pass the order down. Full speed ahead." Meanwhile, on Cake Island, our protagonist Lin Feng was comfortably sinking into the sofa eating dessert. Originally, Big Mom wanted to hold a banquet, but he refused. Come on, a table full of food and drinks. How could a monk like him partake? So it turned into a tea party. Big Mom was incredibly enthusiastic, smiling as she handed a piece of cake to Lin Feng. "Here, Fahai, try this." In my heart, there was a cry, "Annie, my dear Annie, please let me go. The monk's temple is too small to accommodate your great Buddha." But I still had to smile and take it, gritting my teeth as I sent it to my mouth. As soon as the cake entered, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The texture was silky. The milk flavor was rich yet not greasy. Simply amazing. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Not bad. This is the best dessert I've ever had in my life. Hearing this, the auntie was overjoyed, her laughter ringing out. Her sons and daughters nearby were stunned. When was the last time they saw their mom this happy? They couldn't remember. The auntie, in her excitement, handed him a donut. "Here, try this." Lin Feng took it and happily took another bite. With a crunch, the chocolate burst in his mouth, incredibly fragrant. He sincerely praised to make such desserts. "Your family's chef is truly remarkable." Just then, a commotion suddenly arose outside. A giant blue dragon rushed over from the horizon, its massive head blocking out the sun, its mouth roaring, "Crazy woman, here I come." Kaido is here. The auntie, still in high spirits, was immediately thrown off by this interruption, her face darkening. "Hey, Kaido, is this a provocation?" Kaido laughed wildly from the sky. "So what if I'm provoking you? Want to fight?" "Huh." The auntie sneered coldly, pulling out Napoleon and flying up, wielding her power. Goodness, she went straight for a big move. Kaido was not to be outdone. unleashing a breath of dragon fire. The two powerful moves collided with a thunderous boom, shaking the entire Cake Island. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to be forming an alliance? Why did they start fighting as soon as they met? Perispero was anxious to help, but Katakuri pressed him down and pointed to the other side. Following his direction, Perispero saw Lin Feng leisurely watching the battle in the sky, with no hint of worry on his face, but rather with great interest. Katakuri said calmly, "Brother, look at Fahai's calm demeanor. It shows that Mom and them are not really fighting. This might just be their way of greeting old acquaintances." Perispero was stunned, watching the earth-shattering commotion above, his mouth twitching. This is called greeting? Starting off with a big move? How familiar do they have to be? In the sky, after a few exchanges, neither the Auntie nor Kaido gained the upper hand, so they stopped. Kaido transformed back into human form, touching his broken horn and looking at the Auntie with a grin. "Crazy woman, are you really going to cooperate with that monk?" The Auntie replied firmly, "Of course. This is the trend of the times." Kaido scoffed. "How can you guarantee he won't turn on us later? In the world of pirates, there are only eternal interests." This question left the Auntie speechless. Indeed, what could she use to guarantee? Kaido pressed further. "Do you think your weight of over 1,000 pounds will help? Or your tendency to go crazy?" The Auntie was left dumbfounded. Just then, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out behind Kaido, calm yet carrying a murderous intent. "Kaido, if you don't want to form an alliance, you can leave. Don't provoke my allies here." Kaido's back instantly became damp. His little schemes were completely seen through. He just wanted to use the Auntie's words to find a way out for himself, and then slip away. Lin Feng looked at him, clasped his hands together, and began to chant some incomprehensible incantations. "The gods of heaven and earth bear witness. Disciple Fahai forms an alliance with Charlotte Linlin and Kaido." I tell you, the scene changed in an instant. Rays of light descended from the sky, and clouds gathered to form a Buddha statue. A solemn voice echoed in everyone's hearts. "Approved." Immediately after, 3 beams of Buddha light shot down, landing on Lin Feng, Big Mom, and Kaido's heads. Cycle of Heaven's Curse. Seal. With a buzzing sound, Kaido and Big Mom instantly felt different. They sensed an indescribable connection with Lin Feng, and their trust in him surged to the maximum. Even Kaido, who had always been terrified, looked at Lin Feng with softened eyes. Kaido was dumbfounded. What did you do?" Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Nothing. Just solidifying our alliance. Just remember, the 3 of us, whoever betrays will be punished by the gods, doomed to reincarnation and unable to be reborn." Kaido was taken aback. Though he didn't understand, he was deeply shocked. Lin Feng sorted everything out and clapped his hands. "All right, the alliance is established. Let's enter the island and study the next steps." As soon as they landed, Quinn came running over, having witnessed the miraculous event below, so scared that his legs went weak. Upon seeing Kaido, he immediately grabbed Kaido's arm and wanted to run out. "Boss, this place is not safe. Let's go." Kaido looked confused. "Go? Where to?" Quinn was almost in tears. "I'll tell you when we leave." As he was pulling, Lin Feng's voice drifted from behind. "Kaido, gather your clever subordinates. We need to have a meeting." He glanced at Quinn and added, "Bring him along. I remember he's one of your 3 disasters, right?" Upon hearing this, Kaido proudly patted Quinn's shoulder. "Ah, good memory. This guy is our crew's recognized big genius. His IQ is absolutely sufficient." Big genius? Lin Feng almost laughed out loud upon hearing that term. He looked Quinn up and down, admiring his robust and wise appearance, and imitated Kaido by patting his shoulder, meaningfully saying, "Not bad, big genius, as the name suggests." Quinn was stunned by the pat and nodded repeatedly. Yes. I just feel something is off." Once everyone gathered, Lin Feng led them into the castle. Upon entering, good heavens, Big Mom had already turned the place into a party scene and immediately dragged Kaido to start drinking. Big Mom pulled out 2 large barrels of wine and raised an eyebrow at Kaido. "Using cups isn't enough. Use this." "All right." Kaido was also a tough guy, picking up a barrel and chugging it down. The 2 great pirate crews of the 4 emperors instantly started partying together, creating a lively scene. It was lively, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Watching these guys drink until they were swaying, I finally relaxed in a corner, feeling that this wave of rescuing Whitebeard was stable. Without Big Mom and Kaido, two heavyweight fighters, relying just on a few of us would be a hellish difficulty start. I looked in the direction of Rog Town and thought to myself, old man, wait for me. But I tell you, plans always fall behind changes. Just as we were celebrating, good heavens, the Navy's two top powers, Kizaru and Fujitora, had stealthily approached our doorstep, just a few nautical miles from Cake Island. Kizaru, the old sly fox, raised his binoculars and turned pale. He stared at the beast pirates' ship docked on our island, muttering, "Oh my, they've really formed a double Emperor alliance. This is terrifying." Next to him, Fujitora, though blind, had a keen observation like radar and had scanned Kizaru's nervous little emotions clearly. He asked Kizaru, "What should we do next?" "Let me tell you, that Fujitora guy is definitely a tough one." He was asking questions with his mouth, but his hand was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to charge at us and directly clash with our two Yonko crews. Kizaru was so scared that he almost wet himself and quickly stopped him. Hey, calm down. You don't want to start a fight right now, do you?" Fujitora had a look of why not on his face. As a Marine, isn't it only natural to cut down pirates? Kizaru was almost speechless, thinking how stubborn this guy was. He could only advise him sincerely. "Big brother, taking down Whitebeard is the top priority. If we start fighting with Kaido and the others now, we'll both get hurt, and who's going to handle things in Flevinstown then?" Upon hearing this, Fujitora finally realized, "Oh right, there's that matter." He then put away his sword and awkwardly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't think it through." Kizaru finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered his subordinates to turn the ship around and prepare to report back to headquarters. But just then, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and thought, "Hey, guess who he saw? Akiji." For those who don't know, former Marine Admiral Akiji was leisurely riding a bike on the sea. Kizaru's heart sank. He knew Akiji was an undercover agent sent by the Marines to infiltrate Blackbeard's crew, and his identity was extremely sensitive. Akiji also saw them and felt the urge to greet his old colleagues, but reason told him not to. This was the home turf of the Yonko, and if he was spotted, his undercover career would be over. Akiji was sent on a mission by Blackbeard to win over Big Mom and Kaido. However, his real task was to use the pretense of forming alliances to gather intelligence on our side and report back to the Marines. This guy was playing a great game of espionage. He glanced at Whole Cake Island, made up his mind, and rode his bike towards the island. Kizaru watched Akiji's figure from the ship, feeling a mix of emotions, silently praying, "Brother, please take care." Just as he was about to return to the cabin to rest, he turned around and nearly had a heart attack. Fujitora, that old guy, had somehow gotten a small boat and was now floating on the sea, alone with a sword, directly facing our Whole Cake Island. Kizaru exploded, shouting, "Fujitora, what are you doing?" Fujitora didn't even turn around, slowly drawing his sword, pointing the tip towards the sky. His voice wasn't loud, but each word hit Kizaru's heart like a hammer. "The alliance of the two emperors is too great a threat to the world. I cannot sit idly by. Although I am blind, my heart is not. You bastard." Kizaru instantly turned into a flash and wanted to rush over to stop him. Panicking, Akiji had just arrived on the island. If this escalated, Fujitora wouldn't recognize Akiji, and if a fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. But he was still a step too late. Fujitora's sword was already covered with the powers of the gravity fruit. He raised the sword above his head and swung it down heavily towards Whole Cake Island. With a buzzing sound, waves of energy shot into the sky. Kizaru looked up in that direction and was dumbfounded. At the end of the sky, deep in the clouds, a massive meteorite, larger than Whole Cake Island, was hurtling towards them, engulfed in flames. Kizaru stared blankly at the sky, then turned to look at Fujitora, so angry he could hardly speak. "Didn't I explain this clearly? Now is not the time for war. Why can't you understand?" Fujitora was quite resolute, simply saying, "Sorry, allow me to be reckless just this once." Well, Kizaru was completely out of patience. He jumped back onto the warship and shouted, "Everyone, get out of this sea area as fast as possible." The warship sped away as if it were flying just above the surface of the sea. Kizaru stood at the stern, watching the increasingly distant Whole Cake Island. Picked up the Den Mushi and called a Kainu, but no one answered. He could only sigh and silently pray. Akiji, you must survive. Meanwhile, the people on our island were still drinking and bragging. Queen, with a red face from drinking, was bragging while hugging Spiro's shoulder. Burp. There's nothing I can't research in this sea. Spiro, also drunk, chimed in. Really? We must see it. The two were having a great time drinking when they realized they were out of alcohol. Spiro patted his chest and said, I got it. Plenty. I'll go get some. Saying this, he staggered towards the storage room. Passing by the balcony, he wanted to get some fresh air to sober up, but when he looked up, it seemed like something was flying towards them from the sky. He rubbed his eyes, and when he finally saw what it was, he sobered up instantly. His face filled with terror. What the hell is that? It was a gigantic meteorite summoned by Fujitora. Spiro's soul nearly left his body, and he rolled back. His first reaction being, no, I need to inform Mama immediately. Just as he ran back to the castle, he was caught by Queen. Oh, back so soon? Come on, continue drinking. Spiro had no mood to drink anymore. He squeezed through the crowd and rushed in front of Big Mom, his face pale. Mama, something big has happened. Big Mom was about to make a joke, but seeing his expression, she immediately became serious. What happened? Spiro stammered, struggling to get the words out. You need to come with me. Just as they were heading toward the balcony, I had been resting with my eyes closed and suddenly opened them wide. A destructive aura descended from the sky. I looked up and instantly understood. Fujitora? Only he could pull off such inhuman actions. But isn't this guy supposed to be stable? Why would he suddenly go crazy? Did the Marines discover me? While I was thinking, an unprecedented scream of terror from Big Mom came from the balcony. What is that? Kaido, groggily walking over, asked, What's wrong, crazy woman? But when he looked up, he was also dumbfounded. The giant meteorite was blocking half the sky, and the effects of the alcohol were instantly gone, replaced by shock on his face. What the hell is that thing? If that thing really crashes down, not just whole Cake Island, the entire sea area would be flattened, and everyone would be finished. There's no time. I stood up directly and stepped out of the castle. Looking up, good heavens, this meteorite was even larger than I sensed in my mind. At least twice the size of whole Cake Island. Without time to think, I activated the Vajra Dharma form, and a giant golden figure manifested behind me, facing the overwhelming destructive pressure, charging towards the meteorite. Meanwhile, at the edge of Whole Cake Island, Akiji, having just arrived, looked at the meteorite in the sky, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, Marine, what on earth are you trying to do? On the balcony, Big Mom and Kaido were trying to figure out how to deal with it when they saw a shadow charging up. Both of them exclaimed in unison, Fahai. They exchanged glances and instantly made a decision. The next second, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, and Big Mom rode on Zeus, following me up. I'm flying forward, and I suddenly feel two powerful auras chasing up from behind. I turn around to take a look, and it's these two. The ant directly speaks up, Fahai. Dealing with a meteorite of this scale alone is tough for you, right? How about we join forces? Without waiting for my response, she and the ant have already made their move simultaneously. Mighty nation, thunderous Bagua. Let me tell you, when the techniques of the two great emperors combine, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It's a dream collaboration, the enhanced version of the Wano country's conqueror's haki, infused with the roar of thunder, tore through the clouds and slammed solidly into the meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, the meteor paused for a moment. A large chunk of its surface blasted off, turning into countless fragments that fell down. Kaido saw it was effective and laughed heartily. This thing only looks scary, but it's all show and no substance. I shook my head, too early to be happy. His laughter abruptly stopped. Looking up, it was clear that part of the meteorite had been knocked off, but the remaining main body was still as big as Cake Island and was still falling. Damn it! Kaido cursed and shouted at Big Mom. Crazy woman, keep going. The two of them started to gather their strength again, preparing to launch a more powerful attack. At that moment, I spoke up to stop them. Hey, stop. They looked at me in confusion, as if to say, Are you kidding? I pointed to the meteor in the sky and explained, Your attacks can break it. But what happens after that? Countless fragments will fall down. What's the difference from a meteor shower? Cake Island will still be smashed to pieces. At this, they had nothing to say. Indeed, destroying the meteor was simple, but ensuring the safety of the island below was something they could not achieve with their reckless attacks. Let me handle it, I said calmly, and the Zen staff instantly appeared in my hand. I told the two of them, I will use all my strength to completely evaporate this thing. You two are responsible for clearing the debris and protecting Cake Island. After saying that, I transformed into a beam of golden light and charged towards the meteor. Can you do it? Kaido looked at my retreating figure, feeling a bit uncertain. Big Mom snorted coldly. Do you think someone who can pin you to the ground can't handle this thing? Kaido's face flushed, and he fell silent. The two immediately split up, one to the east and one to the west, preparing to deal with the debris I would knock down. At this moment, I had already reached beneath the meteor, and the intense heat was nearly burning my clothes. My gaze darkened, and the King Ming Dharma form behind me suddenly took a step forward, forming hand seals and chanting, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, World-Honored Earth Store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bodhi. With each chant, the Dharma form behind me solidified a bit more. After finishing the last chant, the tightly closed eyes of the Dharma form suddenly opened, shooting out two beams of golden light. Great Wheel King Ming Seal. I shouted loudly, and the hands of the Dharma King statue grasped the void, summoning a golden square seal engraved with a giant swastika. With my command to break for me, the seal transformed into a stream of light, transcending time, and heavily struck the meteorite. In that moment, there was no sound, only a blinding white light. Everyone on the island, including Big Mom and Kaido, temporarily went blind. When the white light dissipated, the massive meteorite shattered, but it wasn't completely destroyed. It was internally detonated by my treasure seal, turning into countless large and small fragments, still raining down on Cake Island like a torrential storm, with the largest pieces being as big as half an island. Damn it! I cursed in my heart, swung my staff, and charged forward, smashing those large meteorite chunks into dust one by one. Big Mom and Kaido were also frantically clearing the debris, but there were too many meteorites, and countless small pieces still struck the island. In an instant, smoke rose from Cake Island, and fires erupted everywhere. Now, the so-called Yonko Alliance had directly transformed into a firefighting alliance. The people on the island, whether from Big Mom's crew or the Beast Pirates, all rushed out to extinguish the flames. Big Mom, watching her home being devastated from the sky, was furious to the point of madness, roaring, Who did this? Don't let me catch you. Kaido flew over and said, Crazy woman, are you out of your mind? Can't you guess who did it? Just as he was about to tease, I calmly spoke from behind him, Marine Admiral Fujitora. I looked at the two of them and calmly analyzed. Since the Navy dares to act at this time, it means they already know about our alliance and are prepared for full-scale war with us. That guy Kaido got excited and disdainfully said, Let them come. I can take on both of their admirals. I shot him a glare and said, Come on, that one stone almost wiped us out. You think you could take on two? Do you even believe that yourself? Kaido was left speechless by my words and could only stubbornly reply, Well, I can at least take on one. I ignored him and made a decision. Since the Navy has declared war on us, there's no need for us to endure it any longer. The ant immediately responded, What should we do? I smiled, my eyes full of fierce determination. Of course. We fight back. Can you really tolerate Cake Island being smashed like this? All right. My words ignited Big Mom, and she gritted her teeth, saying, I'll gather the troops right now and attack the Navy headquarters. Not so fast. I stopped her. First, let's secure the island. Our target is the East Blue. Kaido looked confused. What are we going to do in the East Blue? First, we save Whitebeard. I explained, once we rescue him and have him on our side, we'll be an invincible alliance. Then we can flatten the Navy headquarters. Big Mom and Kaido exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and nodded in agreement. All right. But once we rescue him, he must join us. Of course. Good. The two of them immediately shouted to the crowd, still putting out fires below, Gather all fighters. Destination East Blue, let's go. In an instant, the forces of the two emperors surged towards the pirate ship. I followed behind Big Mom and Kaido, and as we passed the outskirts of the island, a smile suddenly appeared on my lips. I sensed a familiar and powerful aura lurking in the shadows. Oh, isn't that our esteemed Admiral Kazan? The hidden figure, Akiji, instantly felt as if he was being targeted, and cold sweat broke out. Big Mom noticed that I had stopped and asked me what was wrong. I kept my eyes fixed on the place where Green Bull was hiding and said lightly, "It's nothing. You guys go ahead with Kaido. I'll handle some personal matters and catch up with you soon." Big Mom didn't think much of it, agreed, and jumped onto her ship with Kaido. With her command, "Target Lobetown in the East Blue. Set sail. You little ones, follow the madwoman's ship." Two massive fleets set off grandly towards the East Blue. Let me tell you, just after setting sail, Kaido's impatience kicked in. He complained that Big Mom's ship was as slow as a snail and shouted to his subordinates, "No waiting. Target the East Blue. Step on the gas and go full speed ahead." Big Mom was stunned and shouted back, "Kaido, what are you doing? Not waiting for law." Can you guess how Kaido replied? "Wait for what? That bald guy can fly himself. I don't have time to waste." After saying that, with a loud bang, his ship took off like it had a rocket booster, disappearing in an instant. Good grief. Big Mom shook her head in anger, cursing that a dog can't change its eating habits. After decades of being partners, he still acts like this. She didn't indulge him either and directly ordered, "Full speed ahead. Let's catch up with that bastard Kaido." So, the two sides began a race of speed and passion on the sea. As for me, I didn't go with them at all. I stayed on Cake Island because I had a package to sign for. I leisurely flew to the other side of the island and landed on a huge rock. I smiled at the empty space below and cleared my throat. "Don't hide. Come out yourself. Or should I invite you out?" Former Navy Admiral Akiji. The area beneath the rock was quiet for a few seconds. Then with a sigh, Akiji slowly emerged, his hair all messy. The look in his eyes was filled with confusion and vigilance. Probably thinking to himself, has this monk opened his eyes to the heavens? My hiding technique can even evade the four emperors. How did he find me? He, however, was straightforward and asked me directly, "What do you want from me?" "Don't be nervous," I said as I jumped down from the rock and circled around him. The way I looked at him was like picking the best piece of pork belly in market, making him feel uneasy all over. He was about to cry. "What do you want to do?" "It's nothing. Don't be nervous." I still say the same thing. And then I suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "It's Blackbeard who sent you here, right? Trying to take advantage of Whitebeard's execution to win over Big Mom and the others, to steal Pop's body. Isn't it?" As soon as I said this, Green Pheasant's pupils trembled instantly. He broke into a sweat. His expression was as if his undercover identity had been exposed on the spot. And it was exposed by the protagonist with a god's eye view. I'm overjoyed. I'm familiar with this script, but unfortunately, I fast-forwarded from the first episode straight to the finale. I already know Blackbeard's little schemes, even with my eyes closed. I patted him on the shoulder, smiling in a particularly friendly manner. "Akiji, you see, isn't it all the same who you associate with? Rather than following someone like Blackbeard, why not hang out with me?" "What?" Akiji was completely stunned at that moment. Probably his brain circuits were fried. He might have been thinking, is this monk crazy? Digging a hole for Blackbeard right in front of me? And even at the expense of a former Marine admiral like me? I sincerely repeated again. I said, "You should stick with me. At the very least, I look much better than that ugly guy ditch, right? Working with a handsome guy would definitely lift your spirits, wouldn't it?" But guess what? This guy absolutely refused, stammering for a long time, and ended up not being able to do it. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Looking at his expression as if he was ready to die, I bizarrely asked, "You don't think that sticking with me means you have to shave your head and become a monk like you, do you?" "Yes, yes, yes." As soon as he heard this, he nodded frantically, as if he had grabbed a lifeline. "I'm still young. I haven't started a family yet. I don't want to cut off my future so early." He emphasized the word future heavily. Who understands what families go through? I just wanted to recruit an employee, and he thought I was going to hold a conversion ceremony for him, conveniently ruining his happiness. At that moment, I wanted to give him a slap on the head. "Why didn't you say it earlier? You made me waste so much breath." In the end, I really lost my patience and laid it all out. "All right, stop the nonsense. Today you either stick with me or you stay here forever. Choose." Qingji looked at me with an expression of I'm a rogue. What can you do about it? Sighed deeply, knowing he was defeated. He couldn't fight back or run away, so he could only nod with a tragic expression. Great. I immediately pulled him into my flying robe and welcomed him as a general, just as I was forcing a deal and business was booming on my side. Something serious happened with Marco and the others. They were originally following the clues to find Diamond Jaws, but instead, they stumbled right into an ambush. That group of enemies was simply eerie, using abilities that were unheard of. Marco and the others' fruit abilities were completely ineffective in front of them, as if they had encountered a group of walking sea stone, completely restrained. Even worse, Jaws had already been tied up like a dumpling and was hanging there. A sinister voice echoed over the battlefield, mocking madly. Hee hee, is this the immortal bird Marco? Is this all you've got? Marco was furious, but he couldn't find anyone to fight. In the end, the bloodied sword master Bista rushed over and said, Marco, run. As long as the green mountains remain, you don't have to worry about firewood. But what about Jaws? Marco's eyes turned red. He had the Buddhist beads I gave him, which were extremely powerful. But if he used them, Jaws would also have to go down with him. He didn't dare to gamble. In the end, Marco had no choice but to grit his teeth, take Bista, and like a blue meteor, dove into the clouds, forcing a retreat. Just as they rushed into the clouds, a shadow flashed by, and Marco let out a muffled groan, clearly injured. The guy with the code, named Seven, looked at the bloodstains on the willow branch in his hand and sneered, We will meet again. Above the clouds, Marco spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, but he held on with his last breath and crashed onto his own ship with Bista. Doctor, hurry! Bista shouted desperately. The Viper and the dog stormed over to ask what was going on. Bista gasped and said, It's complicated. We need to go to Rogtown. We must find a master before Dad's execution. Just as they were desperately rushing to Rogtown, I ran into trouble on my side as well. My broken system beeped and work came in again. It warned me that I must activate the third role-playing within 3 days, or my abilities as Fahai and Baizai would start to weaken, decreasing by 10. Good grief, this system is practically my electronic boss, focusing on KPI assessments, knowing exactly how to pressure me. 3 days later is precisely the day of Whitebeard's execution, weakening me at this crucial moment. What is the point of playing? I cursed and decided that as soon as I reached Rogue Town, I would immediately change my skin. But the problem is, I glanced at Kizaru, who was sitting nearby, restless. This guy's like a ticking time bomb. What if he causes trouble while I'm changing accounts? I was pondering how to arrange everything clearly. The Kasaya had already caught up with the 2 ships ahead. Kaido's ship was speeding ahead, with flames shooting out from behind, thanks to Quinn's Dragon Breath nitrogen boost, fueled by Kaido's saliva. Big Mom's ship couldn't catch up no matter what, and Charlotte Linlin was so angry that she almost stomped her own ship into pieces. But the next second, one of her subordinates brought up a gigantic cake. Just a moment ago, she was furious, and the next second she was hugging the cake, bursting into tears of joy, with saliva almost dripping down her face. I looked at the one in front who was speeding and another who was having a tea party. Then I glanced at the restless one beside me, with shifty eyes, seemingly lost in some strange imagined scenarios. A brilliant idea instantly took shape in my mind. I smiled at Green Bull, and that smile made his hair stand on end. Hold on tight, I shouted, then suddenly accelerated. Before he could react, I lifted my leg and kicked him right in the butt. With a thud, Green Bull went flying like a cannonball, perfectly arcing through the air, landing right on the deck of the ship Empress Mama's Anthem. Bro, go ahead and scout the way for me. I waved my hand at his receding figure, then pulled my robe, changed direction, and disappeared into the clouds with a whoosh. I tell you, just as soon as I took off, I felt something was off. That old lady's ship should have disappeared by now, so why does it seem to have slowed down? My curiosity piqued. I immediately shifted into 5th gear and activated the turbo, zooming back in a flash. The guy next to me, Akiji, looked pale as a ghost, probably wondering if my machine was burning fuel. I tell you, at this speed, not to mention the Grand Line, we could circumnavigate the globe in less than a week. When we landed on the deck of the singing ship, wow, the tension was palpable. The old lady was still devouring cake like a whirlwind, while her sons and daughters, led by Katakuri, surrounded us in an instant, their gazes sharp as knives, all directed at Akiji. That guy, with his trident crossed, was almost exuding conqueror's haki, while Akiji wasn't one to back down either, radiating cold air all around. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle of wills, and it looked like things were about to get physical. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going well, I quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Hey, don't get excited, we're on the same side. Ka Air frowned, clearly not believing my words. Of course, it was nonsense. How could a former Navy admiral be considered one of us? But he didn't move because his mother hadn't spoken yet. I turned to the gluttonous old lady and shouted, "Hey, Annie, did you weld that cake to your mouth? Hurry up and take care of those little brats. Each one of them is being a pain." Only then did she reluctantly swallow the last bite, wipe her mouth, and look blissfully satisfied. I was really speechless and complained, "Sister, don't savor it yet. Your house is about to be torn apart." Only then did she lazily raise her hand, and the others immediately put away their stuff. But her gaze was still fixed on Akiji, as if she wished to poke a few holes in him. It's no wonder. This group of pirates had suffered a lot at Akiji's hands back in the day. The old lady squinted her eyes and looked us over with great curiosity, asking, "Hey, Akiji, how did you end up hanging out with this monk, Fahai?" Let me tell you, the coldness in her tone meant that if it weren't for my face, she would have acted long ago. Akiji was in such an awkward position. He couldn't possibly say that he was coerced and tricked into coming here, right? What would happen to his former admiral status? Seeing him stammering without being able to say anything, I directly answered for him. "Fate, it's simply indescribable." The lady chuckled, her face clearly saying, "I don't believe you at all." I couldn't be bothered to argue with her and pointed at Akiji. "Arranging. This guy will be left with you for now. He'll go to Lowtown with you." What the hell? Her son, named Spilaro, was the first to jump out and oppose. "Fahai, are you joking? This is a former naval admiral. Putting him on our ship is like placing a time bomb." I disagree. I was feeling a headache, thinking that this matter was a bit abrupt. As a result, the lady waved her hand with an impressive aura. "All right, just leave it here. A mere general, unable to stir up any real trouble on my ship." Beside me, Akiji was fuming, his mouth twitching, probably imagining tearing this ship apart 100 times in his mind. He was calculating, thinking that once I left, he would give the lady and her crew a good lesson. Just as this thought crossed his mind, there was a loud boom, and a massive figure descended from the sky. Kaido, the drunken brute, came in carrying his kanabo. He spotted Akiji at a glance, his eyes instantly lighting up like a hungry wolf seeing meat. "Oh, isn't this the ice block brat? Come on, let's have a fight." As he spoke, half of Kaido's body transformed into a dragon, his desire for battle practically overflowing from the screen. Akiji's face went stiff at that moment, his little schemes shattered by Kaido's single blow. Come on, he could still maneuver around a lady, but now there was the strongest creature on land, sea, and air added to the mix, and this guy could fly. How was he supposed to fight that? At a glance, I realized this wouldn't do. If I didn't intervene, these two could really tear the ship apart. I directly unleashed my voice, not loud, but felt like thunder in everyone's ears. "Calm down, all of you. I'm saying he's one of us, and he is. We'll sort everything out when we get to Road Town." This finally managed to quiet down those belligerent folks. Kaido also reverted from his half-beast form, but his gaze towards Akiji was still unfriendly. I pointed at the two of them and said to Big Mom, "Keep an eye on him and Kaido. I need to take care of something. Assemble at Road Town." After that, I jumped onto the Kasaya and vanished in a flash. I need to quickly find a place to open my system blind box. I found a desolate island and sat cross-legged, opening the system. Let me tell you, that lottery interface looks like a slot machine with countless shadows flashing before my eyes. I was silently wishing for something like the Heavenly Emperor to come and sweep through the Grand Line. In the end, the screen froze. The system notification sounded like a menu being read out endlessly. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the third character. System restrictions lifted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda. Would you like to start playing?" Good heavens, Duanda. Does anyone understand? The change in style is too fast. I just finished being a transcendent monk, and my next stop is directly fast-forwarding to being a Tomb Raider? I thought about it, deciding not to change this new skin for now. Saving Whitebeard is the priority, so I closed the panel and flew back towards Road Town. But while I was opening the blind box, on the other side, those behind-the-scenes manipulators of the world government were also busy. In the deepest part of Mariewa, that mysterious big shot named him was furious because his subordinates failed to eliminate Whitebeard's remnants. A guy with the code named Silver Hook John stepped forward, guaranteeing that he would go to Road Town and wipe us all out. Of course, I didn't know any of this. I was flying and saw a pirate ship in the distance, moving at incredible speed. My curiosity got the better of me, so I followed it and landed on the deck. To my surprise, wasn't this the Whitebeard cruise ship? I saw Vista guarding the unconscious Marco with red eyes. As soon as he saw me, it was as if he had seen a savior. He cried and begged me to save Marco. I went up to take a look and was shocked. Marco actually had a small sapling growing inside him, crazily draining his life force. What kind of hellish trick is this? I asked Vista who did it, and he looked ashamed and fearful, saying that when they went to rescue Jaws, they fell into an ambush. They didn't even see what the enemy looked like before being nearly wiped out by a willow branch. And it was only thanks to Marco's desperate efforts that he managed to escape with him. Just as I was using my Buddha light to dispel that sapling, a guy far away on the red Earth continent suddenly exclaimed, sensing that his trick had been broken. After much effort, I finally saved Marco. When he woke up, I asked him about the mysterious enemy's strength. Marco was silent for a long time, looking at me with a serious expression in his eyes. That person's strength is unfathomable. I asked, how's he compare to the old man in his prime? Marco took a deep breath and gave an answer that made my scalp tingle. It's on par. I was completely stunned. A monster that is evenly matched with peak Whitebeard? How are we supposed to fight this? Steelbone, Sengoku, Carp, the three admirals, possibly Green Bull, plus the unpredictable factors like Shanks, Mihawk, and Blackbeard. And now, there's a mysterious person at the level of the four emperors emerging. I feel overwhelmed. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a buzz went off in my head, and a lightning bolt struck. How could I have forgotten that person? Damn, I've really wasted my time in the pirate world. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, leaving Marco and Bista next to me stunned, probably thinking I had gone crazy from the shock. I waved my hand, too late to explain, snatched their phone bug to contact Minggu, jumped into my robe, and rushed out. I'll be back before the execution starts. I called Minggu directly, my tone leaving no room for doubt. Da Flamingo, find me someone. The information must be 100 accurate. By the way, let him know I've teamed up with Kaido. That kid on the other end of the line is probably drooling. After hanging up, I pushed the speed of the robe to the maximum and flew full speed towards the coordinates given by Minggu. I'm telling you, the key person I'm looking for this time is the one who can turn the tide. The big eater girl, Charlotte Pudding. Goodness, as soon as I landed, I saw a bunch of big guys surrounding a pink-haired girl, crying and wailing, saying, "Captain, you can't go crazy. Is Mariewa a place we can go? This isn't how you send people to their deaths." As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, isn't that a coincidence? I dropped in directly, cleared my throat, and went downstairs to pick up a package. The Bonnie Pirates, right? Instantly, the whole place fell silent. That pink-haired girl, Bonnie, looked up, and when she saw me, her pupils turned into QR codes, trembling as she shouted, "FFA. Fahai, let me tell you, that scene was as shocking as if I suddenly appeared on your toilet. I don't want to waste time with small talk, so let's get straight to the point." I took 2 steps towards her, my gaze as intense as if I had found a rare collectible figure. "You, Chow Ailey Boney, can you shrink or grow or become younger?" She was stunned at that moment and instinctively nodded. "Great." I slapped my thigh, almost giving her an early greeting, and firmly held her shoulder. "Sister, let's collaborate. You can set any conditions." At first, she was very cautious, probably thinking I was after her beauty. I thought to myself, I can't let this monk persona break down. But then she quickly figured it out. She realized I was here for her abilities. Now it was her turn to take control of the situation, and with a smug look in her eyes, she said, "All right, I only have one request. If you agree, I'll give you everything." At that moment, I was completely at a loss and thought to myself, "Sister, I just need you to cooperate a little with your abilities. Everything about you is just too heavy, and besides, I can't afford your appetite." As a result, she thought I was saying she was fat. Does anyone understand? Her way of thinking is like abstract art from 2025, primarily focused on being incomprehensible. "Do you mean I'm too heavy?" She squinted at me, and her tone was like she wanted to eat me. I quickly explained that we were talking about serious matters and wondered how it turned into weight shaming. She then realized that she had misunderstood and felt a bit embarrassed. Then she stated her condition: "Help me go to Mariewa to save someone, and if you succeed, my life will be yours." As soon as I heard Mary Joa, my heart sank. This timing coincides with the World Conference, when Sabo and the others are going to rescue Kuma, right? It's highly likely that Bonnie is also trying to save Kuma. But the problem is, the situation with Whitebeard is urgent for me. If I go to marry Joa and end up being entangled by those old men, then Whitebeard will really be lost. I'm a bit conflicted about this and want to discuss it with her. Can you help me first? I swear I'll definitely help you later. But this girl, stubborn as a mule, turned cold when I refused, twisted around, and walked away, saying, "Since you can't do it, then forget it. Goodbye." Oh, my temper. But I held it in. Who am I to demand help from others? I quickly stepped in front of her, and her crew thought I was about to make a move. They all stood in front of her like they were ready to sacrifice themselves, shouting for the captain to run, saying they'd block me. But Bonnie remained calm, waved her hand, and said I didn't have any killing intent. Then she looked at me with an expression that said, "Stay away from me." I sighed, changed my approach, and started to persuade her not to deceive, but to reason. Do you really think you can rescue someone from Mary Gios all by yourself? She stubbornly replied that I didn't need to worry about it. I laughed, my tone playful. What if I said I have 100% confidence? Sure enough, she stopped and turned around, looking at me in disbelief. I took the initiative and seized her need. But the premise is, you have to help me finish my task first. This little girl wasn't foolish. She was worried I might not keep my word afterward. She asked how she could trust me and specifically emphasized not to bring up any promises, as those were worthless in the world of pirates. All right, straightforward enough. I rolled my eyes and pulled out a golden bowl from my pocket. No, a golden alms bowl, the one that contained the 5 elder stars. Then I began my performance, handing it over with a pained expression. This is a relic left to me by my master before he passed away, representing the identity of the abbot of Jinshan Temple. Today, I will pawn it here in exchange for your trust. Is that enough? I have to say this trick is amazing. Although this girl is a pirate, she still has a sense of reverence for such relics. I was able to impress her with my sincerity, and she was moved to tears right on the spot. Afraid she might change her mind, I directly shoved the golden bowl into her hands and asked her to take good care of it for me. Holding that heavy golden bowl, she finally relented. Okay, I'll trust you this once and cooperate with you. And that settled the matter. She even bared her little tiger teeth to threaten me, saying that if I dared to go back on my word, she would throw my master's relic into the Mariana Trench. Then there were her crew members. I could tell at a glance that they were a burden, so I suggested that Bonnie go with me alone. Good grief, when those people heard that, they all got theatrical, clinging to Bonnie's legs and crying, "Captain, we can't trust you to go alone. Take us with you. We can take bullets for you." Their performance was so heartfelt that even the Oscars owe them each a little golden statue. Bonnie was really moved and almost softened her heart. I quickly advised her that it would be useless to take them along, which finally made her decide to leave them behind and have them stay put. Once we were far away, I could already imagine those guys popping champagne to celebrate. I took out my precious robe, ready to take her flying. She came up and stared for a long time, with a face full of disdain. Just this piece of rag, can it really fly? This is a celestial item, do you understand? With a thought, whoosh. I directly took her to experience what interstellar travel is like, and the speed made her scream in surprise. Now she didn't disdain it anymore. Her eyes were shining, and she leaned over to negotiate with me. Fahai, how about you leave this rag here with me, and I'll return your golden bowl? I shot her a glance and said, "You wouldn't be able to use it even if I gave it to you. This thing recognizes its master." Stingy monk. She pouted, sat down cross-legged, and stopped talking. While I was rushing to Rogue Town at full speed with Pony, on the other side, the big scene was already heating up. Kaido and Big Mom's groups had arrived near Rogue Town ahead of time. That guy Quinn even wore a dinosaur cosplay. It was just too embarrassing to look at. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in New Marineford, Akainu was holding a pre-battle meeting. The office was packed full of high-ranking officers, all at the rank of Rear Admiral or above. Akainu, right from the start, began playing mind games. He had the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull, guard the inner area, then turned to Sengoku and Garp at the door and asked, "Are you two joining the fight?" Sengoku shot back, "Of course, the survival of the Navy is at stake. Can we just stand by?" That was exactly what Akainu was waiting for. He immediately ordered, "All right, then the port defense will be entrusted to you. I tell you, this move is too black." He directly sent the 2 old seniors, Sengoku and Garp, to the front line as cannon fodder, to face our fierce attack. Winning is expected, but if they lose, hey, the reputation of you two old guys will plummet, just in time for you to retire, and he will seize all the power for himself. This is quite a blatant scheme. TSK, TSK. Sengoku understands it clearly, but has no way to refute it. As a result, Akainu's next sentence nearly burned out all the CPUs of the vice admirals. He announced that the remaining 3 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Boa Hancock, would directly be responsible for guarding the execution platform. Marshal, I oppose. The mole was the first to stand up. Isn't it ridiculous to let pirates guard pirates? The office instantly erupted, with most people feeling that this was unreliable. How could pirates be trusted? Facing everyone's doubts, Akainu only sneered. In fact, this was not his idea at all, but a command from the Gorosei. Their plan was to have Mihawk, who had already allied with the government, take the opportunity during the battle to deal with the unstable Doflamingo and Hancock. But this plan was top secret, and Akainu could only take the blame. He glanced around and solemnly said something that made everyone's jaws drop. Pirates indeed cannot be trusted, but the warlords of the sea are different. They are qualified to earn our trust. As soon as this was said, the whole place was shocked, and everyone doubted whether Akainu had been possessed. Akainu did not explain, directly announcing, "It's settled. If you have opinions, you can raise them, but whether to adopt them is my business." Meeting adjourned. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving a room full of bewildered Navy generals. These big shots all seemed like they were rushing to clock out. Kizaru and Fujidora left first, followed by that green bull who had been dozing off with his eyes closed the whole time, yawning so loudly it was earth-shattering, muttering that it was over, and slipped away as well. Who understands family members? He could sleep through such an important meeting. This mentality, aside from him, only that old man Carp could match it. I tell you, but the Real highlight is just beginning. Akainu, all alone, twisted and turned through the Navy headquarters. The corridor was like a maze. And finally he pushed open a hidden door. Goodness, I was shocked. There was a whole new world behind that door. Inside sat 5 people, and in an instant, 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on Akainu. An old bald man, with a voice like sandpaper, immediately asked, "Is it handled, Sakazuki?" With that demeanor, it had to be the Gorosei. As a result, Akainu immediately fired back, "You old men are just trouble for me." He completely ignored the question, his gaze locking directly onto one of the people. Following his gaze, I looked over and thought, wow, stubbly beard, red hair, and 3 scars at the corner of his eye. Who is this? Isn't it Shanks? How did he end up here? Next to him was Mihawk. My mind was buzzing. The amount of information was overwhelming. My CPU was nearly overheating. Shanks was quite polite and said to Akainu, "Akainu, I need your help with Mihawk." Akainu huffed, his face as dark as a pot's bottom, clearly not wanting to engage. If it weren't for the Gorosei and Admiral Kong suppressing him, would he help pirates? Dream on. He must have been thinking. Recruiting? Not a chance. Every last one of them has to be eliminated. The bald Gorosei saw the atmosphere was off and quickly redirected the topic. All right, the matter with Mihawk is settled. Now about that law, what do you plan to do? Only then did Akainu speak, and he was concise. Surround and attack. He said it with such decisiveness. First, let Sengoku and Garp wear him down. And when law charges into the plaza, all our top-tier forces will swarm him. No matter how strong he is, he's still human, with enough people. We can wear him down. I was speechless at the time, and the 5 elders also had a "is that it?" expression. Come on. Your strategy is just too plain and unremarkable, right? It's purely a human wave tactic? Akainu was particularly confident. Yes, that's it. With so many of us. If we can't deal with even one Fahai, then the world government and the Navy headquarters might as well disband right here. To be honest, although it's rough, it seems like there aren't any other options. The few 5 elders discussed for a moment and agreed, let's do it. Lure him to the square and directly surround and annihilate him. The bald 5 elder even painted a grand picture for Akainu. Sakazuki, feel free to go all out. At that time, not only us, that gentleman's guards will also be present. With that power, Fahai is undoubtedly doomed. Upon hearing about that gentleman's guards, Akainu's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, that's the legendary ceiling of combat power. With those people joining, let alone Fahai, even if Roger or Rox crawled out of their graves. They would have to lie back down. He immediately turned around with excitement, received the orders, and left. Once it kinda left, the bald Five Elder turned to Shanks. Shanks, what do you think of Akainu's plan? Shanks smiled and said, it's feasible. Then he shifted the topic. Of course, I mean under the condition that that gentleman's guards intervene. Oh, as soon as I heard that, I understood. It was an implication. Shanks meant that if those divine soldiers didn't come, Akainu's plan would be a joke. With a winning probability close to 0. The Five Elders were not worried about this. You don't need to worry about that. The guards have already infiltrated Logtown. Shanks nodded, and together with Mihawk, they left through another hidden door. But before he left a meaningful remark. Although the guards are strong, we can't place all our hopes on them. After all, we're dealing with Fahai. After hearing this, the expressions of the Five Elders turned grim. However, they remained mysteriously confident, believing that with the Navy's entire assets, plus the 5 of them, and the guards, if that lineup still lost, then the world might as well change its owner. The scene shifted, and we looked at the other side. The enormous mobile castle of Germa 66 was floating on the sea. Sanji, Zoro, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew, except for Luffy, were basically all gathered. Inside the castle, Sanji's cheap old man, King Judge, sat on the throne, his expression very serious. Have you thought it through? Are you really going to Lowtown? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied coldly, cut the crap. We're definitely saving Luffy. He really had no good feelings towards his father. If Judge hadn't actively offered to help, he wouldn't have come back even if he died. Judge sighed, knowing that this battle would turn the world order upside down. But he still made the decision. All right, since you've made up your mind, Germa will do our utmost to help you. Consider it repaying the favor to the people of Cake Island. After this battle, you and Germa will have no further relationship. After saying that, Judge stood up, his back looking somewhat desolate. He was also gambling, betting the entire future of Germa. Sanji looked at his father's back, feeling quite complicated. Judge turned around and said to all the Straw Hats, all right, there are 48 hours until the execution. This might be your last leisurely time, so enjoy it. After saying that, he left with Yanji and the others. His sister Reiju gave Sanji a meaningful glance before leaving, quietly comforting them, saying not to feel too much pressure. After all, Whitebeard would also be executed, and many people would definitely come to save Whitebeard. Maybe they could win amidst the chaos. Sanji knew his sister meant well, but was clear that trying to snatch someone from the Navy headquarters wasn't that easy. Once they left, the atmosphere in the room turned heavy again. Usopp was the first to speak up, forcing a smile and saying, everyone, don't panic. Luffy's father is Dragon, and the Revolutionary Army will definitely come, right, Robin? Nami quickly agreed. But when Robin heard this, her expression became even more serious. She had already contacted Dragon, but there had been no response, and she didn't know what had happened. However, she still lied, flipping her hair and saying, yes. Sabo and the others are already on their way. Family, I know Robin too well. Whenever she lies, she flips her hair. The Straw Hat crew was also aware of this, but no one exposed it, knowing it was a kind-hearted lie. Finally, it was still Frankie who stood up, unsheathing his sword and lying down on the ground. Before the fight starts, thinking too much is pointless. Let's sleep first. Wow, Frankie is still the same Frankie, saying he'll sleep first if the sky falls. Everyone saw this and agreed, each finding a place to rest. But just then, a strange and curious voice suddenly rang out from the windowsill. You are the Straw Hat Pirates? Who? This shout startled everyone in the room. Zoro immediately assumed a three-sword stance, glaring intensely at the windowsill. Sanji also broke out in a sweat. His observation haki told him that there was a fierce beast hiding there. However, that person spoke with a hint of surprise. It really is you guys. Saying this, one leg stepped in, and the person stood in the room, smiling at them. The Straw Hats focused their eyes and collectively gasped in shock. Their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Fahai. That's right, the visitor was Fahai. He had originally been flying in the sky, but his Buddhist power was a bit insufficient, so he wanted to find a place to rest. He happened to see the great castle of Germa and didn't expect to run into the main characters as soon as he entered. Fahai smiled and said, it's me. The Straw Hats showed no sign of lowering their guard. What are you doing here? Don't be nervous. I was just passing by. Fahai's voice was gentle, and just as he was about to explain, another voice came from behind him. "Monk, I'm hungry." A girl rubbing her stomach also jumped in from the windowsill. It was Bonnie. The Straw Hats looked at each other, their expressions suddenly becoming very strange. Wow, this Fahai, looking so serious, is even bringing a beauty along? Seeing their looks, Fahai knew they were thinking wrongly and awkwardly explained. "Don't get me wrong, we're just in a cooperative relationship." As a result, Sanji's old habit kicked in again, spinning around and floating over to Bonnie, his eyes turning into heart shapes. "Beautiful lady, what would you like to eat?" Bonnie looked at him with disdain. Who is this pervert?" Zoro coldly added, "A perverted cook." He remembered that this was the woman from Sabaody who stopped him from cutting the celestial dragons, and he looked her up and down. Puzzled. "Aren't you supposed to be a kid?" Bonnie recognized him too. "Oh, the idiot who wanted to cut the celestial dragons from Sabaody." Zoro's face instantly darkened. Seeing that they actually knew each other, Fahai interrupted them, asking out of curiosity, "What are you doing here?" Robin stepped forward and answered truthfully, "We are studying how to rescue Luffy." "Rescue Luffy?" Fahai was taken aback. He didn't know that Luffy had also been captured. This script was wrong. As a child of the world, he needed rescuing? Robin nodded. 2 days later, the Navy is going to publicly execute Whitebeard and Luffy in Logtown. Upon hearing this, Fahai was startled, snatching the newspaper from Robin's hand to take a look. Wow, the front page of the newspaper had a big picture of Whitebeard, stating that the strongest man would be executed. Looking further down, there was a line of small text. "Times are changing. The two brothers of the worst era will be executed together." Below, there were small photos of Luffy and Ace. I was completely stunned at the time. The Navy was about to make a big move. Buy one, get two. Executing Whitebeard, while also capturing Ace and Luffy? Wouldn't Carp flip the table on the spot? Fahai returned the newspaper to Robin and asked, "How many people have you prepared to rescue them?" Robin fell silent and awkwardly said, "For now, just us, plus Germa." Upon hearing this, Fahai's expression turned awkward too. It wasn't that he looked down on the Straw Hat crew, but with just this few people, weren't they just delivering themselves to Roguetown? Well then, Fahai sighed, "Join us. Let's go rescue Luffy and Whitebeard together." Everyone in the Straw Hat crew was dumbfounded, looking at Fahai and Bonnie with faces full of disbelief. "Join you? Aren't there just the two of you?" Fahai explained, "My goal is also to rescue them, and my allies should already be around Roguetown." Robin immediately asked, "Who are your allies?" Fahai stroked his chin, thinking, if I say my allies are Kaido and Big Mom, won't you all blow up? So he casually diverted the topic to Rayleigh. "By the way, Luffy is about to be executed. Isn't Rayleigh coming?" Just then, Gaji stormed in with people, furious, having received reports of unidentified individuals intruding, thinking they were Navy spies. "Who dares to intrude here?" Gaji shouted, holding up an electric spear. As a result, his daughter Reiju saw Fahai and was so shocked that her pupils trembled. F. Fahai. Upon hearing this, Gaji was nearly scared out of his wits, and his son Yunji, being a hothead, without saying a word, threw a heavy punch at Fahai. Sanji wanted to intervene, but was too late, only able to shout, "Get out of the way." And guess what? Fahai didn't even blink, just watched as that punch hit his face. With a loud bang, Yunji thought he had succeeded, but Fahai simply extended a finger, and with Yunji's shocked gaze, moved his fist aside, saying lightly, "You're still a bit inexperienced. Let someone else come." What? Yunji and Gaji were both stunned. Yunji's full-powered strike was so easily deflected by just a finger. How strong is this guy? Gaji turned pale and quickly forced a smile. "It's a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding." Fahai's gaze turned cold. Misunderstanding? The implication is clear. You came at me with lethal intent, and you think a single misunderstanding will make it go away? Seeing the situation was bad, Sanji quickly stepped in to mediate. "Mr. Fahai, it really was a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry." He really didn't want to lose Germa as an ally. Fahai glanced at Sanji and gave him a way out. I believe you." After saying that, he found a place to sit down and close his eyes to rest. Gaji finally breathed a sigh of relief and left with a still unconvinced Yunji. The room fell silent again. It was Bonnie's stomach growling that broke the awkwardness. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately became attentive and went out to prepare food. As for Fahai, he didn't take the earlier incident to heart at all. He was frantically calculating in his mind whether, with himself, Kaido, Big Mom, and the Straw Hat crew, it was possible to lose. He mentally reviewed the Navy's top combat powers: Carp, Sengoku, the three admirals, the Gorosei, red-haired Shanks, Mihawk, and even that mysterious M, all in his mind. This battle would be tough. Just then, while Fahai was planning how to raid the execution site, in the deepest part of the new Marine headquarters, in a large prison beneath Marineford, a muscular figure was bound by sea-prism stone chains. It was Whitebeard. In the cell opposite him, Luffy was weakly slumped on the ground. "Uncle, I'm starving." Whitebeard let out his iconic Kulalala laughter. "Straw Hat Kid. Being able to hold out until now, you've done well." In the cell next to Luffy, Ace couldn't take it anymore and scolded, "Shut up, Luffy. What time is it? Missing a few meals won't kill you." Luffy, feeling wronged, replied, Ace, I've already skipped 27 meals." Ace also sighed. He was nearly starving himself. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from afar, each step feeling like a hammer on the heart. A tall figure wrapped in a navy cloak stopped in front of Whitebeard's cell. Whitebeard clearly saw the fleeting face beneath the cloak, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The person slowly lifted their head, revealing a striking head of red hair. Speaking in a calm tone, "Hey, Whitebeard, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard suddenly burst into loud laughter, shaking the entire prison. I tell you, that laughter was so loud it almost shook the ceiling down, echoing and making my head hurt. Once he had laughed enough, his eyes locked onto the person across from him like an eagle, and he grinned widely, shouting, "Red-haired brat." Well, with that shout, he immediately defined the guy across. And guess what happened? The red-haired guy, as if nothing had happened, wore that classic smile that was more skin-deep than genuine. He fired back directly. "I didn't expect to see this kind of scene when we met again." I said, "Old man, why can't you just be your legendary self and leave us young folks alone? Aren't you just asking for trouble?" The old man fell silent, his gaze cold enough to freeze iron bars. He was probably thinking, "I worked hard to keep this secret for so many years. How did it slip out?" Then he asked the red-haired guy, "What do you want? To side with the government? Don't give me the trend talk. You're not that kind of person." Upon hearing this, the red-haired guy laughed, his laughter filled with stories. He leaned closer to the railing, staring intently at the old man, and asked word by word, "Newgate, do you know my background?" As soon as he said this, the old man froze. His heart skipped a beat. This was something he had kept tightly under wraps. How could the red-haired guy possibly know? Could it be that the bald guy let it slip? No way. That bald head didn't seem like a blabbermouth. Seeing his reaction, the red-haired guy knew he had guessed right and laughed even more joyfully. "Looks like you really do know." He pressed his face against the railing, his gaze piercing, making one feel uneasy. The old man directly avoided his gaze, stubbornly saying, "What are you talking about?" "I don't know." He knew very well that the matter of Rock's bloodline absolutely could not be made public. It was too significant, and even a hint of it leaking could shake the world. Now it was the red-haired guy's turn to explode. "How long do you plan to keep this from me, Whitebeard?" he shouted, his voice booming, the nearby iron bars bending as if twisted like dough. "I don't know is all I can say." Whitebeard raised his head, confronting him back. "Huh." The red-haired guy's laughter suddenly turned a bit crazed. "Edward Newgate, captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates. Why do you keep that bastard secret? Is it because the things he did are too disgraceful to be seen?" Whitebeard sighed, not replying. The red-haired guy, seeing him like this, became even more spirited, firing off like a machine gun. "Since you already know, why ask me? Before the God Valley War, my mother died after giving birth to me due to exhaustion. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Everyone associated with Rocks should die, including you. Let me clarify this for you. This story goes back to the Valley of the Gods. Back then, when Rocks was about to be defeated, he entrusted the newly born Shanks to Whitebeard, asking him to take the child and flee. Whitebeard, being a man of loyalty, was also worried about the child's identity being exposed. So he played a little trick and left the baby in the path of the Roger Pirates, betting on Roger's character that he would definitely not let the child die. Sure enough, Roger picked up Shanks and raised him as an apprentice. That's why Whitebeard later supported Ace so much, wanting him to become the Pirate King, as a way to repay Roger's kindness for back then. After venting, Shanks returned to his calm demeanor, and before leaving, he dropped a bombshell. "By the way, I forgot to tell you, Ms. sent guards to Log Town. If Fujitora wants to save you, dream on. Just as he was about to leave, Luffy, being oblivious, shouted, Shanks, are you here to save us? I was nearby and almost died of anxiety. Shanks walked up to Luffy and touched his straw hat. Take good care of it. I will come and get it. The underlying meaning of this was that he would come back to kill him while taking it, but Luffy was still happily thinking, Shanks will definitely save us, right? Ace turned pale beside him. He couldn't understand the details, but seeing Whitebeard's expression, he knew that Shanks was definitely not a friend. He shouted at Whitebeard, Old man, what happened between you and Shanks? Whitebeard glanced at him and turned his head away, not saying a word. Ace's heart sank completely. On the other side, in the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in Sengoku's office had also dropped to freezing point. Since coming back from Impel Down, Garp had been like a lost soul, even ignoring the snacks he usually loved. Sengoku poured him a cup of steaming hot tea, and guess what? Garp picked it up and drank it all in one go. Sengoku was stunned, grabbing him by the collar and asking what was wrong. Garp responded quietly, Sengoku, I'm almost not myself anymore. Then he added ominously, if one day you find I've changed, please kill me. After saying that, he walked out. Sengoku was left dumbfounded, feeling that Garp had gotten involved in a huge conspiracy, with someone behind it so terrifying that even their name couldn't be mentioned. At that moment, Fujitora was traveling with Sanji and the others in the Germa 66 mobile fortress. Right in front was the red line, completely blocking our way. As a result, Judge ordered the entire fortress to transform, and it split into 6 war machines that could climb walls like Spider-Man, scaling straight up. Usopp and Chopper's eyes were about to pop out, and Frankie was even more excited, probably already thinking about how to get the same for the Sunny. This move was truly ahead of its time. Judge told Sanji, I'm not helping you. I'm repaying a favor. Then the old man suddenly kicked everyone out, saying he wanted to talk to me alone. I thought to myself, what kind of act is this? But as soon as the door closed, thud, he knelt down in front of me. I was so scared that I jumped to the side and said, what is going on with you, buddy? If you get involved with me, you won't be able to clear your name. He begged me with tears and snot, saying that once the battle in Rogtown was over, his family, the Vinsmoke family, would definitely be removed from the royal lineage by the world government. He was afraid of being completely wiped out and wanted me to preserve Germa's legacy. I thought to myself, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So I asked him, what benefits can I get? He first offered me the lineage factor technology, and I replied, what do I want that for? Then he offered me the friendship of Germa, and I thought, you're the one begging for my protection. What use is your friendship? In the end, he had no other options and asked me to name my price. I told him to get up first and not to act like he was at a funeral. Finally, he had no choice but to say he would take me to see his family's treasury to see if there was anything I liked. Goodness, the door to that treasury was made of pure gold, and when it opened, the gold and silver treasures inside almost blinded me. Gaji wanted to sell me some famous swords and ancient weapon treasure maps, but I saw through it immediately. I told him to shut up, and, following the system's prompts in my mind, I walked to a corner deep inside the treasury. There, I found an unremarkable broken jar with a thin booklet on top. I picked it up and blew off the dust, and to my surprise, it was a handwritten version of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The details inside were ridiculously thorough, and there was even a superhuman type, mythical beast type, immortal fruit that allowed one to directly ascend upon consumption. Just as I was engrossed in reading, Gaji came over again and handed me a thicker, more exquisitely bound version, saying it was the complete edition obtained from Vegapunk. I flipped through 2 pages and then returned it to him. That thing is just a database. How can it compare to this antique in my hands that has soul? This book even contains user experience reports written by predecessors after consuming the fruit. This is truly something that only an electronic immortal could write. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him and directly went to open the jar that was pressed down by the booklet. The system told me that good things were inside. With a hiss, as soon as I lifted the lid, I couldn't help but gasp. Inside the jar, there was a colorful heap made up of devil fruits. At a rough glance, there must be at least 100 of them. I'm telling you, they're not just a few. Many of them are rare varieties recorded in the booklet. At that moment, my mind went buzz, and I realized why that grave-digging fat guy's progress bar could shoot up to 60. With this pile of fruits, Feeding them all to Fahai's account would get it to 100 in no time. But I immediately held myself back. No way if I really hit 100. What if I got forcibly taken by the Buddha realm in the West? Who would take care of the mess that Whitebeard and the others have to deal with? Toss it to Kaido and Big Mom. That would be like throwing a couple of firecrackers into a kindergarten. Wouldn't it blow up? No way. I'm not cleaning up this mess. Thinking of this, I turned to Katakuri and laid it all out. These are mine. I accept your terms. And I'll add one more condition. As long as I'm alive, Germa won't fall. The look on Katakuri's face, oh my. It looked like someone had spilled soy sauce all over him, dark and regretful. He must be bleeding inside, realizing that if he had known there were these things in his family's treasury, he could have formed an army of long ago without needing to ask me. That would be enough to confront the world government. But what could he do? The look in his eyes told me that I had these fruits secured. Make a move? He didn't have the guts. So, this old guy could only put on a bitter face and started raising the price. Fine, but you have to guarantee that Germa will reunify the North Sea. Huh? I looked at him calmly and wow. He must have realized that I needed this pile of fruits and was trying to squeeze me for more, right? If you don't agree, I will never let you take these devil fruits. Seeing that I didn't react, he actually grew bolder, gritting his teeth, and the electric spear in his hand started crackling with sparks. I laughed at that moment, pointed at his electric spear with a face full of disdain. Do you think this electric mosquito swatter can threaten me? I wouldn't dare. He shook his head, still somewhat self-aware. I'm not foolish enough to think I can threaten you. But he suddenly turned his focus directly to the pile of fruit on the ground. I can still destroy them. Wow. Is he trying to play a game of mutual destruction with me? I raise an eyebrow. Oh, are you threatening me? As soon as I finished speaking, a burst of golden light erupted from me, and the momentum was overwhelming, like I had unleashed the 8 gates of Duanjia. In an instant, all that pressure bore down on Jiaji. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, and his hand holding the electric spear trembled. I could sense that he was close to breaking. He must have been thinking just how powerful this Fahai was, with a presence more intimidating than a general. Are you threatening me? I emphasized my tone, pushing the Buddhist light forward again. At that moment, Jiaji felt as if several mountains were crashing down on him from the sky, weighing heavily on his back. He wanted to give up, but he dared not. He feared that if he showed weakness, Germa would truly be lost. He couldn't give up. For Germa, he shouted in his heart, straightening his back and lifting his head to glare at me. To be honest, I was a bit impressed by his determination. Although he was lacking, he still had that royal pride. Enough. I sighed lightly and waved my hand to retract my pressure. Jiaji relaxed all over, nearly collapsing to the ground. But he managed to steady himself, looking at me with a voice that remained firm. Fahai, I have only one request. I didn't say a word, turn around, wrapped all the devil fruits in my kasaya, and directly threw them to him. Help me hold this. After saying that, I walked out of the treasury. Gaji was stunned at that moment, watching my back, and after a few seconds, his face was filled with ecstasy. He knew I had agreed. Good. He nodded heavily, dragging his exhausted body to catch up, his eyes shining as if he was about to unify the world. After leaving the treasury, I didn't stay with the Straw Hat crew and had Gaji find me a separate room. That old rascal Gaji was quite resourceful. He arranged a single room for me and even sent a maid in to flirt, trying to tempt me with the Ming Tide card pool. I ignored her completely, closed the door, and locked it behind me. I was the only one left in the room, looking at the pile of fruits on the floor. I directly ordered the system. Let's eat. In an instant, a massive suction force emanated from my body, and hundreds of devil fruits instantly transformed into pure energy, all absorbed by me. The system prompt sounded like a barrage. Initial performance of the third character increased by 1%, increased by 3%, increased by 8%. Soon, I finished off all the fruits, and the initial progress of the third character skyrocketed to 60%. It felt great. I stretched lazily, feeling as though my indestructible body had been refined and upgraded. Now, with this level of defense, I could probably stand still and let an admiral strike me and still not be harmed. However, as I've said before, I absolutely cannot let it reach 100%. Otherwise, I risk being summoned away by the Buddha realm and facing disaster. I just finished upgrading here, and as the lens turned, the Navy headquarters, The Archipelago, and the underground prison came into view. Goodness, what a scene. Akainu personally came to send off Whitebeard with dozens of vice admirals. Akainu's mouth was as foul and hard as a stone in a latrine. Whitebeard, after tomorrow, there will be no more legends of you on the sea. The jailer stepped forward and tightly bound Whitebeard with sea stone chains. Whitebeard did not resist at all, looking as if he had lost all hope. Akainu continued to mock him. Quite sensible, aren't you? Whitebeard glanced at him without speaking, but the coldness in his eyes could freeze Akainu into an ice sculpture. Seeing that Whitebeard still had fighting spirit, Akainu's brows furrowed, and he suddenly pointed to another direction. Whitebeard followed his finger, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Ace and Luffy, who had been brought out at some unknown time, both already unconscious. Magma Brat. Whitebeard roared in anger, and his conqueror's haki exploded. The sea stone chains vibrated and hummed, and the entire prison shook. The Navy present instantly went on high alert. This was the pressure of the world's strongest man. And even in chains, it was definitely not a joke. I don't want to die, Whitebeard growled, causing some weaker Navy members to faint from the haki. What about Akainu? He calmly adjusted his hat and nonchalantly said, See, still no strength, huh? Just as he was about to deal a lethal blow to Ace and Luffy. Whitebeard was ready to fight back with all his might. At this moment, that old fox Kizaru lazily spoke up. Admiral Sakazuki, don't be impulsive at that moment. Not only Akainu, but even Whitebeard was stunned, looking curiously at Kizaru. Kizaru slowly explained, Admiral, don't misunderstand. There has been an order from above. These two little guys can only be executed together with Whitebeard. Upon hearing it was an order from the Gorosei, Akanu's magma slowly dissipated, and he snorted coldly, leaving with a dark face. In the prison, Kizaru gave Whitebeard a meaningful look, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. Whitebeard, you won't die just yet. See you at Sabaody. After saying that, he also left. Whitebeard stared at his back, pondering. What is your stance, Kizaru? Meanwhile, various forces began to gather at Sabaody. CP0 agents were already in position, and Empress Hancock was also speeding towards them in her snake ship. I am here, sitting on Germa's mobile castle, and it's almost there. I immediately saw Kaido and Big Mom's ship parked on a nearby island, so I had Sanji change course. Sanji, still looking confused, asked me, Monk, weren't you going to save Whitebeard? Why the change of route? I said lightly, I told you before that I have allies who have already arrived, and they're on that Watchtower Island. Sanji still looked skeptical. Just then, in the waters below Reverse Mountain, Marco and the other ship was quietly approaching. On the ship, Kenmu Jinba suddenly looked up and said with a murderous aura, I sense the master's location. It's right above us. Upon hearing this, Marco was overjoyed. The master has arrived first. Accelerate forward. Soon, Germa's war fortress docked at Watchtower Island. I just jumped out of the window, and the Straw Hat crew followed me down. When they saw the Beast Pirates flag and the Queen's flag docked by the island, their faces turned green instantly. Fahai, you don't mean that the ally you mentioned is Kaido, right? Sanji's head was almost about to explode. Usopp was so scared that he froze on the spot, flailing his arms and shouting, It's over, it's over. Fahai wants to set us up. He wants to hand us over to Kaido and Big Mom. As soon as he finished speaking, two massive figures rushed out from the island. It was Kaido and Big Mom. At first, they didn't see me, but when their eyes met the Straw Hat crew, it was a classic case of enemies meeting with extra hostility. Big Mom immediately summoned Prometheus and Zeus, and Kaido swung his Kanabo without saying a word, smashing down with his Thunderbagua. Just as it seemed we were about to be wiped out, I slowly shouted from the crowd, Stop, we're on the same side. Kaido paused, stunned, but he heard me. Big Mom, who was in a rage, didn't hear and continued to swing Napoleon downward. The force of it felt like the entire island was about to be cleaved in two. Chopper, Usopp, and Nami rolled their eyes and fainted. Sanji and Katakuri could only brace themselves and charge forward, probably cursing in their hearts. Fahai, we trusted you wrong. Just at that critical moment, I moved. I flashed to the front, coldly shouting at Big Mom, Wake up, Lin Lin. Huh. Big Mom was momentarily taken aback, her Napoleon unconsciously stopping with the blade tip hovering above my forehead. When she recognized me, she was first stunned, then her face lit up with wild joy. You are? Fahai. I let out a cold snort. Humph. Now that you know it's me, why don't you quickly move that broken knife away? What? Do you want to chop me to death? Oh, no, no. My shout completely brought Big Mom back to her senses. She loosened her grip, and Napoleon fell to the ground with a clatter. Big Mom looked at me, then glanced at the straw hat crew behind me, and asked with a strange expression, Law, how come you're hanging out with these guys? With just them, can they really help? Sanji and the others were infuriated, but had no way to retort. Big Mom then cautiously leaned in and asked me, Law, can I kill a few of them? As soon as she said this, Usopp and the others, who had just regained their composure, were scared out of their wits again, huddling together and shouting, Mom, I want to go home. I glanced at them and said lightly to the ant, No, they are companions now. As soon as I said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The ant looked unwilling, but she didn't dare to oppose me and could only sigh. Meanwhile, Kaido beside her was laughing joyfully at the ant's predicament. We walked deep into the island, and the atmosphere was tense. The old lady's crew looked at the straw hat crew with cold eyes. If it weren't for me being here, they would have probably already started fighting. Only Gaji, that old social cow, went to catch up with Quinn. I called Kaido and Big Mom to the center of the bonfire and directly threw out the bombshell. I have an idea that can bring you back to your peak condition. The Bonnie beside me shrank her neck in fear. The pressure brought by the two emperors was truly overwhelming. Fahai, are you sure? Kaido and Big Mom were stunned on the spot, looking at me with shock, then glancing at Bonnie. I nodded with a smile. I just haven't implemented the idea yet, so I don't know if it will achieve the desired effect. That's why I called you all over to see who would be willing to be the guinea pig. He will, the two said in unison, then awkwardly exchanged glances, neither wanting to be the first to go. I can't be bothered to wait anymore, so I directly pointed at Kaido. He goes first. Huh, why me? Kaido looked unwilling, on the verge of tears. I didn't say much, just stared at him indifferently and slowly spoke. Does the broken horn not hurt anymore? Kaido tensed up all over, instinctively touching his broken horn, and instantly became timid. Quickly putting on a smile, what are you talking about? To be a subject for a master's experiment, Kaido is honored. Saying this, he even waved grandly at Bonnie. Little guy, give it your all, I can take it. Bonnie nodded, cautiously walked in front of Kaido, placed a hand on him, and instantly unleashed her fruit ability. What is this? As Bonnie's ability was released, a miracle happened. Kaido felt himself becoming much younger all of a sudden. This was not an illusion, but a real change happening to him. The most obvious thing was that his broken horn was actually regrowing at a visibly fast speed. Hey, this can't be real. What kind of ability is this? The Big Mom beside him looked at the gradually younger Kaido, her eyes nearly popping out, and her mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. I ignored her shock, focusing all my attention on Kaido. Goodness, let me tell you, Kaido in this state is like he's using a super beauty filter and a time reversal filter. Not only is his face so youthful it could be squeezed for water, but even the cross-shaped tattoo, the scar, given to him by Odin back in the day has been smoothed out. He has gone from a middle-aged, greasy tycoon back to the peak of his youth. The peak of his muscularity. His stamina and combat power are both maxed out. His subordinates, those old-timers, were all as excited as if they had won the lottery, nearly bursting into tears. Kaido has returned to his youth. How can he not dominate the Grand Line now? The three calamities were also in a frenzy. That fat guy, Queen, almost sprayed out his drink, his eyes wide like copper bells. As for Jack, he was more artistic, looking at Kaido with a gaze full of nostalgia, probably reminiscing about the first time they met. It was only a minute or two, but that little girl took a deep breath, her face pale, clearly exhausted. I'm telling you, using abilities on someone like Kaido, who is brimming with three-color hockey and seems to be on a cheat mode, is like trying to spray a firewall with a small water hose. It's tough. If she hadn't put all her effort into it, she wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses at all. I nodded to her and said, thanks, little sister. Then I turned to Kaido and asked, how do you feel? That guy didn't need me to ask. He had already pulled out a mirror from who knows where, looking like a narcissist as he admired himself, his fist cracking with excitement, his voice breaking. Damn, is this not me from 30 years ago? The ant next to him was wide-eyed, mumbling about miracles. It was simply a miracle. The plan is on. I felt reassured. I quickly pulled Bonnie aside and said, Sister, Your skills cooldown is a bit long, 5.5 minutes. By the time we save Whitebeard, the food will be cold. Can you do a paid acceleration to compress it to under 2 minutes? Bonnie also looked troubled and said, but that's Kaido over there. His haki is like a golden bell shield. I have to risk my life just to get it down to 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That works. Just 3 minutes. I whispered the plan to her. At that time, I'll airdrop you right under the execution platform. Just focus on Whitebeard and unleash your ultimate move. Got it. Bonnie was stunned for a moment but nodded. I'll do my best. But don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry. My gaze was so determined. No matter what, I was going to save Big Bear. Just then, a voice filled with longing floated over. Little girl, could you help me with a comeback too? I turned around and, wow, the ant was looking at Pony with an eager expression, her eyes practically drooling with desire. I bet if you offered her the best cake in the world right now, she wouldn't want it. I was just about to tell her to take a break. Considering her physique, wouldn't she just suck the life out of the poor girl? But the ant was quite understanding and forced a smile, saying, little girl, you take a break. No rush. I'll come back later. Just as she turned around, Pony spoke up, and her voice probably sounded like heavenly music to the ant's ears. No need. I can help you right now. Really? The ant was overjoyed. As soon as I saw Bonnie's condition, I quickly advised her, you should take a break. Your health is important. The ant also chimed in, yes, what Fahai said is right. Don't push yourself. In the end, Bonnie smiled and stubbornly said, it's fine. I can do it. As she spoke, a layer of halo emerged from her hand and directly pressed onto the ant. I watched in disbelief as the big lady's body rapidly transformed, like a balloon deflating. She herself was enjoying it immensely, eyes closed, feeling the power of youth. Her son, Spiro, rushed over and shouted, Mom, are you okay? The lady waved her hand, looking spirited. I'm fine. Better than ever. Better than any time before. I was timing it. And it took a full 4 minutes to get Big Mom back to her youthful form. Even more effort than with Kaido. When the light faded, I was left stunned. Who is this woman in front of me? Her figure is explosive, curvy, and her face is both cool and beautiful, exuding a heroic aura. Isn't she the quintessential mature goddess of war? Even Kaido beside her was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, how did I never notice this crazy lady looked like this when she was young? What are you staring at, you brat? Big Mom snatched Kaido's mirror, checking herself from side to side, puffing out her chest, and feeling incredibly proud. I was this beautiful when I was young. Then she turned around and sincerely told the exhausted Bonnie, little girl, our entire crew owes you a huge favor. If you need anything in the future, just ask. As long as you don't want to be the Pirate King, I'll help you with anything. Bonnie was stunned on the spot. A favor from Yonko, who among her family understands this overwhelming wealth. She probably never even dreamed of it. Seeing Bonnie's lack of reaction, Big Mom thought her status wasn't impressive enough and nudged Kaido with her elbow. Kaido immediately understood and patted his chest, assuring her, and I'm here too. The Beast Pirates will always be your friends. Wow. With 2 Yonko as her backing, as long as Bonnie doesn't do something stupid to provoke Lordum. She can basically walk sideways in the Grand Line. The little girl was so excited her face turned red, repeatedly expressing her thanks. The crew beside them looked on with envy, truly a case of different fates for different people. Queen was still their mocking Kid, trying to trick him into revealing his lineage factor technique, but Kid shot back with a simple get lost. Meanwhile, while we were having our rejuvenation team building, a massive Navy fleet was escorting Whitebeard, grandly heading towards Logtown. The display was simply overwhelming. Leading the charge were admirals and fleet admirals, including Garp, Sengoku, Steelbone, and even the Gorosei were present. In the prison, the old man Kong asked Whitebeard if he had any last words. Whitebeard just laughed. Kuhahaha. You big shots are personally sending me off. Even Roger didn't have this kind of treatment. What else is there to say? The Gorosei started to probe, indirectly, trying to extract information about Rock's treasure. Whitebeard simply replied, that thing can't be left behind. It's better to disappear with me. This infuriated the Gorosei. Akainu stepped forward, holding 2 hats, a straw hat and Ace's cowboy hat. He approached the cell and ominously said, Whitebeard, I know you want to have Fajuan save these 2 brats. Unfortunately, the first to be executed in Logtown won't be you, it will be them. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard exploded with rage. The momentum felt like the entire warship was shaking. Akainu continued to stoke the flames. What do you think? If you reveal the location of Rock's treasure, I'll let you die first, giving Fajuan a chance to save them. Trading your old life for the future of two young ones. That's a deal worth making. I tell you, this is simply pushing Whitebeard to his limits. If they say the world might fall into chaos, if they don't, Ace and Luffy will have to die first. This is essentially an unsolvable deadlock. Meanwhile, the eyes of the whole world are focused on Road Town. That guy Blackbeard is sneakily making his way to Road Town, ready to pick up the pieces as soon as Whitebeard dies. On the other side, the Revolutionary Army is in an uproar, and Sabo is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As soon as Dragon arrives, he makes a decisive call, put the original plan to rescue Kuma on hold and mobilize the entire army to save Luffy. His subordinates have been waiting for this order and set sail without a second thought. On our island, ever since Bonnie showcased her incredible abilities, she has become highly sought after. Even Kaji has come over, rubbing his hands together, hoping she would say something nice about him. Bonnie can only make excuses to delay it. I called her into my room. I had already noticed that her ability was toxic. It wasn't about becoming young out of nowhere, but rather absorbing the aging from others into herself. Isn't this just a ticking time bomb? Once her stamina gives out, she'll age and die herself. I sat down and without a word, pressed one hand on her head. The little girl was startled, thinking I was going to do something. Sit still. I barked, and my hand radiated a golden light. I activated the little cause and effect technique combined with the Ming Wang calming mantra to start clearing the negative energy from her body. Let me tell you, that stuff was harder to deal with than I imagined. It clung like psoriasis, and after a long time, it still tried to burrow into my body. I was furious at that moment and increased the power, using both hands, maximizing the golden light, and shouted, "Be gone." This went on for more than 10 hours. Outside, it was already dark, and Bonnie was so hungry that her stomach was touching her back, repeatedly asking if I was done. I was exhausted too, right at the most critical moment. Meanwhile, the people outside had already thought of something inappropriate. Quinn ran to report to Kaido and Big Mom. "Boss, Fahai has been in the room with that little girl for 13 hours. Kaido was amazed, saying, 13 hours? Fahai, you're quite bold and fierce, pretty manly. Big Mom exploded at that. She crushed the wine glass in her hand with a bang. Her face turned green, and she charged towards me with killing intent. Just as I finished clearing the hidden dangers from Bonnie's body, I heard Big Mom roaring from outside. Fahai, get out here. As soon as I stepped out, I saw the aunt's resentful gaze, which gave me goosebumps all over. She pointed at me, trembling with anger. Didn't you say you had someone you liked? Why have you been hanging out with this little girl for over 10 hours? I was speechless at the time. Just as I was about to explain, Bonnie came out of the room, rubbing her waist and complaining, Monk, you really can hold on. My waist hurts. Who understands a family? I felt like the sky was falling. As soon as the old lady heard this, her eyes turned red, and without saying a word, she grabbed Zeus and was ready to unleash a thunderous wrath. Seeing the situation, I thought it was over. This was going to trigger Baby's inner pain. But Baby was about to go into attack mode. Just as it looked like a fight was about to break out, Kaido descended from the sky and hugged the old lady, shouting, Crazy woman, calm down. The old lady struggled and yelled, Let go of me, you shorty. Oh no. Kaido hated being called short more than anything. His face turned dark, and he threw the old lady aside, directly entering his half-dragon battle form. Crazy woman. One of us must die today. The two of them immediately started fighting. The clash of Wano against Thunderous Gossip, Conqueror's Haki against Roar. The whole island was shaking. If I hadn't quickly used my Buddha power to cover the entire island, this commotion would have reached the Navy's ears long ago. They were fighting with real fire, and it looked like they were about to unleash earth-shattering moves to take each other down. At that moment, the Buddhist vow we three made earlier took effect. A huge golden swastika descended from the sky with a bang, like a five-fingered mountain, and slammed both of them deep into the ground. A voice exploded in their minds. Violation of the vow. Punishment. Next time, penalty. Both of them were stunned, probably wondering if they had been hit by a deity. When they were dug out, I went over to tell them it was the power of the vow. Now, they were obedient, shoulder to shoulder like good buddies, ready to attack Lowtown. I called Akiji into the house and gave him two choices: either join our pact or stay locked up here until the war ends. He was still unconvinced and wanted to see if he could break the restrictions I'd set. In the end, he unleashed his Ice Age ability, turning the house into rubble. But in the next moment, the house automatically restored itself. That's when he realized that the house had become one with me. Attacking the house was equivalent to attacking me. In the end, he had no choice but to join. Thus, our temporary alliance of four was officially formed, with the goal set on Road Town. When we reached the waters off Road Town, the scene was staggering. 200,000 Navy troops were on high alert, with 4 defensive lines set up from the harbor to the execution platform. Carp and Sengoku were guarding the entrance. The 3 admirals and Akainu were stationed in the center, followed by the 7 warlords, and secretly backed by the 5 elders and the Knights of God. This setup was enough to pierce the heavens. As soon as I saw the situation, I didn't bother with small talk and directly assigned tasks. I originally wanted Kizaru and Jin to deal with Garp and Sengoku, but Kizaru hesitated a bit. At that moment, the little Minotaur volunteered for the mission, and Kenpachi vouched for him. All right then, let those 2 go. With Jin's black wings blocking the sky and the little Minotaur's thunderstorm launching a fierce attack, our first wave of assault charged towards the 2 strongest gatekeepers of the Navy, and the war officially began. Our main force landed instantly, and I took the lead with my Zen staff in hand, charging towards the execution platform. Those naval commanders were like paper in front of me. I charged through them in a wave, and no one could stop me. On the execution platform, Snake Princess looked at me with stars in her eyes. Doflamingo was laughing maniacally, and Mihawk had a serious expression. Only the great Buggy was hiding in the corner, trembling, probably calculating how to take advantage of the situation to become the Pirate King. Steelbone Kong saw this situation and immediately ordered, "Advance the execution." Over at the harbor, Carp and Sengoku were clearly holding back, fighting evenly with Jinbe and the Little Bull Head, neither side gaining an advantage. I saw my chance and charged in with my men. Steelbone Kong got anxious and shouted, "The 3 admirals, attack!" Kizaru was the first to flash in front of me. Without saying a word, he swung his Amatsukami sword at me. I swung my Zen staff and smashed him into the ruins with a single move, the Great Azure Dragon. By the time he crawled out, Fujitora and Green Bull had also arrived. The 3 of them teamed up to besiege me, with Fujitora's Gravity Blade, Green Bull's Morning Glory, and Kizaru's Yada no Kagami overwhelming me. I let out a cold laugh and transformed the Zen staff into 2 golden dragons, first binding that little Green Bull and tossing him into the sky to play by himself. Then I activated the Arhut Golden Body, braving the attacks of the Vine Tiger and Yellow Ape as I charged forward. When the Vine Tiger saw he couldn't win, he directly summoned a meteor from outer space. What a guy, going for mutual destruction. Huh. At that moment, the Green Bull also broke free and charged back. I thought, fine, I'll deal with the meteor first, and shouted to Kaido and Big Mom, "Attack the execution platform with full force." As soon as Kaido and Big Mom rushed into the square, they were stopped by 2 old acquaintances, Wang Ji from the former Rocks Pirates and Captain John. These 2 legendary pirates had actually allied with the government. The 4 of us immediately got into a brawl. On my side, Akainu also joined the battle, and the 4 top-tier commanders teamed up against me. I used the Buddhist treasure form to block their combined attack, and then the King of Lights form behind me shattered that huge meteorite with a single punch. Akainu and Kizaru panicked at the sight and directly fused their powers, transforming into a gigantic magma giant with incredible speed. I took a look and thought it was flashy. The King of Lights form easily knocked him over with a single slap and then imprisoned him with a massive swastika cage. Just then, Steelbone Sora could no longer hold back and decided to join the fight personally. Whitebeard and the others were also brought to the execution platform. Steelbone Sora brandished his sword, intending to execute himself to force me to submit. However, the Empress couldn't stand it any longer, and for my sake, directly took action against Steelbone Sora. I transformed into Whitebeard, activated the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and pulled myself and Steelbone Kong into a world full of blades for a one-on-one duel. The people outside were stunned. Akainu broke free from his cage and was about to execute Whitebeard. At a critical moment, Akiji descended from the sky with Bonnie, standing in front of Akainu. Bonnie immediately activated her ability against Whitebeard, while Akainu and Kizaru launched a joint attack, and Aokiji withstood it with the Ice Age. Kizaru charged up a massive light sphere and directly shattered Aokiji's ice wall, about to explode on Whitebeard and the others. With a huge bang, the execution platform was reduced to ruins. Akainu triumphantly announced that we had lost. However, as the smoke cleared, a young, strong Whitebeard with a head full of golden hair stood there, completely unharmed. With one punch, he dispersed Akainu's attack. I emerged from the other space with Steelbone Kong. Looking at Whitebeard's hairstyle, I couldn't help but tease, "You still look handsome with long hair." As Steelbone Kong saw the situation turning, he immediately summoned all the hidden divine guards, one of whom was none other than red-haired. Not only that, but the leader of the divine guards, the one with the silver hook, Whitebeard recognized right away. Following that, Wang Ji, John, and several other old crewmates of Rocks all revealed themselves. They were all divine guards. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Lin faced off against Wang Ji, John, and a mysterious figure known as Number 6. On my side, I faced Steelbone Kong, red-haired, and the vice captain of Rocks, Silver Axe Jones. Jones came at me with a sneak attack. His speed and strength were such that if my Arhoot golden body wasn't tough enough, my neck would have been broken on the spot. I held my ground against him, while Whitebeard and the others were also caught in a tough battle. Ace and Luffy broke free from their restraints and joined the fight. Luffy with Gear 4 took on Kizaru head-on. Ace used his Great Flame Ring to cover Whitebeard, while Aokiji blocked Akainu. On my side, Jones, realizing the sneak attack had failed, wanted to confront me head-on. I directly used my golden body to take his axe strike without a scratch. Then I quickly grabbed his neck. Under pressure, he revealed that all of them, the divine guards, served that godly being, Lord him. I put him into the gold bowl and was about to go help Kaido and the others, but red-haired stopped me and asked me to give him some face. I found it amusing and directly retorted back. As a result, his expression changed, and the mark of the celestial dragons appeared in his eyes, transforming his entire demeanor. It was him. He directly froze time in the entire rogue town. Everyone except me was as motionless as wax figures. He said his ability is the time fruit. Mythical type, Chronos form. I knew at that moment that the conventional approach was futile. I directly released all the restrictions on my Buddhist power, and the 3 great king of light manifestations took solid form behind me, ready to fight to the death. I knew I only had 1 minute. If I exceeded that time, I would be directly absorbed by the Buddhist realm. Him also transformed into the complete form of Chronos, his divine power overwhelming. I was well aware that if we continued to fight, this world would be doomed. I looked at my frozen companions and made a decision in my heart. I detonated the 3 great kings, using the explosion as cover, and instantly appeared behind him, hugging him tightly. Then, I completely detonated the last source of Buddha power within me. Above the sky, an indescribable crack opened up, and a gigantic golden hand, beyond imagination, reached out from within, grabbing both me and him, and with a fierce pull, took us completely away from this world. The change in the opponent made him very happy. Now Kaido had undergone earth-shattering changes. Not only did his appearance become younger, but even the cross-shaped wound left by Odin on his abdomen had disappeared. His entire body's vitality had returned to its peak. Although in the pirate setting, combat power does not diminish with time, the corresponding physical strength does decrease. Yet at this moment, Kaido's physical strength and combat power were at their absolute peak. This scene also attracted everyone's attention, especially the older core members of the Beast's pirates, who were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. This can't be real. The boss has actually become younger. Is this the rhythm to dominate the Grand Line? The ones reacting the most among them were the 3 calamities. Hey, this can't be true. The boss is actually getting younger? What kind of ability is this? Queen's eyes were almost popping out, and he quickly took a swig of strong liquor to calm his nerves. The same went for Jack, who looked at the slowly rejuvenating Kaido with a sense of nostalgia. He couldn't help but sigh. Kaido's appearance at this moment was almost the same as when they first met. As the youngest among the 3 calamities, Jack had no reaction other than looking at Kaido with even more admiration. Phew, all right. After a moment, Bonnie slowly exhaled, her expression quite fatigued. Using her ability on Kaido was different from an ordinary person, as he bore 3-color haki. Even if she intended to suppress it, it still greatly diminished the penetration effect of her ability. If Bonnie hadn't used all her strength, she wouldn't have been able to change Kaido's age at all. Thank you. Lin Feng glanced at Bonnie and nodded in thanks, then looked at Kaido and said, "Feel the changes within you." Before he could finish, Kaido had already found a mirror from somewhere and was carefully examining himself in it, his expression excited. "This is me from 30 years ago." Kaido excitedly clenched his fists, staring intently at his reflection. Meanwhile, Big Mom was also staring intently at the transformed Kaido, mumbling the words "miracle." "Indeed, just as I thought," Lin Feng quietly said, looking at the now youthful Kaido. With the success of the experiment, he gained a lot of confidence in his own plans. "Bonnie," Lin Feng called out to Bonnie, who was still recovering her strength, asking if she could shorten the duration of her ability. From the moment Bonnie started using her ability on Kaido, Lin Feng had been keeping track of time. It took almost 5.5 minutes in total. And with the rescue of Whitebeard being so volatile, such a long time could have changed the tide of battle. Lin Feng hoped to shorten the time to within 2 minutes. This was the maximum time he estimated he could negotiate. Upon hearing this, Bonnie furrowed her brows, thinking for a moment before replying to Lin Feng. "It depends on the opponent's strength. If it's still like Kaido." She paused, continuing, "At most, I can control the duration of my ability to around 3 minutes. Maybe 4 at most. Any longer than that is impossible." 3 minutes? Lin Feng murmured, realizing that this was half more than he had expected. Don't underestimate that extra minute. Once the war breaks out, that minute will be more terrifying than anything for Lin Feng and the others. The attacks from a navy, the threats from the Gorosei, will all occur within that minute. 3 minutes it is. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, making a quick decision. Even in danger, he would fight for those 3 minutes. He then pulled Bonnie aside and quietly shared his plan with her. After hearing it, Bonnie's expression first showed shock, then calmed down. She wasn't foolish. Lin Feng had called her over for a reason. "At that time, I'll send you beneath the execution platform. You won't need to worry about anything. Just focus all your power on Whitebeard," Lin Feng said seriously. "Okay, I'll do my best." Bonnie nodded and then said to Lin Feng, "Don't forget your promise." "I won't." Lin Feng's gaze was firm, and he had already decided in his heart that no matter whether Bonnie succeeded or not, after this battle, he would spare no effort to rescue Kuma from Mary Geos. Not for any other reason, just to repay the debt of karma. "I hope so." Bonnie looked at Lin Feng's determined expression for a while before slowly speaking. Just then, a voice filled with a hint of expectation sounded beside Lin Feng and Bonnie. Little girl, can you help me change my age too?" The speaker was Big Mom, who was eagerly looking at Bonnie, as if nothing in her eyes could compare to Bonnie. Not even the most delicious cake could. "Let her rest." Lin Feng looked up at Big Mom and said lightly, "Changing Kaido's age has already exhausted Bonnie." Upon hearing this, Big Mom's expression immediately turned sour. Although she was eager to change her age, due to Lin Feng's attitude, Big Mom forced a smile at Bonnie and said, "Little girl, you should rest first. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll come find you later." Saying this, Big Mom turned around dejectedly, just as Bonnie's voice rang out. It sounded like heavenly music to Big Mom. "You don't need to rest. I can help you right now." "Really?" Big Mom's eyes lit up with joy, staring at Bonnie in disbelief. Bonnie nodded, signaling Big Mom to crouch down and placing one hand on her. Just as Bonnie was about to use her ability, Lin Feng's voice interrupted. "You should rest a bit. Using your ability consecutively will put a strain on your body." As soon as he spoke, the once eager Big Mom also chimed in. Fahai is right. Better to rest a bit. Using abilities consecutively isn't a good thing. No one understands the enhancements and dangers brought by the fruit better than someone like Big Mom, an old ability user. Upon hearing this, Bonnie smiled and said, "It's fine. I can do it." Saying this, a layer of inexplicable aura emerged from her hand, surging towards Big Mom. Chapter 177. The kindness of two emperors in an instant of contact. Big Mom's body changed at a visibly rapid pace. This is the power of youth. The changes in her body made Big Mom overjoyed. She could clearly feel every organ within her transforming. Whether it was her appearance or her internal organs. At this moment, Big Mom truly felt that they were all developing towards their peak state. "Mama, are you okay?" Spelter was the first to rush out from the crowd, worry etched on his face upon seeing Big Mom's changes. "I'm fine." Big Mom waved her hand, her face beaming with joy. "Not only that, but my current state is countless times better than before." "That's great." Spelter let out a long sigh of relief, then shouted, "Mama, if anything happens, call me anytime." "Okay," Big Mom replied cheerfully. In contrast to Big Mom's joy, beads of sweat quietly appeared on Bonnie's cheeks. At this point, she had developed her Fruit S ability to its maximum. The state of her ability was infinitely close to awakening. If it weren't for the fact that Bonnie's Fruit ability did not contain awakening, she would have already reached that level. "Little girl, can you still keep up with your stamina?" Big Mom noticed Bonnie's current state and felt a pang of concern in her heart. She was worried that the other party's abilities would be insufficient, leading to her own failure. "No." Bonnie gritted her teeth and replied. At that moment, her Fruit ability surged crazily into Big Mom's body, slowly altering the cells within her. 2 minutes have passed. Lin Feng observed everything and silently recorded the time in his heart. It had been 2 minutes since Bonnie used her ability on Big Mom, and judging by the changes in Big Mom's body, Bonnie would need at least another 2 minutes. This was much more than the predetermined time Lin Feng had set. Excluding stamina factors and the consumption of abilities, Bonnie in her prime should be able to shorten the time limit to within 3 minutes. Lin Feng assessed Bonnie's ability bottlenecks and stamina consumption. As he judged, if Bonnie could recover some stamina in her Fruit ability, she should be able to reduce the time to change Big Mom to within 3 minutes. But it couldn't be shortened too much. 3 minutes was already Bonnie's limit at the moment. She needed to train and elevate her strength to another level before Whitebeard's execution to best implement the plan. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the sweaty Bonnie, a look of determination on his face. Soon, just as Lin Feng had predicted, for minutes passed, and Bonnie successfully completed the transformation of Big Mom. At that moment, Big Mom had indeed changed her appearance. A slender and explosive figure, combined with a beautiful face that conformed to most people's aesthetics. Now, Big Mom had become a striking beauty. Her state was exactly the same as when she had just left the Rocks Pirates. Even Kaido, standing beside her, was staring with wide eyes. In the new world, how come I never noticed that the crazy woman was so cool when she was young? "What are you looking at, you brat?" Big Mom was very displeased with Kaido's gaze and snatched the mirror from his hand, examining herself from top to bottom. "Not bad. I was this beautiful when I was young." Big Mom pointed proudly at her towering figure, a smug smile on her face, and then turned to the panting Bonnie, saying warmly, "Little girl, our whole crew owes you a big favor. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. As long as it's not about becoming the Pirate King, I can handle anything." Faced with Big Mom's bold words, Bonnie was momentarily stunned, her expression becoming dazed. The favor of an emperor carries significant weight. She never dared to even think about such things before. She never expected to receive goodwill from Big Mom now. No matter what, getting on Lin Feng's ship was worth it for her, very worth it. Seeing that Bonnie was silent, Big Mom thought her favor wasn't valuable enough and suddenly nudged Kaido beside her, glaring at him. The latter immediately understood Big Mom's meaning and said, "And I'm here too. If there's anything that the crazy woman can't handle in the future, feel free to find me. The Beast Pirates will always be your friends." Facing Kaido's words, Bonnie was shaken to her core, feeling completely dazed. The goodwill from Big Mom and Kaido, two emperors, was more than enough for her to walk confidently in the new world as long as she didn't do anything reckless. Thank you," Bonnie said respectfully to the two emperors, slowly bowing her body. "No need for that, we're friends." Seeing this, Kaido quickly lifted Bonnie with his hand, the size of a fan, smiling. "We are friends," Big Mom echoed, her face also smiling. At that moment, Bonnie felt as if all the beauty in the world was beckoning to her, her excited little face turning red. Not far away, Katakuri and the others were envious. Indeed, people die when compared, and goods are thrown away when compared. They had fought hard and still didn't earn Big Mom's friendship, while Bonnie managed to achieve it in just 5 minutes. Different fates for different people. Katakuri clicked his tongue, feeling uncomfortable. Next to him, Queen couldn't help but mock him, saying, Were you comparing with a little girl at your age? You didn't earn our captain's goodwill, but you have me, right? As long as you offer up the Germa bloodline factor, I guarantee that Captain Kaido will definitely make you a big deal. Get lost. Facing Queen's words, Katakuri replied with a dark face. The bloodline factor is the lifelong effort of Germa. Trading it with anyone can bring massive resources. If I really want support, it would be more worthwhile to hand it directly to the world government. Moreover, I already have Lin Feng's promise, so there's no need to exchange the bloodline factor for anything. Don't be so quick to refuse, Katakuri. Queen didn't care about Katakuri's cold response. Instead, he put his arm around Katakuri's shoulder and said, everything can be discussed. Think about it. Our artificial devil fruit combined with your bloodline factor, once the two merge, the power will be unimaginable. By then, your ambition to dominate the North Sea will be accomplished in no time. Think it over, Katakuri. Queen coaxed, his voice echoing like a devil's temptation in Katakuri's ears. It was clear that Queen was very eager to obtain the bloodline factor. As a scientist, such top-notch technology was a treasure in Queen's eyes. Katakuri snorted coldly. How could he not know Queen's little thoughts? If it weren't for the fact that he had already reached a cooperation with Lin Feng, this kind of talk would indeed tempt him. Just think about it, Katakuri. Once our technologies merge, the four seas will tremble beneath your feet, and the glory of the Vinsmoke family will be revived in your hands. Queen continued to tempt, but all he received was Katakuri's icy voice. Get lost. Chapter 178, Rock's Treasure. While Lin Feng was testing Bonnie's abilities, a massive fleet was sailing towards Rogue Town from the Combelt. The warships were filled with Navy officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above. Ordinary Navy soldiers had no place on board. The leading figure of the fleet was even the pinnacle of naval strength, the new 3 admirals, along with Sengoku, Garp, and other veteran powerhouses. Inside the warship, in a prison specially designed for devil fruit users, Whitebeard sat inside. At the prison door, 5 small platforms were placed, with several tall figures sitting cross-legged. The one at the forefront was the supreme commander of the army, known as Steelbone, Mr. Kong. On either side of him were the Gorosei and Akainu. This defensive arrangement was luxurious. Even if Lin Feng came to intercept the warship, they had the capability to kill him before he could rescue Whitebeard. Whitebeard, do you have anything to say before you die? Kong picked up a teacup, took a sip, and looked at Whitebeard. The gazes of the others also fell on Whitebeard. Kulala facing everyone's gaze, Whitebeard laughed heartily, as if to say that even Roger couldn't have such a face to have you all attending my funeral. At this point, what else do I have to say? Hee. One of the Gorosei sneered coldly, rhythmically tapping his finger on the table, and said, Newgate, you know I want to ask. Don't you feel it's a pity to take such secrets to the grave? Another Gorosei looked coldly at Whitebeard and continued, If you speak, we can promise to keep you imprisoned in the Holy Land forever. That way, you wouldn't have to lose your life for nothing. Upon hearing their words, Whitebeard laughed even louder, causing the small platforms to vibrate. He turned to the others and said, Have you fallen to such a degree? We both know that I will never leak the location of Rock's treasure. With a playful smile at the corners of his mouth, Whitebeard said lightly, Such things should not remain in this world. It would be better to disappear with me. You. Seeing Whitebeard's resolute attitude, the 5 elders became somewhat anxious. The matter regarding Rock's treasure is extremely secretive, a collaboration between the world government and the Navy, and they had only recently learned that Whitebeard was aware of its whereabouts. Coupled with Whitebeard's close relationship with Lin Feng, they seized the opportunity to deploy a large force to capture him. On one hand, they wanted to use Whitebeard as bait to draw out Lin Feng and kill him together. On the other hand, it was about the whereabouts of Rock's treasure. As Whitebeard said, such things cannot remain in the world, because Rock's treasure is none other than the specific locations and descriptions of the 3 ancient weapons. Apart from the known Uranus, the world government knows nothing about Pluton and Poseidon. They can only glean some information from ancient rumors that have been passed down through the ages. But it can be confirmed that there is some connection between the 3 ancient weapons. Once the ancient weapons are combined, they can produce the power to destroy the world. And what the 5 elders need is precisely this power. The power to dominate everything. Whitebeard, you should think carefully about what will happen if you refuse to speak. Akainu took over the words of the five elders and said coldly, "What will happen?" Hearing this, Whitebeard scoffed disdainfully. He feared nothing, not even death. What could possibly threaten him? Just as Whitebeard was about to mock the other party, his body suddenly stiffened, as if filled with lead. His eyes fixed on the object in Akainu's hand. To be precise, it was two hats, one a straw hat, definitely red. It was the very item that Luffy and Ace had worn for years. Whitebeard stared silently at the hat in Akainu's hand, coldly watching the other party. "What?" Akainu sneered, slowly rising and walking to the front of the prison. Looking at Whitebeard through the bars mockingly, "Whitebeard, know what you're thinking deep down. You want to use law to save these two kids while you die in Road Town. To die in the same place as Roger would be a fitting end to your pirate career." A gleam flashed in Akainu's eyes, as if he had completely seen through Whitebeard, and then he casually asked, "Right?" Whitebeard stared at Akainu. He was not wrong, as he indeed had the intention of using Lin Feng's hand to rescue the Ace brothers. After all, in the future world, it is the young people's era. They cannot die at this time. Meanwhile, Whitebeard himself was prepared to face death. "Have you conceded?" Seeing Whitebeard's silence, Akainu smiled faintly, and the expression on his face was chilling. "If that's the case, then I must apologize to you. The first to be executed in Road Town will not be you, but those two." Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his momentum instantly surged. At this moment, his inner anger had reached a critical point. Akainu ignored Whitebeard's change because he knew that in such a situation, the other party could not escape. He then said lightly, "A pirate like you should definitely wait until the end, right? Only then can you watch the seed being strangled in its bud." Magma brat. Akainu's last words completely enraged Whitebeard. He did not expect the other party would actually use Ace and the others to threaten him. "Don't be angry, Whitebeard. If you die here, those two kids will be doomed." Seeing Whitebeard furious, Akainu laughed instead, saying as he adjusted his hat, leaning closer to the bars, staring at Whitebeard, "Of course, you still have a chance to help those two kids. If you tell me the location of Rock's treasure, I'll let you go to the execution platform first." "What do you say?" Akainu said slowly. "This way, Law will have the chance to save those two kids after you die. Trading your life for the hope of two young men is a deal worth making." Listening to Akainu's words, Whitebeard became even angrier. This decision was too hard to make. If he spoke, the navy that obtained Rock's treasure would likely end the age of great pirates. If he remained silent, Ace and the others would be the first to be executed. No matter what, Whitebeard faced a deathly dilemma. There was simply no solution, whether he agreed or not. The outcome would be favorable for the navy. At this moment, Sora, who had been listening to the two speak, stood up and glanced indifferently at Whitebeard, saying, "I know this is a difficult decision. Think it over, and give us your answer when we reach Road Town." Saying this, he walked out. Seeing this, Akainu followed slowly, glancing back at Whitebeard as he left. "You don't have much time left. Hurry up." The five elders did not leave with them, as their identities were not easy to expose, so they chose to stay in place. Chapter 179, Dorag's Decision. After Akainu and the others left, Whitebeard fell into silence, contemplating whether to exchange Rock's treasure for a glimmer of hope for Ace and the others. He was not an indecisive person, but he still could not make this decision. The ancient weapons have too great an impact on the balance of the world. Once the Navy learns the locations of the other ancient weapons, the fragile balance maintained by the various forces in the world will be shattered. At that time, a world-spanning war may erupt. This is also why Whitebeard did not want to use Rock's treasure as a bargaining chip. "Ace, will you hate me?" Whitebeard gazed blankly at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. He had already formed a rough decision in his heart. Just as Whitebeard was pondering, in the waters not far from this fleet, several pirate ships were quietly sailing. Their destination was indeed Road Town. On the main ship, the ever-arrogant Diki sat at the bow, looking toward Road Town, his eyes flashing with brilliance. "Captain, that guy Akiji hasn't replied to me. He hasn't been taken out by Big Mom's gang or defected, has he?" Raphael stood beside Diki, whispering, looking quite displeased. Although he was very reluctant, Akiji was undoubtedly one of their ship's high-end combat powers. At this critical moment, the lack of his support could significantly affect their plans. "No." Diki shifted his gaze from Road Town and said in a deep voice. He did not believe Akiji would betray them. Besides, under the title of former Marine Admiral, which force would dare to take him in? Even the Yonko would have to weigh whether they might be schemed against by the Navy. So, the only possibility for Akiji not to return is either to rejoin the Navy or to avoid getting caught up in this vortex. Just wait. No matter what unexpected situation arises, I will have Whitebeard's corpse. A crazed look appeared on Diki's face. Originally, he had planned to give up on Whitebeard's power and prepare to fuse with a different ability. But the execution in Road Town made him see an opportunity. After saying this, Diki turned to Raphael and said, "Lower the pirate flag and notify Saint-Juan to let him take us into the depths of Road Town. That place is not easy to be discovered." "Understood, Captain," Raphael said respectfully and turned to notify Saint-Juan. Diki stood on the deck, a cruel glint in his eyes as he whispered, "Old man, you need to die slowly. Your son is still waiting to collect the treasures on you." Meanwhile, not just Diki, but the eyes of various forces from around the world were almost all locked onto the legendary island of Road Town. In the Grand Line, on an unnamed island close to the Twin Gorges, important members of the Revolutionary Army were temporarily stationed here. The leaders of the four major corps from the east, west, south, and north, Chief of Staff Sabo, and the Okama King Ivankov. These prominent figures of the Revolutionary Army were all present. It could be said that more than half of the elite forces of the Revolutionary Army had gathered on this island. "Sabo, when will Drago arrive?" "He is usually very punctual," Ivankov asked Sabo. "It should be soon. Mr. Drago should not forget such an important matter," Sabo replied with a forced smile, his gaze falling on the newspaper in his hands. Although subtle, his hands were trembling at that moment. "Luffy, Ace, I will definitely rescue you." Anger flickered in Sabo's eyes. If it weren't for waiting for Drago to take charge, he would have already stormed into Road Town. "Sorry, I'm late." A deep voice rang out, followed by a figure descending from the sky. Landing among Sabo and the others, he slowly removed the hood from his head, revealing a fierce and imposing face. "Chief, Mr. Drago, you finally made it, Drago." The voices of the crowd varied, but the excitement was palpable. Without Drago, the Revolutionary Army had no soul. Sorry, Drago chuckled. Addressing the crowd, "I was spotted by a few CP0 agents, so I arrived late." The crowd gasped in surprise and immediately expressed concern. "Are you hurt?" "Drago, you were too careless to be targeted by CP." "I'm fine." Drago smiled, his calm demeanor instilling a sense of security. "That's good." Sabo sighed in relief at this moment. He did not want any more unexpected events to occur with Drago. Ivankov transformed into a female form and flirtatiously remarked to Drago, "This isn't like you. Is it because of little Luffy that you've lost your focus?" As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Even Drago's face darkened. I think I said something wrong." The atmosphere left Ivankov at a loss for words, covering his mouth awkwardly. Drago spoke lightly, breaking the tension. "It indeed has something to do with Luffy." Then, as if he had made a firm decision, he looked around at everyone present and said solemnly, "Everyone, well, I'm about to say maybe a bit selfish, but I still need to say it. Luffy is about to be executed, and I hope everyone can help me once. First, let's rescue this little brat." Saying this, a troubled look appeared on Drago's face. Originally, this meeting was to prepare for an attack on Mariewa, aimed at rescuing Kuma. Now, saying this, he felt a deep internal struggle, feeling guilty towards Kuma. But there was no other way. According to the intelligence they had, although Kuma had been transformed into a cyborg, he wouldn't be in immediate danger. However, for Luffy, execution was less than 24 hours away. Reluctantly, Drago made this decision, unsure of how many people present would still be willing to help him after he finished speaking. He had already prepared to go to Rogue Town alone. "Chief, let's set off." Drago looked incredulously at the speaker, who was none other than the commander of the East Army of the Revolutionary Army, Betty. Even Drago himself did not expect that the first person to agree with him would be her. But Betty's next words left Drago bewildered. "Chief, Sabo and the others are already on board. You're the only one left." With that, Betty swayed her hips and rushed past him toward Sabo. Hearing this, Drago came back to his senses, glancing around. There was no one left in their seats. Everyone had boarded the ship the moment he finished speaking. "These guys." Drago felt a mix of anger and amusement, shaking his head. Mr. Drago, hurry on board. There is less than 24 hours until Luffy's execution. We need to save Luffy before the execution and then head to Mariewa to rescue Mr. Kuma. Sabo shouted from the deck, looking at Drago in the distance. I'm coming. Drago smiled, his figure instantly disappearing from a spot and reappearing on the deck. Target, set sail for Road Town. Chapter 180. Understanding the Hidden Dangers. On Guard Island. Ever since Pudding used her powers to change the ages of Big Mom and Kaido, the attitude of those around her had undergone a tremendous shift. Originally, in Judge's eyes, she was just a slightly powerful pirate. But now it was different. The ability to change people's ages was, from any angle, considered extraordinary. You're Pudding, right? Judge quietly approached Pudding, wearing what he thought was a charming smile. Little did he know, his smile was only slightly better than a cry. It nearly startled Pudding. I am. What do you need? Pudding cautiously looked at Judge, her tone wary. Don't be nervous, little girl. Do you think I can? Judge chuckled, rubbing his hands together. His intentions quite obvious. He wanted Pudding to help him become younger so that he could rule the North Sea for a longer time. Pudding's face showed a troubled expression. Helping Kaido and Big Mom had already pushed her stamina to the limit. She needed to rest well during this time. Otherwise, it could delay the actions in Road Town. Seeing Pudding's troubled expression, Judge didn't seem too anxious. Instead, he said, well, you don't have to help me right now. Just come help me when you have the chance. Okay. Noticing that it was not about helping him immediately, Pudding nodded. Thank you, little girl. Seeing Pudding agree, Judge's face broke into a happy smile. After saying that, he turned and returned to the Germa camp to rest. Sigh. Is this ability a blessing or a curse for me? Watching Judge's departing figure, Pudding felt somewhat distressed. Counting him, he was already the sixth person. The cadres from Big Mom and Kaido's ships all wanted her to help them change their ages. Pudding felt bad rejecting them, so she could only delay the time. She hoped these people wouldn't force her too much. Pudding thought to herself. Just then, Lin Feng appeared beside her and said blandly, How's the recovery going? Pretty good. It shouldn't delay the Road Town matter. Pudding quickly replied, her attitude towards Lin Feng markedly different from others, her tone carrying more respect and fear. Pudding wasn't foolish. After some observation, she noticed that both Kaido and Big Mom were very wary of Lin Feng, mixed with a hint of reverence. There aren't too many people in this world who can make two emperors wary. This made Pudding curious about Lin Feng, wondering what kind of person he was to evoke such feelings in Kaido and others. As long as it doesn't delay things, Lin Feng glanced at Pudding, suddenly frowning and saying, Come to my side in a bit. After saying that, without waiting for Pudding to respond, Lin Feng turned and left. Listening to this nonsensical remark, Bonnie was taken aback for a moment, scratching her head and muttering to herself, what a strange person. She didn't know why Lin Feng wanted her to come over at that moment, but she thought it probably wasn't a bad thing. After leaving Bonnie, Lin Feng's expression was indescribably heavy. With his spiritual sense, Lin Feng clearly felt that Bonnie was being affected by the side effects of the devil fruit. Every devil fruit has side effects, just like the gum fruit can shorten one's lifespan. Bonnie's fruit ability was no exception, and the effects were even worse than those of the gum fruit. Through his spiritual sense, Lin Feng sensed that Bonnie's ability did not completely reverse a person's age, but rather absorb the aging process into herself. If the user was young and full of energy, it might be manageable, but if one day Bonnie's strength waned, the absorbed aging could very likely spread within her. In other words, when Bonnie was exhausted, it would be her time of death. What Lin Feng needed to do was find a way to eliminate this potential threat. He wondered if his Buddhist power could completely negate these effects. Thinking this, Lin Feng turned back and gave Bonnie a deep look. Although he wasn't very confident, he still wanted to give it a try. Not for any other reason, but Lin Feng just wanted her to see that after rescuing Whitebeard, he successfully saved the bear from Mariewa. It would also serve to conclude their karmic relationship. Soon, after taking a break, Bonnie arrived at the place where Lin Feng was. It was a temporary house specially built for Lin Feng by Kaido. The house was fully equipped, even with a bathroom. It was evident what position Lin Feng held in Kaido's eyes. This place is really nice, Bonnie said as she looked around the house, feeling a bit sour. She had helped Kaido and Big Mom so much, but never enjoyed such treatment. Why did this monk deserve it? Come sit in front of me, Lin Feng said, ignoring Bonnie's little mood and solemnly asking her to sit in front of him. Oh, Bonnie replied, and slowly moved to sit down in front of Lin Feng. The moment she sat down, Lin Feng's strong hand pressed directly on Bonnie's little head, causing her face to flush. What are you doing? Bonnie suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with a hint of fear. Sit still. Lin Feng ignored Bonnie's reaction, applying a little pressure to keep her seated. Bonnie felt an irresistible force pressing her down into the chair. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on Lin Feng's hand. The gentle light enveloped Bonnie, making her feel warm and very comfortable. What does this monk want to do to me? Although Bonnie thought this in her heart, her emotions and body completely relaxed. It was as if all her cells were shouting, telling her that everything was fine. Little karma technique. Lin Feng's eyes focused, and the Buddhist light flowed from his hand into Bonnie's body. Wherever it went, fatigue and weakness within her were entirely cleared away, leaving only a mass of negative energy from aging caused by the devil fruit. It was even more troublesome than he had imagined. Lin Feng controlled the Buddhist power to slowly eliminate the negative energy from Bonnie's body, but unexpectedly, a large portion of that Buddhist light was counteracted. He couldn't clear these things at all. Moreover, a significant amount of negative energy began to condense into Lin Feng's body, as if it had found an outlet and wanted to take root within him. How bold! Lin Feng's expression darkened, and powerful Buddhist light erupted from his body, eliminating the negative energy that dared to enter him. Then, Lin Feng raised his other hand and suddenly pressed it on Bonnie's back. The purification effect of the mind-quieting mantra was activated for this poor monk to eliminate. Chapter 181. Quite bold, quite fierce, quite manly. As the mantra was activated, Bonnie felt as if something within her body was being tugged. It struggled to break free from her body. Frightened, she quickly looked at Lin Feng and asked, Monk, what's going on? Shut up, just sit quietly. Lin Feng replied in a deep voice, his expression not looking good. You. Bonnie was startled by Lin Feng's attitude, her face showing hesitation, but in the end, she obediently sat still. At this moment, Lin Feng was at the most critical point of clearing the energy and had no time to explain to Bonnie, which is why he had that attitude. The negative energy from the devil fruit within her was even more troublesome than Lin Feng had imagined. Under the mind-quieting mantra, although the speed of elimination increased, it also consumed a tremendous amount of Lin Feng's Buddhist power. Before long, Lin Feng felt that he had already used about 50 to 60% of his Buddhist power. It should be noted that even when he released the seal on Zou, he hadn't used this much. This is really troublesome. Who invented such a thing? Lin Feng's expression was heavy, and for the first time, he became curious about the origins of the devil fruit. While thinking this, Lin Feng's hand was still moving. After using the mind-quieting mantra, he released 5 consecutive little karma techniques, all of which surged into Bonnie's body, enveloping the mass of negative energy from the devil fruit. Under the might of the Buddhist light, it slowly melted away, and the remaining residue was completely extracted from Bonnie's body by Lin Feng, saying it was simple, but it was undoubtedly a very time-consuming task. Every action Lin Feng took had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, if that mass of negative energy was stimulated, it would explode inside Bonnie, leading to unimaginable consequences. Time passed bit by bit, and soon the moon hung high in the sky outside the house. Monk, how much longer? Bonnie asked Lin Feng, her face showing exhaustion, but it wasn't due to the elimination of the negative energy in her body. Rather, it was because she was hungry. It was well known that Bonnie was nicknamed the Big Eater Girl. In terms of appetite, she was second only to Luffy's rubber stomach. After nearly 10 hours without food, Bonnie's endurance had reached its peak. Monk, how much longer? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, Bonnie could no longer hold back and was about to stand up from the chair when a large hand stopped her. Then Lin Feng's voice came through, slightly tired. Almost there, just another 30 minutes. This period is the most crucial. Hang in there. Seeing Lin Feng's serious tone, Bonnie didn't say anything further, desperately trying to stay seated despite feeling faint from hunger. At the same time, she thought that once it was over, she would immediately go on a binge. After such a long time, the members of the Beast Pirates were starting to get a bit anxious. They speculated about what Lin Feng and Bonnie were doing inside the house that would consume such a long time. Lord Queen, it's already been over 13 hours. A minion responsible for monitoring reported to Queen, updating him on the time Bonnie had entered Lin Feng's house. 13 hours? Queen stroked his chin, a playful expression on his face, and waved his hand to signal the minion to leave. He looked towards the house where Lin Feng was, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Fahai is indeed not an ordinary person. 13 hours, even a steel waist wouldn't be able to last. With that thought, Queen moved his massive body and jogged towards Kaido's location. At that moment, Kaido was reminiscing with Big Mom about their time in Rocks. Crazy woman. It was better back then. Although Rocks was a bit of a bastard, I have to say, the guy's strength and ambition were unmatched by anyone in this era. Kaido took a big gulp of his drink, memories flashing in his eyes. Even he admired Rocks greatly. Big Mom glanced at Kaido and burst out laughing, gently picking up a piece of dessert and putting it in her mouth. No need to say, if that accident hadn't happened, the history of this world would have been rewritten. Now, those guys can't even have a say in it. As she spoke, Big Mom pointed at the sky, her expression full of disdain. The one most heartbroken by Rock's defeat at the hands of Garp was her. At that time, Big Mom had thought that once Rocks unified the world, she would marry him. Then, she would completely build the utopia in her heart and fulfill her dreams. Ha, that's all in the past. Let us drink. Hearing this, Kaido chuckled and raised his glass to clink with Big Mom's, gulping down his drink. But just then, Queen came running from afar, panting heavily, his massive weight causing the ground to tremble. Captain Kaido! Queen stopped, bowed to Kaido, panting heavily, wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out due to exhaustion. Whatever it is, let us wait a moment. Kaido frowned and tossed a cup to Queen, signaling him to catch his breath first. Queen took the cup and downed the drink in one go. Ah, refreshing. Queen exhaled, his breath more even because of the drink. What's the rush? Speak up. Kaido looked at Queen and said slowly. Big Mom also curiously looked at Queen, sipping her drink, wanting to hear what was so urgent. Queen glanced at Big Mom and cautiously said, well, Fahai has been with that little girl for over 13 hours. Bang! As soon as Queen finished speaking, Big Mom crushed her drink cup in fury, her expression twisting into one of rage as she glared at him with a murderous look in her eyes. What did you say? 13 hours without coming out. Yeah, that's right. Queen felt his heart race, suddenly feeling like he was being targeted by a top predator, stammering his response. Very good. Big Mom gritted her teeth, squeezing out a sentence, then suddenly stood up, and Zeus appeared beneath her in an instant. Let us go to Fahai. Big Mom stepped onto Zeus and sped off toward the small wooden house where Lin Feng was. Watching Big Mom's departing figure, Queen looked at Kaido in confusion, worriedly saying, Captain Kaido, she seems furious. Is she going to fight Fahai? It's fine. Lin isn't that reckless. Kaido waved his hand, not caring about Big Mom's actions, raising his glass to take a few hearty gulps, a smile in his eyes. TSK. 13 hours, Fahai. You're quite bold, quite fierce, quite a man. Really not going to do anything? Captain, we should go take a look. I'm worried something might happen. Queen still seemed a bit anxious. He had experienced Big Mom's temperament before, which could be generously described as unpredictable. To put it bluntly, she was a complete madwoman. If no one restrained her, something would definitely go wrong. Hearing this, Kaido lifted his head to look at Queen, somewhat resigned, slowly getting up and saying, All right, let's go take a look. We can't let anything happen. With that, Kaido also rushed towards the wooden house where Lin Feng was. Chapter 182. Let go of me, you shorty. Fahai, get out here. Just as Lin Feng had completely cleared the negative energy from Bonnie, Big Mom's furious voice came from outside. What is this crazy woman up to now? Lin Feng murmured. Turning to Bonnie, you recover for a bit. I'll go take a look. He then walked outside. Stepping out, Lin Feng saw Big Mom riding Zeus, looking at him with a resentful expression, instantly giving him goosebumps. Is she going through a phase? Fahai, you said you had a beloved? Why are you still hanging out with this little girl for over 10 hours? Big Mom glared at Lin Feng, her teeth clenched, as though she had caught her husband cheating. Lin Feng didn't dare meet Big Mom's gaze, intentionally avoiding her eyes as he said, You're overthinking it. I was just helping Bonnie clear some potential issues. Potential issues? Big Mom didn't believe it. What kind of issues take over 10 hours to clear? But Lin Feng's demeanor made her heart tremble a bit. Could it be that she really misunderstood something? Just as she was about to speak, she saw Bonnie, disheveled, walking out of the house. "Monk, you really can hold out. My waist is killing me," Bonnie complained while rubbing her waist. Her original meaning was that sitting for a long time made her back stiff. But to Big Mom, it sounded entirely different. Waist hurting? Holding out? Big Mom stared at Bonnie, her eyes almost shooting flames. She would not allow, absolutely not allow her chosen man to be taken away by anyone else. Not even if it was a benefactor. Zeus. Big Mom stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. "Yes, Mama." Zeus sensed her call, instantly conjuring a piece of thundercloud to attach to Big Mom's hand, taking on a thunderous appearance. The dark clouds contained a tremendous intent of thunder. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. If Big Mom unleashed that attack, not to mention destroying the island, it would definitely be discovered by the Navy. If that happened, they would be forced to act earlier than planned. This would completely lose their initiative. Lin, calm down, there's nothing between us," Lin Feng said with a serious face. Try to explain to Big Mom. "I don't believe it." Thunderous fury. At this point, Big Mom had gone completely mad, swirling the thundercloud in her hand and preparing to strike Lin Feng and Bonnie. What is happening? Facing Big Mom's assault, Bonnie was nearly scared to death. She couldn't understand how the kind Big Mom from earlier had turned into this terrifying figure. Women's moods can really change in an instant. There's no other choice. Facing Big Mom's attack, Lin Feng sighed, his Zen staff appearing in his hand. Just as he was about to swing it at Big Mom, a figure rushed in from the distance, slamming Big Mom off Zeus. "Hey, crazy woman, wake up." The newcomer was Kaido. Although he had anticipated that Big Mom might get angry, he hadn't expected her to act so directly. Just as Lin Feng had thought. If they exposed themselves now, everything they had done before would be for nothing. Not only would they lose the initiative, but their combat power would also be fully exposed to the Navy. "Let go of me, you shorty," Big Mom shouted, struggling against Kaido's tight grip, swinging her fists at his head. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was delivered with near full force, dazing Kaido. But Kaido's focus wasn't on the dizziness. His dragon-like head glared at Big Mom, squeezing out a sentence through his sharp teeth. "Crazy woman, what did you say?" Kaido could endure anything, but he couldn't tolerate being called short. Only those old folks on Rock's ship could understand what that statement represented. It was a part of Kaido's past that he would never want to bring up. "What did I say?" "I said, let go of me, you shorty." Big Mom clearly hadn't noticed Kaido's change and continued to shout. "Very good." Kaido gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, and suddenly flung Big Mom several meters away, smashing her onto the ground. "Crazy woman, today one of us will leave alive." Roar. Kaido roared, the sound of dragon cries echoing all around. At this moment, he completely transformed into a half-dragon, with bright blue dragon scales covering his skin, and he was ready for battle. Not to be outdone, Big Mom swung her hand fiercely, and a black dot flew towards her from a distance. It was Napoleon, which Big Mom had thrown to the shore. "I'm coming, Mama." Napoleon shouted excitedly after being grasped by Big Mom, sharing a strong battle spirit with her. Boom! Big Mom stomped her foot on the ground, preparing to unleash her power, with Napoleon in hand ready to strike. In an instant, the blade shot out with a dazzling gleam. Thunder Country. Whoosh! The sharp slash surged towards Kaido, uprooting the ground in its path with an astonishing momentum. Oomph! Kaido sneered, gripping his kanabo tightly and staring directly at the incoming Thunder Country. Just as the slash was about to reach Kaido, he swung his kanabo, enveloped in Conqueror's haki. In response, Thunderbagua. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The attacks of the two emperors collided, and the residual force knocked some strong individuals on the island into unconsciousness. Hey, what's going on? Did the Navy discover us? Katakuri looked at the battlefield between Kaido and Big Mom with fear, his heart racing. His instincts told him that an earth-shattering battle was unfolding there. Yamato, Reiju! Katakuri shouted, grabbing an electric spear and rushing towards the battlefield. Coming! Yamato and others responded, following closely behind. On the Straw Hat side, Everyone was fixated on the battlefield, their eyes filled with shock. "Let's go take a look," Sanji said coldly, glancing at Zoro beside him and rushing towards the fight. "Be careful." Nami and Usopp, the weaker trio, tearfully cautioned Sanji and Zoro. "The captain's aura. Mama's aura. What happened?" At the same time, the officers of the Big Mom pirates also noticed the overwhelming presence of the battle between Big Mom and Kaido. Some confused, but all rushing towards the source. "Monk, how did they start fighting?" Bonnie trembled behind Lin Feng, her voice shaking. Just the residual pressure from the two emperors made her feel dazed. If Lin Feng hadn't shielded her from most of the pressure, she would likely have fainted by now. "It's fine. They're just playing." Lin Feng glanced at Bonnie and said lightly. However, he secretly spread his Buddhist power to envelop the entire Wailing Island, preventing the battle's aura from leaking out. Because he was helping Bonnie recover from negative energy, Lin Feng did not stop the two from fighting, leading him to take this approach. Watching the escalating battle between Kaido and Big Mom, a cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He needed to restore his Buddhist power to put a stop to them. "Playing?" Bonnie was bewildered, looking at the fierce fight between Kaido and Big Mom, utterly speechless. "Is this how you play?" "This is nothing less than a life-and-death battle." Chapter 183, Buddha's Fury. A violent tremor resonated all around. Big Mom and Kaido were engaged in a battle, the clash of conquerors' haki and the fierce confrontation of top devil fruit users. Everything around was almost destroyed, leaving only the wooden house where Lin Feng was. "And Monk, are you sure they're just playing?" Bonnie asked with a quivering voice, her eyes filled with terror. From her perspective, Big Mom and Kaido's fighting style did not seem like play. If it continued, she feared she would be drawn into the battle. "Absolutely," Lin Feng replied calmly, his expression unchanged as he watched the fighting Kaido and Big Mom, not intervening. On one hand, he still needed time to recover his strength. On the other, Lin Feng wanted to see the peak combat power of Kaido and Big Mom in their youth. Fortunately, he had a rough judgment in his heart. At that moment, a lazy voice sounded beside Lin Feng. "Fahai, the Navy has already reached Road Town. If they keep fighting like this, it might attract attention." Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to see Aokiji staring solemnly at the two in battle. "It's fine. With my Buddhist power shielding, their residual battle aura won't leak out." Lin Feng glanced at him and said lightly, while wondering why Aokiji had felt the need to remind him. Could it be that he was worried about him? "That's not possible." Lin Feng shook his head. He believed he did not yet possess the ability to make an admiral turn to his side in such a short time. Forming an alliance with Kaido and the others was merely a mutual need, along with the Buddhist sound curse. Hopefully, seeing Lin Feng's attitude, Aokiji did not say much more, sighing as he leaned against the wooden house, his gaze returning to the battlefield. Big Mom and Kaido began close-quarters combat, with Napoleon slicing through Kaido's hair. At the same time, Kaido's kanabo swung towards Big Mom's face. Seeing this, Big Mom quickly raised her arm covered in armament haki to counter. Although she was not injured, the tremendous impact made her arm numb. "Shorty, you really want to go against me?" Big Mom shook her numb arm, glaring fiercely at Kaido. "Crazy woman. Say that again." Kaido's eyes erupted with flames of fury at being called Shorty again. He hated hearing that word more than anything else in his life. For Kaido, it was a painful memory from his past. When he first joined the Rocks Pirates, he was still small and much thinner than others, earning him the nickname Shorty. His strong competitive spirit made him very averse to it, but he had no way to change it. At that time, the Rocks ship was filled with all sorts of people, and as an intern, he had no place to stand. As time passed, Kaido gradually grew stronger, beating up everyone who called him Shorty. He even challenged the then second-in-command, Shiki. Although he lost, Shiki did not gain the upper hand in that battle either. In a sense, it could be said that they were evenly matched. However, Kaido's fierce actions earned him Rock's admiration, who declared that no one was allowed to call Kaido Shorty again. So, no one on the ship referred to Kaido that way anymore. This incident gradually faded into the past over time. But unexpectedly, the insane Big Mom brought it up, which made Kaido furious. "Just because I'm short doesn't he mean you can insult me?" Big Mom was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, mocking Kaido. Very well. Kaido was completely enraged, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he raised his kanabo and charged at Big Mom. His right hand swung the kanabo, his left hand generating a laser, while he exhaled a breath of dragonfire. With 3 attacks combined, he aimed to completely defeat Big Mom, even to obliterate her. Oomph, come at me. Seeing Kaido getting serious, Big Mom was equally unyielding. With a command, she fused Zeus and Prometheus into Napoleon once again. The 3 homies merged together, and the blade shimmered with fire and thunder as it rushed towards Kaido. Seeing this, Aokiji couldn't sit still in front of the wooden house, his face tense. He realized that if Kaido and Big Mom's attacks collided, even with Lin Feng's Buddhist power protecting them, the island would be torn apart from within. It could disappear from the map. Hey, Fahai, aren't you going to stop them? Aokiji asked, his tone tinged with anxiety. He admitted that at this moment, he was a bit flustered. Lin Feng did not respond, but looked above the island, where he saw a faint aura of causality swirling around the weakest point of the Buddhist power shield, carrying a hint of retribution. It's about time, Lin Feng murmured softly, but his voice was too low for Aokiji to hear clearly. What came? The Navy? No, you can tell just by looking, Lin Feng said indifferently, his gaze still fixed in the air. You. Aokiji was somewhat speechless. Even at this moment, Lin Feng was still putting on airs, saying things he didn't understand. At the center of the battlefield, Kaido and Big Mom's full force attacks were about to collide. Shao-Ti, you're the one who's going to die, crazy woman. The two exchanged harsh words, neither backing down, and in that moment, they both felt a surge of true anger, wanting to eliminate the other. They shouted in unison, their attacks about to clash. At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly exploded in the hearts of both Kaido and Big Mom. Violation of the vow, punishment. As the voice fell, the attacks in both of their hands abruptly froze in place. No matter how much force they exerted, they couldn't move an inch. It was as if an invisible barrier formed in front of them by some great power. What is going on? Both were filled with questions. This situation was simply unprecedented. They exchanged glances and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Punishment. Just then, the earlier resounding voice echoed in their minds again. Following that, a large swastika descended from the sky and heavily landed on Kaido and Big Mom. Boom. At the moment it landed, the entire island shook. The power contained within the swastika left them utterly powerless to retaliate, and the 2 emperors were forcibly smashed into the depths of the island. Meanwhile, the ancient and profound voice echoed once more in their hearts. Those who made the vow do not harbor murderous intent towards each other. One punishment. Next time, a greater punishment. After speaking, the mysterious voice vanished, but the residual power continued to tremble in the hearts of Kaido and Big Mom. Hey, Shorty, do you think we've been punished by the god? Big Mom looked at Kaido beside her, her eyes filled with intense fear. The kind of unstoppable power left her feeling uneasy. I guess so. Kaido's mind was in disarray, not even reacting to Big Mom, calling him Shorty. In front of the wooden house, Lin Feng watched this scene calmly, his expression unfazed. Ever since he sensed Kaido's murderous intent, he anticipated the arrival of the Buddha's anger. Did they really think the vow among the 3 of them was made in vain? Not at all. Chapter 184, Trying to Leave and See. The cause and effect vow of Buddhism is not so easily violated. Even beings of the level of the Buddha would not dare to breach it lightly. Fahai, did you know this scene would occur? Aokiji stared blankly at the 2 emperors who had been smashed underground, then turned to Lin Feng with a forced expression. Lin Feng nodded slightly, speaking in a flat tone. The vow must be adhered to. 5 people can break it. Gulp. Aokiji swallowed hard. Although he didn't know what kind of vow Lin Feng was talking about, from the outcome of the 2 emperors, it was clear that it was a power that could not be violated. At this moment, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates had also arrived, standing at the edge of the deep pit formed by Kaido and Big Mom, watching the scene before them, their faces instantly filled with anger. They all thought it was the other side that caused their captain to end up this way. Katakuri, do you want to die? Jin's head was glowing with flames, and the eyes behind his mask became fierce as he stared at Katakuri, lightly resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. Want to die? You're not strong enough to make me die, Katakuri retorted, holding his trident with a chilling gaze. Only when Jin showed a hint of killing intent would Katakuri immediately respond. The standoff between the two main forces created an intense atmosphere among the Blackbeard pirates. Seeing this, Lin Feng stepped forward and snorted coldly, breaking the tense atmosphere. "What are you doing? First, dig out Kaido and Big Mom." Fahai. Jin and Katakuri simultaneously looked at Lin Feng, their eyes flashing with fear. Without saying anything, they called on their companions to dig out the two emperors. "Queen, say the captain first. Brother Spiro, dig out Mom first." "Okay, got it." After receiving the order, Queen and Spiro exchanged glances, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. "You guys can show off, but we'll be the ones suffering. It's tough." Soon, Queen and Spiro dug out Kaido and Big Mom. At this moment, the two emperors were still in a daze, unable to recover from the Buddha's anger. Fortunately, just a small punishment. Lin Feng stepped in front of them, carefully observing the two, and when he found that they had no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng was really afraid that the Buddha's anger would harm them. If that happened, what was the point of saving Whitebeard? They would just be waiting to die and heal. Fahai. Kaido, having regained his senses, glanced bitterly at Lin Feng and said, "What kind of vow did you establish for us? This power is just too perverse." Big Mom glanced at Kaido and continued, her face not showing any less bitterness. "Fahai, tell us the truth. What is this thing? Why do Kaido and I have no ability to resist in front of it?" Recalling the moment of the Buddha's anger and punishment, both Big Mom and Kaido felt lingering fear. "It's a type of vow, primarily aimed at solidifying our alliance," Lin Feng replied calmly. "Really?" Big Mom appeared somewhat skeptical, but reflecting on the voice that flashed in her mind earlier, she realized. Indeed, with this thing, no matter how much she and Kaido disagreed in the future, they couldn't harbor murderous intent. In a certain sense, Lin Feng was indeed correct. "Seeing that you both are fine, take some time to rest and prepare to attack Road Town," Lin Feng said, waving his hand to release two rays of Buddha light, which entered Big Mom and Kaido's bodies, helping them recover their strength. "Okay." Seeing this, Kaido and Big Mom said nothing more, nodding as they helped each other stand up, exchanging glances filled with helplessness. "Crazy woman, it seems we can't be enemies anymore." "Yes, Shorty." After speaking, the two of them paused, then burst into laughter, leaving everyone confused. Following that, the two emperors spoke simultaneously. "You all, take a break and prepare to attack Road Town." "Yes, Captain Mom." Seeing this, Lin Feng said no more and turned to walk toward the wooden house. "Bonnie, you should also take a good rest. With your current fruit ability output, you should be able to control the time within 2 minutes," Lin Feng said to Bonnie, believing that without the interference of negative abilities, she should be able to reach the time she mentioned. "Really?" Bonnie was somewhat doubtful. When the time comes, I will do my utmost to send you to the execution platform, and then you just need to use your maximum ability to change Whitebeard's age. And don't worry about anything else." Lin Feng nodded and said slowly, "All right, okay." Bonnie was still a bit unsure, but meeting Lin Feng's gentle gaze, she agreed. "Thank you. I'm counting on you," Lin Feng said, then turned to look at Akiji, giving him a signal before entering the house. Akiji frowned, unsure of what Lin Feng wanted him to do, but he followed him inside. Inside the wooden house, Lin Feng looked at the green pheasant in front of him and slowly said, "Kazan, you now have two choices. Either join us to forge a pact, or do not leave the island during this time. After the war is over, I will naturally grant you your freedom. You choose between these two paths." After speaking, Lin Feng fell silent, quietly waiting for the other party's response. For someone with the combat power of Kazan, he could not let his guard down. "A pact?" Kazan murmured. He understood Lin Feng's meaning, as someone with his status was indeed too sensitive. The former Marine Admiral had participated in the rescue of Whitebeard. Such actions would inevitably make people feel uneasy, although forging a pact was not out of the question. Seeing Kaido and Big Mom punished made Kazan break out in a cold sweat. That kind of power was something he had never witnessed in his life. Even the one from Mariehua couldn't possibly suppress the two emperors with just one move, right? Furthermore, Kazan could sense that once he forged such a pact, he would be completely restricted. It seemed he could not make a move against Lin Feng and the two emperors. This kind of limitation made Kazan feel uncomfortable. "Have you made up your mind?" In his thoughts, Lin Feng's voice rang out, looking at Kazan with a calm expression, wanting to know the other's answer. Fahai, if I say I won't forge a pact, what will you do? Kazan looked at Lin Feng, wanting to know the consequences of not forging a pact. What did Lin Feng mean by not leaving the island? Not forging a pact? Lin Feng looked at Kazan indifferently and waved his hand to cast a Buddhist restriction, enveloping the entire wooden house. Then he said to Kazan, try to leave here. Try to leave? Kazan was unsure of Lin Feng's intentions and asked suspiciously. Lin Feng nodded and moved aside, giving Kazan ample space. His meaning was clear. Chapter 185, The Heart Returns. As long as you can get out of here, this monk will not concern himself with your affairs. Seeing that Kazan had no intention of making a move, Lin Feng added, Really? A hint of excitement flashed in Kazan's eyes as he scanned the wooden house. Although he didn't know what tricks Lin Feng had up his sleeve, it seemed unrealistic to be trapped in such a small house. This monk never breaks his word. Lin Feng looked at Kazan with an expressionless face. Good. Hearing this, Kazan gritted his teeth, not believing that even if Lin Feng was powerful, he could trap him with an ordinary wooden house. Please. Seeing this, Lin Feng moved a few steps closer to the edge, slowly sitting down in a chair, leaving Kazan with a vast space. Fahai, you better not regret it. Kazan took off his eye mask, glanced at Lin Feng, worried that the other would go back on his word. Rest assured, please. Lin Feng remained unmoved, extending a hand in a gesture of invitation. In an instant, a strong aura erupted from Kazan's body, causing the entire wooden house to tremble as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Double-spiked spear. Kazan crossed his arms, and 4 long spears made of ice formed beside his shoulders, then suddenly shot out in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 spears seemed capable of piercing everything, striking forcefully against the wooden walls. The impact from the spears made the wooden house shake. Boom! Immediately after, a loud explosion sounded, and wooden splinters flew around the room, with even a relatively larger piece of debris grazing Lin Feng's cheek. You think you can restrict me with just a wooden house, Fahai? You underestimate me. A hint of disdain flashed in Kazan's eyes, followed by a shocking scene. The wooden house attacked by Kazan began to visibly heal at an incredible speed. The scattered wood pieces connected back to the damaged areas. Faced with such a situation, Kazan stared blankly at the wall he had previously damaged, even reaching out to touch it, wanting to confirm whether what he had seen was an illusion. How about it? Do you want to continue? Lin Feng observed everything in front of him and slowly spoke. Kazan's expression was not good, and his actions were the best answer. Ice Age. Suddenly, the temperature around plummeted below freezing, and the cold air spread from the wooden house, causing some trees to become brittle and turn into ice shards scattered around as they couldn't withstand the freezing air. If it weren't for Bonnie leaving to look for food, she would have been affected by this wave. Oh, have you awakened? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, watching the frost appearing on his hands, secretly thinking. Shatter! Kazan shouted, countless ice blocks emerging from his body and flying in all directions. Boom! 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 Several loud sounds of impact echoed as the wooden house became shaky under Kazan's onslaught. In some places where the damage was severe, the outside scenery could be seen. This should be enough. Kazan thought to himself, retracting the freezing air, and was about to push the door open. But just then, a flash of Buddhist light appeared, and in an instant, the entire wooden house suddenly began to repair itself. The debris on the ground pieced together bit by bit, and soon the room returned to its original state. Even the severely damaged areas outside were repaired. Kazan could hardly believe the scene before him. His near full-force attack couldn't even break a small wooden house. Although Kazan understood that the wooden house might have been endowed with some ability by Lin Feng, even so, it was a significant blow to his pride. Do you want to continue, Kazan? Lin Feng sat calmly in his chair, seemingly pulling out a cup of tea from somewhere, sipping it slowly with an indifferent expression. Damn it! Seeing Lin Feng like this, Kazan was furious, staring fixedly at Lin Feng as if that was the only way to vent his anger. Time passed, and Kazan gradually calmed down from his anger, a look of helplessness appearing on his face as he suddenly snatched the cup from Lin Feng's hand and gulped it down. Hey, it's cold. Aren't you going to drink something hot? Lin Feng said lightly, watching Kazan's actions. Phew, it's fine. Cold tea is appetizing. Kazan finished the tea in one breath and exhaled. Not continuing? Lin Feng reiterated his question, though his expression slightly changed, as he could see that Kazan had compromised from his actions. No, it's impossible to break it. Better to save some energy. Kazan shook his head slowly. Then, what is your choice? Lin Feng looked at Kazan indifferently, a smile on his lips. Kazan took a deep breath, then said with a hint of resignation, as if letting something go, to forge a pact. All right. Lin Feng nodded, showing no surprise, as he had been confident that Kazan would agree to forge a pact since he accepted the choice. The reason was simple. The restrictions placed on this wooden house were a secret technique of the Buddhist sect, the external transformation. Once successfully set up, everything in this wooden house was closely related to Lin Feng. It could be said that just a moment ago, Lin Feng and the wooden house had formed one entity. In other words, Kazan was not breaking the wooden house, but instead was fighting Lin Feng in a different form. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mere wooden house to trap Kazan. Not even Lin Feng, let alone a true deity, could accomplish that. That was an admirable strength. Let the heavens and deities witness. Forge the pact. Lin Feng placed one hand on his own body and the other on Kazan's shoulder. In an instant, Kazan felt as if everything about him was transparent before Lin Feng. There was no privacy. Immediately, Lin Feng's voice echoed in Green Pheasant's mind. Disciple Fahai, Kaido. Ling Ling, Kazan, swear an oath, never abandon each other. Buzz. As the words fell, the voices of the deities from all realms resonated in the minds of the four who had just sworn an oath. Under the witness of our Buddha, it is approved. As soon as the voices of the deities fell, excluding Green Pheasant, the other three felt an additional layer of restriction. And that additional person was none other than Green Pheasant. It's done. Lin Feng removed his hand from Green Pheasant's shoulder, and as he looked at him, there was an unfamiliar glint in his eyes. That glint was called trust. What's going on? That guy Fahai dragged Green Pheasant into this too. Kaido and Big Mom, who were recuperating on the island, turned their gazes toward the wooden house. They didn't know whether Green Pheasant's addition was good or bad. Although there were restrictions from the oath, could he really abandon his identity as a former Marine admiral and strike against his former comrades? Kaido and Big Mom didn't believe it. At least until they saw Green Pheasant make a move with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Inside the wooden house, after completing all of this, Lin Feng stood up and looked into the distance, as if his gaze could penetrate the walls. Let's go, it's time to head to Lowtown. Chapter 186, Life and Death Choice. Lowtown. Ever since the news of Whitebeard's impending execution spread, it had become the focal point of the world. Still not willing to speak? At the bottom of the Lowtown prison, Kong asked the 5 elders guarding the door. No, the bald 5 elder shook his head, his eyes cold. According to him, regardless of Rock's treasure, it was best to just eliminate Whitebeard. There was no need for a public execution. But this was merely his personal opinion and couldn't unify everyone. Wait a little longer. I don't believe Whitebeard won't be worried about those 2 brats' lives, Kong said in a deep voice, his gaze landing on the silhouette in the prison before he left. In another prison, Akainu and several Marine vice admirals stood guard, watching as Ace and Luffy, who had been tortured beyond recognition, were filled with coldness in their eyes. In Akainu's view, pirates were not worthy of sympathy. Have you made up your minds, brats? Akainu said coldly. He had already explained the situation regarding Whitebeard. As long as the 2 agreed to become his hostages, they could exchange for a glimmer of hope for Whitebeard. But unexpectedly, Ace and Luffy were still reluctant to agree. Of course, even if the 2 agreed, it was only a part of Akainu's plan. Whitebeard could not live, and Ace and Luffy could not live either. Red Dog, don't think you can use us to threaten Dad. Ace glared coldly at Akainu outside the prison. He had already made plans in his heart. Once the other party threatened Whitebeard with his life, Ace would commit suicide. This was a method he had long thought of. No matter what, he could not allow Akainu and the others to use him to threaten his father. As for Luffy, Ace wasn't worried about the Navy threatening him. After all, Garp still had some standing in the Navy and wouldn't just watch his own grandson be tortured as a hostage. Roger's son still had some backbone. Akainu stared at Ace, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, signaling the vice admirals beside him to take Ace out. He wanted Ace to see Whitebeard's frenzied state with his own eyes. Oof, you really dare. Ace snorted coldly, sticking his tongue against his teeth, glancing at the Navy vice admirals entering the prison. The meaning was clear. If you dare to touch me, I will dare to commit suicide. At worst, it would be a mutual destruction. Admiral Akainu. The Navy vice admiral's face tightened at the scene and turned to Akainu, seeking his opinion. Ace was not an ordinary prisoner. If he committed suicide because of their actions, this vice admiral's later life would be ruined. At least, without the orders of the five elders and someone like Akainu, Ace could not die. You are really stubborn. Akainu coldly looked at Ace, his gaze lingering near Ace's mouth. He was thinking about how to subdue Ace before he committed suicide. The answer was none. Ace, after all, was the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, and his strength was apparent. Even Akainu did not have enough confidence to stop him before he could take his own life. Is it worth sacrificing your life for that old man? Akainu's gaze fell on Ace's face as he spoke coldly. As long as you agree, I will let you go, and the Navy will not pursue you. You will have a place in this world. Isn't that good? Hearing this, Ace did not respond, merely staring indifferently at Akainu, as if putting life and death aside. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing this, Akainu did not persist any longer. He knew he could not make Ace agree. Now he could only use Luffy to create leverage. Fire Fist, you better think it over. If you don't agree with me, your dear brother will meet Roger before you do. Akainu shifted his gaze to Luffy, threatening. Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy, who had already fallen into a faint beside him, and a hint of softness flashed in his eyes. Luffy was not fainting because he couldn't withstand the Navy's torture. He was fainting because he was hungry. Meat. Even in a coma, Luffy had a natural craving for meat. I'm sorry, Luffy. Ace watched for a while, and finally, determination surfaced in his eyes. He was betting that Akainu would not harm Luffy because of Garp. Try it. Even if you threaten me with Luffy, I will not agree to your cooperation. Ace stared straight at Akainu, dragging out his tongue and speaking indistinctly. Besides, Luffy is Garp's own grandson. Do you dare to kill him? Akainu sneered coldly, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Try it. Go and drag that straw hat kid out for me. Akainu ordered the vice admiral in the prison to pull Luffy out. The vice admiral looked at Luffy, but did not move at all. Luffy was Garp's grandson. This was no secret. Garp was the spiritual image of the Navy. Even if the Navy tortured Luffy, they would never dare to kill him before he stepped onto the execution platform. If they did that, who knows what Garp would do? Realizing the Navy's hesitation, Akainu coldly snorted and instantly transformed one hand into magma, launching a powerful fire attack at the vice admiral. The vice admiral screamed, heavily struck by Akainu and slammed against the distant wall, suffering severe burns. The Navy does not need wavering elements. Akainu coldly glanced at him and stepped into the prison, reaching out toward Luffy. Fire Fist, I want you to see the tragic fate of the Straw Hat Kid with your own eyes. Luffy. Ace roared, and at that moment, he felt a wave of fear, afraid that Akainu would really disregard Garp's face and act against Luffy. What to do? What to do? On one hand was his brother, and on the other was his father, who had shown him immense kindness. At this moment, Ace truly did not know how to choose. In his thoughts, Luffy had already fallen into Akainu's hands, lifted high. The other hand was covered in magma, ready to strike at Luffy. Red Dog, how dare you? Ace's eyes were bloodshot, almost bulging out. But Akainu remained unmoved by his roar, calmly saying, Fire Fist, I'll give you one more chance. Agree to my conditions and perform a show in front of Whitebeard. That way, the Straw Hat Kid's life can be saved. How about it? Red Dog. Ace didn't pay any attention to Akainu's words and roared at him. If you dare to harm even a hair on Luffy, I will make sure you have no place to die. Perhaps you won't die this time, but in 2 years, you might be able to threaten me. But right now, do you think that's possible? Akainu glanced at Ace, paused his movements, and said, Fire Fist, and just like I said, promise me that the Straw Hat Kid won't die. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Chapter 187, The Divine Plan, 10, 9, 8. Akainu stared at Ace and began the countdown. With each word he spoke, Ace's anxiety grew. Red Dog, if you dare to touch Luffy, I will definitely not let you go. Ace shouted, but it was futile. He couldn't stop Akainu's countdown. You have 5 numbers left, Akainu said indifferently as his hand moved, and scorching magma pressed down toward Luffy. Sizzle. The extremely high temperature made Luffy's clothes start to emit white smoke. No, Ace shouted, his mind now a chaotic mess. What to do? If he didn't agree to the red dog, Luffy would die. But if he agreed, he couldn't handle things with Dad. What should he do? In his thoughts, Akainu had reached the final countdown, looking at Ace with amusement, slowly saying 3. I promise. Ace was on the brink of collapse. He couldn't just watch Luffy die in front of him. Just as he was about to agree, a cold snort echoed from the prison entrance. Sakazuki, what are you doing? The voice was filled with suppressed anger, heavy as thunder. Old man. Ace looked in the direction of the voice and saw Garp standing at the prison entrance, his expression cold. Garp. Akainu heard Garp's voice as well, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he thought Garp should be held back by Mr. Kong. How could he be here? Without thinking further, Akainu shouted the final number. 1. Boom. As the voice fell, an arm covered in magma slammed toward Luffy, and the scorching temperature would undoubtedly lead to disaster upon contact. Stop! Garp's eyes darkened, and his figure instantly vanished from his spot. With a loud bang, a fist surrounded by supreme haki was positioned between Akainu and Luffy. The powerful impact sent the magma flying, and Garp's other hand shielded Luffy in his embrace. Mr. Garp, are you going to protect a pirate? Akainu's eyes sparked with a glint, shaking off his numbed hand and cautiously staring at Garp. After all, he was one of the Navy's peak combat powers, despite his age. His strength remained undiminished. Don't stray from the point. I'm just protecting my grandson from the perspective of a family member, Garp said, staring at Akainu, then glanced at Luffy and Ace, but inwardly thought, although all my grandsons are pirates. Old man. Ace looked at Garp, feeling a bit guilty in his heart. When facing this elder, he felt a sense of remorse. Countless times, Ace wondered if he had lived according to Garp's words. Would the outcome have been different? Don't say meaningless things, Garp. Akainu's eyes gradually turned cold. Even if the Straw Hat is your grandson, don't forget your current position. You're a Navy. Akainu's words struck Garp's heart like a heavy hammer. That's right, Garp is the Navy. Not only that, he is a great naval hero, a spiritual pillar influencing countless juniors. But he is also a grandfather, an elderly man who wants to protect his grandson. Sakazuki. Garp stared at Akainu, falling silent. At this moment, a strange voice echoed in Garp's heart. Kill the Straw Hat Kid. Kill Fire Fist. Who are you? Garp was shocked. This voice was like a nightmare, causing his mind to waver. Me? That voice sneered. I am you, the true reflection of your inner self. Impossible. Garp's eyes narrowed. No matter what, he would not personally kill Ace and Luffy. Is it that guy? Garp immediately made a judgment. He had previously told Sengoku that he might become unrecognizable. The fundamental reason was this voice that had been haunting his mind, constantly tempting him. It's here, the miraculous power of that great person. Akainu observed Garp's reaction, a hint of hidden excitement flashing in his eyes. Garp was too strong. Even Akainu had no absolute confidence in defeating him. Thus, the Navy's top brass unanimously decided to drag Garp into a plan without his knowledge. It was called the Divine Plan. The goal was to let that person who could not leave Mariewa attached to Garp, thereby eliminating this hidden danger. When advancing on Impel Down, or when Kenpachi and Red-Haired attacked Marineford, as long as Garp's heart wavered, that great person would personally descend upon Garp. Get out of my body, Garp growled. His voice strained as veins bulged on his face. He was resisting that voice in his heart. Ha! You can't get out. I am you. We are inseparable. That voice was very strange, echoing in Garp's mind. Get out! Garp roared, pushing all his thoughts to the limit, wanting to expel it. It seems this time I didn't succeed. Sensing Garp's rejection, the voice sighed lightly, then spoke again. No rush. One day, I will descend upon you again. When that time comes, I will preserve your will and let you see the execution of these two brats. You dare. Garp went mad, his eyes bloodshot. That sentence completely enraged him. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Just wait, that moment won't be long. The voice laughed and slowly faded from Garp's mind. In the moment it dissipated, Garp felt as if he had lost all strength, nearly collapsing. He set Luffy aside and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Did I fail? Seeing this, Akainu understood that the divine plan had not succeeded and shook his head with regret. He then turned and walked out of the prison without looking back. since the divine plan had failed. There was no way he could continue to kill Ace and Luffy from Garp's hands. Doing so would be too risky against Garp. Thus, Akainu chose to leave and prepared to inform Kong about this matter. In an instant, as Akainu and the others left, only Garp, Ace, and Luffy remained in the prison. Old man, Ace looked at Garp with concern. Although he didn't know what strange thing was happening to Garp, he could tell from his state that Garp was not doing well. It's nothing. Garp waved his hand, struggling to stand up from the ground, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. If it weren't for Ace and Luffy being here, he might have been tempted by that voice. When did that thing appear in his mind? It was too terrifying. Then, Garp looked at Ace and Luffy and said slowly, before the execution, Akainu shouldn't be able to trouble you. His voice carried a hint of bitterness. Garp could only do so much, no matter how unwilling he was. His identity as a Navy prevented him from rescuing Ace and Luffy from prison. He could only do what was within his power. After speaking, Garp glanced at Ace and the still sleeping Luffy, sighed, and walked out of the prison with heavy steps. In that moment, Garp seemed to have aged significantly. Old man. Looking at Garp's slightly bent back, Ace felt quite uneasy and internally sighed, I'm sorry, Grandpa. On the other side, deep within Mariewa, a pair of indifferent eyes opened from the chaos, with a tone tinged with some regret. Did we fail? It seems Garp still cares a lot about those two brats. Next time it should work. After speaking, the owner of the eyes turned his gaze towards the direction of Roadtown, his voice ethereal, echoing around, making it hard to distinguish between male and female. Chapter 188. Strive for 3 minutes. Guard Island. Lin Feng gathered Kaido and the others together. There were still 6 hours left until Whitebeard's public execution. At this time, it was the moment to consolidate forces and form a formation. Lin Feng thought about whether to seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Roadtown. But after some consideration, Lin Feng decided against it. The Navy's troop strength and combat capabilities were still an unknown. In this situation, a rash attack would inevitably lead to losses. Moreover, Lin Feng had sensed that Kenpachi and the others were about to arrive. Kenpachi had the Buddhist power left by Lin Feng, and as long as the distance wasn't too far, Lin Feng could sense their presence. They're here. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, looking towards the distant sea surface. Boom! A large bulge rose from the sea, as if a gigantic sea king was trying to break free from within. Everyone focused their gaze, and a grayish-white pirate ship leaped out from the sea surface, floating on the ocean. It was the Moby Dick. Finally here, Marco stood on the deck, looking anxiously at Roadtown, not far away. Whitebeard was about to be executed there. Dad, Ace, we will rescue you even if it costs us our lives. Marco's face was resolute. Little Marco, the master is over there. Kenpachi walked to Marco's side and raised his hand toward Guard Island, where Lin Feng was standing at the shore watching them. Master. Hearing this, excitement filled Marco's eyes. To him, Lin Feng was like a stabilizing force. With Lin Feng around, Marco's underlying tension was significantly alleviated. Come to shore. Let's meet with the master. Marco shouted to the helmsman. Boom! The helmsman responded and slowly adjusted the course of the Moby Dick toward Guard Island. As Marco drew closer, Lin Feng's face revealed a subtle expression as he waved to Kaido not far away. What's the matter, Fahai? Kaido did not understand why Lin Feng was calling him. You should be Marco's enemy since you killed Odin. If the other party says anything serious when you meet, you need to bear some responsibility. Lin Feng said to Kaido in a deep voice. The grudge between the other party and Whitebeard had always been a hurdle in Lin Feng's heart. But now wasn't the time to address it. Everything would be researched after rescuing Whitebeard. All right, Kaido raised an eyebrow, clearly aware of Lin Feng's concerns. In a certain sense, Whitebeard's capture was also closely related to him. Master. At this moment, the Moby Dick had already docked, and Marco jumped toward Lin Feng, his face filled with joy. Marco, you finally arrived. A smile emerged on Lin Feng's face as he looked Marco up and down, noting that he had recovered quite well. It seemed that after being defeated by the mysterious person, he hadn't suffered any bad aftereffects. Marco nodded heavily, just as he was about to say something when he saw the young Kaido and the curvaceous Big Mom nearby. His expression instantly became serious as he looked at Lin Feng and asked, Master, what about them? Seeing Marco's reaction, Lin Feng knew he couldn't avoid an explanation, and he sighed lightly. We're working together to rescue Whitebeard. Together to rescue Dad? Them? Marco was startled, although he didn't know why Kaido and Big Mom had become young. He couldn't believe that the other two emperors would join in rescuing Dad. Moreover, these two emperors had quite a history of conflict with their white team. Although Whitebeard had no intention of competing for the title of Pirate King, there had always been friction between him and Kaido and Big Mom. The relationship was extremely tense, especially with Kaido, who had a significant conflict with Whitebeard. Whitebeard's former 2nd Division captain, Kazuki Oden, was killed by Kaido. Ace's journey to Onigashima was precisely because of this matter. The enmity between them was far from trivial. Given this situation, Kaido should be more than happy about Whitebeard's execution. How could he possibly join in the rescue? Marco didn't believe it. No matter how Lin Feng thought, at least Marco couldn't accept it. We'll explain the details later. There are less than 6 hours left until Whitebeard's execution. Let me first share some combat details with you. Lin Feng had anticipated Marco's reaction, sighed, and smoothly shifted the topic, raising his hand to summon Bonnie to come forward. This is Bonnie, a devil fruit user with the ability to manipulate age. As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed to Kaido and Big Mom. You can see that they have changed their age. Changed age? Marco was shocked, looking at Bonnie in disbelief, astonished that she possessed such a bizarre ability. The ability to change age could, in a sense, be considered a miracle. That's right. Ignoring Marco's shock, Lin Feng continued. What we need to do is to do whatever it takes to get Bonnie to the execution platform and buy her time. You mean? Marco raised an eyebrow. He seemed to understand Lin Feng's rescue plan, but still found it hard to believe. After all, it was truly too crazy. Let Whitebeard regain the combat power of his youth. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his words sounding like thunder in Marco's ears. Master, are you serious? Marco looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one knew better than him what Whitebeard's strength was at his peak. At that time, Dad could be said to be the real strongest in the world. No exageración, no velitlement. Absolutely the strongest. Not just him. Even some who were unaware of Lin Feng's plan were also quite shocked. Fahai's plan is too insane. The Navy would never expect this. TSK. Thinking of Whitebeard at his peak is terrifying. The expressions of the crowd varied. Among the members of the Double Emperor team, many had unsightly complexions. They knew that if Whitebeard regained his peak combat power, it would mean a disruption in the balance of the 4 emperors. In their perception, no one could defeat Whitebeard at his peak. Even Roger, known as the Pirate King, could only stand on par with Whitebeard at his peak. Lin Feng nodded, looking at Marco. This plan is the most likely to succeed. We don't know how much combat strength the Navy has prepared. If a battle really breaks out, the outcome is uncertain. Therefore, we can only attack from the root and empower Whitebeard to thoroughly crush the Navy from within and without. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Bonnie beside him and then scanned the crowd. So, we must do our utmost to get Bonnie onto the execution platform. We need to buy her precious 3 minutes. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bonnie felt an overwhelming pressure in her heart, though brief. Those 3 minutes were a gamble for her life. Chapter 189. Arm Bonnie. Here, take it. Lin Feng handed the Kasaya on his body to Bonnie, saying, This Kasaya can help you block the Admiral's attacks. In case I can't take care of you, it can serve as a life-saving trump card. Thank you. Bonnie took the Kasaya, a somewhat forced smile appearing on her face. With this Kasaya, Bonnie felt a bit more at ease. How many times can it withstand? Bonnie asked, rubbing the Kasaya in her hands. How many times? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had never tested how many attacks it could withstand. Wait a moment. Lin Feng abruptly snatched the Kasaya back, shouting into the distance, Akiji, come attack me. All right, a lazy voice responded, and then a figure jumped from afar to Lin Feng's side. Upon recognizing the person, Marco and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates all wore incredulous expressions. Akiji, the former Marine Admiral? Master, you've recruited Akiji? Marco said, stunned, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Not exactly recruited, just collaborating, Lin Feng explained, then nodded at Akiji, signaling him to attack. Is it really okay? I don't want to be punished by the oath. Akiji sighed, worried that attacking Lin Feng might provoke the oath's punishment. It won't happen. Lin Feng shook his head, as long as you don't harbor killing intent. The oath won't punish you. Come on, hit me. Okay. Akiji, feeling helpless, slowly raised his hands across his chest. Suddenly, an intense cold air spread from him to the surroundings. Double spear. 2 ice spears appeared beside Akiji and shot towards Lin Feng. Swish! The ice spears moved at an incredible speed, creating sonic booms due to the close distance. Master, Marco shouted worriedly. He still didn't understand the true relationship between Akiji and Lin Feng, fearing that Lin Feng would get hurt. Boom! Just as Marco's voice fell, the double spears had already struck in front of Lin Feng. Boom! An explosion sound erupted from Lin Feng's body, instantly sending ice shards flying. And some of the weaker members of the White Beard Pirates were scratched by the debris. Akiji, if you dare to hurt the master, I will never let you go, Marco growled, glaring at Akiji from a distance. Seeing this, Akiji spread his hands, wearing a helpless expression. Marco, you saw it. It was the oath that made me do it. If anything happens, you can't blame me. Moreover, his words were cut off as Lin Feng's voice resonated from his original position. Moreover, the double spears can't harm me. Master, Marco exclaimed excitedly, relieved to see Lin Feng unharmed as Akiji had said. Akiji, how much strength did you just use? Lin Feng removed the Kasaya, which showed no signs of damage. But the impact of the double spears had penetrated from the outside. Although he could withstand it, it wouldn't be so easy for Bonnie. 8/10, Akiji gestured. That's just the usual strength I use in fights. Lin Feng nodded. With Akiji's explanation, he knew how to modify the Kasaya to better suit Bonnie. 8/10 of the strength might be negligible for Lin Feng, but could injure Bonnie or even cause serious harm. He needed to fill the Kasaya with all his Buddhist power to maximize its defensive capabilities. Lin Feng focused on the Kasaya, slowly rubbing his hands over it. An immense Buddhist power spread from his hands into the Kasaya. After a moment, the Kasaya was completely filled with Lin Feng's Buddhist power. Let's try again, Lin Feng said, directly draping the Kasaya over Bonnie and signaling Akiji to attack. Okay, Akiji responded, and the double spears formed around him again, ready to strike at Bonnie. This scared Bonnie, who quickly waved her hands and refused. Wait. Hearing this, Akiji immediately halted his power and looked at Bonnie. She was filled with fear as she looked at Lin Feng, trembling. And Monk, you weren't trying to kill me, right? Bonnie wanted to save Bartolomeo, but she didn't want to risk her life. Lin Feng was using her as a test subject, which she was not okay with. Don't worry. Lin Feng noticed Bonnie's thoughts and smiled gently. I've enhanced the Kasaya's defense. Logically, Akiji's attack shouldn't threaten you. Saying this, regardless of Bonnie's resistance, Lin Feng pushed her out, signaling Akiji to proceed. No. Bonnie was almost in tears, feeling for the first time what it meant to suffer a fate before achieving success. I haven't saved Mr. Bear yet. This was the last thought in her mind as Akiji's attack approached. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, given the earlier experience with ice shards flying everywhere. Everyone quickly took defensive positions, fearing someone would get hurt by the debris. However, to their surprise, this time no ice shards flew out. Everyone looked at Bonnie in astonishment. They saw the Kasaya around her swirling, completely enveloping her. The Buddhist light on it blocked Akiji's attack entirely. The ice shards were gradually melted under the illumination of the Buddhist light, turning into a pool of clear water. Akiji looked at the Kasaya that had withstood his attack with curiosity. He had used far more than 8/10 of his strength, and he was surprised it was actually blocked. Not bad. It seems my assumption was correct. Lin Feng smiled as he observed the Kasaya blocking Akiji's attack. By covering the Kasaya with his Buddhist power, he could nullify the fruit's abilities, thereby enhancing the Kasaya's defense. This time, it should be foolproof. Lin Feng smiled, approaching Bonnie, only to find her curled up in a corner, muttering to herself. Please don't let me die. I still have to save Mr. Bear. Bonnie trembled, her eyes filled with fear. The peak strength of someone like an admiral left a deep mark on their generation of pirates. That was an indelible fear. Seeing this, Lin Feng chuckled and lifted Bonnie from the corner. Bonnie was still praying when she found herself lifted into the air, confusion spreading across her face. Turning around, she saw Lin Feng smiling at her. Bonnie's expression shifted from confusion to anger, internally cursing Lin Feng for not understanding the difference between men and women. "Monk, put me down." Bonnie struggled to get down from Lin Feng's hands but couldn't break free. Lin Feng smiled lightly and released her. Ouch! With a thud, Bonnie fell to the ground, the pain in her rear end making her face flush with embarrassment and anger. She shot Lin Feng a fierce glare, stood up, and rubbed the sore spot, her face alternating between green and white. "The last tough problem is solved. Considering the time, we should set off." Lin Feng looked at everyone, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Everyone, the rescue of Whitebeard depends on all of you." "All right," everyone shouted in unison, shaking the heavens. "Let's go." Chapter 190, Green Bull, wishing everyone a happy new year. In the waters surrounding Rogtown, the once lively sea had become eerily quiet. Normally, there should be many trading ships sailing across the surface at this time. But now, this once bustling sea level is terrifyingly silent. It seems as if an ancient giant beast is about to break free from its shackles and rush out from the sea. Logtown, the harbor. This is the only path leading to the execution platform. Only by following the harbor can one reach the execution platform. The residents who originally lived here have all been dispersed, each taken to a shelter by the Navy. However, there are still some stubborn residents who refuse to comply with the Navy's arrangements, determined to defend their homes. Ippomatsu is one of them. "Old man, aren't you going to leave?" Ippomatsu's partner, Chiko, said to him, her face filled with worry. "You go ahead. I can't abandon the knife shop passed down by my ancestors." Ippomatsu sat on a stool at the door, holding a pipe, puffing smoke, his tone resolute. "Sigh." Seeing this, Chiko let out a deep sigh. She understood Ippomatsu and did not continue to persuade him, but walked past him with the women. "Take care of yourself." After saying that, Chiko led the women towards the place arranged by the Navy. "Chiko." Ippomatsu looked at his departing partner, a hint of relief flashing across his face. He was truly afraid that she would stay with him. If that were the case, he would become a sinner. "Find a good place to live on, Chiko." Ippomatsu exhaled the last puff of smoke, took a deep look at the direction where his partner had left, then closed the door and turned back into the knife shop. There are many people like Ippomatsu in Logtown. Most of them do not want to abandon the businesses passed down through generations. The things they have painstakingly managed for decades cannot simply be discarded. In the streets, over 1,000 Navy squads are stationed at their respective positions, with one squad for every 1,000 men, all led by at least a rear admiral. 100,000 Navy. And this is just the Navy guarding the streets. The remaining elite Navy have all been stationed in the square under the unified command of Admiral Akainu. Their numbers also amount to 100,000, a total of 200,000 Navy, which is the maximum that the Navy can mobilize at this time. Among these people, many were recently drafted from the world conscription, having not experienced any battle before being pulled in to make up the numbers. There is no choice. This execution is of great importance, and the Navy must utilize everything they can summon to deal with Lin Feng's arrival. In the center square of Logtown, on the execution platform, the originally small execution platform has been expanded to more than 3 times its size in order to accommodate 3 convicted criminals, including Whitebeard. With such a setup, can it block? Fahai? Kizaru stood above the execution platform, gazing at the endless Navy below, whispering softly. Kizaru knows very well that achieving a level of strength like Lin Feng's cannot be accomplished merely by piling up numbers. After this war, who knows how many families will be torn apart. At this moment, a heavy voice sounded, and a robust figure appeared behind Kizaru. It was Admiral Fujitora. "It's not good for an admiral to be so melancholic." Kizaru joked, but his tone lacked lightness, instead carrying a hint of heaviness. Fujitora heard the meaning in Kizaru's words and said solemnly, "If there were a way to stop this battle, but the cost was life, would you do it?" "What way?" Kizaru raised his eyebrows, looking at Fujitora with curiosity. He did not know what method could possibly stop the war at this time. Fujitora did not respond, but stepped forward, using his observation haki to scan the countless lives beneath the execution platform. Feeling their presence, Fujitora smiled and turned to face Kizaru, saying, "The Navy's justice cannot be forged with blood. I will do my utmost to prevent this war. Minimize the sacrifices." After saying this, Fujitora slowly left, descending the steps of the execution platform. Kizaru looked at Fujitora's retreating back with a puzzled expression. He couldn't understand what the other party was trying to do at such a time. What was the meaning of those words? I need to tell Sora, otherwise, it would be bad if Fujitora caused some trouble during the battle. Kizaru thought about Fujitora's words and felt it necessary to inform Sora. What are you thinking, Kizaru? Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from beside him, rough and hearty. Just hearing the voice made one imagine that its owner must be a handsome person. Huh? Kizaru was taken aback, looking at the owner of the voice, internally sighing at the arrival of this troublesome guy ahead of time. The newcomer had flowing curly hair and a handsome face adorned with a cheerful smile, making it easy to feel a sense of closeness. It was none other than Green Bull, one of the new 3 admirals. Since he was directly recruited through conscription, Kizaru had somewhat negative feelings towards Green Bull. In his view, being promoted to admiral without experiencing battles from the older generation was not justified. Nevertheless, Kizaru still managed to smile and said, Green Bull, you're here too. Did you just miss Fujitora? Just left? I didn't see him. Green Bull shook his head, then took a deep breath, looking up at the vast sky, exclaiming, is this the view that the Pirate King saw at the end? It's really romantic. Romantic? Kizaru was speechless. What was romantic about seeing something before dying? Was the other party's head not right? What? Don't you think it's romantic? This sky is the last view that Roger Guy saw. Green Bull asked when he saw Kizaru's lack of reaction. It's all right, quite romantic. Kizaru clicked his tongue, somewhat helpless. After saying this, he turned to leave, preparing to report Fujitora's words to Sora. Why the hurry? Let's take a look together. It won't be long before such a romantic view might not be seen again. Seeing Kizaru about to leave, Green Bull abruptly said this, leaving Kizaru confused. What strange guy. Kizaru ignored Green Bull's invitation and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the spot. Seeing Kizaru leave, Green Bull said nothing, lying directly on the execution platform, enjoying the feeling of the breeze brushing against his face. After this battle, the real Joy Boy will appear, right? The world will change from this point on. Fahai, will it be you? Or will it be those 2 little ones carrying the will-loved? Green Bull's words were light, not knowing who they were meant for, perhaps for himself, perhaps for the wind. But one thing is certain. Green Bull knows some shocking secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned Joy Boy's name. Chapter 191. The War Begins. 2 hours. There are less than 2 hours until Whitebeard's execution. At this moment, Log Town is in a state of absolute alert. In addition to the nearly 200,000 troops, veteran peak forces like Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru have also been deployed inside and outside the town. Sengoku and Garp are stationed on the left and right sides of the harbor, forming the first line of defense against Lin Feng and others. The second line of defense is led by Tsuru and other veteran vice admirals. These individuals are not to be underestimated. They can drag down an admiral-level force through sheer effort, and they are all concentrated at the front of the square. The third line of defense consists of the new 3 admirals and Admiral Akainu. They're seated not far in front of the execution platform on 4 chairs. Behind them are the 4 warlords of the sea, Trafalgar D, Waterlaw, Boa Hancock, Buggy the Clown, and the world's strongest swordsman, Dracule Mihawk. The practice of placing the warlords of the sea behind the admirals has caused quite a stir within the Navy. However, it has all been suppressed by Akainu alone. In the eyes of the ordinary Navy, even if they are recruited, pirates are still pirates. Who knows what they might do? Although they have heard of Akainu's arrangements, their vigilance towards the warlords of the sea is no less than that of Lin Feng. The 4th line of defense is at the execution platform. The overall commander, Steelbone Kong, and a man shrouded in a black cloak. Very few in the upper echelons of the Navy know about this mysterious figure. Only a limited number of people are aware of his identity. These 4 lines of defense are merely on the surface. In secret, the Gorosei and the guards who rush from Mariewa are lurking in various places on the island. This is a force that matches or even surpasses the visible combat power of the Navy. 3 Gorosei, 5 guards plus a leader, a total of 9 peak powerhouses. Coupled with the Navy's visible general-level combat power, such a lineup could hardly be doubted to unify the seas. Fahai, can you rescue Whitebeard from us? I actually look forward to it. Number 7, hidden in the shadows, smirks with a trace of wickedness, his cold eyes watching every move in the harbor. A total of 20 peak powerhouses. This is the largest and most extravagant battle in terms of peak power since the establishment of the Navy. Whether it is victory or defeat, no one knows. But what is certain is that once this battle begins, the world will be shaken. It's here, at sea, someone shouted, and everyone's gaze turned to the nearby waters. 3 massive ships and a technologically advanced war fortress slowly approached Lowtown. That is, Sengoku, who was closest to the sea, darkened his eyes and murmured, "The Vinsmoke family, Kaido of the Beast, and Big MOM. How could they appear here?" Sengoku was shocked, unable to understand why these people had gathered together. The large screen behind the execution platform, originally set up to broadcast Whitebeard's execution, now displayed the war fortress of the Yonko and the Vinsmoke family. It really startled us. Kizaru turned back to look at the scene on the screen, his face somewhat grim. He knew that this war was going to be troublesome. "Fahai, what kind of chips did you promise to convince the 2 Yonko?" Akainu's expression was similarly grim as he fixed his gaze on a figure on the ship. He never expected Lin Feng to have the support of 2 Yonko. A war that seemed almost certain to win suddenly became uncertain. With the addition of 2 Emperor-level powerhouses, along with Lin Feng's own strength, the outcome of this war remains unknown. Kaido and Lin also come to stir up this muddy water. There's going to be a good show. Number 3 stared at the 2 pirate flags in the sea, excitement showing on his face, wondering if they would be shocked to see us. "Shut up. Once Fahai enters Lowtown, we will charge first." The leader snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the Yonko flag with killing intent. He also did not expect this battle to involve the other 2 Yonko. On the sea surface, Lin Feng stood on the Moby Dick, gazing at Lowtown not far away. His expression heavy. Through the feedback from his spiritual sense, he sensed that there were no less than 10 peak powerhouses in Lowtown at this moment. The Navy has really invested heavily. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Then he looked at Akiji and Jin. "The harbor is up to you. Do your best to stop Sengoku and Garp." Lin Feng really did not expect the other side to have Sengoku and Garp leading the charge. "No problem," Jin said in a deep voice. Although he knew he was far from Sengoku and the others, it didn't mean he couldn't fight. On the other hand, Akiji looked hesitant. As someone of his status, he felt uncomfortable about fighting Garp and the others. "Fahai, how about you change to someone else? I really don't want to fight with Mr. Garp," Akiji said with a bitter face. Hearing this, Lin Feng pondered. According to his distribution, there were only a few people on their side who could contend with Garp. Apart from himself and the 2 Yonko, the best candidate was Akiji. As a Logia fruit user, he could resist Garp and Sengoku the best without risking his life. Plus, with Jin's ability to fly, even if they couldn't win, they could stall for some time. Changing people, Lin Feng contemplated, looking at the others. It's easy to say to change people, but how many can truly withstand Garp? At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside Lin Feng. "Moo!" The little bullhead didn't know when he had come to his side, waving his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Feng was taken aback, looking at him and asking, "Do you mean you won't lead the charge?" "Moo!" The little bullhead nodded his large head, his body surrounded by bursts of thunder. Full of fighting spirit, Lin Feng glanced at the little bullhead, although he was eager to fight, according to Lin Feng's assessment. Even if the little bullhead was strong, he couldn't withstand Garp. Better not. Fighting someone of Garp's caliber is still too much of a strain for you. Lin Feng shook his head, not wanting the little bullhead to take risks. "Moo! Moo!" Hearing this, the little bullhead looked stubborn, waving his fists with determination in his eyes, as if saying, "I can do it, I can." Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed, just as he was about to continue persuading. Kenpachi's voice suddenly rang out. "Master, let the calf go, he can do it." Kenpachi said firmly, having the most say in the little bullhead's combat power. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked deeply at Kenpachi, who nodded. "All right." Lin Feng sighed, agreeing to let the little bullhead fight, but added, "If you feel you can't win, you and Jin immediately head towards the execution platform. We will come to rescue you." "Okay." "Moo!" Jin and the little bullhead both responded, and, as they spoke, Lin Feng and the other ships were already less than 100 meters from the harbor. "Moo?" The little bullhead and Jean exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes, nodded slightly, and charged directly toward the harbor. The dark wings obscured the sky, and the storm and thunder struck fiercely. Jean and the little bullhead attacked with all their might, fearlessly charging at Sengoku and Garp. The war has begun. Chapter 192, A Good Water Release. As Jean and the little bullhead launched their attack, Lin Feng and the others also moved. Almost in an instant, everyone boarded Logtown. According to the previous plan, storm the execution platform. Lin Feng let out a low roar, and the Zen staff appeared in his hand as he charged towards the execution platform. Lin Feng's actions drew the attention of many naval commanders and influenced the battlefield situation. Below the execution platform, Snake Princess watched Lin Feng's figure, her face full of sweetness. Her eyes filled with love. "My beloved, you finally appeared." Beside her, Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned, his expression strange. "Fahai, what will this war turn into?" "Fahai." Hawkeye stared at Lin Feng's figure, his brows furrowed, but from the other's momentum, he could tell that Lin Feng had grown even stronger. Behind everyone, Buggy was hiding in a corner of the execution platform, trembling. He didn't want to participate in this battle, but due to the government's force summons, he had no choice but to comply. "Damn it, if you want to execute Whitebeard, just get on with it. What is dragging me into this count for?" Buggy gritted his teeth, feeling that he was indeed weaker than the others. But just at that moment, Buggy had a flash of inspiration and a bold idea popped into his mind. With the execution of Whitebeard imminent, if I manage to kill him, the world will be shocked by my strength. At that time, the throne of the Pirate King will be within my grasp, right? The more Buggy thought about it, the bolder he became, and the fire of desire ignited in his eyes. Thinking this, he quietly glanced at the others, turned, and disappeared from a spot to find Whitebeard's location. "I want to kill Whitebeard in front of the world and become king," Buggy thought excitedly. At this moment, Steelbone looked at Lin Feng and the others who had entered Rogue Town, and his expression was not good. "Everyone, attack and block High Cow and the others." Steelbone snorted coldly. He originally thought Lin Feng would come alone, which would allow them to surround and kill him according to plan. But unexpectedly, he brought Kaido and Big Mom with him, not to mention the combat power of the two emperors. Just their names would strike fear into the hearts of their Navy soldiers. They're the four emperors, for figures akin to kings in the New World. The plan has changed. The execution has been moved up. Steelbone's expression darkened. He took out a Din Mushi and spoke in a deep voice. "Yes, Commander." The Din Mushi responded, then fell silent. In the underground prison of Rogue Town, Whitebeard, Ace, and Luffy were all locked up here, waiting for the moment of execution to arrive. "Dad, do we still have a chance?" Ace looked at Whitebeard and asked softly. "Yes." Whitebeard replied immediately, his voice solemn. "Master and the others will definitely come to rescue us. What we need to do now is not give up on ourselves and wait for the rescue." "Master," Ace pondered, Lin Feng's face flashing through his mind. He shook his head and looked at Whitebeard, saying, "Dad, can High Cow and the others really save us? We can't let them fall into danger as well." Ace said sincerely. His concerns were not unfounded. The Navy must be better prepared for this war than during the Marineford War. It might be difficult for just High Cow to turn the tide. It's still too early. "Don't jump to conclusions," Whitebeard said solemnly, his tone firm, not wanting Ace to think too pessimistically, but he himself was not without doubt. Facing such preparation from the Navy, even Whitebeard, who was well aware of Lin Feng's combat power, felt shaken. "Dad!" Ace glanced at Whitebeard, silent, and let out a deep sigh. He could tell that Whitebeard was trying to comfort himself. Just as he was about to say something, Luffy's loud voice rang in their ears. Hey, don't say anything negative, Ace, Uncle Whitebeard," Luffy shouted, his face filled with inexplicable confidence. "We will definitely survive. My friends will definitely come for us. We just need to believe in them. Luffy, you still." Seeing Luffy like this, Ace helplessly shook his head. No matter when, Luffy always had that kind of headstrong confidence. Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Kuahaha, the Straw Hat Kid is right. Just believe in our friends, and leave the rest to fate. Besides, we're not dead yet," Whitebeard said with a smile. "As long as we're alive, life should be full of hope." Whitebeard's words touched Ace's heart. His expression brightened, and a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. "Yes, Dad is right. As long as we're alive, life should be full of hope. Ha ha ha. That's the spirit. Seeing Ace's uplifted mood, Luffy smiled widely and was about to say something when an untimely voice came from the control outside the prison. Execution moved up. Bring the criminal Whitebeard, Fire Fist, and Straw Hat Kid to the execution platform. As soon as the voice fell, several figures emerged from outside the prison and approached Whitebeard, Ace, and the others. It's time to go, the executioner quietly said, lifting the chains from Whitebeard's shackles, his tone trembling slightly. Faced with someone like Whitebeard, even the most experienced executioner would feel fear. Whitebeard did not resist. He exchanged a glance with Ace, slowly stood up, and began to move along with the chains. Dad! Ace's eyes narrowed. He thought this was the best chance to escape. Just as he was about to do something, Whitebeard's gaze stopped him. Then, Whitebeard's voice sounded in Ace's ear. Don't make any sudden moves. If we break free from the shackles now, those Navy guys will definitely execute us at all costs. If that happens, we'll be letting down Master and the others who came to rescue us. I understand. Ace nodded, no longer resisting, allowing the executioner to take him away, while he still cast a glance at Luffy, signaling him not to act impulsively. A glint of determination flashed in Luffy's eyes. Years of tacit understanding allowed him to immediately understand Ace's conveyed message. He also let the executioner take him away. Seeing that Whitebeard and the others did not resist, the leading executioner breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen too many people go mad before death. Dragging one or two to bear the blame was common. Some would even commit suicide on the spot, not allowing them the chance to execute them. Whitebeard and the others' cooperation truly surprised him. After all, they are great pirates. They still have some spirit in the end. This executioner looked deeply at Whitebeard and the others, feeling a trace of respect. He then led Whitebeard and the others toward the execution platform. Meanwhile, at the harbor outside, Katakuri led the way, bringing the technological achievements of the Vinsmoke family. Charging into the harbor. Behind him, Sanji, Marco, and the Yonko crew also rushed in. In an instant, they stood against the 100,000 Navy troops. On the other side, the Bull and Jin joined forces to fight against Carp and Sengoku, creating chaos. The Buddha Buddha fruit shook the Pteranodon, and the top-tier armament Haki split the thunderstorm. The 3 men and 1 beast were entangled together, and few dared to step forward to intervene. Is the Bull that fierce? Lin Feng's face showed surprise. He hadn't expected the Bull and Jin to truly withstand Sengoku and Carp. No, Lin Feng took a quick glance and immediately made a judgment. He could see that Carp was intentionally holding back. Even you, are you still having trouble with family ties? Lin Feng whispered, not paying much attention to the Bull and the others. He followed the path opened by Katakuri and the others, rushing toward the execution platform. Lin Feng knew that with Carp's fighting style, these few would definitely not be able to distinguish a winner anytime soon. This undoubtedly created an excellent opportunity for Lin Feng. What are Carp and Sengoku doing? On the execution platform, Steelbone surveyed the battlefield at the harbor, his anger boiling over. Based on his understanding of Carp and the others, they were definitely not fighting at full strength. Perhaps they hadn't even used half of their combat power. Green Bull, Yellow Monkey, Fujitora, Steelbone shouted to the 3 admirals below the execution platform. You guys attack and stop Haikao and the others. Understood. Hearing the call, the 3 admirals slowly stood up, fixing their gazes on Lin Feng and the others. Chapter 193. Confrontation with the new 3 admirals. The new 3 admirals slowly stood up, looking towards Lin Feng's position, as countless Navy soldiers were thrown into disarray by Lin Feng's charge. The tens of thousands of Navy troops guarding the harbor entrance couldn't stop Lin Feng at all. Regardless of rank, they were all blown away as if they were cutting vegetables. In an instant, Lin Feng charged straight towards the execution platform as if he were in an uninhabited realm. So strong. The Green Bull opened its big mouth, revealing a set of white teeth with Lin Feng's figure reflected in its eyes, and laughed. This guy is strong. I like him. As he spoke, the Green Bull rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge towards Lin Feng's location, but was stopped by Fujitora. Don't be impulsive. Fahai is not easy to deal with. Recklessly attacking is not advisable, Fujitora said cautiously, while his hand rested on the sword at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. "Let me go first," said Kizaru, squinting at the two, speaking lightly. Although he felt a bit of fear towards Lin Feng, it was not the time for him to hold back. After all, the Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong had already spoken. The other two generals looked at Kizaru without saying a word. Kizaru's actions aligned with their thoughts. Among the new 3 generals, only the 2 of them had not fought Lin Feng. It was just right to take this opportunity to see Lin Feng's combat power. Is he really as powerful as rumored, enough to make people tremble? Be careful. We will support you at any time, the Green Bull said cheerfully. Fujitora did not speak, but the half-drawn sword at his waist represented his intention. Rest assured, Kizaru said lightly, crossing his arms over his chest, shooting a beam of light that refracted to Lin Feng's location. A Chaka mirror. Swish. The speed of the light was beyond everything, and in the blink of an eye, Kizaru appeared in front of Lin Feng. Kizaru? Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, looking at Kizaru, who was blocking his way, and said lightly, "What's wrong? Is the Navy so confident in sending you to the front line? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot?" Faced with Lin Feng's sarcasm, Kizaru sighed deeply. "There's no point in talking, let's fight." After saying that, Kizaru drew his sword, Tenri Boku, and swung it at Lin Feng. The sword of light was covered in armed color. "It seems you haven't forgotten how to fight against me after all this time," Lin Feng remarked as he watched the incoming sword of light, his expression calm. He gently waved his Zen staff. "Since you know how to fight against me, you should also know how foolish it is to engage in close combat." Swish! Just as the words fell, one end of Lin Feng's Zen staff suddenly enlarged and smashed heavily towards Kizaru. The Zen staff danced against the wind, generating a shockwave that made Kizaru's breath momentarily halt, and he was greatly alarmed. Fahai had become stronger, and not just a little. Great might, heavenly dragon. In his thoughts, Lin Feng's Zen staff had already reached Kizaru. Facing the staff filled with Buddhist light, Kizaru's eyes trembled, and he quickly used his fruit ability to increase his speed, trying to escape the range of the Zen staff's attack, but it was too late. "Want to escape?" Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the Zen staff fell instantly. With a loud boom, like a thunderclap from the sky, one end of the Zen staff smashed down where Kizaru had just been. Instantly, all objects within this area were sent flying by the shockwave from the Zen staff. The ground shattered, and stones flew into the air. Even the surrounding buildings collapsed under the immense shockwave. "Admiral Kizaru, oh my god, this can't be real. Even the giant clan doesn't have such immense power. No way. Even an admiral can't withstand Fahai's assault. Impossible, he's an admiral, the peak power of our navy. He can't be defeated so easily. What a monster." The nearby navy soldiers were dumbfounded. They had thought that with Admiral Kizaru's involvement, they might be able to stop Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, it turned out that Lin Feng had not used all his strength earlier. It was merely the tip of the iceberg, and he had already pierced through the majority of the navy. "Hey, Kizaru, don't hide. I know this level of attack isn't enough to kill you." Lin Feng looked indifferently towards the distance, where Kizaru was hiding. "You found me," Kizaru sighed, emerging from the rubble. He had originally planned to attack when Lin Feng let his guard down. "Fahai, you become stronger again." After emerging from the ruins, Kizaru looked at Lin Feng not far away. At this moment, he was in ragged clothes, many areas of his body torn due to the impact of his Zen staff. "You're not bad either." Lin Feng looked coldly at Kizaru. In 2 years, Kizaru's combat power had undergone a qualitative change. According to Lin Feng's judgment, Kizaru was now at least at the peak of the Vice Admiral level, on par with Garp. "Come on, let's fight." Lin Feng's eyes radiated sharpness as he picked up his Zen staff and charged towards Kizaru. "Green Bull, Fujitora." Seeing Lin Feng attacking, Kizaru shouted, "What I've done is done." Fujitora and the others on the execution platform have seen Lin Feng's attack style and power clearly. "Here it comes." The Green Bull grinned widely, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot as he charged towards Lin Feng. Fujitora followed suit. Gravity Wave, one slash. Violent Storm. The two admirals unleashed fierce moves, like two shooting stars charging towards Lin Feng. Boom! Fujitora's slash carried immense gravity, altering the gravitational force in Lin Feng's vicinity. Meanwhile, the Green Bull swung his massive fist directly at Lin Feng's face. A Shaku Jewel. At the moment the two admirals attacked, Kizaru also initiated an offensive. With countless dark energy bullets raining down on Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng remained unfazed as he faced the combined assault of the three admirals. The Zen staff in his hand expanded infinitely as he swung it towards the attacking three admirals. "A mere trick! How dare you show off in front of me?" Lin Feng shouted coldly, throwing the Zen staff at the nearest green bull with incredible speed and power. "Not good." The green bull's eyes darkened, a green light shield appearing on his body, and thousands of morning glory flowers materialized around him, forming an absolute defense. "Ha! A superhuman morning glory fruit?" Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered. Having memorized the devil fruit illustrations, he immediately recognized the green bull's ability. The morning glory fruit exists between the superhuman and natural types. It can be considered an alternative existence extending from the two. It could be classified as a plant type. Although rare, do you think you can block me with just this ability? Lin Feng's expression turned serious, his body radiating Buddhist light as the flying Zen staff underwent a transformation. Two golden dragons flew out from the Zen staff, wrapping around the green bull completely. "Great might heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Pramitha." As the Buddhist chants fell, the two golden dragons actually coiled around the green bull, lifting him into the sky. "Fahai!" The green bull roared, trying to break free from the golden dragons, but found he could not escape, only allowing himself to be taken away into the sky. "See you later." A playful look appeared in Lin Feng's eyes as a golden light flashed across his body. The Arhut golden body activated, enduring Fujitora's gravitational ability and Kizaru's countless light bullets as he charged towards the two. Chapter 194, Old Man Smiles. Preparing a small gift, Lin Feng was enveloped in golden light, like an Arhut facing countless light bullets as he charged towards Kizaru and Fujitora. "Not good." Kizaru's eyes darkened, and his figure instantly transformed into countless rays of light, scattering in all directions, while he also warned Fujitora. "Be careful, don't let Fahai get close." "Understood." Fujitora replied solemnly, quickly distancing himself from Lin Feng. "Hee, can you avoid me?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, his speed suddenly increasing several levels as he interrupted Kizaru's scattered light rain. Thud! Kizaru, interrupted from the light rain, fell to the ground in his solid form. "How can this be?" Kizaru looked at Lin Feng in shock, never expecting that the opponent's speed would be faster than his own. Surprised? Lin Feng coldly fixed his gaze on Kizaru, and as his words fell, he unleashed a great might heavenly dragon. Roar! The golden dragon leaped from Lin Feng's hand, its every move closely resembling that of a real dragon, roaring towards Kizaru. Just as it was about to crash into Kizaru, a cold grunt from Fujitora sounded. Gravity no blade. Whoosh! A slash, comparable in size to the golden dragon, came flying with the gravity attached, causing the surrounding ground to collapse. Roar! The golden dragon let out a roar and was shattered by Fujitora's slash. Fujitora! Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although this great divine dragon was released casually by him, it was not something an ordinary person could handle. The ability to slice through this golden dragon indicated that Fujitora's combat power had already entered the same tier as Garp. He was not far from the peak. "Nice to meet you for the first time," the old man said with a smile. Fujitora spoke politely, as if in his eyes Lin Feng was not an enemy, but an ordinary monk. As he spoke, Fujitora made a gesture to sheathe his sword and then heavily swung down towards the sky. Buzz! Rings of gravity shot from Fujitora's body towards the clouds. "As this is our first meeting, I present this small gift. Please don't refuse." "La Si," Fujitora said calmly. In the midst of his words, a piercing sound rang out. Deep in the clouds, a meteorite was hurtling towards Rogtown from outer space. Its target was Lin Feng. Hey, you can't just send something like this." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness on his face, then said, "That Cake Island incident was also a gift from you, right?" Fujitora did not respond, cautiously sensing Lin Feng's movements. In the blink of an eye, the meteorite had broken through the atmosphere, its rocky surface glowing like a massive fireball falling from the sky due to the high temperatures generated by friction. "Such a small gift. Are you not afraid it will affect the Navy?" Lin Feng smiled lightly. "Fujitora, this is not your style. For the sake of justice, some sacrifices are inevitable. Fujitora said in a deep voice. As long as we can completely eliminate evil, any cost is worth it. You've been washed quite clean, Lin Feng sighed, gazing at Fujitora. Although Fujitora, in the original work, adhered to the concept of justice, he would never be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goals. This could be seen when he let Luffy and his crew go in Dressrosa. The meteorite, Lin Feng thought, looking at the meteorite in the sky. If it fell on Rod Town, let alone rescuing Whitebeard, the entire island might be destroyed. This is really troublesome. Lin Feng sighed and gathered his Buddhist power, preparing to shatter the meteorite. But just as he was about to act, a hearty laugh rang out from the sky. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Lin Feng turned to look and saw the previously sent Green Bull returning at this moment. Bang! As Green Bull's voice fell, he landed heavily on the ground. Although he had avoided the great divine dragon's pursuit, he was not in good shape either. His clothes were completely torn, exposing his muscular upper body to the air. Yet even so, it could not hide Green Bull's intense fighting spirit. He fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and roared, "La Si, let us fight." After saying this, he charged towards Lin Feng, his hands moving in the air, causing a series of morning glory flowers to appear out of thin air, spreading toxic pollen into the air. Once inhaled, it would cause dizziness and numbness. Troublesome. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he looked at the charging Green Bull and then at the meteorite that could fall at any moment. He quickly made a decision. "Kaido, Big Mom," Lin Feng shouted at the two emperors who were fighting the navy, "I'll handle the meteorite. You two focus on attacking the execution platform." With that, Lin Feng leaped into the air, like a sharp sword piercing directly towards the meteorite. "Trying to run?" Green Bull grinned widely, directly turning his attack towards Lin Feng. "Don't be reckless." Seeing this, Kizaru and Fujitora both rushed after him, knowing that Green Bull alone could not defeat Lin Feng. "Here they come." At the same time, Kaido and Big Mom responded in unison, clearing the entangled navy and rushing towards Lin Feng. "Block them." Seeing this, Steelbone on the execution platform roared at the navy, determined not to let Kaido and Big Mom reach that place. Hearing this, the Navy generals, as if injected with adrenaline, led many Navy soldiers to desperately block Kaido and Big Mom, preventing them from getting within an inch of the execution platform. "Do you think you can stop me?" Kaido laughed wildly, swinging his kanabo with great force, sending many Navy soldiers flying with each strike. Big Mom was not to be outdone, using Napoleon to its fullest, unleashing several waves of power that caused cries of despair wherever they went. Soon, the two emperors broke through the heavy encirclement and were about to enter the square. "Come on, Navy, enjoy the fear," Kaido and Big Mom shouted with laughter. Just then, two figures leaped out from the surrounding buildings, attacking Big Mom and Kaido respectively. Where did these pests come from? Big Mom, facing the ambush, became furious, swinging Napoleon at the figures. At the same time, Kaido's eyes darkened, gathering and releasing his thunderous powers to clash with the attackers. Boom! A massive sound erupted, stirring up thick smoke, obscuring the figures of both the two emperors and the attackers. Then, with Big Mom's incredulous voice, the smoke gradually dissipated. "How could it be you?" Big Mom's eyes were filled with disbelief, her expression shifting between green and white as if she could not believe the scene before her. "Crazy old lady, what is wrong with you?" Kaido asked with concern, and upon seeing the faces of the attackers, a strange color burst forth in his eyes. "It's you." As Kaido's shocked voice rang out, the smoke finally cleared, revealing two figures standing before them, their faces carrying a playful expression. "Long time no see, crazy old lady." Rookie Boy. Chapter 195, Legends Reappear. "Who are you?" Kaido and Big Mom widened their eyes, hardly able to believe the appearance of the two before them. "Wang Ji, John." As these words were spoken, everyone around, whether pirate or navy, was stunned. Wang Ji and John. These two were renowned as great pirates across the world, famous long before Whitebeard and Big Mom dominated the seas. They were feared by all factions. Such individuals should have vanished into the annals of history, executed by the government over 30 years ago. How could they appear in this place? Moreover, judging from their attitude, they seemed to belong to the Navy. This sudden change left Kaido and Big Mom bewildered. Little Lin, short Kaido, It seems time has left no marks on you. Wang Ji said, wearing a dark green Chinese-style outfit adorned with several black dragons. Combined with his cold gaze, he exerted considerable pressure on everyone. Furthermore, Wang Ji's tone carried an undisguised killing intent, instantly making Kaido and Big Mom realize the gravity of the situation. You are now siding with the government? Facing the sudden appearance of Wang Ji and John, Kaido's expression turned serious. These two were combat powers on par with his own. Even the Rocks Pirates, which was notorious for its fierce powers, they held a place. It was evident. Wang Ji did not respond to Kaido's question. Instead, John replied, wearing an innocent smile. John. Big Mom's eyes were filled with caution. Despite John's seemingly harmless demeanor, only seasoned warriors understood what such a smile truly represented. If one claims to be a natural destroyer, then the other must be a born killer. Although the other's name may have faded from memory, every veteran warrior knows that there was a name that once echoed across the seas. Captain of the Rocks Pirates, the Butcher John. He would later be known as Captain John. Lingling, Kaido, our reminiscing ends here. It's time to take action, John said politely and with his refined demeanor. It was hard to associate the term butcher with him, but the reality is rather ironic. Slow. Big Mom interrupted John's movements, a hint of curiosity appearing on her face. John, how did you and Wang Ji end up siding with the government? Don't tell me it was because of threats with both of your personalities. You would rather die than be threatened. Tell me what made the two of you willingly ally with the government. Lingling's expression was grave. She needed to understand what kind of person could make Wang Ji and John so willing to comply. Could there be someone remarkable on the government's side? Hee. After all this time, Lingling still remembers our personalities. It's quite an honor. Facing Lingling's inquiry, John smiled elegantly and even gave her a very gentlemanly gesture. Before Lingling and Kaido could react, John's figure had already moved, attacking them alongside Wang Ji. Human Slayer. Killing halberd. John's weapon was his two hands. According to him, nothing was more pleasurable than blood flowing from his fingertips. Wang Ji's weapon was a large halberd, nearly 3 meters long, a length that was not suitable for a weapon. But in Wang Ji's hands, the halberd seemed to come alive, with the tip surrounded by top-tier arm color. Its power astonishing. Facing their assault, Lingling and Kaido stood ready. Napoleon cut through the air, meeting the incoming hand blade. The Wolf Fong club surged forward, smashing directly onto the halberd's tip. Boom! At the moment of the four-way clash, dark thunder flashed around, causing those with slightly weaker mental fortitude to faint from the pressure. A visible transparent dome formed around the four, a result of the clash of conquerors hockey. Wang Ji, John, why are you fighting for the government? What is your true objective? Lingling stared coldly at the two, her tone sharp. So you want to know? John smiled lightly, reaching for the blade of Napoleon with one hand, and said, defeat us, and I'll tell you. Good. Lingling's eyes turned cold, and Zeus and Prometheus enveloped Napoleon, startling John, who quickly withdrew his hands, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. You really did it, fusing the three major homies together, John said, as if realizing something, a glint of brilliance passing through his words. It seems you have made a brand new breakthrough in your fruit ability. That is truly commendable. Unmoved by John's praise, Lingling's offensive became even more fierce, each attack targeting John's vital points. On the other side, Kaido and Wang Ji clashed, the Wolf Fong club against the halberd. Compared to Lingling and John, their fight was undoubtedly a clash of brute force. Armed color versus armed color. Shorty, it seems your fighting style has greatly improved over the years. Wang Ji swung the halberd, landing on the Wolf Fong club, their armed colors clashing and creating a vacuum area between them. Don't call me Shorty, Kaido growled, clearly displeased by the term. Hee. Wang Ji chuckled lightly, ignoring Kaido's anger. Using his foot for leverage, the halberd drew a deadly arc in the air, causing Kaido's strength to miss. Then, as Kaido lost his center of gravity, the halberd stabbed straight toward his heart. This was Wang Ji's signature move, named Fatal Probe, under which many powerful foes had perished. Shoti, Wang Ji said calmly, extremely confident in his killing move. Even the former Rocks had praised this move, stating that even he himself, unprepared, could not fully withstand it. Since even rocks had said so, Wang Ji did not believe that the shorty from back then could withstand his attack. This was his confidence, the confidence of Wang Ji, captain of Rock's 6th Division. Facing Wang Ji's killing move, Kaido unleashed all of his armed color hockey, wrapping Conqueror's Hockey around the Wolf Fang Club. He then entered a semi-dragon transformation, leaping into the air and swinging the Wolf Fang Club down at the halberd, descending 3 worlds, pulling down the abyss. Whoosh! The Wolf Fang Club sliced through the air, striking the halberd, the tremendous force nearly knocking the halberd from Wang Ji's hands. This scene was hard for him to accept. When did this little shorty become so strong? This belief flickered in Wang Ji's eyes. But it wasn't over. After this move, Kaido swung the Wolf Fang Club in a circular motion toward Wang Ji. Diamond. Arrow. Buzz. The Wolf Fang Club whipped out a wave of power aimed at Wang Ji, causing the ground to explode. Umph. Wang Ji snorted coldly, pivoting the halberd and thrusting it sharply toward the incoming wave. Boom! A violent explosion sounded as the two clashed, sending everything around them flying. Even Big Mom and John's battle was affected. Chapter 196, Meteor Falling. Hey, how did that brat Kaido become so strong? A hint of astonishment appeared on John's face. In his impression, Kaido was at most an upper-level Emperor-class fighter and could never battle Wang Ji to such an extent. It should be noted that on the previous Rock ship, Wang Ji could hold his own against Whitebeard. With a sword and a halberd, he had once instilled fear in countless enemies. Over the years, even if Kaido had seen some growth, his combat power had never reached the level of Whitebeard. This brat. John looked at Kaido, who was matching Wang Ji blow for blow, a heaviness in his eyes. If even Kaido cannot be dealt with, what face do they have to return to the Holy Land? You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Just as John was distracted, Ling seized the opportunity and suddenly surged forward, with Zeus and Prometheus splitting from Napoleon, attacking John from either side. The violent thunder and unyielding flames would not be easy for even a strong warrior like John to endure if hit. Ling, we are old acquaintances. You can go easy on me. After all, I once shared a wonderful night with you. John sighed, his tone sincere, making it hard to tell if he was serious. At the same time, John did not retreat but advanced, throwing 2 hand blades that landed on Zeus and Prometheus. The fierce hand blades caused the 2 homies to change their expressions dramatically. Such an attack was not something they could withstand. Mama, Zeus, and Prometheus simultaneously signaled. Bastard! Ling's eyes darkened. She had thought John would dodge her attack, but was surprised that he met it head-on. Come back! Ling shouted, and Zeus and Prometheus instantly returned to her side, evading John's attack. Ling, you still love me. Seeing this, John smiled lightly, a mocking expression on his face. Oomph. Ling snorted coldly, John's words completely angering her. The 2 homies attached to her fists covered in thunder and flames, slammed toward John. Thunder Fire Strike. This was one of Ling's killing techniques. If the opponent was hit by her thunder and fire-covered fists, their body would be continuously burned, causing unbearable pain. John, familiar with Ling, clearly understood the horror of this move, and his figure suddenly leaped backward, creating distance from her. Don't think you can run. Ling growled and pursued relentlessly, determined to strike John. Sigh. John sighed, a look of nostalgia on his face. Ling, can you really bear to kill me? I still remember back on Honeycomb Island, you and I under the moonlight, so affectionate. Shut up. Hearing her dark history being so openly recounted by John, Ling became utterly furious, her speed increasing another level as she was about to catch up to John. At the same time, during the chase, Ling's gaze shifted to Lin Feng in midair. Worried that her embarrassing moments might be overheard, she thought that if that happened, she would truly have no chance to be with Lin Feng. Fortunately, Ling let out a sigh of relief as she noticed that Lin Feng didn't seem to care about her and continued to chase John. At that moment, Lin Feng was in a stalemate with the 3 admirals. Fahai, you cannot destroy the meteorite. In the name of justice, I will bury all of you here. Fujitora stood on a rock facing Lin Feng. On either side of him, the other 2 admirals stood ready. A gigantic morning glory flower rooted from the ground, its massive bloom stretching into the air, with green bulls standing atop it, staring at Lin Feng. Kizaru, relying on the fruit's ability, briefly hovered in mid-air, his expression equally grave. The three of them had just communicated briefly and unanimously decided to do whatever it takes to stop Lin Feng from destroying the meteorite. This meteorite was the result of Fujitora using his maximum power. It was not just a threat to Lin Feng. Its main purpose was to use the meteorite's threat to prevent Lin Feng from rushing to the execution platform, completely trapping Lin Feng's side in place. Your words are powerful, but I wonder if you can actually do it, Lin Feng said, scanning the three of them indifferently. What if I join in? As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, a scorching aura erupted from beneath his feet. Whoosh! A fist covered in magma surged toward Lin Feng. The Admiral Akainu, who had been watching the situation, finally made his move. Red Dog. Lin Feng smiled lightly, his arm bursting with golden light as he struck toward the magma fist. Bang! The two forces collided, and Akainu's magma fist was directly shattered by Lin Feng. Countless magma projectiles scattered in all directions, and in that instant, both the Navy and pirates were caught in the chaos. Cries of anguish filled the air, still as formidable as ever. After Lin Feng shattered his fist, Akainu immediately returned to his human form, landing on the rock where Fujitora stood, his expression heavy with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. That was due to the overwhelming force of Lin Feng's punch penetrating him. Oh! Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Akainu relatively unharmed. He held back. He had used nearly all his strength, yet he did not expect to not kill Akainu. Looks like you've become smarter, Lin Feng said lightly, realizing that Akainu had severed control over that magma fist the moment they engaged. Otherwise, Akainu wouldn't have only sustained light injuries. Thanks to you. Faced with Lin Feng's mockery, Akainu refused to back down, retorting sharply. Hee. Lin Feng smiled faintly, sweeping his gaze over everyone present, and said loudly, if you have any backup plans, use them all. Otherwise, with just a few of you, you're no match for me. You. Akainu was momentarily stunned, and as he listened to Lin Feng's words, the reactions of the four of them varied. Haha, quite arrogant. Green Bull grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Kizaru and Fujitora remained silent, cautiously watching Lin Feng's every move. Whoosh! At that moment, a hurried voice echoed from the sky, and a massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire island. The meteorite is coming. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the meteorite. No way, if that thing falls, the entire island will be shattered. What is that big shot doing? Is the Navy planning to perish together with us? Everyone's expressions varied, but they all understood one thing. Once the meteorite fell, this battle would come to a complete end. Master, can you handle something like this? Marco, who was engaged in battle with several vice admirals, showed concern as he looked at the figure in the sky. His words filled with hope. Master, on the battlefield, Kenpachi, after striking down a vice admiral, turned his gaze toward Lin Feng and instantly activated his moonwalk to rush for support. Whoosh! Just as Kenpachi was about to act, an attack shot out from the shadows. Who? Kenpachi's expression darkened as he glared at the intruder. Hee. The glance from Kenpachi met with a cold laugh, and three figures stepped out from the shadows. Don't think about going to support evil spirit Kenpachi. Let's have another round with you. This time, we will definitely kill you here. Three voices echoed in succession, their tones chilling. You are. Kenpachi looked at the newcomers, and when he saw their faces, madness instantly appeared on his face. The Five Elders. Chapter 197. The Legendary Fruit Power. With you all? Kenpachi scoffed, unleashing his spiritual pressure without reservation. Faced with the murderous intent contained within his spiritual pressure, those with slightly insufficient mental fortitude found it hard to stand before him, either kneeling on the ground or fainting. Conqueror's Haki? The bald-headed elder's expression darkened, thinking that Kenpachi's spiritual pressure was Conqueror's Haki. Not quite. Another elder shook his head. Conqueror's Haki is a type of momentum. Even at the highest level, it cannot be materialized like this. Such Conqueror's Haki, even Roger couldn't use. Furthermore, if the evil spirit really had such Conqueror's Haki, then we would only be left to run for our lives. This kind of thing cannot be resisted. The five elders were filled with caution. Although they had fought Kenpachi before, that time was mainly due to the presence of Steelbone Kong. They were merely supporting characters, not the main fighting force. Yapping endlessly, "If you're not going to fight, I'll go support my master." Seeing the 5 elders hesitating to attack, Kenpachi's face showed impatience, and as he spoke, he lifted his Zanpakuto and slashed at the 3. One slash. Whoosh. Kenpachi's blade tip carved out a massive slash that was several dozen meters long, accompanied by a tremor of ominous wind, rushing toward the 3. This was Kenpachi's technique after merging his fruit ability with his own spiritual power. Just this one strike possessed the power to rival or even defeat an admiral. Not good. The 3 elders' eyes widened, sensing the invincible force erupting from slash. They immediately retreated to avoid its edge. Trying to escape? Kenpachi smirked, using Shunpa to chase after the 3 with his Zanpakuto. Too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 slashes struck at the 5 elders from extremely tricky angles. Watch out. Damn it, we can't avoid it. We have to fight. The 3, seeing the slashes were unavoidable, stopped and braced themselves to withstand Kenpachi's attack. A thought crossed. The elder with the first generation of the evil spirit sword held his breath and focused, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with madness, and drew his sword to slash. Evil spirit extermination. Buzz. The first generation of the evil spirit sword cut through an eerie arc, and wherever the blade tip went, the air turned bloody. Shatter for me. The bald-headed elder roared, his sword falling onto the incoming slash. The other 2 exchanged glances, both showing determination. The elder with 3 strands of beard followed closely, and his body began to burn slowly, a dark flame appearing on him. Prudge not descends, all destroy. Whoosh. The moment the voice fell, a gust of eerie wind blew by, and the 3 bearded 5 elders transformed into their true forms, taking on a state akin to that of a mythical being, brandishing sharp claws to attack. Oh, Lin Feng, who was confronting Akainu and the others, raised an eyebrow, attracted by their transformation. What a rare ability, indeed, a Paramecia type, mythical Zoan, the wisdom fruit. It seems that Oda has drawn inspiration from many famous monsters from his hometown. Lin Feng whispered words that Akainu and the others could not understand, unsure if Kenpachi could defeat these 3. As he spoke, the last of the 5 elders moved, flexing his arms, causing his clothes to burst apart, revealing a body of enviable muscle. Huh! He clasped his hands together, and numerous strange patterns appeared on his body, his face also becoming bizarre. Oh! Seeing this, a smile appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. If it weren't for the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, he truly wouldn't know what ability his opponent possessed. But now Lin Feng knew. This 5 elders' ability also belonged to the Paramecia type, mythical Zoan. Its name is the Susanoo fruit. As the name suggests, the power acquired is derived from the mythological figure Susanoo, with so many legendary things surfacing in succession. I hope a deity doesn't actually appear later. Lin Feng thought to himself, realizing that the abilities of the 5 elders exceeded his expectations. At the same time, Lin Feng was secretly grateful that he hadn't faced these individuals back then. Instead, he had been fortunate to capture the only 2 powerless ones. However, Lin Feng was aware that the 2 he had sealed in the Golden Bowl were indeed powerless. They had acted against Lin Feng to quell the chaos in the Holy Land, hoping to use their merits to request a fruit from that great person. But life is like this. No one knows whether misfortune or fortune will come first. Thinking this, Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted towards Kenpachi, "Kenpachi, be a little careful. You don't need to worry about me right now. Focus on taking down these 3 old men, then go support Kaido and the others." Got it. Hearing this, Kenpachi revealed a cruel smile, instantly releasing his Bankai and charging towards the 3-5 elders who were blocking his attacks. "Kenpachi is here, Dai. Old men." As the words left his mouth, he had already arrived in front of the 3-5 elders, drawing his sword to slash. In an instant, everything around him was enveloped by Kenpachi's violent killing intent, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Whoa, be careful. Seeing Kenpachi not falling behind against the 3-5 elders, Lin Feng exhaled and looked at the meteorite nearby, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. He was also about to make his move. Boom! Suddenly, to the astonishment of Akainu and the others, Lin Feng vanished from his original spot, and when he reappeared, He was already close to the meteorite. "Stop him!" Akainu roared, his body instantly transforming, and a massive flow of lava coalesced into a large dog, lunging at Lin Feng. True dog bite, Red Lotus. Seeing Akainu act, the other three also moved into action. Yada no Kagami, Gravity Slash, 1, Cut Fall, Brahma Flower Bloom, All Things Perish. The four top-tier commanders unleashed their full power in a single line towards Lin Feng. The force contained within was far beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Even if Kaido and Big Mom teamed up, they would first avoid such an attack. But who was Lin Feng? With multiple times the power enhancement, he was not afraid of the four teaming up. This looks a bit interesting. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, waving his hand to send the Zen staff toward their combined attack technique. Countless Buddhas, flames in the sky, the great lost spell, saving all beings. As he spoke, the Zen staff glowed with an unusual light, transforming into a Buddha-like figure that completely blocked the attacks from the four. How is this possible? The four were shocked, their expressions varied. The previous attack had utilized their maximum strength. They never expected it to be easily neutralized by Lin Feng. Moreover, from Lin Feng's demeanor, it appeared as if he was completely unfazed. Such a scene was a huge blow to the four. In contrast, after neutralizing their attacks, Lin Feng turned to look at the meteorite that was about to fall, behind him manifesting an illusory figure of the King of Light. In the blink of an eye, the figure transformed from illusory to real, stepping out from behind Lin Feng and swinging its azure fist down towards the meteorite. Chapter 198. The Fusion of Magma and Light Speed. "Stop," Lin Feng whispered. The attack of the King of Light had already struck the meteorite. The immense power directly halted the meteorite in midair, which was even larger than the one over Road Town, suddenly unable to move an inch. How is this possible? Feeling Lin Feng's actions, Fujitora trembled. This meteorite was summoned by him using all his abilities. It could only be used once in a short time. In his expectations, even if this move couldn't affect Lin Feng, it certainly shouldn't be so easily blocked. Could it be that his strength has surpassed our understanding? Fujitora whispered, a hint of fear in his grayish-white eyes. At this moment, not only he, but Kizaru and the others were also shaken. Facing such a massive meteorite, even if they could destroy it, they definitely couldn't do so with Lin Feng's ease. "We're done for," Kizaru whispered. Then a fierce look appeared in his eyes as he glanced at Akainu. "Sakazuki, we need to go all out." Hearing this, Akainu looked at Kizaru, who had a serious expression, and nodded slowly. The two simultaneously gathered all their abilities, instantly causing red and yellow colors to dominate the entire island. This is really troublesome. Lin Feng noticed their actions, his tone somewhat helpless, thinking he needed to resolve the meteorite quickly. Otherwise, Kizaru and the others wouldn't know what chaos they might cause. With this in mind, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the meteorite, his eyes narrowing as he coldly said, "Shatter." Boom! As Lin Feng's words echoed, the King of Light suddenly clenched its fists and began to strike the meteorite indiscriminately. Each blow carried the power of the Arhut. The meteorite was battered and bruised, swaying precariously, as if it would collapse at any moment. Countless fragments flew off the meteorite, raining down on the island like a shower. "Hurry, the King of Law is about to destroy the meteorite," Akainu shouted, his voice hoarse as it escaped his throat, veins bulging on his face. "I know, right now," Kizaru replied, as he and Akainu aimed to fuse their abilities together to create an unparalleled, terrifying power. They had tried this before, but due to their inexperience in controlling their powers, it had resulted in a heavy disaster for the Navy. But this time was different. After decades of honing their abilities, they had completely mastered their devil fruit powers. Fusing them should not pose too much a problem. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the massive meteorite hovering over Road Town was shattered by the King of Light. Countless stones rained down on the island, with some larger debris smashing buildings to pieces. However, this was only a minority. Most of the meteorite was reduced to rubble by the King of Light. Phew! Watching the meteorite being almost completely destroyed by the figure, Lin Feng let out a breath, then turned to look at Kizaru and Akainu. At this moment, the two were gradually merging their powers. A gigantic magma giant manipulated by Akainu rose up from the ground, covered in Kizaru's fruit abilities. This was the awakened form of Akainu's fruit ability, combined with Kizaru's power, making it a being with both speed and strength. What on earth is that? Akainu has gone berserk. Run, we're going to die. Some Navy personnel, unaware of the situation, shouted in horror, warning their comrades to stay away from the battlefield. At the harbor, Sengoku, along with Kizaru and Akainu, felt a shift in the atmosphere as they pushed the two bull-headed figures back with a single strike, turning their gaze towards the center of the island. Has Akainu gone mad, using his powers here and even merging them with Kizaru's abilities? Are they trying to completely obliterate this island? Sengoku's eyes trembled, his face filled with tension, not out of concern for his own safety, but for the Navy personnel on the island. To go to such lengths to eliminate pirates. What kind of justice are you pursuing, Sakazuki? Sengoku roared, wishing he could rush to Lin Feng and the others' battlefield to stop Akainu. Sengoku, don't worry about them. Just focus on the current task. At that moment, Carp's voice sounded low in tone. Carp, are you really going to let these inexperienced Navy members fall into despair? Sengoku turned to Carp, scolding him. No. Hearing this, Carp shook his head, stating that while Sakazuki and the others seemed powerful, they couldn't maintain this state for long. The Navy would be fine. What? Sengoku was startled, unable to believe Carp's judgment. Are you serious? Sengoku asked. Yes. Carp nodded, not saying more, raising his fist and charging towards the two bull-headed figures in the distance. Seeing this, Sengoku hurriedly followed, and in an instant, the four were once again engaged in battle. They exchanged blows back and forth. Of course, this was still due to Sengoku and Carp holding back. Otherwise, no matter how strong the bull-headed figures in the flames were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the combination of Sengoku and Carp. Unlike Sengoku and Carp's thoughts, the other powerful figures were curious about the combination abilities of Akainu and Kizaru. It's amazing how fruit abilities can be played this way. During the fight, Kaido glanced at the towering giant of magma not far away, raising an eyebrow. How dare the short guy fight me and still be distracted? You really are too arrogant. Wang Ji was displeased with Kaido's distraction, swinging his halberd towards him. Kaido looked at Wang Ji, a mocking smile on his face, saying, Do you really want to lose that quickly? I'll make it happen. With that, Kaido swung his kanabo against Wang Ji's halberd, and the two engaged in battle once more. However, unlike before, Kaido was clearly at an advantage against Wang Ji now. Kaido had figured out all of Wang Ji's strengths. Defeating him was just a matter of time. On the other side, not far from Kaido were Lin and John. Unlike the brute fighting styles of Kaido and Wang Ji, the two were more refined. Their elegant moves collided continuously, each encounter resembling a beautiful painting. Lin, your stamina isn't what it used to be. I advise you to surrender. John dodged Lin's heavenly fire and landed at a distance, his eyes filled with affection. Nonsense. John's words instantly infuriated Big Mom, who unleashed her conquerors and armament hockey, layering them over Napoleon, slashing at John with several powerful strikes. Sigh. Seeing this, John sighed, manifesting the same armament and conqueror's hockey, using his hand to counter the incoming attacks. Boom! 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 John successfully blocked all of Big Mom's strikes, then distanced himself from Lin, speaking calmly. Lin, stop this meaningless fight. I can tell you, you will undoubtedly lose this battle. You're talking nonsense. Die, old hag. Lin's eyes turned cold. She didn't understand why she said such things, thinking the opponent was trying to mess with her mindset, and charged at him with Napoleon. Sigh. I'm only speaking the truth. Seeing this, John sighed again, reluctantly engaging Lin once more. At this moment, the magma giant created by Akainu and Kizaru also moved, its form suddenly disappearing from its previous location. When it reappeared, it was already behind Lin Feng, swinging its fist covered in magma and beams towards him. The speed of the magma giant was astonishing, making it hard to imagine how such a large body could move like this. Facing the magma giant's punch, Lin Feng remained calm. As the fist approached, a deep blue hand appeared between Lin Feng and the magma giant, striking towards the magma fist. The owner of the fist was none other than the still-present Vajra Bodhisattva. Chapter 199, The commander strikes, executing early. Huh! The Vajra Bodhisattva roared, a Buddhist sound resonating as the deep blue hand seemed to carry infinite power, smashing down towards the incoming magma fist. Not good. During the control, Akainu sensed something was wrong and hurriedly retracted his fist, not daring to clash directly with the Vajra Bodhisattva. Whoosh! The magma giant's form tilted slightly, and the Vajra Bodhisattva's punch nearly grazed the giant's shoulder, sending a large amount of magma flying. That was close. Akainu was still shaken. He had instinctively felt a deadly crisis when the Vajra Bodhisattva attacked. If he hadn't slightly shifted his position, the magma giant formed with Kizaru would likely have been destroyed by the attack. Even in this state, can it not withstand the Vajra Bodhisattva's attack? Akainu's heart filled with confusion, struggling to believe what was happening before him. But the truth was undeniable. Even the fusion of his and Kizaru's fruit abilities could not withstand Lin Feng's onslaught. At that moment, Akainu fell into a daze, whispering to himself, "How powerful must one be to defeat or even kill the Vajra Bodhisattva? What close call!" Lin Feng sighed. The magma giant formed by Akainu and Kizaru was not without effect against him. Lin Feng could see that in terms of offensive capability, the magma giant might pose some trouble. However, its defense was simply too weak. It was mismatched with the giant's own attack power. A simple strike from the Vajra Bodhisattva could render the magma giant incapable of fighting, even destroy it. One could say that the giant formed by Akainu and Kizaru was like a double-edged sword. It could kill enemies, but also harm itself, sacrificing defense to elevate attack to the peak. Such a tactic might work on others, but what they faced was Lin Feng. With the Vajra Bodhisattva by his side and the Arhat golden body for defense, very few people present could harm Lin Feng. Even looking across the entire realm, only a handful could defeat or even kill Lin Feng. Red Dog, if you have no backup, it's my turn to counterattack. Lin Feng looked at the magma giant indifferently, and as he spoke, the Vajra Bodhisattva in front of him erupted with dazzling Buddhist light, reaching out into the void to grasp a long sword. The sword's body was completely golden, as if forged from gold, covered with Sanskrit Buddhist mantras. It was indeed the weapon of the Vajra Bodhisattva, the great Wheel Ming Wang sword that dispels all illusions in the world. Fahai. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, the magma giant looked up at the sky, its eyes filled with rage. "Oh." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, calmly saying, "What's wrong? Do you have backup?" As soon as the words fell, the magma giant let out a low roar, transforming into a blood-red giant dog, charging at Lin Feng. "Dog bite, Red Lotus." Sigh. Lin Feng sighed, helplessly saying, "It's been 2 years. Can't you come up with something innovative? Why is it still this move?" With that, he pointed a finger at the charging red dog. The Vajra Bodhisattva in front of Lin Feng immediately erupted with terrifying momentum, and the great Wheel Ming Wang sword slashed fiercely at the incoming red dog. A massive swastika appeared out of nowhere, colliding with the magma red dog. Pop! The moment they touched, the previously noisy battlefield fell silent. A flash of white light suddenly appeared, and the enormous swastika trapped the magma giant Akainu in place. Columns of light shot down from each corner of the swastika, forming a cage. "Damn it!" Akainu growled, attacking the cage that bound him with fury. But no matter what he did, he could not break free. Not only that, but the enormous swastika cage seemed to isolate all of the magma giant's abilities, instantly cooling what should have been a scorching island. Damn it! This scene made Steelbone Kong on the execution platform reveal a cold expression. He tore off his navy coat, revealing a torso covered in scars. He was about to make a move. Lin Feng sensed something and looked towards the execution platform, locking eyes with Steelbone Kong's icy expression. So strong. Just that brief exchange of glances made Lin Feng realize that the other party was not an ordinary person. The overwhelming killing intent that seemed to come from the abyss made Lin Feng shudder. He had never felt such intense killing intent from anyone, not even from Kaido or Big Mom. Moreover, the killing intent emanating from Steelbone Kong was nearly tangible. Who knows how many people he had killed? Fahai. While Lin Feng was observing Steelbone Kong was also observing Lin Feng. The two top-tier powerhouses who could sway the outcome of this situation stared at each other from afar. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became subtle. Just as the two were ready to strike at any moment, a series of crisp clashing sounds of steel echoed from below the execution platform. Clang, clang. Whitebeard walked heavily, step by step, from below the execution platform, with Ace and Luffy following closely behind. Report to Commander-in-Chief. The criminal has been brought. The executioner saluted Steelbone Kong and then stepped aside. Hearing this, Steelbone Kong did not speak, but a rare look of ease appeared on his face. He then glanced at Lin Feng. The meaning was very clear. The person is in my hands, no matter how much you cause a ruckus. You cannot escape the outcome of Whitebeard and Ace being executed. Prepare for execution. Suddenly, Steelbone Kong took out a din-din mushi, his voice resonating throughout the island. Everyone present paused and involuntarily looked towards the execution platform. Steelbone Kong was actually holding the execution knife against Whitebeard's chin. Whitebeard, Dad, is it too late? The thoughts of both sides' powerhouses varied, but they all knew one answer. Lin Feng was about to unleash his power. The most intense battle might officially begin. Steelbone Kong. Lin Feng floated in mid-air, gazing at the robust figure on the execution platform. Although the early execution was within Lin Feng's expectations, he did not anticipate that Steelbone Kong would personally carry it out. Don't pirates have any sense of morality? A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he stared at Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong also fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, their eyes clashing in mid-air as if sparks were flying. At this moment, Steelbone Kong spoke first, smiling at Lin Feng. Fahai, I admit you are strong, but if you want to rescue Whitebeard from my hands, you're not qualified. Steelbone Kong's words ignited the fighting spirit of all the Navy. Long live Mr. Steelbone. Pilots musti. Justice will prevail. The final victory belongs to justice. Execute Whitebeard. The Navy almost erupted, their voices growing louder, as if this was the only way to vent their grievances about this battle. Lin Feng ignored the shouts of the Navy soldiers and looked at Steelbone Kong with a strange expression, smiling faintly. Are you sure? Faced with Lin Feng's smile, Steelbone Kong's heart tightened. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a shadow rushing from below the execution platform. What? Steelbone Kong was startled, and upon closer inspection, he realized the incoming shadow was a sword, a very small sword, but it carried an astonishing momentum. Chapter 200. The Black Hand approaching the execution platform. Dare to shout at my man? D. Hancock glared fiercely at Steelbone Kong on the execution platform, her face filled with anger, grinding her teeth in fury. The way the other party treated Lin Feng had long exceeded Hancock's threshold of tolerance. If it weren't for completing the task Lin Feng entrusted to her, she would have charged to the execution platform without hesitation. What commander-in-chief, what first of the Navy? In Hancock's eyes, nothing was more important than her man. Hancock's action shocked both Mihawk and Doflamingo nearby. Fahai is your man. What a joke, he's a monk, okay? How can someone in that profession have a wife? Ignoring their shock, Hancock looked at Lin Feng in midair with a sweet expression, her eyes turning into heart shapes. Hee. A woman in love has 0 IQ. This is true, Doflamingo chuckled, having a Bay 5 under him, so he had some understanding of women in love. In contrast, Mihawk's already gloomy eyes burst with an unusual glint. The mission given to him was to kill all the warlords of the sea to demonstrate his determination to join the government. Originally, this was nothing for Mihawk, but he did not expect Hancock to have such a relationship with Lin Feng. After killing her, would Lin Feng go berserk? Mihawk thought this, and at that moment he hesitated. On the other side, the Senbenzakura shot out from Hancock's hand, speeding towards Steelbone Kong. Although the sword was small, the aura it emitted was not something an ordinary person could block. Feeling the breathtaking momentum at the sword's tip, Steelbone Kong's heart trembled, and he curved his hand to smack down at the incoming small sword. Shatter! Steelbone Kong's power surged like a rainbow, and the Senbenzakura swirled around his palm, aiming to shatter the small sword. You really look down on me. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although Senbenzakura had not released its seal, its sharpness was not something Steelbone Kong could just shatter with a smack. If it were that simple to break, it wouldn't be called a Zanpakuto. Transform! Lin Feng shouted, beginning to transform from Fahai to Byakuya. The transformation speed was rapid, and in an instant, Lin Feng completed the change. He then suddenly raised his hand and lightly flicked at the distant Senbenzakura. The small sword, which had been constrained by Steel Bone Kong's palm, instantly transformed into countless cherry blossoms scattering in all directions. What? Steel Bone Kong's expression darkened as he looked at the sky, full of cherry blossoms, and said in a deep voice, "Natural type?" Then, Steel Bone Kong looked at Lin Feng and noticed the change in him. His eyes involuntarily widened. Sure enough, these two identities were the same person. Although he had heard about Lin Feng's identity secret from red-haired, Steel Bone Kong was somewhat skeptical. He had never heard of anyone capable of splitting into two roles. But now Steel Bone Kong believed it, shocked at heart, but only for a moment, before quickly returning to his original state, treating it seriously. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, scatter, Senbenzakura. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently, and with his words, the previously scattered Senbenzakura around the execution platform suddenly began to change. The entire execution platform fell into the world of Senbenzakura. Countless blades emerged from the void, extending in rows from the execution platform to Lin Feng's front. Fahai. Steel Bone Kong is Fazdachkend. Although he was still unclear about Lin Feng's abilities, at this moment he knew he had fallen into the other party's power. Mr. Steelbone, now there's only you and me left. Shall we talk? Lin Feng smiled faintly, and as he spoke, countless blades swept out from the void, their tips pointing straight at Steel Bone Kong. Hee. Steel Bone Kong let out a cold laugh, with Senbenzakura swirling around his body, presenting a very strange state. There's no need to talk. Even if the heavens fall, Whitebeard and the others will be executed here. After saying this, Steel Bone Kong moved, his speed so fast it shocked even Lin Feng. The steel-boned Ku came crashing in from Lin Feng's left side, exuding an imposing aura. Not good. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he instantly moved his feet, waving his hand as countless blades flew towards Ku. Lin Feng knew that if this strike hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Facing the rain of blades, Ku didn't even glance, and then charged towards Lin Feng with the force of his moon step. Boom! 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 Countless blades struck Ku's body, causing waves of explosions and smoke. Solved it? No. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Just when he thought he had dealt with Ku, his heart sank as a robust figure burst out from the smoke, surrounded by a formidable aura of flowing cherry blossoms. Fahai, you will die. Ku fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and charged at him again. How could this be? Lin Feng was confused. He had seen flowing cherry blossoms before, but whether it was Lingling or Kaido, none had continuously used flowing cherry blossoms like Ku. What puzzled Lin Feng even more was that Ku had enveloped the flowing cherry blossoms around his body, turning himself into a war machine. Anyone he brushed against would suffer damage from the flowing cherry blossoms. This was quite a bug. In the face of Ku's charge, Lin Feng kept using instant steps to evade while also attacking with 1,000 cherry blossoms. But no matter how he attacked, Ku seemed unfazed, enduring the strikes and continuing to charge at him. Ku, you truly live up to your name. You are indeed tough. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He initially thought he could easily deal with his opponent, but he didn't expect Ku to be this monstrous. Indeed, the commander-in-chief should not be underestimated. On the other side, in the world outside 1,000 cherry blossoms, Lin Feng and Ku had disappeared from sight, leaving everyone astonished and speculating. Where did the commander-in-chief go with Fahai? Unclear. Without the commander-in-chief to oversee, what will Whitebeard and the others do? Execute? Or? The Navy was discussing, and without their backbone, they clearly became a bit at a loss. The execution continues. I will take action personally. The trapped Akainu and Kizaru somehow broke free from their confinement and said in a deep voice. Although both were covered in blood, it didn't hinder their authority in the military. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru. Seeing the two appear, the hearts of the Navy instantly steadied. Whitebeard must die. Justice must prevail. Akainu's face darkened as he roared and leaped towards the execution platform, while Kizaru silently followed behind. Great, the Admiral is taking action personally. Whitebeard is bound to die now. Yes, as long as Whitebeard dies, the war will end. Seeing Akainu's actions, countless Navy personnel felt the flames of victory rising in their hearts. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, around the square, Lingling and Kaido were being held back by Wang Ji and John. At the connection point to the square, Marco and Hanasword and others were blocked by Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. At the square entrance, Jack, Queen, and Katakuri joined forces to battle Crane and a group of vice admirals. Nearer to the action, Kenpachi was fighting fiercely against the three elders. Since nearly everyone on Lin Feng's side had been entangled, there was little chance to rescue Whitebeard. "Are you ready to die, Whitebeard?" At this moment, Akainu had landed on the execution platform, one foot resting on it as he coldly looked at Whitebeard in front of him. Chapter 201, Akiji Akainu Kizaru, Magma Brat. In response to Akainu's words, Whitebeard chuckled coldly. "Is the Navy Admiral personally going to execute a prisoner? This is truly unprecedented, Kurorara." Whitebeard's laughter was loud, echoing from the execution platform to all directions. Many Navy personnel turned pale under his voice. The Navy Admiral executing a prisoner is already against the rules. And what distinguishes the Navy from pirates? It's the rules. If everyone breaks the rules, how are the Navy and pirates any different? Don't say useless words, Whitebeard. Today, you will die. Akainu heard the mockery in Whitebeard's words, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as a large amount of magma emerged from his hand, quickly gathering into a massive fist. "Do you have any last words?" Akainu asked Whitebeard calmly, showing the respect due to an opponent despite their differing stances. "Last words?" Whitebeard chuckled playfully, suddenly taking a deep breath, his voice resounding throughout the island. "The great treasure truly exists." "What? That damned old man." TCH. Whitebeard's shout nearly stunned everyone, at the same time, in the same place. An old powerhouse once again declared to the world the reality of the great treasure. Hurry. Front page headline. Whitebeard reaffirms the reality of the great treasure. Quickly notify the editorial department. We need to release this news before our competitors. The world is about to be turned upside down. In an instant, Whitebeard's words spread like wildfire across the globe. "You damned old man." Akainu's veins bulged. He never expected Whitebeard would say such words before dying. This execution was being broadcast live worldwide, intended to use Whitebeard's death to intimidate pirates everywhere, to shatter their dreams of pursuing the great treasure. But now, Whitebeard's words completely overturned their original intention for the execution. In other words, no matter the outcome of this execution, it no longer held much significance for the Navy. "Kurorara, Magma Brat, are you not going to take action?" Looking at the enraged Akainu, Whitebeard laughed, his tone full of mockery. "Humph, I didn't expect you to come up with such a move. But no matter what you say, it won't change the fact that you are about to die." Akainu snorted coldly. The massive magma fist slowly moved. Then his eyes turned cold as he smashed down heavily towards Whitebeard. Whoosh! The magma fist, carrying unmatched heat, slammed down. The execution platform couldn't withstand such high temperatures and ignited instantly. DefeatsCelestial. Big fire. Watching the approaching magma fist, Whitebeard's emotions were quite calm. Am I going to die? Is my journey about to end here? With that thought, Whitebeard looked at Ace and Luffy beside him, a hint of apology on his face. "I'm sorry, my beloved sons, and the Straw Hat Kid. You must think it's not worth it for an old man like me to be buried with you. But there's no other way. I'm sorry." After saying what was in his heart, Whitebeard slowly closed his eyes, waiting for Akainu's fatal blow. But just then, a bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped Whitebeard and Ace. Then a sigh echoed. "Ah, Fahai really found me an incredible task." The moment the sigh sounded, the burning execution platform instantly froze. Even the flames were turned into ice sculptures. Faced with this sudden change, Akainu's expression darkened, and he glared at the person who suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "Kazan, that's right." The person who suddenly appeared was none other than former Admiral Akiji, assigned a special task by Lin Feng to protect Bonnie to the execution platform. It is well known that rescuing Whitebeard is a crucial factor for Bonnie. Lin Feng didn't trust anyone else. Only someone like Akiji, who had made a pact with Lin Feng, could earn Lin Feng's complete trust. "It's me." In response to Akainu's disbelief, Akiji sighed helplessly as he landed on the execution platform. Bonnie also slipped off him, draped in the robe given by Lin Feng, cautiously staring at Akainu and the others. Akiji, what exactly do you want to do? Akainu snorted coldly, genuinely unable to understand Akiji's motives at this moment. Originally, the other party was a hidden pawn of the Navy within Blackbeard, but unexpectedly, the situation shifted, and he became someone who obstructed him. Sigh. Akiji sighed lightly, saying nothing. If possible, he truly did not want to meet Akainu and the others in this way. So since the war began, Akiji had been hiding in the dark with Bonnie, looking for an opportunity. He had thought Lin Feng would single-handedly bring down Navy. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Lin Feng was actually entangled with Steelbone Kong. Although it was unexpected, it was within Akiji's expectations. What kind of person is Steelbone Kong, or what kind of combat power does he have? Others may not know, but as a former admiral, Akiji was very clear. Seeing Akiji sigh and not speak, Akainu's eyes narrowed, and his cold voice sounded again. Akiji, if you still remember the Navy's kindness to you, leave here. I will withdraw your bounty and let you live a carefree life. Akainu spoke word by word, as he understood Akiji's character too well. Indifferent, valuing friendship, avoiding trouble, acting on a whim. Offering such a condition, Akiji's character would surely be moved. Sigh. Akiji sighed again. If he hadn't made a contract with Lin Feng, he would definitely be tempted by Akainu's offer. But now, he had reasons that he could not ignore. Kazan, stop sighing and tell me your answer. Akainu shouted, his gaze sharp, staring intently at Akiji, while secretly signaling to Kizaru beside him. As long as Akiji refused, he would act to hold him back, allowing Kizaru to kill Whitebeard and the others. Sorry, Sakazuki. Faced with Akainu's pressure, Akiji looked apologetic, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped. Seeing Akiji like this, Akainu's heart sank. He knew Akiji's choice, but it was still somewhat unbelievable. He shouted coldly, Akiji, don't forget the kindness the Navy has shown you. I will repay the kindness later, but not now, Akiji said lightly, as 4 ice spears slowly formed on either side of his body. Seeing Akiji so resolute, Akainu coldly shouted, and his body erupted with boundless heat, contrasting sharply with Akiji's freezing air. Immediately, a fierce look appeared on Akainu's face as he charged at Akiji, growling, Kazan, have you forgotten the battle 2 years ago? Since we can't reach an agreement, there's no need to talk anymore. At the same time as Akainu moved, Kizaru also made his move, both red and yellow charging towards Akiji and Whitebeard. In an instant, Akiji understood their intentions and erupted with absolute coldness, roaring, Ice Age. Whoosh! In just a moment, boundless freezing air erupted from Akiji's body, one wave attacking Akainu, and another blocking Kizaru's advance in front of Whitebeard and the others. Chapter 202. A Great Victory? Damn, using your awakened ability so soon. It seems you're going all out. Akiji's freezing air had a considerable impact on Akainu, facing nearly absolute zero temperatures. The magma on his body was cooled. Then, Akainu shouted at Kizaru, signaling him to speed up. Borsellino, I understand. Kizaru's face was grim. Even though his ability did not have a counter effect against Akiji's, facing such cold, freezing air, his whole body stiffened, and his movements slowed significantly. Little girl. At this moment, Akiji saw that he had held off the two and turned to Bonnie, shouting, hold on tight. It's up to you for Whitebeard and the others. Bonnie had long been stunned by the sudden high-level battle. Hearing Akiji's voice brought her back to her senses, understanding what she needed to do. I will, Bonnie replied seriously, clenching her fists, and then took her short legs to Whitebeard's side. Who are you? Whitebeard was somewhat confused at this moment, without saying anything else. Just from Akiji's timely intervention, he couldn't understand why the other party would come to help. Old man Whitebeard, hang in there. Thinking this, Bonnie's little hand had already touched Whitebeard, and her fruit ability activated instantly. What? Whitebeard was puzzled, not knowing what Bonnie was going to do to him. Betting everything on this girl? Akainu raised an eyebrow, mocking Akiji, I really don't know what to say about you. Have you lost your mind after leaving the Navy? Hee. Facing Akainu's taunts, Akiji smiled faintly and said nothing, continuously releasing freezing air that spread around. Soon, the area around the execution platform was covered in freezing air, forming a world of ice and snow. Eliminate him. Facing Akiji's actions, Akainu instinctively felt something was wrong and hurriedly shouted to Kizaru not far away. "I will." Kizaru nodded, a large number of light beams appearing around him, as if gathering power or waiting for something. This was a new move he had developed over the past 2 years, concentrating all the beams of light into one point through a brief charge, thereby increasing its destructive power. If the previous power of the Yata no Kagami was 2, then this move's power would be 8, a full 4 times the power. The reason Kizaru had not attacked Lin Feng before was that he did not have 100 confidence in killing him. Furthermore, they were not weaklings. Kizaru was not sure he could fully unleash this move in front of Lin Feng. Although the charge was brief, Kizaru knew that this fleeting moment was precisely what would determine the outcome among the few of them. But now it was different, facing Bonnie and Whitebeard, who was locked in sea stone. Kizaru was confident he could use this move to defeat them all and prepare for the kill. "What do you want to do, Kizaru?" Akiji also noticed Kizaru's unusual movements, and several beams of light converged in front of Kizaru. The overwhelming power contained within them made Akiji tremble. If this move hit, let alone Bonnie and Whitebeard, even he himself might not be able to withstand it unharmed. Saying this, Akiji intended to shake off Akainu and charge toward Kizaru. "Stop!" Akiji roared, ice air converging from all directions, forming ice spears that shot towards Kizaru. "Dream on!" Akainu noticed Akiji's intent, his face revealing a cold fierceness. And the rolling magma erupted from his body, turning into countless magma bullets that melted all the ice spears heading towards Kizaru. "Damn it!" Seeing this, Akiji gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Akainu. "Hee." Akainu sneered, raising an eyebrow mockingly, and said lightly, "You think you can restrain another admiral while fighting me? I see you're really quite foolish." "You." Facing Akainu's mockery, Akiji gritted his teeth in anger but had no way to counter it. What the other party said was true in terms of combat power. The three of them were indeed evenly matched. Trying to restrain the two was inherently a stretch. No, it should be said it was a dream. "Don't think about saving Whitebeard. Just watch him die, Kazan." Akainu sneered, glancing at Kizaru, noticing that the other party's move had already been gathered, and his smile grew even broader. Those who do not belong to this era should be completely eliminated. During the Marineford War, Whitebeard should have died. Letting him live for so many years has already been a great favor from the Navy. Now it's time for us to correct the errors of the era. The more Akainu spoke, the more excited he became. And at the end, he looked at Kizaru. "What are you waiting for, Borsellino?" "It's ready." The yellow ape responded lightly. And as he spoke, a huge ball of light began to form in front of him, filled with a chilling power. Then, with a slight effort from both hands, he pushed the light ball forward and said indifferently, "Die." Whoosh! Suddenly, the light ball flew towards Whitebeard and the others at an unparalleled speed. "Ice Age." Seeing this, Akiji shouted, gathering all the freezing air around him to form several tough ice walls in the path of the light ball. "It won't hold." The yellow ape glanced at the ice walls and slowly shook his head. As expected, just as he had said, at the moment the light ball made contact with the ice walls, the supposedly indestructible walls shattered like glass, turning into ice shards that fell in all directions, creating a colorful spectacle under the sunlight. "Run!" Seeing that the ice walls could not withstand the light ball's might, Akiji yelled at Bonnie. But Bonnie was currently in a state of using her ability and could not respond to Akiji's words at all. In this state, Bonnie couldn't even move, let alone respond. This was also why Lin Feng had entrusted the Kasaya to Bonnie. Her ability was quite overpowered, but it had its pros and cons. Once activated, unless the bearer underwent a complete change, Bonnie couldn't move at all. It was too late. They would all die here. Seeing that Bonnie was motionless, Akainu's eyes flashed with cruelty, as if he could already envision Bonnie and Whitebeard being killed by the light ball. "Damn it!" Akiji pounded his chest in frustration. Given the current situation, even if he used his own body to block, it was already too late. Whoosh! The light ball drew a deadly arc in the air like a nightmare. Although the speed of the light ball was reduced significantly due to the ice walls, it was futile. It was about to land on Bonnie and Whitebeard. The yellow ape's eyes darkened, and he secretly made a gesture. With a loud bang, the light ball exploded in front of Bonnie and Whitebeard. Instantly, The reinforced execution platform collapsed completely due to the shock of the explosion. Powerful winds swept across the scene, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. The impact from the explosion of the light ball was so great that even Akiji was blown back several meters. When Akiji landed on the ground, he stared helplessly at the execution platform engulfed in flames, letting out a desperate roar. "Little girl, look, Kazan. This is the fate of opposing justice." Akainu landed not far from Akiji, a mocking expression on his face, exuding the demeanor of a victor. The yellow ape also landed beside Akainu, quietly staring at the execution platform engulfed in flames, lost in thought. "Sakazuki." Hearing Akainu's taunting words, Akiji's eyes turned red. He was completely enraged, raising his hand to form several ice spears aimed at his opponent. At the same time, Akiji himself rushed towards Akainu. "Ha!" Akainu easily dodged Akiji's attack, laughing maniacally, his voice echoing throughout the island. "Navy, this execution is a great victory for us." Just as Akainu was feeling pleased, a cold snort sounded behind him. "Oh really? Chapter 203. You still look handsome with long hair." As the words echoed, Akainu's body instantly stiffened, mechanically turning around. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You, how could you?" Fear filled Akainu's face. He couldn't understand how the other party could appear unscathed and looking much younger. "Kahaha, Magma Brat, why the expression? Are you worried I'll kill you?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, his flowing golden hair dancing in the air, a powerful confidence reflected in his eyes. "It must be some kind of trick. How could you have become younger?" Akainu was thrown into chaos, seeming almost frenzied. The blow was too great for him. Whitebeard was not only alive, but appeared before him in a youthful form. What on earth had gone wrong? Akainu's mind raced, finally landing on Bonnie. "It's her." In an instant, Akainu thought that Whitebeard's transformation could very likely be related to Bonnie. He remembered her fruit ability vividly. "A well-played move, Fahai." Akainu gritted his teeth. At that moment, he understood everything. Why Akiji had appeared on the execution platform, and why they had placed all their bets on Bonnie. Even if you become younger, you still have to die. Akainu went mad, striking towards Whitebeard, not believing that the other's combat strength had become as formidable as his appearance. Great fire. Zing. Akainu unleashed his full power, his fist burning hot enough to produce white smoke, hurtling towards Whitebeard. "Kohahaha, Magma Brat. What do you think you could do now?" Whitebeard laughed, standing firm against Akainu's attack. As Akainu's fist approached, Whitebeard suddenly hammered out with his right hand. Crack! Suddenly, the air shattered like glass, and Akainu's magma fist was directly dispersed by Whitebeard's punch. The shockwave of the tremor ability continued unabated, penetrating Akainu's body. Cough! Akainu coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely stabilizing himself, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, he understood. Whitebeard's strength had returned to its peak. The man who once shook the world was back. "Whitebeard!" Akainu roared, his eyes filled with despair. Now, no matter what he did, it would be futile. Facing the peak Whitebeard, he had no chance of winning. Not to mention that there was also Lin Feng, that freak. Just as he was thinking, a cold shout rang out, seemingly from another space. Then, a wave arose above the destroyed execution platform, and two figures shot out, landing next to Akainu and Whitebeard. "This is really troublesome. No wonder you're the commander-in-chief. Your battle power is extraordinary." One of the figures was Lin Feng, who had been fighting Steelbone Kong in the space created by Senbenzakura. He had initially thought he could quickly end the battle. However, the opponent was simply too strong, his combat power belonging to the peak in Lin Feng's understanding. Even surpassing Carp, Lin Feng knew that if he continued to stalemate, there would be no result, so he shattered the space of Senbenzakura and escaped with Steelbone Kong. Fahai. Like Lin Feng, Steelbone Kong was also shocked. Lin Feng's power was indeed freakishly strong. His elusive figure combined with that ghostly cherry blossom sword rain was an ability that simply shouldn't exist in this world. "Master." Just as the two were staring at each other, Whitebeard's voice rang out, filled with gratitude. "Yo, Whitebeard." Hearing the voice, Lin Feng looked at Whitebeard beside him, pausing slightly above the other's head before smiling. "You still look handsome with long hair. Golden looks so good. Thanks to the master." In response to Lin Feng's teasing, Whitebeard didn't feel any disgust. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement. What the master said is true. Now that I have hair, I feel like I can take on 10 admirals. Ha ha, so confident. Then I'll leave a Kainu and the yellow ape to you. Lin Feng laughed heartily, for the first time feeling that Whitebeard had a humorous side. Leave it to me. It's a piece of cake. Whitebeard flashed his white teeth, nodding. Hearing the conversation between Lin Feng and Whitebeard, Akainu's eyes nearly burst into flames, ready to report what had happened to Steelbone Kong, but was interrupted by the latter's hand wave. No need to say more. I'm not blind, Steelbone Kong said solemnly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Feng, Whitebeard, and the others, his expression darkening to the extreme. With our lineup, allowing the enemy to rescue Whitebeard is undoubtedly a heavy slap to the Navy's face in front of the world. Whitebeard must die, and Fahai must stay here, Steelbone Kong whispered, and suddenly shouted to the surroundings. Come out, Fahai is up to you, I'll deal with Whitebeard. Steelbone Kong's unusual behavior raised Lin Feng's eyebrows, and he quickly transformed into Fahai form, sweeping his divine sense across the surroundings. Oh, they're hidden people. Lin Feng, now back in Fahai form, had a not-so-good expression as several figures leaped out from the shadows. They were the remaining divine guards who had not yet made a move. Not only that, but there was also a figure among the divine guards that surprised Lin Feng. Although hidden by a black robe, Lin Feng still recognized the person's distinctive hair. Shanks! Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on one person in the crowd of black-robed figures. The moment the black-robed figures appeared, Steelbone Kong's expression improved, and he looked at the leader among them, saying, Fahai is up to you. I'll deal with Whitebeard. No problem, the leader replied calmly, his silver hook embedded in his wrist shimmering with a strange light. Who are you? Whitebeard was taken aback when he noticed the silver hook on the leader's arm, his expression turning somewhat incredulous. What's wrong, Whitebeard? Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and also looked at the leader, saying lightly, Do you know this person? Not sure. Whitebeard shook his head. Although the person resembled someone he remembered, he couldn't confirm whether this was indeed someone he was familiar with before they engaged in battle. No worries, we'll know after fighting, Lin Feng said lightly, reaching out to grab his staff, which appeared in his hand, and then suddenly threw it towards Steelbone Kong and the others. He had no habit of letting the enemy set up their tactics before acting. Strike first, and the second will suffer. This principle never changes. Swish! The released staff instantly transformed into a golden dragon, roaring as it charged towards Steelbone Kong and the others. Fahai, you dare! Steelbone Kong was stunned. He never expected Lin Feng to strike at this moment. In response to Steelbone Kong's words, Lin Feng smiled faintly and slowly uttered a single word. Idiot. Chapter 204. It really is you. You. Steelbone Kong became anxious, just about to say something, when the giant dragon formed from the staff was already about to strike him. Shatter for me. Steelbone Kong Hoad. A thick layer of bones appearing around his fist as he struck towards the giant dragon staff. Buzz. A deep sound echoed, shaking everyone's soul. The staff in Steelbone Kong's fist created a powerful impact, instantly enveloping the area in mist and obscuring the vision of those on Lin Feng's side. Is this Steelbone Kong's ability? A shocked expression appeared in Akiji's eyes. A move that could clash with Lin Feng's techniques was indeed extraordinary. Even as an admiral, it was Akiji's first time witnessing Steelbone Kong use his abilities. Fahai, you must die today. Steelbone Kong's deep voice emerged from the explosion, his tone brutal, clearly indicating his anger. Lin Feng chuckled, completely unconcerned with Steelbone Kong's words, and looked at Whitebeard beside him, saying, Newgate, would you be spouting useless nonsense during battle? Whitebeard was taken aback by the question. Recalling various past battles, he couldn't help but blush. As the strongest man, it was inevitable to engage in verbal sparring during fights. Whitebeard scratched his golden long hair and said awkwardly, Master, I really have. Lin Feng was speechless and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, this was the world of One Piece, which had a hint of youthful bravado. At this moment, as the dust settled, a cold snort came from Steelbone Kong's side. Fahai, swish. After speaking, Steelbone Kong leaped into the air, surrounded by a mass of bone spikes, charging towards Lin Feng. Ha! Lin Feng remained unfazed, bending his arm to pull back the staff and swing it down towards the charging Steelbone Kong. Do you still think I'm my white's eye form? Lin Feng said playfully, the staff in his hand seeming to come alive, continuously roaring like a dragon. Humph. Steelbone Kong snorted coldly, keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Feng's every move as countless bone spikes shot towards him. In an instant, Lin Feng's surroundings transformed into a world of bones, with enormous spikes exuding a chilling aura. Oh, do you think you're Kimimaro? Seeing Steelbone Kong use such an ability, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It was indeed too similar. Steelbone Kong's power was almost identical to Kimimaro's in Naruto. Only it lacked the mark of the Snake Uncle. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have thought of Steelbone Kong as a member of the Kagaya clan. No matter what you say, today you will die. Steelbone Kong couldn't understand Lin Feng's words, his hands weaving in front of him, forming a massive bone spike that thrust directly towards Lin Feng's head. Humph. Seeing this, Lin Feng remained calm, letting out a cold snort as he waved his hand to swat away the incoming bone spike. You really don't take me seriously. Great Buddha Dragon. Roar. Accompanied by Lin Feng's voice, the staff flew from his hand, transforming into a golden dragon that roared and lunged at the incoming bone spike. Just a trick. Steelbone Kong Gold. Although he said this, his expression suddenly tightened, instinctively telling him that this dragon was completely different from the one Lin Feng had released earlier. Suddenly, Steelbone Kong took a deep breath, and the armed color instantly spread to the bone spikes. The originally snow-white bone spikes turned pitch black, especially the tip of the bone spike, which emanated a chilling aura after being amplified by the armed color. Sharp and unstoppable. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although Steelbone Kong's armed color had been trained to perfection, his great Buddha dragon was not to be underestimated. After a long period of training and understanding of the Buddha's teachings, the power of great Buddha dragon was also beyond what it used to be. Upon closer inspection, the golden dragon was not only illuminated by the Buddha light, but also had countless small figures whispering on it. They were the phantoms of countless arhats from the Buddhist realm. Justice will prevail. Steelbone Kong also realized this point, knowing that Lin Feng's move was not something he could shake off. But now, he had no way to dodge and could only brace himself and charge forward. As he spoke, the bone spike collided with the golden dragon, and the moment they touched, an astonishing explosion occurred. The roar of the dragon and the ear-piercing sound of the bone spike shattering echoed continuously. Oh, Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Steelbone Kong's bone spike to hold out against his great Buddha dragon for so long. I underestimated you. No wonder you stand at the top of the Navy, Lin Feng murmured. Originally, he thought Steelbone Kong's combat power belonged to the peak of the Navy, and even Garp would avoid him. But now it seemed that the opponent's combat power was far from that. If Lin Feng hadn't gone all out, that golden dragon would have most likely been pierced by Steelbone Kong's bone spikes. But even so, Steelbone Kong was still far from being Lin Feng's opponent. Lin Feng said lightly, his tone neither sad nor happy, as he waved his hand to unleash another great Buddha dragon. Roar! Another golden dragon phantom appeared out of thin air, lunging towards the giant dragon that was locked in battle with a bone spike. In an instant, the two dragons merged into one, their Buddha light shining brilliantly. In just a moment, the black bone spike that was originally entangled with the giant dragon was shattered by the immense force, scattering everywhere. Not good. Faced with such a turn of events, Steelbone Kong's eyes suddenly shrank, and he shouted to the divine guards beside him, "If you don't make a move now, I might just be done for here." Nope rush. The man in the black robe chuckled. Ever since Steelbone Kong fought with Lin Feng, he had been observing Lin Feng, trying to determine his weaknesses and the possibility of defeating him. But after such a long observation, Lin Feng only left one impression on them: powerful and unsolvable. They had only felt this way about one person before. That was the one who stood at the pinnacle of the world, still not moving. Seeing that the divine guards had not made a move, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but shout. He was genuinely anxious. His bone spikes had already been destroyed by the golden dragon to a large extent. If this continued, they would eventually be completely destroyed, and Steelbone Kong would also be harmed by the golden dragon. All right, we will act immediately. The leader of the Divine Guards, clearly irritated by Steelbone's urging, spoke and disappeared from the spot, followed by his companions who also vanished. In the distance, Lin Feng caught sight of the Divine Guard's movements and couldn't help but frown. The reason he hadn't acted a deal with Steelbone Kong was because of these Divine Guards. For some reason, Lin Feng felt a sense of life-threatening danger from them. Although it was very faint, it was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Thinking this, a silver axe quietly appeared from the shadows, accompanied by a sinister voice that fell towards the back of Lin Feng's neck. Fahai die. Master. Seeing this, Whitebeard rushed forward to stop it. His coursing through his body, distorting the air, but was blocked by two shadows. Captain Newgate, don't waste time. Let the vice-captain take care of Fahai first. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's face suddenly darkened, his eyes filled with a chilling glare. Sure enough, it's you. Chapter 205. The Three Emperors Unite. Happy New Year. Did you just realize it, Captain Whitebeard? It seems you're really getting old. Even your reflexes have weakened significantly. One of them said ominously, his snake-like eyes fixed on Whitebeard. The other similarly stared at Whitebeard, letting out a sickly laugh. Whitebeard's eyes were deep, memories flooding back like a tide. He couldn't understand how these people could be connected to the world government. Could that person still be alive? A thought suddenly flashed through Whitebeard's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It shouldn't be possible. He had seen that person die with his own eyes. Their body buried in the sea. There was no way they could survive. But if that was the case, who could command these people? Whitebeard was puzzled. At this moment, the silver axe fell straight towards Lin Feng's neck. Fahai, if you die from this move, you will be the first person since the Great Pirate Era began. The axe's owner spoke coldly. As these words were spoken, Steelbone Kong trembled, as if he had already seen the scene of Lin Feng's body being severed. In Steelbone's impression, countless people had perished under this axe. Fahai, you are finally going to die. Steelbone tightly clenched his fists, hope written all over his face. At this moment, not only him, but almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng. It could be said that Lin Feng's situation influenced the entire situation. Swish! The silver axe fell, the silver blade slicing through the void, heading straight for Lin Feng's neck. The axe's owner roared, emitting a voice that didn't sound human. Master! Whitebeard panicked. He knew the axe owner's combat power too well. Just as he was about to act, the two shadows that had previously blocked him attacked from both sides. Captain Whitebeard, didn't I say not to move? Wouldn't it be better to stay put? Swish! Swish, swish. The two moved quickly, arriving at Whitebeard's side in the blink of an eye, one spear and one hook attacking him. Wang Ji, John! Whitebeard roared, feeling as if he were in a different world from the opponent's attack. You still remember us. What an honor. In response to Whitebeard's words, the two laughed maliciously. But their attacks did not pause. One spear and one hook aimed directly at Whitebeard's vital points. How could I forget? Whitebeard whispered, looking indifferently at the two of them. Just as their attacks were about to land, Whitebeard moved, suddenly wrapping his hands around his chest and smashing outwards. Crack, crack! Whitebeard's fist struck the air, activating his, causing the atmosphere to shatter like glass, producing eerie sounds. Immediately, two shockwaves formed on either side of Whitebeard, rushing towards John and Wang Ji. Not good, it's the two's faces fell as they dared not engage Whitebeard head-on, altering their attacks and dodging away. This shockwave was different from before. It contained in other words, Whitebeard had now unleashed an ability similar to a Fruit Awakening. This kind of attack, once touched, even they wouldn't fare well. Seeing the two dodge, Whitebeard snorted coldly and suddenly expanded the shockwave's range, the air filled with spiderweb-like cracks, following the two. Damn it, no wonder it's Newgate. This kind of attack is truly troublesome. The two's expressions changed slightly, dodging to avoid being hit by the shockwave. But at that moment, a ball of flames descended from the sky accompanied by a dragon's roar. Dragon breath. The half-dragon Kaido exhaled flames towards the two, aiming to cut off their escape route. Kaido! Wang Ji's face twisted. He hadn't expected Kaido to strike at this moment. Just barely dodging, he coldly glared at Kaido, not far away. Wang Ji! Don't run away! Watch your back! At this moment, John seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly reminded Wang Ji. What? Wang Ji was taken aback, and before he could react, a sense of life and death crisis suddenly surged in his heart. He saw Ling appear behind Wang Ji at some point, her hands tightly gripping Napoleon, looking like she had been charging up for a long time. King's Law. Swish! Ling shouted, and Napoleon unleashed a deadly attack towards Wang Ji. Broken shoes, you dare? Wang Ji was going crazy. His earlier arrogance had completely vanished. Even he wouldn't fare well against the combined attack of the three emperors. A slight mistake could cost him his life. In a moment of crisis, Wang Ji swung his large halberd and launched a probing strike at the incoming King's Law. But it was too late. The hasty probing strike Wang Ji unleashed was no match for Ling's long-prepared King's Law. In the instant they clashed, a mouthful of reverse blood spurted from Wang Ji's mouth as his body was sent flying far away by King's Law. Wang Ji. Seeing this, John screamed, never expecting the other party to end up in such a situation. After dealing with Wang Ji, Ling and Kaido approached John, coldly staring at him, their faces filled with killing intent. Whitebeard also came before John, the intimidation of the three great emperors making John extremely nervous. Damn it! John showed a look of unwillingness. He knew that he was definitely not a match for the three now. Suddenly, John let out a long howl. Number 6, if you don't act now. I'm really going to be done for. Number 6? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard, Ling and Kaido all turned their heads, curious about who this number 6 was that John mentioned. Could it be someone they were familiar with? Just as they were pondering, a somewhat lazy voice came from the ground. I knew you couldn't do it. Who? The three great emperors were somewhat startled, looking towards the source of the voice, completely unaware of the other party's approach. In such an environment, it was truly unbelievable to know Whitebeard and Ling and others are people who have trained their observation hockey to the peak. Being approached silently by someone, one can imagine the opponent's combat power. Suddenly, Ling's expression changed as if she had guessed the identity of the person. It's you. Ling's face showed an incredulous expression, even more exaggerated than when she saw Wang Ji and the others. Oh, you still remember me? That makes me feel somewhat honored. Accompanied by Ling's voice, a willow branch slowly emerged from the ground. The moment the willow branch appeared, the expressions of Whitebeard and Kaido changed drastically. It's actually you. They had already sensed the other's identity, showing traces of shock on their faces. To astonish three emperors at the same time, the opponent's identity was mysterious. As they spoke, number 6 slowly emerged from the ground, wearing a half-smile on his face. It's truly an honor that the two captains still remember me. Hearing this, Whitebeard and the others said nothing, but their tightly clenched fists spoke volumes. The opponent was quite tricky. Relax at this moment, rather than fighting me. It will be better to pay attention to that person named Fahai. Facing the vice-captain's move, the chance of this person surviving is not high. Chapter 206. The Glory of Whitebeard. After hearing number 6 words, Whitebeard and the others were suddenly taken aback. They couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng in their hearts. Facing the master of the axe, even they weren't completely confident in taking that blow. That was the vice-captain of Rocks, Jones, known as the Silver Axe. How many strong warriors had perished at the edge of that sharp short axe, if it weren't for their differing ideologies with Rocks, leading to the other party not appearing in the Battle of the Valley of Gods? The outcome of that war would indeed be uncertain. But one thing is for sure. Roger and Garp together would definitely not be able to defeat Jones and Rocks. Master. Whitebeard looked towards Lin Feng, where dust filled the air, with countless silver axe blades flashing within. That was Jones's signature move, decapitation. Decapitation, as the name suggests, is to make the enemy's head relocate. With Jones's formidable combat power, combined with the axe that was as sharp as the Supreme Blade, one can imagine that Lin Feng's situation was not good. You all hold him off. I'll go support the master. Immediately, Whitebeard made a decision and whispered to Ling and Kaido. Ling and Kaido said nothing, just slowly nodded. Having been on the same ship, the three had some level of tacit understanding. Good. Whitebeard responded, suddenly launching an attack on number 6 and John, sending shockwaves that shattered everything around them. Meanwhile, Ling and Kaido took the opportunity during Whitebeard's assault to attack the two. Napoleon and the Hachizai were cutting through the sky. The division of labor was indeed clear. Facing the attacks from Ling and Kaido, Number 6's expression remained calm, and as he spoke, countless willow branches emerged from the ground, attacking the two who were approaching. The intent was to block the actions of Kaido and Big Mom. "Get out of my way." Ling and Kaido's expressions darkened, swinging their weapons to smash the incoming willow branches. In an instant, large swathes of willow branches were cleared away by the two. Ling and Kaido exchanged glances, launching a pincer attack towards Number 6 and John. Hey, you two are really crazy." Facing the two's siege, Number 6 still wore a calm expression, playfully saying, "Watch your back, idiots." "What?" Hearing this, Ling and Kaido were shocked, glancing back to see countless small meteors pouring down, mixed with countless flowers. It was Fujitora and Green Bull, who had been observing the battlefield and waiting for the right moment to strike. They had been recovering their stamina and found the perfect opportunity to act when Ling and Kaido launched their attack. As long as they could stop the two, they could then join forces with Number 6 and John. With four of them together, they would definitely have the capability to keep the two emperors forever in Road Town. Kizaru and Akainu were not idle either. After recovering for a while, the two went to block Whitebeard, one on the left and one on the right. They aimed to hinder Whitebeard's pace. "This is a bit tricky, crazy woman." Facing the rain of meteors and flowers, Kaido sensed something was off and sighed towards Ling. "Stop talking and fight." Ling shot him a look and swung Napoleon, charging towards the incoming two admirals. "Sigh." Kaido sighed, saying nothing. Ling's intention was clear, wanted to fight desperately alongside him. Although unwilling at this moment, that was the only way to resolve it. In an instant, Ling and Kaido engaged in battle with the two admirals, creating an astonishing momentum. On the other side of the battlefield, facing the encirclement of Akainu and Kizaru, Whitebeard appeared somewhat flustered. Although he had recovered to the combat power of his younger days, Kizaru and Akainu were certainly not to be underestimated. Akainu's fruit ability is among the top in all devil fruits. Coupled with Kizaru's support, Whitebeard was quickly hindered. Magma Brat, Shining Brat. Whitebeard's gaze fell on the two, then pierced through to look towards Lin Feng, feeling worried. "Facing us, you still want to go support Fahai?" Akainu said expressionlessly, "You will stay here forever, Whitebeard. To die in the same place as Roger is a form of relief for you. A failure of this era." Kulala facing Akainu's words, Whitebeard laughed loudly. After laughing, Whitebeard suddenly slammed his hands in midair, and immediately, the piercing sound of shattering glass rang out again. In an instant, a terrifying aura formed around Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed like a king, looking down at Akainu and Kizaru. "Magma Brat, do you still take me for an old man?" Whitebeard chuckled lightly, and in an instant, the void exploded, shockwaves bursting forth from the web-like atmosphere, rushing towards Akainu and Kizaru. Damn it! Akainu was startled. He clearly felt the power of Whitebeard's move. The shockwave carried a power similar to an awakening ability. Logically speaking, Whitebeard's ability should not have an awakening, as the fruit's inherent power was already extraordinarily exceptional. There was no need for further awakening to enhance its performance. Therefore, general fruit awakenings could only occur in lower-tier fruits. But Akainu could clearly sense the awakening aura emanating from Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, I really underestimated you." Akainu's face darkened as he dodged the threats posed by the shockwaves, shouting, "Kulala, Magma Brat, if you want my life, you are still 10 years too early." Whitebeard laughed heartily, then crossed his arms in front of his chest, a layer of transparent shockwave barrier appearing on his surface. Not good. Seeing this, Akainu's expression became even darker. He could tell that Whitebeard was planning to unleash a tsunami. "Leaving them all here. Kizaru, combine your attack." Akainu shouted to Kizaru, who nodded gravely, also recognizing the threat posed by Whitebeard. In an instant, Kizaru disappeared from his spot, using his ability to rapidly appear behind Whitebeard. "Yada no Kagami, Extreme." Kizaru clasped his hands together, and countless light bullets abruptly appeared in front of him, bombarding Whitebeard's back. He aimed to interrupt Whitebeard's ability. "Shining Brat." Facing Kizaru's attack, Whitebeard's tone was cold. Although he wanted to evade the opponent's attack, he was currently unable to move. The shockwave ability, if not carefully managed, could bring devastating consequences to the entire island. And at this moment, there were still many companions on the island, and even his beloved sons. From any angle, Whitebeard would never do such a thing. He could only choose to endure Kizaru's attack. Old man, just at that moment, an angry voice erupted from the side of Whitebeard. Immediately after, a figure appeared behind Whitebeard, hands interwoven in front, instantly forming a wall of flames. Boom, boom, boom. Countless light bullets were completely dissolved by the wall of flames, and the explosions stirred up clouds of dust. Soon, as the dust settled, a figure walked out, flames flickering in his eyes as he looked at Kizaru. How could Dad's glory be easily destroyed? Chapter 207, The Interferer, Fire Fist. Looking at the figure emerging from the dust, Kizaru's expression darkened, coldly staring at the opponent. The iconic pattern on his back, combined with his unique abilities, identified him as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Fire Fist Ace. Huh. Seeing Kizaru's gloomy face, Ace chuckled lightly. Then all the flames on his body gathered upwards. In an instant, a massive fireball radiating intense heat like the sun appeared in the sky. Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring. Ace roared. This was the peak of power he could unleash at this moment, activating all his fruit abilities in a single move. Such power would not be at a disadvantage even against an admiral. I will defend Dad's glory, Ace shouted, throwing the sun-like fireball at Kizaru. Whoosh! The intense heat distorted the air around it. This could only be formed at the peak of heat. The bloodline of Roger should not be underestimated. Facing Ace's attack, a rare hint of fear appeared on Kizaru's face. The opponent could now face him directly, and if given a few more years to develop, how strong would Ace become? Kizaru was unsure, but he was certain that the opponent would definitely become a strong figure like Roger. He might even surpass him. Finally understanding why Akainu wanted to eliminate Fire Fist. Watching the approaching fireball, Kizaru murmured, his gaze suddenly becoming firm. He clasped his hands together in front, forming a sword made of light beams. It was his signature move, him.What sword. There is potential, but it's still too early to think about countering an admiral. Kizaru smiled lightly, gripping the him.What sword and slashing at the incoming fireball. Swish! Kizaru's speed was too fast, truly proving the saying that speed is power. With a single slash, the massive fireball controlled by Ace was split in two. The scene was shocking. How could this be? Watching his all-out attack being sliced through by Kizaru, Ace's face suddenly froze. He knew Kizaru was strong. He had fought him several times. But he never expected him to be this strong. Was Kizaru holding back during their previous battles? Just as this question floated in his mind, Kizaru's voice suddenly sounded beside Ace. Fire Fist, you could take a good rest now. What? Before Ace could react, a blinding light flashed on his right side. Then a tremendous force struck him, sending Ace flying far away, crashing through several buildings before finally stopping. Ace. Feeling Ace being knocked away by Kizaru, Whitebeard's face showed a hint of worry. He was well aware of Ace's strength. Although strong, he was still far from an admiral. Not to mention facing a Kizaru who was always slacking off. Once the opponent got serious, it would be Ace who would be defeated. This was beyond doubt. Just as he thought this, Akainu's cold voice echoed, not far away. Whitebeard, stop struggling. Even if you condense the shockwave, it will be too late to support Law. The opponent is already under attack from the Divine Guards and the Chief of Staff, and their life is in imminent danger. Akainu's face showed a cruel satisfaction as he pointed towards the back. Whitebeard, gathering his strength, followed Akainu's finger and saw the situation clearly, his eyes suddenly darkening. Just as the other said, Lin Feng was indeed under siege, and the situation was critical. Damn it! Whitebeard's eyes were filled with rage. The shockwave almost fully condensed. Even if he wanted to help Lin Feng now, he was powerless. Magma Brat, if anything happens to my master, I will make you all accompany him to the grave. Whitebeard glared at Akainu, speaking each word clearly. Huh! Hearing this, Akainu sneered, his arms turning into magma as he charged directly at Whitebeard. You should think about yourself first. Whitebeard, dog bite Red Lotus. Whoosh! A heat more intense than the sun Ace had gathered enveloped Akainu, the dog-shaped magma lunging towards Whitebeard. At the same time, Kizaru swung the him.What sword, attacking from behind Whitebeard. The two admirals were closing in from both sides, their momentum astonishing. If such an attack landed, Whitebeard would undoubtedly fall into the trap. Die. This is a perfect grave. Akainu's voice was icy, as if he could already see Whitebeard's blood spilling on the spot. Kizaru, on the other hand, said nothing. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on Whitebeard and the light sword in his hand. Damn it! Whitebeard was furious. He wanted to counterattack, but in his current state, he couldn't move at all. It would take at least 3 seconds to fully condense the shockwave. It seemed fast, but in the duel of strong opponents, a second could decide victory or defeat. Not to mention 3 seconds. Am I going to die? Whitebeard muttered to himself. Filled with unwillingness, he had just been saved by Lin Feng. To have achieved nothing and end up here was truly frustrating. As he watched Kizaru and Akainu's attacks about to land, a strong voice suddenly rang out. Don't lay a hand on Uncle Whitebeard. Monkey King Gun. Whoosh. A figure instantly appeared in front of Kizaru, clad in red and covered in patterns. It was Luffy, who had already entered Gear 4th. Huh. Faced with this sudden scene, Kizaru was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Luffy to interfere at this time. But what Kizaru didn't know was that Luffy had wanted to join in when Ace made his move. However, at that time, Luffy's stamina had not yet recovered. So it was an unexpected first move, Straw Hat Kid. In an instant, Kizaru snapped out of his distraction, maintaining his force as he swung the Amatsukami sword straight at the incoming Monkey King gun. At the same time, he said, even if you block me, how will you deal with that one? Kizaru's meaning was clear. Even if Luffy blocked him, there was still Akainu to deal with. In terms of offensive power, Akainu posed an even greater threat than he did. Facing the immobile Whitebeard, a single strike from Akainu could render him powerless. That is not my concern. I just need to block you. Luffy grinned, using all his strength to launch the Monkey King gun at Kizaru. At the same time, Akainu also noticed the unstable factor of Luffy's arrival, his expression darkening further. The bloodline of the devil cannot be left alive. Akainu coldly glanced at Luffy, simultaneously increasing his attack speed. After all, his primary target was Whitebeard. As long as he took him down, the Navy would not have completely failed in this battle. Justice belongs to the victors. Akainu shouted, the dog-shaped magma heading straight for Whitebeard. But just then, a giant bird made of ice blocked the dog-shaped magma from reaching Whitebeard, followed by a lazy voice that rang out. Sorry, I have to make a move. Chapter 208, The Assassin's End. Akiji, faced with the sudden intervention. Akainu's expression turned as dark as it could be. He could never understand why Akiji would choose to help Whitebeard. What kind of unspeakable deal could they have that would lead a former Marine admiral to assist a pirate? Although he couldn't figure it out, one thing was certain, Akiji was now an enemy. Akiji, are you really going to stop me? Akainu glared at Akiji, speaking each word with emphasis. Sorry, Akiji sighed, unable to meet Akainu's gaze, despite their long-standing differences. After so many years in the Marines, there was still some bond between them. When it came to fighting, Akiji truly felt reluctant to strike. Very well. Seeing Akiji's stance, Akainu decided not to waste more words. He raised one hand above his head and unleashed a torrent of magma into the sky. In the blink of an eye, countless magma projectiles were shot into the heavens. Then, Akainu's nearly icy voice rang out. Heavenly fire meteor! Swish, swish, swish! Countless magma projectiles rained down from the sky, targeting Akiji and others. Ice Block Kid, what exactly are you doing? With Akiji's sudden intervention, not only Akainu, but Whitebeard was also bewildered. He had no idea why Akiji would choose to help him. Take care of yourself. Akainu is not easy to deal with. Even if you've returned to your youth, you can't let her guard down. Akiji did not respond to Whitebeard's words, but looked heavily at the incoming heavenly fire meteor. Oh, fine. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard knew it wasn't the time for discussion and prepared to consolidate the shockwave. His gaze fell in the direction behind Akainu, revealing his concern. It had been a long time since Jones ambushed Lin Feng. The dust shrouded by the axe blade had yet to dissipate, causing Whitebeard to worry about Lin Feng. Although he knew Lin Feng was incredibly powerful, the opponent was his former vice captain, who had been formidable decades ago. After such a long time, who knew how much stronger he had become? Master, I will come help you soon. Whitebeard murmured, refocusing on Akainu. To help Lin Feng, he had to deal with the Akainu in front of him first. But was Lin Feng's current state as dire as Whitebeard imagined? In reality, it was quite the opposite. Amidst the dust from the axe blade, Lin Feng and Jones were locked in a standoff. A closer look would reveal a faint white mark on Lin Feng's neck, a result of Jones's earlier ambush. If Lin Feng hadn't refined his golden body to the pinnacle, that single strike would have severely injured him. Although he was reluctant to believe it, he had to admit that Jones was one of the most powerful foes Lin Feng had encountered since entering the pirate world. Fahai, indeed, quite troublesome. Jones stared at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with deep shock. In his entire life, he had never failed an ambush. Even rocks had acknowledged him as the most dangerous person, a stealthy assassin walking in the shadows. He was evaluated as a terrifying assassin, despite the relatively strange weapons he used. Originally, Jones thought he could kill or severely injure Lin Feng with one strike. However, to his surprise, his near full-force ambush only left a white mark on Lin Feng's neck. This outcome left Jones in disbelief. What on earth was this person made of? Sea prism stone? Such a question flashed through Jones's mind. Lin Feng rubbed his somewhat numb neck, looking at Jones with a calm expression, his heart filled with lingering fear. If he were in his previous state before developing his progress to 80, that strike could have ended him. While pondering, Lin Feng also grew curious about Jones's identity. In his impression, there were no axe-wielding experts in the pirate world, let alone one with royal-level combat power. Hey, who exactly are you? In the tense standoff, Lin Feng took the initiative to speak, his tone filled with questions, wanting to uncover the truth about the other party. If possible, Lin Feng also wanted to recruit him under his banner. Me? Jones smiled faintly, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. Dead men have no right to know my name. The moment his words fell, Jones left behind an afterimage and lunged at Lin Feng. Jones's speed was incredibly fast, the axe blade shimmering ominously as it aimed for Lin Feng's vital points. Seeing that communication was futile, Lin Feng was too lazy to waste more words with Jones. Buddha's light surged throughout his body, elevating his golden body to its utmost limit, forming an all-around defense. At that moment, both Lin Feng's neck and other vulnerable parts of his body were enveloped by the Buddha's light. Arhat golden body, Lin Feng said calmly, bracing for Jones's ambush. So arrogant. Jones's face darkened upon seeing Lin Feng showing no signs of defense. For an assassin like him, knowing his methods yet refusing to defend was a great insult. In an instant, Jones appeared before Lin Feng, the axe blade slicing through the air, carrying a chilling aura as it struck toward Lin Feng's face. At that moment, Jones almost envisioned Lin Feng being slain by him. Unlike the neck, the face was much more vulnerable. For both humans and other creatures, training the face to be strong was extremely difficult. The face was essentially a death zone, a universal consensus. But in the next moment, when the axe blade struck Lin Feng's face, it produced a sound of iron clashing. Clang! Jones felt a numbness in his hand, nearly losing grip of the axe. How could this be? Jones was filled with questions, having never seen someone take an axe strike to the face without any damage since he was born. This was truly an astonishing sight. In the midst of his shock, Jones suddenly met Lin Feng's gaze and the playful expression on his face. Not good, Jones thought to himself, quickly retreating to create distance from Lin Feng. But before he could move, Lin Feng's large hand grasped his neck, looking at Jones with a playful expression. Now let's talk. Who exactly are you? Why does that old man Steelbone refer to you as a guardian? What is your relationship with those beasts in Mariewa? Lin Feng spoke calmly, bombarding Jones with 3 questions that left him bewildered, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. His face filled with terror. Jones was frightened but did not respond. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Me?" Lin Feng smiled, doing a Buddhist gesture with one hand, and said lightly, "I am Fahai from Jinshan Temple." Jinshan Temple? Jones was completely stunned. Throughout his life, he had never heard of Jinshan Temple. "All right, I've answered your questions. Now it's your turn." Lin Feng looked at Jones with amusement, suddenly tightening his grip. "I'll give you 3 seconds to answer my previous questions. Otherwise, you'll go to the Western Paradise to meet my Buddha." Jones was somewhat at a loss for words at Lin Feng's statement, especially regarding the Western Paradise, which was beyond his understanding. However, before Jones could grasp the situation, Lin Feng's countdown had already begun. 3, 2. With each number Lin Feng spoke, the pressure in his hand increased, making it hard for Jones to breathe and causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Jones felt the proximity of death. Only one thought occupied his mind. If he didn't speak, Lin Feng would truly kill him. There was no doubt about that. Oh, still tough, not saying anything? Seeing that Jones didn't answer his question, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he prepared to increase the pressure to finish him off. But at that moment, Jones weakly raised his arm and placed it on Lin Feng's hand, his eyes reflecting a desire for life. Lin Feng could see that the other party was softening. He chuckled softly and eased the pressure in his hand a bit to allow Jones to speak. Cough, 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 cough. The moment the pressure was released, Jones started coughing again. The feeling of suffocation was unbearable for anyone. Speak, who are you? Lin Feng said indifferently, looking at Jones. My name is Jones. Jones sighed, his expression like a frost-bitten eggplant. He never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament one day. Jones? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had heard of this name. A long time ago, he had talked with Whitebeard about the Rocks pirates. The name Jones had come from Whitebeard's mouth. Moreover, Whitebeard had given Jones a very high valuation. The number 1 under Rocks, the second in command of the entire crew, and at the peak of maritime combat power. In just one short sentence, it almost summarized everything about Jones. You're Jones? Lin Feng looked at the Jones he was holding, somewhat unable to believe it. How could someone at the peak of combat power, the second in command of the Rocks pirates, be so weak? Jones nodded, looking very dejected. He knew Lin Feng might not believe him, but he truly was Jones. All right, let's assume you were Jones. Seeing the expression on the other party's face and with Lin Feng's mental perception, he became more inclined to believe Jones's words and continued. Answer my remaining questions. Why does Steelbone, that old man, call you a Divine Guard? And what is your relationship with Mariehua? Divine Guard. Jones let out a bitter laugh, as if recalling something unpleasant. After a pause, he slowly began to explain. Divine Guard, as the name suggests, is the guardian of the divine. We have always served that esteemed person. That esteemed person? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, hearing significant information from Jones's few words. The 5 elders had also mentioned such a person before. When Lin Feng wanted to inquire further, it had led to intense resistance from them. Forced to give up, Lin Feng had not obtained any useful information from the 5 elders. He had thought he would not encounter any news about that esteemed person again. But unexpectedly, he heard such news from Jones. Tell me, who exactly is that esteemed person? Lin Feng asked Jones, sensing that everything might be related to that esteemed person. As long as he knew the identity of that esteemed person or some secrets, all mysteries would be resolved. That esteemed person. Jones sighed, glanced at Lin Feng, and then shifted his gaze to the Red Earth continent. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. I cannot disclose the specific identity of that esteemed person, but I can only tell you that even if all of you combined, you would not be a match for that esteemed person. Oh, hearing this, Lin Feng became interested. With his current combat power, he could claim to be invincible or at least have few rivals. The fact that the other party claimed even all of them together would not be a match for that person intrigued Lin Feng greatly. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Jones knew the other party did not fully believe his words and spoke again. Fahai, I admit you are very strong, but that is limited to the imperial level or king level. However, when it comes to combat power, that esteemed person is divine level, a being that transcends everything. As he spoke, Jones's voice trembled, and his eyes unconsciously looked towards the Red Earth continent, a strong fear taking hold of him, one that had seeped into his bones. Huh? Lin Feng was taken aback, looking at the trembling Jones with a slightly changed expression, even if he couldn't fully believe Jones's words. The way Jones evaluated that person was enough to show how formidable that individual was. Divine level? Following Jones's gaze towards the Red Earth continent, Lin Feng had a rough guess about that person's identity at this moment. The Celestial Dragon Overlord him. Aside from this person, Lin Feng could not imagine anyone whose identity could make the 5 elders tight-lipped and make Jones tremble. Can you let me go? Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, Jones cautiously spoke. The longer one lived, the more they valued their life. Compared to time, Jones feared the Lin Feng in front of him even more. After all, it was far away in the Holy Land, while Lin Feng's threat was right in front of him. Let you go? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Jones with a faint smile, not answering the question, but calmly saying, I am very satisfied with your answer. Now please take a good rest. Huh? The moment the words fell, Jones suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, just as he was about to act. He saw a golden bowl flying out of Lin Feng's hand, descending upon him. The golden bowl emitted a powerful suction force, and before Jones could struggle, he was sucked inside, leaving only an unwilling roar behind. Fahai. Lin Feng ignored Jones's unwillingness, waved his hand to retrieve the golden bowl. Ever since Bonnie rescued Whitebeard, Lin Feng had quietly stolen the golden bowl back from Bonnie. After doing all this, Lin Feng murmured, this battle should come to an end. With that said, Lin Feng waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust and smoke, then scanned the battlefield. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Lingling and Kaido, who were being besieged by Fujitora and others. He exerted force under his feet and leaped towards them. Chapter 210. The Two Emperors Go Berserk. Lin Feng prioritized helping Lingling and Kaido because their situation was far more perilous than Whitebeard's. Although both of them possessed Imperial-level combat power, they were facing two generals and two Imperial-level powers that were no less than theirs. However, just as Lin Feng was moving, a red figure blocked his path. Lin Feng focused his gaze and saw it was red-haired Shanks. He had no good feelings towards red-haired and coldly said, Red-haired, at this time, are you really going to stop me? Red-haired said nothing and slowly drew out his griffin, his attitude very clear. Huh! Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, curling his hand to summon his Zen staff out of thin air. The war between the two was about to erupt. Meanwhile, on Lingling and Kaido's side, the four from the Navy joined forces, putting them under a lot of pressure. Both of them were very cautious, not daring to go all out, fearing they might be caught in a pincer attack. Lingling, decades have passed, and you are still so beautiful. Why not join us? That way, I want you to have to leave marks on your beautiful face. Number 6 said jokingly, but contrary to his words, the attacks in his hands showed no signs of stopping. Each strike from the willow branch was quite crafty, clearly intending to put Lingling in a deadly situation. Stop talking nonsense, you green-hatted brat. If you want me to submit, even if Rox comes back to life, it won't work, not with you. Lingling wore a serious expression, controlling the three great homies to resist the attacks from number 6. Sigh, this is troublesome. Seeing Lingling's attitude, number 6 showed a look of regret, glancing at Lingling with a touch of pity. Then his expression shifted to a sinister one. Since that's the case, then I'll just have you die. With number 6's words, countless willow branches shot up from the ground, completely enveloping Lingling and Kaido, catching them off guard. This is bad. Kaido's face darkened as he was already struggling against Fujitora and Green Bull's onslaught. He had been able to fight the two admirals to a standstill, but with number 6 intervening, his situation suddenly became dangerous. He had to resist the omnipresent willow branches while also carefully dealing with the abilities of Fujitora and Green Bull. Kaido could be said to be the most miserable one between the three. Crazy woman, if you can't hold on, be careful. Amidst the storm of attacks from everyone, Kaido managed to shout a reminder to Lingling. Then he was drowned by the attacks of Fujitora and Green Bull. Shorty, Lingling called out to Kaido in worry, but he had no time to respond. Damn it. Seeing this, Lingling's gaze fell on number 6 and John not far away. She calculated her chances of winning against the two, but no matter how she calculated, her odds remained slim. Although she might be able to hold off the two for a while with all her strength, once she exhausted herself, death would be waiting for her. At that moment, number 6's voice rang out again. Lingling, I advise you to surrender. This way, you can suffer less. Number 6 stared at Lingling with an inscrutable look in his eyes. Dream on if you think I'll surrender. Lingling snorted coldly, controlling the three great homies to attack number 6 and the others. Napoleon, I'm here, Mom. Combine. Yes. Huh. In an instant, Lingling fused the three great homies together, with Napoleon's blade covered in thunder and flame, tightly grasped in her hand. At that moment, Lingling seemed like an empress standing at the pinnacle of the world. King of nations. Swish. With a gentle wave of her arm, a giant clan's secret technique was unleashed, slashing towards number 6 and the others. You bustats! Lingling screamed, her eyes filled with determination. Sigh. Watching the incoming slash, number 6 sighed helplessly and murmured, Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then don't blame me. As he spoke, countless willow branches coalesced in front of him into a cone-shaped object, piercing through the incoming slash. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and the unmatched King of Nations was actually pierced by that cone-shaped willow branch, the slash scattering around as explosions ravaged the area. How could this be? Lingling was shocked. The King of Nations she had just unleashed could not be said to be a full power strike, yet it was easily countered by the opponent. She couldn't understand it at all, but before Lingling could gather her thoughts, a silver light flickered from the shadows. A sense of life and death crisis surged in Lingling's heart, and she instinctively made a defensive move, leaning forward slightly. Whoosh! A silver hook stained with blood left a wound on Lingling's back. John! Lingling cried out in pain, instantly realizing who it was. The only person who could approach her silently and leave a wound was John, the second assassin on the rock ship. What a pity. I didn't pierce your neck. John, seeing that his strike had failed, quickly distanced himself from Lingling, landing a few paces away with a disappointed look. At the same time that the slash was pierced by number 6, John launched his attack from the shadows, wielding the silver hook in an attempt to kill her. However, Lingling's innate strong combat instincts allowed her to avoid this deadly blow, preventing him from succeeding. But this result was enough. If they came at her a few more times, Lingling would surely be tortured into losing her combat ability completely. At that point, all they would need to do was deal with that tough little shorty, and everything would be fine. Lingling, your flavor is really quite nice. John licked the bloodstain on the silver hook, savoring it with a sickly expression on his face. You pervert. Lingling was furious. At that moment, not only him, but even number 6's expression was somewhat unnatural. After all, no one wanted a perverted teammate. Number 6. Once more, attack again. Let me savor Lingling's flavor. John, oblivious to the displeasure on number 6's face, twisted his originally gentlemanly expression and shouted. Seeing this, no. 6 remained silent, merely controlling the surrounding willow branches to attack Lingling. In his view, it wasn't worth it to say another word to the pervert. At this time, after being ambushed by John, Lingling's physical abilities had weakened significantly. Facing the tide of willow branches, a sense of powerlessness rose in her heart for the first time. Am I really going to end here? Lingling thought to herself, but just then, Kaido's voice rang out beside her. What are you thinking, crazy woman? As Kaido's voice sounded, he instantly broke free from Fujitora and Green Bull, dragging his injured body to Lingling's side, leaping into the air and swirling, swinging the BZHIJ to strike at the incoming willow branches. Lower 3 realms, inducing the fall. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning erupted at that moment, raining down on the surrounding willow branches, reducing them to ashes wherever the BZHIJ passed. Shorty, looking at Kaido, standing in front of her, Lingling felt a twinge of emotion. The injuries on him showed that he had endured a lot to escape from the 2 admirals. But before Lingling could fully appreciate the moment, Kaido's voice rang out again, his expression unfriendly as he looked at her. You're the shorty. Your whole family are shorties. Damn it. I came over to save you, and all I get is called shorty. The more Kaido thought about it, the angrier he became, and finally, he transformed into his dragon form, charging into the sky, exuding a dangerous aura as countless dragon breaths rained down in an indiscriminate attack. Among them, several brushed past Lingling, leaving scorched marks on her skin, as if in retaliation for her calling him shorty. You bastard. Lingling's face turned dark, and without caring about anything else, she separated Zeus and Napoleon, placing one foot on the clouds and soaring to the same height as Kaido, ready to counterattack. The deafening thunder echoed in all directions, and thick bolts of lightning poured down alongside Dragon Breath, instantly turning the ground below into a hellish battlefield. Chapter 211, A Great Hand, Finale Marines. Is this all you've got? The mad Lingling and Kaido roared recklessly, putting immense psychological pressure on the surrounding Marines. But before their words could settle, no. 6 and John charged towards them with a low growl, one shorty and one broken shoe, really daring to talk back. Number 6 was surrounded by countless willow branches, wrapping around him completely, combined with John's elusive silver hook, making Ling and Kaido quite a headache. Numero 6, Yon. Kaido's eyes narrowed, facing the two's attack. Even he found it hard to take it all on, having to break through them one by one. Crazy woman. In the midst of his words, Kaido glanced at Ling. Their long-standing tacit understanding allowed Ling to instantly grasp Kaido's intention. All right, Ling replied, and in an instant, the two launched their fiercest attacks toward John. No, 6 had exceptional defense, making John their only remaining target. What are you doing? Faced with Kaido and Ling's attack, John was horrified, his face filled with terror. As an assassin, John is not afraid to face either Kaido or Lin alone. However, when both attack together, it puts John in a very awkward situation. The assassination techniques he employs are suited for one-on-one encounters. Descending the 3 realms, Indra's Fall, Zeus, Thunder Nation. The 8 precepts cut through the air and heavily smashed towards John, followed closely by Napoleon, filled with thunder, delivering a fierce slash. Do you dare? At this moment, John's heart raced. Even he felt the pressure facing the attacks of 2 Emperor-level strongmen. Moreover, both Lin and Kaido attacked out of anger, making their power even more formidable. He couldn't even hope to block it. Do we dare? In the brief moment between attacks, a cruel smile appeared on Kaido's face. We dare too much. What do we have to fear? With a roar, Kaido and Lin's attack struck John simultaneously, directly inflicting serious injuries. John was like a water bottle flung away, blood splattering everywhere. Next, after taking down John, Kaido and Lin turned their attention to number 6. Compared to Kaido, this person was the one they paid special attention to. The identity of the opponent was too mysterious. Even years ago on Rock's ship, no one knew number 6's exact identity. The opponent seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and vanished when the Rock's pirates fell apart. Kaido, Lin, have you really thought about fighting me? Number 6 said casually, ignoring the cautious gazes of Kaido and Lin. Oof. Kaido and Lin coldly snorted, responding to number 6 with a combined heavy strike. No matter who you are, on this battlefield we are enemies, and as enemies, you must be prepared to be destroyed. As they spoke, Kaido and Lin coordinated again, unleashing Indra's Fall and Thunder Nation towards number 6. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's path of support was blocked by red-haired Shanks. Neither spoke first, simply staring at each other in silence. At this moment, Shanks seemed unable to bear the inexplicable pressure Lin Feng brought, and spoke first. Fahai, this war has no meaning if it continues. Back off. Just do me a favor. Huh? Shanks spoke with utmost seriousness, but this attitude amused Lin Feng. Hey, we're enemies now. Do you think I would give you face? Do you really think you have a face fruit? What did you say? Lin Feng's words left Shanks confused. Face fruit? What is that? Before Shanks could react, Lin Feng glanced at him and calmly said, Don't say you don't have a face fruit. Even if you did, I wouldn't give you that face. As he spoke, Lin Feng conjured a staff out of thin air, pointing it at Shanks. Don't say, I'm not considering your relationship with Whitebeard. You have 5 seconds. I only give you 5 seconds. Fight or retreat, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Feng fell silent, beginning to count in his heart. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Shanks knew the other party wouldn't give him face and sighed deeply. Fahai, since you were so. As he spoke, an illusion of a celestial dragon appeared in Shanks' eyes, his expression changing instantly, and his voice turned cruel. I can only kill you. Huh. At the moment the illusion of the celestial dragon appeared in Shanks' eyes, Lin Feng's expression hardened, feeling the pressure from the other party surge. This was a sensation Lin Feng had never experienced before. In an instant, Lin Feng used his spiritual sense to understand that the person in front of him was no longer Shanks. To be precise, Shanks' soul had been replaced by someone else, a tremendously powerful being. Instinctively, Lin Feng uttered a name. Him? Ha. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, Shanks burst into laughter, his aura suddenly changing, and a white light flickered in his eyes. While laughing, Shanks' body began to float slowly, looking at Lin Feng with amusement. You guessed it quite accurately. I'm curious how you figured it out. Shaking his head, Shanks sneered. It doesn't matter how you guessed it. What's important now is that all of you are going to die. After saying that, Shanks waved his hand, and a white light flashed, enveloping almost the entire road town. In an instant, everyone except Shanks and Lin Feng froze in place. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. Kaido and Lin's attacks were frozen midair, and the calm smile on number 6's face also froze at this moment. At the outer port, Garp and Sengoku paused in the face of the Little Bull's assault. The 5 elders, Kenpachi, Whitebeard, Akiji, and Akainu also all came to a halt. At this moment in time, no, space itself was frozen. What ability is this? Lin Feng was horrified, feeling as if he were caught in a torrent of time. Countless bizarre abilities surged towards Lin Feng, sending chills down his spine. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Feng like this, Red-Haired wore a strange smile. Isn't our Fahai very strong? Are you scared? Red-Haired stared at Lin Feng, his expression gradually becoming deranged. Facing Red-Haired's taunts, Lin Feng snorted coldly and instantly unleashed all the Buddha power within him. The result of fully unleashing his Buddha power was that Lin Feng became even stronger due to the attraction of the Buddha realm. Although this method carried certain risks, Lin Feng had no other choice now. Red-Haired, no, it should be said him, was stronger than anyone Lin Feng had encountered before. Lin Feng could only fully release the Buddha power to have a slight chance of defeating him. After lifting the restrictions on his Buddha power, Lin Feng was surrounded by a chorus of auspicious sounds, and thousands of arhats began to murmur together, seemingly trying to disperse the white light. Oh, watching Lin Feng, who seemed like an arhat descending to the mortal realm, Red-Haired showed a hint of surprise, as if no one had ever been able to break through his white light. I must kill him within a minute, Lin Feng silently thought as he stared at Red-Haired in midair. He had to resist the attraction from the Buddha realm while maintaining this state, which could only last for 1 minute. If it exceeded a minute, Lin Feng could be directly pulled into the Buddha realm. At that time, he would no longer be able to interfere with anything in the pirate world. You don't seem to be able to maintain this state well. Red-Haired quickly noticed Lin Feng's predicament and casually said, based on my judgment, you can last at most a minute. Ha! A minute, Red-Haired laughed, playfully saying, you don't really think you can kill me in a minute, do you? As he spoke, Red-Haired shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain, glancing at Lin Feng and saying, you are really arrogant. Hee. Lin Feng coldly chuckled, saying nothing. With all the Buddha power enhanced, several King of Light phantoms appeared behind him. Great Will King, Akalanatha King, Eternal King. The 3 phantoms were nearly solidifying, stepping out from behind Lin Feng. Boom! As the footsteps of the 3 kings landed on the ground, the white light enveloping Road Town trembled as if it might explode at any moment. Facing the anomaly created by Lin Feng, Red-Haired finally took him seriously. Just as he was about to act, Lin Feng joined his hands together, sincerely reciting Buddha's words. The king's extermination of demons. As soon as the words fell, the 3 kings behind him charged straight towards Red-Haired, facing the combined forces of the 3 great kings. Even Red-Haired did not dare to underestimate them, condensing dazzling white light in his hands. The roar of Kronos, Red-Haired growled, and the white light suddenly shot towards the 3 great kings. The white light appeared harmless, but was actually filled with immense power. Its source was the devil fruit Paramecia, mythical type, god of time Kronos. Such a fruit exists only in a single instance throughout the entire pirate world. Lin Feng realized Red-Haired's abilities at this moment, which led him to recklessly use all his Buddhist power. Die for me. The white light scattered, transforming into tiny white beams the moment they touched the 3 great kings, aiming to seal them away. You dare! Lin Feng's eyes darkened. If his 3 great kings were controlled, defeat would come in an instant. Great Buddha Dragon! Without allowing Lin Feng to think further, he threw his staff, transforming it into 2 golden dragons that roared towards Red-Haired. At this moment, Red-Haired had already moved, glancing at the incoming dragons, ignoring them, and stepping into the void. With that step, Red-Haired's body began to change. Golden skin emerged on the surface, and ancient divine patterns appeared on it, as if branded. In an instant, Red-Haired had completely transformed into a different person, resembling a deity at the pinnacle, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. The form of Kronos was fully revealed at that moment. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. He knew he could no longer match Red-Haired. Because if both were to unleash their full power, not just Log Town, the entire pirate world would not withstand it. There was only one way left. Facing the now godlike red-haired, Lin Feng's face darkened, glancing at Whitebeard and the others who still seemed to be in a stationary state. An expression of reluctance appearing on his face. "I'm sorry, but I may not be able to take risks with you anymore." With that, Lin Feng pressed one hand against his abdomen, condensing the source of his Buddhist power in his hand, and in an instant, the gravitational pull from the Buddhist realm was infinitely amplified. Lin Feng endured the gravitational force from the Buddhist realm, detonating the three great kings, and then, with the aftermath of the explosion, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, reappearing directly behind Red-Haired. "What are you doing?" Red-Haired had no time to react, terror flashing in his eyes as he felt an inexplicable gravitational force amplifying within his heart. It was an existence he could never touch in his lifetime, dangerous and full of mystery. "Let me go." In just an instant, Red-Haired sensed Lin Feng's intentions, his expression gradually becoming twisted. "Let you go?" Hee. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, unleashing all the Buddhist power within him, leaving nothing behind. Buzz, accompanied by the explosion of Lin Feng's Buddhist power. A powerful gravitational force formed above him and Red-Haired. A gigantic hand reached out from the void, moving to grasp Lin Feng and Red-Haired, and then suddenly yanked, completely pulling the two away from this world. Synopsis: crossing into the world of One Piece, Lin Feng gains the heavenly role-playing system. The more he resembles the original characters, the stronger his powers become. Jinshan Temple's Fahai, Kuchiki Byakuya, and scrupulous Taoists. The pirate world is in chaos. Kizaru, this bald guy is too strong. I can't beat him. What kind of sacred place is Jinshan Temple behind him? Mihawk, ever since I met him, I feel like I have a long way to go. I stand at the foot of the mountain, while he has already stood at the peak.